Go ahead. I sidetracked you.
But yeah, in living off the land, I learned to learn what plants in the area were edible and what plants were used for what purposes.
Right.
And just basic things like how to get water, make water traps, and find shelter and stuff like that, and be able to take long hikes in the desert.
Your mom and dad really had you making water traps?
Not so much that, but they were making, they made some alternative water situations.
Uh-huh. Well, water is the first thing anybody would need, no question about that. Okay, so anyway, you're a prepper.
As I got older, I studied the things like the water traps, finding various food, shelter, all that sort of thing.
Sure.
More recently, I one thing that going through the desert on a long hike teaches you really quickly is don't pack your bag too heavy. Mm. And that is one thing I've brought through the prepping, any official prepping I've done.
But I would like to know, if you don't mind, what is it that you think you're prepping for?
Mainly social collapse type situations where you won't be able to be at home. You will have to live off the land.
Okay, so you got a lot of guns, I'm sure, right?
No, actually, that's what I'm not doing is stockpiling a bunch of stuff, because if you have to run for the hills, if you have to make a quick escape, you don't want a bag that's going to be heavier than you are, that's going to weigh you down so fast that if something's chasing you, you don't understand.
But you've got some guns, right?
Actually, as a kid, so I haven't kept guns in the house, but I do have a couple slingshots in there for hunting purposes.
Well, I hate to flash back to the show the other night, but I watched The Walking Dead, and people who are out just wandering around and don't have guns, well, except for the one lady with the sword, they die real quickly because.
But the key is don't be a fighter, be a hider. Be able to hide enough that you aren't going to be found by the people that have the gun. The thing is, I figure if you can survive the first 2 weeks, you have it made, because most people have such little survival knowledge that you're going to be pretty much alone after that first 2 weeks.
Gotcha. Yeah, all right. Well, thank you very much for the call, and that's probably sage advice. I'm probably one of those people, despite what I have, and I do have some, stuff, right, ready. I have stuff, but still in all, I'm not a survivor of Mad Max, if that's what's coming, nor do I know if I wish to be. What about you? I guess stand there like nuclear war and just be the first to go. Don't go by the slow, torturous radiation way. Let's go to Glenn, I think it is. Hello.
Yes, good morning, Art. Hi.
Good morning, sir.
I'm trying to figure out how I want to fulfill the 2 curse word minimum. I'm not quite sure how I'll do that, but it'll pop. Something will pop to mind.
Okay, what are you calling me on?
I'm on Skype on a HP laptop.
Okay. Does your laptop have a little hole in it where you would have to talk to sound close?
Am I not close? Am I not loud enough?
That's better. That's way better.
Oh, I'm leaning in a bit. Okay. What's funny is this is my larger home laptop that I use at home. Apparently, the smaller one that I take to work with me actually works better.
Well, what they should do on laptops is they should put a little arrow to microphone. They don't show you where it is, and that's very thoughtless of them. And I mean all of them. There's nothing. Now, one of them has a little arrow that says, "Okay, Mike is here," and so people don't know where they are on a laptop.
PC mics used to be horrible. I got. Until he came out with some really good, the USB ones. Oh my goodness, the mics were terrible.
Yes.
But anyway, on the prepping front, one of my oldest prepping items is your original Sea Crane crank radio that I still have in the original box. I'm sure you've heard this before.
No joke. Right. I've heard it. I've got them. And you're right. That's a big item.
Yeah, the one with the fold-out crank.
Oh, yeah.
And I even got the one with the light upgrade with the special socket drilled in it and the little red light, the red plastic, housing light with a cord on it and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. That's been there for a long time.
You know what they ought to make? They should have a couple little terminals on the side of the crank radio, so that if you capture somebody and need to get information from them, you simply wire to those two terminals and then two spots on their body, crank for about half an hour, push the button, and they tell you anything you want to hear.
Right. I think I bought that radio when cell phones were still analog. You could cut the cord on the you could tap into the cord that goes to the light and kind of like clothespin the electrodes to their nostrils or something.
Okay. So anyway, you are a prepper, right?
To some degree, I would call myself I think I want to be able to stay home for days, a week or two, if absolutely necessary.
All right. What is the number one thing you think people need to prep for? Possibility of?
Well, basically, I think societal disruption. Like, look at what's going on in Brussels, Belgium tonight. Like some huge debilitating thing scares the tar out of people, or that has the government saying stay home, don't go out and all that kind of thing. Just some, I have no illusions of staying alive, forever. If there's a nuclear bomb going to be dropped, I want to go down on one knee and signal for a fair catch.
Like that.
Yeah, exactly.
For a fair catch.
I got it. It's fine.
You guys are all right. Okay. Well, I guess that makes sense.
I also, I am a believer in God, so I do believe at some point, the Messiah, Jesus, is going to come back. But there's a lot of bad stuff I think that has to happen before then. Don't figure I'll probably be living on this planet for another 15 years. You
might be.
I could be.
I frequently surprise myself. Every day I wake up and I go, "Really again?"
Well, no, I just sort of trust God with everything. And you know what? I'm a caregiver by trade, by profession. And so I figure, I'm going to end up, I'm just going to, I'm not going to just worry about covering my own posterior. I'm probably going to be with other people who are suffering or something if.
It's always good to cover your own posterior, and therefore you prep. All right. Well, thank you very much for the call. That was a good one. That actually was a very, very good one. Global thermonuclear warfare parlance, signaling for a fair catch has some pretty good fair amount of humor. Let's go to first time caller line. You're on the air. Hello.
Oh, and this is Mr. Smith, I suppose I should say, in Portland, Oregon. You were mentioning earlier in the program about people just disappearing into thin air before your eyes.
Yeah, we've got an article about it on artbell.com.
Oh, really? I haven't read that. But I remember the MH370 thing.
Yes.
The Indonesian Airlines.
Yes.
Disappeared in the thin air, literally in the thin air.
It did.
Okay, now, I saw some stuff on the internet, and it looked very, very convincing to me. Two different angles. One looked to be taken from a satellite, and one was taken from allegedly a Predator drone, military Predator drone. And the plane was going along. It looked like it took some evasive action in order not to collide with something, because it took a sharp left turn, I think, and it kept flying on, and the satellite view showed that there was a bright flash of light. But before that, 3 different orb-like UFOs came and started circling. I'm talking circling the aircraft from left to right, not in front of it or behind it, but around the middle of the aircraft. And they all got into lockstep with each other, these 3.
Yes.
And they were circling around. I don't know if you've seen it or not. Have you?
This is new to me, John. So.
Oh no, I actually got up. I posted a comment about it on one of your lines, I think, on the internet somehow. I can't remember. It was I think it was before the midnight in the desert
Okay.
program.
All time
But,
flies.
It disappeared in the thin air.
Mhm.
Just a flash of light, and then you could see that.
I don't suppose you have any photographs.
I could send it to you if you want me to.
Oh, heck yeah.
I made a copy of it.
Well, then, heck yeah.
Tell me where to send it to, Art.
Okay. So I am Art Bell at knye.com. That's, don't get dyslexic. Everybody does. It's Kilowatt Nancy Yokohama Easy. Art Bell at knye.com. Right?
Okay, and that was very strange. Very strange. You'll see when I send it to you.
Okay.
I mean, it was bizarre.
All right. Well, if it's strange enough, I'll put it up for everybody.
Well, you're the doctor of the strange, so. Oh, you were mentioning about the buffalo. You missed the buffalo. I lived in Alaska some years ago, and they still have free-range buffalo in Alaska. Several large herds of them. They just let them roam free up there because there's so few fences. You know what I'm saying?
But no longer can you sit out in the wild in Wyoming contemplating the universe and sort of with maybe a blade of grass in your mouth. And in the distance, you begin to hear this, well, what can I call them? Giant thundering hooves attached to several thousand pound animals with a cloud of dust coming up on the horizon. And you don't even have time to signal for a fair catch. Going to the phone. Hello there. Hello. No, they gave up or chickened out. On my special line, Prepper's line, you're on the air.
Yes. I'm a recovering Y2K prepper.
Oh. How much stock did you have for Y2K?
Well, I've been a long-time listener to you guys, and I love your program. I bought the year's supply that you were promoting at the time.
Excellent.
And actually, I've kind of dipped into that lately, and that stuff is still good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. You're good for a long time. Listen, we were not officially connecting a food supply with Y2K. And I want to add, before anybody calls up and says, wow, what a hoax, man. Y2K was such a hoax. No, the fact that everybody screamed and yelled about it is what got programmers to fix it so that the world didn't go to berserk. And so what do? They say, oh, it was a big hoax.
My brother was a programmer, and he advised me to prepare.
Of course.
And I just figured, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
But you're still prepping?
And, no. Matter of fact, I've still got so much left of that I purchased before. I don't need anything else. I figure I'm ready for anything right now. I mean, I've been into I opened up a number 10 can of that milk and put it in the blender with some good water.
Right.
And it's just like milk. It's great stuff. I just figure, you should be ready for anything. I mean, like EMP or
if you needed it,
flares,
needed it, nothing else would do.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to have water. I mean, I live here in the desert. I live in Vegas. And, you got to have water. And even if you've got food, you still got to have water.
Water would be the first thing you need, actually.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think what do you think of the possibility of Las Vegas? I mean, it really freaks me out that they're digging this deeper straw over there at Lake Mead so you guys can keep drinking water. That's worrisome.
Well, actually, they say that we're, well within our allotment as far as the water goes, but that's the official.
Yeah. Chamber of Commerce stuff, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't know. I just think it's better to be prepared than not. And I was so devastated when you left back in whenever you went off the air, and I was just surfing on the AM dial and found you, and I'm so glad to have you back.
All right, my friend. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm glad you found us on AM there in Las Vegas. And we are. I hear. There's a long story there. Aren't anywhere in the world. And listen, I guess we're busted because somebody's sending me a Lone Voice is sending me a message on the wormhole, and they've let the cat out of the bag, and it seems as though, Art just heard the news about your Thanksgiving Day marathon. KABC in Los Angeles is going to play us from, I don't know what it is, like 6 in the morning till 6 at night. That's right. In Los Angeles, they're going to be playing us on Thanksgiving from 6 in the morning till 6 at night. Now, that's really going to probably irritate the hell out of a lot of people and also enjoy. I think you're going to enjoy it. We have picked, of course, some of the very best programs to air all day long in Los Angeles, but I totally cracked up when I heard about this plan. And I didn't think they were going to announce it to anybody. I thought they were just going to do it. But it's pretty cool. Can you imagine that? Midnight in the desert, all day long on Thanksgiving in Los Angeles. That, believe me, is going to get some people's attention. People that have never heard the show, for example. My goodness. It's hard to imagine. I thought they were going to keep it secret, but the cat is plainly out of the bag. Therefore, I guess I feel free to. Yes, that really needs smaller print so I can get everything. It's Lone Voice. Lone Voice, thank you. Apparently, now certainly everybody that does know about it. They announced it, so I guess it's okay to talk about, right? On the day, on the air all day in Los Angeles on Thanksgiving Day. People so full of turkey that they can't move to even turn me off. What a world. Let's go to a Skype and see who's here. Hello.
Hi, this is Bodan. I'm calling from Canada.
Canada. Yes, my tasty friend. Go right ahead.
And just started listening to your show for the first time yesterday. Very intrigued, having trouble sleeping, so I thought I'd give you a quick shout.
May I ask a question before you do? You said you just began listening like yesterday. So how did you learn of the show? How did you learn about the program?
I was just going to brush my teeth yesterday and turned on the radio, and I started listening to your show, and it kind of hit me, your topic, and I don't remember what you spoke about yesterday, but the topic was really interesting. I thought, I'm going to give you guys a try another night tonight if I'm having trouble falling asleep. So here I am again.
All right. Well, the way the show works is the first 4 days of the week, we're pretty serious. We have guests on, and then Friday night, Saturday morning, we throw caution to the wind, and we just open the lines. We don't screen calls. We just do what we're doing now.
Well, the reason for my call is first of all, I'm not one of your, I think it's called a burr, from what I understand.
You're breaking up a little bit now on Skype.
Okay, I'm calling from my BlackBerry. But the reason for my call is to talk to you guys about ayahuasca.
Oh, yes.
And implants. I don't know if I heard somebody was talking about implants earlier.
Yes.
And I went to Peru to have one of these ayahuasca experiences. And during this experience, I don't know how much you know about ayahuasca, but it's a shaman medicine from thousands of years ago.
Oh, I know enough. I know enough, sir, about it. Trust me.
Okay. Maybe for your other people that are listening too. But anyways, in this experience, one of the things that came out was a lot about aliens and how, I don't know if I was in another dimension or something, and how I was getting implants put into me. And during this ceremony, one of the things that happened was I was getting these implants pulled out of me. And I kind of physically had to do it myself in some cases. But just wondering, from your past experience, past guests, any of your guests have any similar experience to this one?
Oh, yes. I have had many guests talk about DMT and ayahuasca. Absolutely. So keep listening. We talk about that kind of thing here. Trust me. We've had a number of people on who talked 3 hours about it. The experience was like. DMT is even wilder and faster, I guess, right?
Come on, I guess a little bit further into it. I went down there just to kind of figure out the experience, and plus, I actually heard your commercial, I guess, was on back.
No, well, you're again breaking up. You're again breaking up, sir. Now, I don't know whether that means. Yeah, breaking up. All right, we're going to have to. I'll tell you what. Here's the key. If you've got wireless internet, you're going to have to be pretty close to your router. And if that doesn't do it, then you're going to have a talk with your internet company. Because generally, as a general rule, carrying Skype is a pretty easy thing to do, frankly. It's not bad at all. So it doesn't take a lot of internet to carry Skype. It takes relatively jitterless internet to carry Skype well. And most people aren't going to even know what that means. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good evening, Art. And thank you so much for taking my call.
Sure.
Long-time listener, first-time caller, and it's like meeting an old member of the family that has disappeared. Thank you for coming back.
Well, you're very welcome. And I'm glad that I did not spontaneously actually completely disappear. Like the story I have.
That's why I'm calling you this evening.
Oh.
Yes. And now this is not an ayahuasca experience I'm about to share with you.
Okay.
I don't want to frighten our Canadian listeners.
All right.
Let me tell you two very quick examples. These are called bilocation, and they may be related to spontaneous disappearance as well. That's what I believe. I'm trained in the hard sciences, so what I speak of tonight is by direct experience and by very clear observation when these things happened. In 1975, when I was living in Little Rock, Arkansas, I was separated from very close friends of mine in Wisconsin, some that your friend Mr. Straver knows very well. And I showed up to one of their parties one evening in the middle of a doorway. And I assure you that Madison, Wisconsin is a great deal of distance from Little Rock, Arkansas.
Okay.
I stood in the doorway. People came up to me, talked to me, but I didn't respond back. And I disappeared in front of them. Now, I had no memory of doing this. I had no consciousness of doing this. It happened during the times of day when I would have been sleeping and so forth. But it was obviously a condition of bilocation where I physically showed up and many people saw me standing there at the same time. At the same time, I know it catches your breath for a moment, but I think part of this is quantum entanglement, and we could get into that. But the bottom line is the second thing. There is a very steep road in Little Rock, Arkansas called Markham. It goes up and down and up and down, and you can't see the drivers who are coming on the other side of the hill very well.
Yeah.
On one particular day, the roads were particularly slippery. I came up over a hill, came down to where a stop sign was, could not stop because of the ice. Another car was coming at me. One of those station wagons used to have the fake wood on the side of them, if you'll remember them.
Sure.
And we passed through each other. Now, hold your breath for a moment. Let me explain this. I literally could experience his body, his car, the people in his car passing through me, and what he was thinking and experiencing simultaneously.
Wow.
We both hit our brakes and stopped immediately when we could and slowed down. And I believe it freaked out this gentleman.
Okay, well, that really deserves a wow. And let me ask you, when you were passing through, was there enough time for you to sort of understand what you were feeling from him?
Yes. I've had the near-death experience, so I can only tell you it's similar to that where your life flows suddenly in front of you and you have a simultaneous, multiple experience on all levels, like an all-knowing experience.
Right.
And it was literally, I was almost like him momentarily with his family, his feelings, his history, his background. He must have felt mine too, which probably scared him considering the things that I've been through. So he probably had nightmares for months. So all I can tell you, it's a even though we teach in physics that two objects cannot be in the same space at the same time, I'm telling you, these things can occur where you can actually physically be in the same place at the same time and, from a previous experience, absolutely disappear from that other position.
All right. Were you doing this consciously or subconsciously?
Neither experience was consciously done.
Too bad. You know, you should give it a shot. See if you can meditate and jump.
Oh, Mr. Bell, I'm far beyond that at this point.
Really?
I do things that a certain major of yours would probably have a Pampers day if I told him what I could do from a distance.
Really?
Oh, yes. The whole thing with the remote viewer thing about, well, we can only observe, we can't affect what's at a distance.
Yeah. Remote.
That's baloney. That's baloney.
Really?
Oh, yes.
What can you do? Lay it out.
You can perform and affect the physical environment as well as a non-physical environment at any distance. At any distance. And people who are purveyors of these skills who know about these for centuries, probably eons in our cultures and temples and other places knew about it. But it is not a plaything. It is nothing to play with or mess with. And I assure you, we have people, so the Chinese, the Russians, and others who have used these kind of skills to affect the health of leaders for generations.
So you're saying remote influencing is not only real, but you're really good at it.
Oh, of course, yes.
Oh,
You have to have. I believe there is a standard of ethic that you have to have.
Oh, darn.
I come from a school that says you harm none. Period.
Really?
And that means you have to be careful when you drop that pebble in the stream or in the lake. Remember the ripples that you let loose. And that takes a very strong sense of ethics. Just because you have a skill, as my teacher in fourth grade said, just because you have a pencil doesn't mean you should put it in your ear. Same thing with these skills. Just simply because you have the skill doesn't mean you should use it for purposes that I believe are immoral, unethical, and downright dangerous.
Too bad, because I was about to hire you.
No.
There was money on the table.
No, I will not do that. I will tell you a story.
Not be short.
You're there, the listener's time.
Yes.
I had a very close girlfriend who I was with for some time who was a stockbroker. And she handed me the paper one day and said, well, if you're so good at this, tell me which stocks I should buy in the market and so forth. And I went, bingity, 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 and said, this and this and this, these will go up, this will go down, blah, blah, handed it over to her, gave her 12 stocks, and that was it. The next day, she came back and she said, if I had done what you said, I would have made $1 million today. I want you to help. I said, I won't do it. Let's just say that relationship didn't last long.
Not that.
Yeah, it can be done, but you must have the ethics to go with it. If you don't have the ethics, you shouldn't even have that tool. But that's not what I called you about the disappearances, that there is a primordial characteristic of
no
matter
potting on the
and
chair.
energy in our universe that
putting
allows us
this
to
here.
be in two places at the same time
You got
and
a potty?
possibly vaporize and be
Do
at
it
this
in
other
the litter
place.
box.
So you know
Not
you're
on the
well
chair.
aware of the Walmart restroom thing, right?
I'm going to sleep.
You know,
Look at the chat
there are
there.
restrooms in this country that are along
Tells you everything that happened in the last like 12 hours.
About 10,000 people disappear
And
every year.
Unit 207 had plans for tonight. Sounds like they were planning on breaking in to murder me this evening.
You're going to want to read
To
the
do it
article
before
that
Russ
is
gets that SOS
about
message to the
this.
sheriffs that they've been
Seriously.
actively preventing.
I have looked a little
For
through
10
that
months.
some more, but I just want to thank you so much, Art, for your time and being a family member, for all of us who are nighttime listeners in the world.
If the live
And
stream
I think
ends for
after
any
the thing in
reason,
Los
not be
Angeles,
orally and
you're
explicitly
going to have
stating the
probably
end
a
time,
replay in
I
daytime
do in
forever.
the Everett Police
You're going to grab them.
Dept,
You're going to grab them, Art. And
and
it's
they're
coming.
going to be spending the weekend.
All right, sir.
in
Thank you
King
very
County
much.
Jail. They do a
We'll have to see how
fucking
that works out.
thing, as they know.
But I laughed and laughed and laughed. I mean, of all ideas, can you imagine doing Midnight in the Desert from 6 in the morning till 6 at night in Los Angeles? There are going to be, I don't want to make predictions. Anyway, I know we picked 4 pretty good shows. That's what it'll take, is 4 shows. It's going to be wild. I think Los Angeles is the nation's second radio market. The way it works is New York, WABC. New York is number 1. And Los Angeles is the second radio market, and Chicago is the third radio market. Let's go to Cincinnati on the phone. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Not actually Cincinnati.
Well, all I can go by is what it says on my phone. It says Cincinnati on my phone. I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. This is Alicia Roswell. First of all, I am actually currently in Cottonwood, Arizona, but I live in Phoenix now. Just haven't changed the phone.
No, wait a minute. Then at what point were you in Cincinnati?
A very long time. That's why the phone's still 513.
Wow. All right.
Now in Phoenix, home of the lights. Much more exciting. So I want to say that, first of all, I have to say hi to Bite 9 and to my husband, who is sitting next to me, who is your biggest fan. He is is a ham radio operator, just like you.
All right.
He's the reason I'm listening to your show.
Well, then you obviously have good taste. You married an amateur radio operator. Mm-hmm.
So I want to say this. I am not a long-time listener. I am a new listener, all because of him. And this relates to my story. I want to talk about ghosts.
Okay.
I feel like listening to the show has kind of opened my mind. I was a skeptic for a very long time. And what's been happening is I'm having these dreams that are very vivid, where I can walk through a wall and I can feel every bit of it. It takes all the energy I have, and I know that I come across the wall and I think, I've got to get to the other side, and I feel myself going through this wall. It's like the most concentration you can possibly have. And so I'm wondering, just kind of throwing it out to the listeners, is it an experience from the past? Is it an experience from the future? Or is it out of body? It's the weirdest, most real thing that I've ever felt. And I know you talked about sleep issues before. I had sleep paralysis and some of the other things, but it's just something I feel like other people might have some wisdom on. And I just wanted to kind of throw it out there.
Well, I appreciate your doing that. And you haven't heard about this Walmart restroom thing?
Well, I've been hearing a little.
A little, yeah. Okay. Well, then there you are. It's getting around. All right. Thank you very, very much for the call, and please call again. I am now informed by the evil Roland that I said it wrong, that KBC will indeed be playing us all day long. But actually, this is better because, who the heck? It's 6 a.m. on Thanksgiving anyway. It'll be from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. on Thanksgiving. And then, of course, we'll have a repeat beginning at then. So actually, it's longer than that, right? If it's 9 in the morning till 9 at night, well, there might be an hour in between. Then there'll be another show. Anyway, that's what it says, 9 in the morning till 9 at night. Michael, hello. On Skype, hello.
Art.
Michael.
Okay, I've got a bit of a delay. I'm on Skype on the iPhone.
You sound all right to me.
Perfect. So listen, I have a potential revenue stream for you that I haven't seen tapped in yet.
Okay.
Midnight in the desert dating.
Huh? Yeah, I'm going to double tap you and kick you off my line.
Have a nice night.
Yeah, you too. Double tap for sure. Not even going there. Hi, on the first-time caller line, you are on the air.
I was just calling to tell you about why some people prep.
Oh, good. Excellent. You're a first-time caller. You've never called the show before, right?
No.
Oh, okay. All right, then. Lay it on me. Why do people prep?
Well, I think some people are interested in a kind of like old-timey lifestyle or camping, outdoorsy lifestyle, and it appeals to them to collect certain items like the certain tools of the trades, as it were, like camping gear, all these different items, and just build those skills as it relates to just a simpler life. And I think it comes out of a fear that we won't be able to protect our children, have them in a warm place. You know, if the electricity goes out, if society breaks down, you want to have a lot of stuff.
Okay, well, let's go beyond that, even a step beyond it. Do you think that the people you're talking about sort of secretly hope something bad will happen?
No, I think that's like a really rare, maybe that's more of the like, you know, fanatic people. They don't, I think they're more violent. There's a violent obsession or something there. And that's where it connects for them to like the guns and the knives.
I'm telling you, sir, I think there's more of those people than you would imagine.
Oh, there probably is, but you know, I sure hope they don't rear their ugly heads and do that kind of stuff, because, you know, a lot of the people that are sitting in the background too, that aren't like that, they are just as prepared. They're just as prepared to, you know, run out their front door and protect their neighbor.
I would like to imagine that if something really awful happened, you know, we would all take care of each other, share our rations and our water. But you know, that just doesn't match up with reality and human nature.
Yeah, it's true. And people are throwing up fences and building their houses, you know, more and more taller and going within their own houses and technology and entertainment within, and they're not coming outdoors and doing those things that I think make you realize that these, and make young people realize that these weapons and guns and things that are military grade assault rifles, it's true, you don't need that stuff to be prepared. You could go out with a hunting rifle, a bolt-action rifle, and hunt and learn to survive out and be very, very much more prepared than some person who just sits in their house and obsesses about how much gear they have on their assault rifle. That's not a reasonable thing to prepare. That's not being prepared.
I agree with you. What do you think? What do you think the most likely scenario is for needing the kind of stuff we're talking about here?
Oh, something that, you know, maybe is not as expected as we thought. Like really smart people that I've heard, really smart astronomers, and say that, you know, asteroids could hit the planet and weird stuff like that that seems unfathomable to us could actually happen, you know, and send up dust clouds, or even Mount St. Helens. I live over here in the Northwest, and Mount St. Helens blew up and send out huge dust clouds and just stuff like that, you know. Not a realistic I don't see people living long-term apocalypse style living Mad Max stuff. That, I think that's kind of unrealistic. I think if we degrade past the point of like the cowboy days in the 1870s, we're pretty much done for at that point. So, you know, but if we could go back to horse, that's why I really like that, like I said, this old-timey preparedness and that prepper where you learn leather work, you learn woodwork, you learn hand tools.
Sure.
And there's nothing wrong with that. In the sense, a large knife in that sense is not scary to me. If someone wearing a large knife, if they told me walking down the street they're a prepper, I wouldn't get worried, you know, even if they're in camouflage and they're kind of scary looking.
Well, if society reverted to a time before radio, then what would I be? I might as well just cease to exist, you know, head to a Walmart restaurant. Hello there on Skype. You're on the air.
Hi.
Hi.
Well, I've kind of been recently concerned about the events in society lately, and actually there was an incident that kind of frightened me and kind of wants me to just be aware of what's going on and kind of prepare a little bit.
What is it you think you're preparing for? In other words, what do you see happening?
Well, the general way society is going already is, you know, scary with people with guns and knives. And I had a friend a guy with a knife just walked right into her house one night. And that has me scared. So,
yeah, I think that's maybe the scariest thing of all. We can all imagine carjackings or something, but somebody just breaking down your door or breaking a window and getting in your house, my God, that's scary.
Yeah, and she only lives like an hour and a half from me. So, since then I've gotten a dog for alarm purposes, and well, more than about that, but he's a very good alarm. And I want to have a weapon on hand just in case I need to use one.
Well, a dog alarms about everything. They alarm about, well, you know, like when the mail gets there. They alarm when the trash truck gets there. They send you alarms about everything. Sometimes all the time.
Well, this one is kind of discriminatory about what he barks at. If he's not sure if he should be barking, he doesn't bark as loud.
So there's a sort of like a, if it's really loud, uh-oh.
And if there's somebody at the door, he goes absolutely freaking nuts.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, that's all right.
Yeah, he goes absolutely nuts if somebody's at the door. So, anyway, that's kind of where I'm at with this.
What's in your kit to survive?
I'm just trying to build one now. Waiting for a
other than food, water, and maybe a radio, what else would seem essential to you? Something that you use, well, let's say every day and wouldn't feel comfortable without.
I always have candles nearby in case of a power failure.
Candles are good. Sure.
If I ever get to move to my new home, I also want to install solar electric. I'm one of those people that would not survive without electricity.
What would be the, I'm with you. What would be the most frivolous item you would include?
Most frivolous?
That's right. Some guilty pleasure, no doubt.
Well, I'm trying to give up tobacco, so I think that a lot of people would want to include tobacco in their kit.
Well,
it's a pretty strong addiction.
Yeah, it's an incredibly strong addiction, and you know, even if you didn't smoke, you'd want to have several cartons of cigarettes because, man, you could bargain away. You know, you wait until they're like in the second stage of withdrawal, then you pull them out and demand a house and trade and get it.
I suppose something frivolous would be a deck of cards. When the power goes out here, my daughter and I pull out a deck of cards.
All right. Thank you very, very much for the call, and take care. People have a lot to say about this, don't they? You're listening to Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
Dark Matter Network News. This is Amy Martin. A new study has revealed that pigeons can detect breast cancer in images almost as well as human radiologists. The pigeons, which look at and categorize digitized slides and mammograms of benign and malignant human breast tissue, were trained through traditional operant conditioning, a technique of positive reinforcement in which a bird is rewarded only when a correct selection is made. The pigeons were able to generalize what they had learned, so that when the researchers showed them a completely new set of normal and cancerous digitized slides, they correctly identified them. Their accuracy was said to be affected by presence or absence of color in the images, as well as by degrees of image compression. The pigeons also learned to correctly identify cancer-relevant microcalcifications on the mammograms. They still had a tougher time classifying suspicious masses on mammograms, a task considered difficult even for skilled human observers. These results go a long way toward establishing a profound link between humans and our animal kin, said Edward Wetterman, professor of psychological and brain sciences at the University of Iowa. While the data suggests that the birds were just memorizing and applying what they had seen during their training, one researcher notes, as this task reflects the difficulty even humans have, it indicates how pigeons may be faithful mimics of the strengths and weaknesses of humans in viewing medical images. A red panda has escaped a zoo in Northern California. The 18-month Masala disappeared from Sequoia Park Zoo in Eureka around noon on Thursday. The zoo's manager, Gretchen Ziegler, told the Times Standard newspaper that if spotted, Masala should not be approached, but in sight while the zoo or police are alerted. A red panda is about the size of a house cat and Masala's biggest threats outside of the zoo are traffic and larger predators. Still, it is a mystery as to how she left. Zookeepers are unsure how she might have left her enclosure, describing it as secure. A man in Perth believes he may have captured the image of a specter in his front yard. The camera, mounted in what appears to be a garage, depicts a cloudy form pass in front of the man's driveway. At one point, it appears to be darting between the cars as if it were dancing. What do you think it is? Check out this dancing specter for yourself over on yahoo.com. Have a strange story or a news tip? Email amy@artbell.com. This has been Amy Martin for Dark Matter Network News.
You can be on what a world we live in now, right? You can be on the other side of the world, load your phone up with just whatever I told you, and sound great on a worldwide talk show and do it for free. That is what a world's on. All right, we have 2 additional lines open tonight for your dialing pleasure. One is the prepper line. And it's not so much I want to know what you're doing as why you're doing it, what you expect. But I'll take a little of both. Area code 575-208-7787. That's the prepper line at area code 575-208-7787. And the first time caller line, this one's really good for those who have never called the show. Area code 775-285-5800. 775-285-5800. We don't normally give those out during the week, but what the heck, right? Barbara? Hello, Barbara.
Hi.
Hi.
I didn't think I was ever going to get on.
Oh, but yet it occurred.
Well, thank you.
Where are you, Barbara?
I'm in Phoenix.
Phoenix, okay.
And I'm not prepping for nothing.
Not at all, huh?
No.
You
I have enough to do with cleaning the house and everything else.
So, in other words, if it all came apart and the tide hit the fan.
Yep.
Because you do a lot of cleaning. I thought I'd throw that in. You'd be out of luck, huh?
I'd be out of luck. Well, I mean, what would I do? Run away to the mountains, and I'd have to bring my cats, my cat food.
Yeah.
And in about a day and a half later, my cats would run off, and I'd be wondering what to do out there.
They don't travel well anyway.
Yeah, they don't. Well, anyway, this is about residual hauntings.
Oh.
For which I've heard, for years about residual hauntings, and they've always been kind of disappointing to me because they basically mean that there's nothing happening. It's just a loop, right?
Yes, a continuing vibration, maybe. Actually, to me, I think, well, good. I mean, if it's not really a soul trapped in a repetitive thing forever, then yay, because that sounds a little horrific to me.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe you won't like this, actually.
Oh?
Because I have a friend, and she has a house that's built near a graveyard in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So every night, she, about 10 o'clock, which I didn't even know it was so regular, but she sees a smoky black mass.
Ooh.
Yes, in the hall, across from her bedroom.
Yes.
And it goes down the hall a few steps and then into the closet. So that's very much like a residual haunting. This has been going on for like a year or something, a couple of years. So the other night, for whatever reason, she thought, her husband had passed away a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So for some reason or other, I guess she got into her head, maybe it's my husband. So she went out there. She's terrified of this thing. But she called out her husband's name, Dan. And the smoky mass, where the head would be, turned to her.
Yes.
And she described it as it suddenly, how did she describe it? It fractured and broke up. She said it was like a newspaper consumed by the wind in a fire, and that it just suddenly blew away. Crane pulled away, is what she said.
Only at the calling of the name?
Only at the calling of the name.
Yikes.
Which means that possibly residual hauntings are not just somebody repeating something over and over again, a visual loop, that there could be someone there.
That's really creepy.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Really creepy. I mean,
that.
yeah, what if, you did a certain level of bad in your life and you've got to keep repeating that forever? I mean, that's true hell.
Isn't that awful?
Sure. It's awful.
So I just wanted to say that to you, and I'm so glad I got in to talk to you because I love your show.
Well, I'm glad you got into it now. That's going to be on my mind,
I know.
forever.
Well, I don't know. I just thought that would be an interesting insight into ghosts because people are kind of, it's just a residual haunting.
Appreciate your call. Thank you. And that will be on my mind for a while now. That's kind of like the don't go to the light, it's a trick. I would like to interview John Lear if for no other reason than to ask him about that quote. I wonder if John still thinks that. I'm sure that he's been on talk shows and people have asked him, right? I wonder if he still believes that's true. All right, let's go all the way out of the country. Tom, wherever you are, you're on the air. Hello, Tom. Going once, Tom. We have no audio from you. Going twice, Tom, and gone. My guess is that was probably somebody from North America jumping in on the wrong line. First time caller line, you are on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
My name's Mike. I'm in Las Vegas.
Hey, Mike.
How you doing? I make it a point to listen to you every night. I love your show.
Thank you.
August 25th last year, we threw a big pool party / birthday party for a friend of mine. There were like 20, 30 guests there.
Okay.
And at about 5 minutes after midnight, the party started breaking up, and there was about maybe a dozen people left around the pool.
Mm-hmm.
And I just happened to look up in the sky, and I started screaming, "Everybody look." And I was looking right over the light of the Luxor Hotel. And I stopped counting after 12.
12 what?
There were 12 lights in the sky in two formations. There were in circles. There were 6 in the front and 6 in the back. 2 circle formations of what we saw as UFOs.
Well, I've thought about the Luxor for a long time, and that's such a bright light, sir, that if anything's out there, including our own space station, the Luxor light is one thing you're not going to miss.
Yeah, exactly. And what I thought it was being used for was a buoy marker. But because when the first pod of 6 got over the light, they started doing what an airplane would be called an aileron roll. They just started flipping over and over like the kids were out with the parents and they were dancing in the sandbox.
Did you think to whip out your camera? And
I was in the pool laying back,
yeah.
And I just happened to be looking up at the sky. Now, we live up, the house we got is up on the hill on Hollywood,
well, don't tell me exactly where you are, right?
We've got a beautiful view of the city.
Right.
There's no moon out. It's a beautiful, clear sky. And these things came out of the southeast going over toward the northwest.
Well, maybe your report, sir, will generate some other witnesses in Vegas.
Well, we tried to call, Action 13 in the news, go outside, take a look up, and by the time we were, we actually got somebody to listen to us, they were gone.
Well, of course. That's always the way it is. I mean, literally, always the way it is. Or something happened in the pictures, or they're fuzzy. But there's always the possibility that somebody else saw what you saw. So that's what makes me take those calls. And, I always hope that, actually a whole lot of people saw it and they were just they just didn't report it to anybody. You do see strange things in Vegas after all. Let's go to, well, I don't know, the phone. Somebody. Hello.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
I'm doing well, sir.
Okay, I'm a prepper. I keep only 6 months of food on hand, so it's just a prudent thing to have. And,
But you didn't call my prepper line.
Oh, I didn't know I had to.
You don't.
Yeah. So, what I was going to say, yeah, it's nice to have a hunting rifle with 5 rounds in it. It's good for, getting food. But if you've got a horde of zombies after you,
Zombies?
What would you zombies, people, killers, starving, hungry people.
You know, after the show I did the other night, remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A guy named Philip sent me the zombie survival guide. So I have that now.
Well, there you go. I mean, what would you rather have, an AR or a 30-06?
It depends on the vintage, but I frankly would rather have an AK.
There you go.
Those things shoot when nothing else will.
Yeah, they get heavy though. They're almost twice the weight.
Well, there is that. But I mean, they can get muddy, they can get dusty, they can get dirty. And for the most part, they still shoot.
That's true. You can get ARs that are piston operated now too, that basically operate the same.
Sure. Do you expect something like a zombie apocalypse or something?
Yeah, we are headed down into a convergence coming up in the next 2 years. I think, a lot of people, say, Planet X, what are you crazy? It's not there. Everything else is smoke and mirrors to keep you occupied so you don't know about what's coming.
So you think, you're a Planet X guy, you think Planet X is going to crash into us?
It's not going to crash into us. It's going to pass by us and everything that's associated with it.
Well, it might strip away our atmosphere, like Mars.
Well, if it got close enough, that's what happened to Mars, as a matter of fact. It went around into Phaeton. It's not one of its passing, supposedly it or one of its moons smacked into Phaeton.
Could have been a large rock, too, just grazing the atmosphere. Or it could have been the sun with a giant hit that stripped the atmosphere away from Mars. Could have been a lot of things.
Yeah, a lot of people think it's a nuclear holocaust, too. But it's coming. If you look, punch up the International Space Station. Got some photographs of it, and that was just released.
Wait. The International Space Station has photographs of Planet X?
Punch it
up. Come on.
Do a Google search.
Oh, come on.
It was released. I'm telling you. I'll send it to you.
Okay. All right. Send it to me. Absolutely send it to me. If you've got it, I swear I'll share it. Taken from the International Space Station. Planet X on its way. All right. Fire away, sir. Send it to Art Bell at knye.com. Art Bell at knye.com. Now, I'm going to try again here with Tom. Tom has been calling here again and again, trying, and then hanging up. Are you actually there now, Tom?
Can you hear me?
I do.
Oh, great. I'm sorry before. First time I called on Skype to you, and so, Anyway, I'm not calling from the States. Actually, I'm calling from way across the other side of the world, and I'm just the honest to God's truth. I'm calling from Beijing, China, baby.
Are you really?
I am. In fact, I became a time traveler before I left because I needed to have a lifeline back to the States.
Yeah, okay, well, here's something that I've got to challenge you with, Beijing Tom. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Our show is not allowed in Communist China.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I have a VPN for most of my stuff, like for Facebook and all the other stuff, my Gmail.
Good answer, actually. All right, maybe you are in Beijing. All right, what time?
I'm not using,
sir.
I'm not using a VPN now, so
okay, sir.
For some reason,
sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir.
It's approximately 2:54.
Well, it'd be 2:51.
Okay, my clock is fast.
But yeah, that's close enough. Okay, I believe you.
Well, thank you. I'm teaching English at a nice school here, So I took a 1-year contract for the adventure and the excitement.
Well, I know about a lot of people that go to Hong Kong and they teach English, but you're the first one way up in China. That's pretty cool.
There's quite a few expatriates in Beijing, but Beijing is so huge. It's 20+ million people.
Yeah, I hear it's ever so slightly air polluted as well.
Oh my gosh, and it's going to be getting worse because in the winter, they fire up they increase the coal factory plants because they got to heat all these apartments.
Wow.
So it's been pretty bad the past few weeks. But everybody's telling me at the school it's within the next month or two it's going to get pretty. So anyway, I sometimes I wear my little face mask.
Well, you are totally my first call from mainland China. So very cool.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm a little long in the tooth. Most people taking these jobs are in their late 20s, 30s. I'm close to 52, so
that's okay.
I to have a little adventure. My last 30 years of productivity or something.
What's it like living in China? Can you tell me and everybody?
It is constant, and let me tell you, it's constant people. There's so many people wherever you go. I mean, of course, it's just so crowded. The buses and the subways, if you hit it at a bad time, you've probably seen the YouTube videos. They're packed like sardines.
Mm-hmm.
The food is very good. I mean, if you like Chinese, of course. So I get my chow mein and chow fan, whatever when I can. But what it's like, it's I'm sort of an oddity because I'm a Westerner, and the section that I live in is far west of like Tiananmen Square downtown.
Mm-hmm.
So even though where I live, it still looks like a big giant megapolis, but it's actually considered sort of like the suburbs of Beijing. And so where I live is I'm one of probably about 4 or 5 Westerners living in this area. So when I walk out, you get the stares and you get people are constantly looking at you. But I mean, for the most part, what it's like, it's been a bit of a culture shock. I got to tell you, I kind of miss the blue skies of Pennsylvania, where I'm from, and I miss the pretty gardens and the slow traffic.
Sure.
The traffic is horrible.
Oh, I know about traffic.
Oh my God, right.
So I hope you will call us again. I mean, really, you're revealing all kinds of interesting things because I did not know. I was under the impression that our show was blacklisted and didn't make it into China, but I mean, quite obviously, it does.
I get you without my VPN, so I go into my time traveler, I download.
Wow.
I don't use a VPN, so dark matter is free to go. So
all right, and you also, please, you also get the live show.
Yeah, in fact, I was listening to it live on the bus. I was using my data on my cell phone, and I just got home because I did some grocery shopping, and I thought I'd call in. I had one query for you. I've been thinking about time traveling, and I just want to pose this question: if I could, I just wonder if I could time travel back to myself somehow mentally, and give myself advice back when I was 20, or
if you could do that, what would you tell your 20-year-old self?
I would say, study harder. I would say quit goofing around with this stuff and that stuff. But there's also I don't know. It's just like I just constantly wonder about it. If I could sort of give myself the advice, and what would I give it? And then when I think of that art, I think, well, if I do that, and then I do alter myself in the past, will I be in Beijing now? Would I have done all the stuff I've done? Would I have had the family I've had? It's a quandary to think about.
All right. Well, listen, brother, I've got to go. We've got a break, and I've got to go. But Tom, call me again.
Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Take care. If you can hear us on a bus in Beijing. On a bus in Beijing, China. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert. And of course, if you're on a bus in Beijing, whew, that was so cool. That really was cool. Imagine it these days. You can do a radio program and you've got a listener on a bus in Beijing. That really tops them all so far. I love getting calls from outside the area, but that one really took the cake. So if you're out in the world somewhere, the wide, wide world, reach us please for free using Skype and simply put us in as MITD55. Anywhere in the rest of the world, MITD55. That was cool, really cool. Okay, let's go. First time caller, Houston, you're on the air.
Hi, yes, sir. My name's Jose, and I'm from Houston, Texas.
Welcome, Jose.
Yes, sir. I called for the first time caller line, but I'm also a prepper.
Oh, that is a problem. Can't have you on both at once. That's all right. Why are you prepped?
I am prepping because I have a lot of trust in the government and the current situation that things are going in the world.
I'm sorry, did you say you don't have a lot of trust in the government, or you do?
No, I do not, sir.
Good move. Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm a veteran from the United States Marine Corps.
Right.
And after being in there for some time, I kind of came to realize that things just weren't where they needed to be. So I came home, did a lot of research, and I'm just really prepping for the day that the government turns back on the citizens. And,
when they turn their back on us, that's an interesting way to put it. And by that, I guess you mean, I have a pretty bad connection, but I guess you mean when they no longer protect us. A lot of people feel as though the government turned its back on them. What about the Katrina victims? And a lot of others. If you're going to be in a disaster, you've got to be in a big one. Or you're better off being in a big one. Because then the government does help you. And of course, Katrina was big. But boy, it sure did feel like the government turned their back on those people, didn't it? I guess this man, feels in a bigger way. And it could be coming, who knows, Vancouver, outside the country, but well within your rights to call this line. You're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
This is Howard. I'm listening to you on KXL 101 FM out of Portland, Oregon.
Portland, Oregon. Yeah, what a signal, huh?
Yes. Yeah, I talked to you the other night. I'm still nursing the bite marks I got from Kevin Randall in that conversation, but that's not what I wanted to talk to you about.
Kevin, wait a minute. Kevin gave you bite marks?
Yes, he sure did.
In what way?
You didn't pick up on that?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm not. What did he say that?
Well, all I had to do was mention Maury Island, and I might as well have insulted his mother or something.
Yeah, I remember now.
He really went after me.
He did.
But at any rate, that is. I wondered if you'd mind if I suggested a guest for your program.
Not at all. Although I do have a producer.
Yes, you do.
Who actually, does that. But sure, go ahead.
Okay. Have you ever heard of Lionel Santhorpe?
No.
You haven't. He's been an occasional guest on the other program that you started.
Oh.
And he is an Anglican priest. He's an octogenarian. But to give you an idea of his background, he's rides a Harley Davidson motorcycle, and he used to teach martial arts to the SAS.
Wow.
And so he's quite a character, and he's a master storyteller.
Okay.
And he has a staggering knowledge of history and everything paranormal. And he's I would just love to hear a conversation between you and him.
Okay. Well, sure. So you need to send that off to my producer, and it's really easy. You just send it to producer@artbell.com.
Okay.
Yeah, it's that easy. All right, thank you very much. Anybody, it's true of anybody out there. If you have somebody that you want to get on the air, send off an email with the pertinent information, hopefully with the person's number. That'd be great. But if you don't have it, we'll do our own research. Producer@artbell.com. And speaking of which, I have a message from my producer, and she says Lionel no longer does interviews. So there you have it. He no longer does interviews. I can only imagine she knows that because she has already made that attempt. He no longer does interviews. And I guess he's getting on up there and just doesn't want to do any more. And I get it. Let's go to, Mark, I think in Switzerland.
Yeah, hi, Art. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, Mark. I know that Switzerland is not yet affected, but man, oh man, that part of the world is really in trouble right now, Mark.
Well, let me tell you, there are armed policemen now in the railway stations.
Wow.
Here in Switzerland. And there's big discussion now about Switzerland leaving the Schengen Agreement and reinstating full border controls.
Really?
Yes.
Really? Gosh, there are unprecedented things happening in the world right now. A little bit of fear goes a long, long way, doesn't it?
Yes, and many Swiss believe, Art, and I don't think this is conspiratorial, that this, all the events happening now and the influx of the refugees is actually to bring each of the individual nation states of Europe to their knees for the creation of a United States of Europe.
I guess anything could happen. It's I've never quite seen a time like this in the modern world. Brussels, I guess you know what kind of condition they're in right now, right?
Yes, absolutely. But I tell you, speaking to the Swiss, I work with a lot of Swiss, and all of them think that this is a manufactured situation.
Oh, you mean like false flag?
No, that this is a purposeful thing to restructure Europe. That Europe, to get rid of the individual nation states and create a pan-European government.
Do you think it will have that effect, or do you think, Mark, that countries are just going to begin closing their borders? I'm not sure which way it's going to go.
I don't know, but I just tell you, Art, that this is going to put a tremendous economic strain. It already is on the individual nation states.
Sure it will. And that's a good point. I guess that could force the result you're talking about.
Yes, and the Swiss are taking it very seriously. We had elections here just about a month ago, and it went to the right. There was a shift to the right, and they're talking about leaving Schengen already by the end of the year.
Yeah, it's a whole part of the world now, and you're going to have to excuse me, but the Middle East, and now increasingly Europe, Italy, most of Europe, is getting to be a scary place for people to contemplate going to visit. That's not good economically either.
No, not at all. And one has to say, who's funding all of this? Who's funding all of this? Follow the money trail and find out who is benefiting from this.
Okay, why don't you do that and tell me where it leads you?
I think it leads to the Saudis and the U.S. I think the U.S. has been funding these groups all along. The U.S. always needs an enemy, Art.
Well, we always have one. That's for sure.
Yeah.
We are
manufactured. I think a lot of this is manufactured, Art.
Yeah, I kind of disagree with you. I think what we're facing right now is real. ISIS is real. Al-Qaeda is real.
Oh, it's real, but who put them in this position?
We did.
They didn't just create themselves.
Look. When you're looking at the caliphate and you say who is responsible for that, the U.S. clearly. what we did in Iraq set the stage for everything going on right now. That's,
I agree.
you know, that's not to say that it might not have happened anyway, but Mark, I've got to agree. It's our karma.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted, Art, on all the decisions being made here.
All right.
This is quite interesting.
Please do. Thanks
Will
a million. Take care. That's Mark in Switzerland. Yeah, the world is in a state that I haven't seen it in my lifetime. Have you? Rest of you? And thank you, by the way, for the call all the way from Switzerland. That and a guy in a bus in Beijing. Wow. And again, for the rest of the world, MITD55 will get you here, free of charge. Skype. Let's go to Anchorage, Alaska on the phone. Hi.
Art.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't believe it, Art. It's been 2 hours and 225
I'm
minutes.
very sorry. You know, it's busy, very busy tonight.
No, I was busy downstairs and forgot all about it. I still haven't shot here.
Anyway, are you talking directly into a phone or something?
You want me to take it off the speakerphone?
Oh, please.
All right, how's that?
Oh, it is so much better.
All right, so I made my list here. You ready? First, I wanted to thank you for coming back on the air. I'm the guy who called earlier and called you timeless, Art. I am just, I'm excited to be able to talk to you for all these years, but
thank you.
Your popularity, I think, will probably overwhelm that opportunity pretty soon here. Are there rules to calling into your show, like once a week or a month or something? Or?
Well, right now it's no more than one call a day. And then, of course, no bad language. And on days like Friday night, Saturday morning, there is a 2-drink maximum.
And marijuana, I hope, being legalized here, so just bring that into conversation.
So it depends upon the state you're calling from.
It does. Let's see. Well, let me go through my list real quick, and I'll make a comment if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, first of all, I always pronounce dead at birth, and I say that not for self-indulgence, but reference.
I was going to guess that anyway.
Sure, me too. That's your reason for some things. Anyway, just for reference, I've had a wide array of experiences. And one of them was that I had a picture painted by emotions. And I know that sounds nuts, but just for those people out there, in case they're wondering. Look through my list real quick here of what I'd like to see. I'd like to see us review the top 20 UFO videos. I'm seeing amazing, just an astounding array of videos now coming in around the world. It's just unbelievable what I'm seeing. And, I've met Linda Moulton Howe and Travis and all of them, so many years ago. Then let's see, for those of you smoking, I did quit smoking in the intervention. And right now you don't have a clue, so don't be too heavy on yourselves. You blame yourself, even don't know why you do. I think we're going to have to deal with overpopulation very quickly. That's going to have to be something we have to start dealing with right away. And then I wanted to drop back to the NASA. You got Kevin Randall on the other night. And I proposed that NASA could do something about this whole thing. And I think you and him kind of backed that off. And I kind of wanted to push the case again. I don't see how NASA escapes being our eyes in the space. It's unacceptable. And I don't see how they can get outside of our influence. All they need to do is put up a 360 camera with telescoping and zooming capability.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to hold your list there, sir. But we can say what we want from NASA, but we better come up with a few bucks. I mean, really. NASA's budget gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and our expectations for NASA get bigger and bigger and bigger. I think we need to back it up with money. I really mean that, money. And people say, oh, no. If we don't get busy and set a goal for ourselves, something that, is going to be really hard to do, whether it's going to Mars or whatever, we're going to atrophy as a nation. That's what I believe. As a nation, it's already begun. We're going to atrophy. What is that? Well, if you are lazy and don't use something, it after a while it will atrophy, right? Your arm, your leg, your muscles, you've got to use them or you atrophy. And that's kind of mentally what's happening to America. We don't have a clear goal. We have clear fears, but not a clear goal. Anyway, off soapbox. Skype, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Quite well, thank you.
It's an amazing show you have tonight.
It is.
A lot of crazy things going on, eh?
Mm-hmm.
The guy runs through a car into another person and, well, you know, kind of throws back to your other show you had the other night with Matrix whole thing.
Well, I'm not sure that's Matrix, but it might be.
Oh, you never know, eh?
You never know.
If it's all a digital world, it could be just a glitch.
Yeah. When I saw this picture on my own website of people who spontaneously ceased to exist, I looked at that picture and I went, did you see it?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Art, I would like to ask if you were all right and everyone was worried from DM Talk, if you're okay and what.
Yeah, you know, I'm sorry. I put a message on my Facebook. I just was not feeling. I was just not feeling well. It's as simple as that. So I took a day off.
Enough said.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, move on. Anyways, what they really wanted me to tell you about was a story I have. Goes back to Milton, Ontario. It was Halloween, actually, close to Halloween, about 2 years ago. And I was coming back from a friend's house. It was about 4 a.m. in the morning. And, wow. Anyway, I'm going over this bridge. And it's like, it's a town where a lot of water runs through it. So there's a culvert with running water and cement edges.
Yeah, gotta hurry this up a little bit.
Okay, an animal jumped right up over top of that bridge, landed in front of me, and it looked like a rabbit. It looked like it was covered in some kind of oil, like it came out of a tar sled. But the damn thing must have jumped about 15 feet to get over top of that bridge.
How does a rabbit covered with oil jump 15 feet?
Well, anyway, it bolted and it ran like a rabbit, about 4 feet tall, and it had the ears and everything.
4 feet tall.
I saw it, and I sure as hell wasn't hallucinating. The rest of the street and everything didn't disappear, so I don't believe I was hallucinating. Everything else I saw around me was perfectly the same.
What a world, eh? Okay, that's a Canadian thing. I think sometimes that's how it begins with them. They're born. The first thing they ever hear is, he's alive, eh? They are quite a breed up there. Let's go to, it looks like North Carolina. Hello on the phone.
From the high mountains of Madison County, North Carolina, I bid you greeting, Mr. Arkfeld. I've been listening to you since 1995.
Oh, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, my wife is a big Walking Dead fan, and your show, you're talking about the preppers earlier, got me thinking about some stuff that, or one thing that I'm thought about watching the show, which I liked, but I didn't want to press her. But, you know, all the nuclear reactors left in the country, it didn't happen.
Hopefully not. So, anyway, are you a prepper?
No, sir. No, sir. I'm not a prepper. That's why I didn't go prepper line.
Okay, good.
But I did do some looking around the internet, and I got thinking about, you know, if something happened and, you know, the reactors didn't go, you know, online you can look and you can find simple ways of making like hand crank generators, you know, with really cheap parts. And I really think, I mean, I'm still trying to learn it, but I mean, I really think that would be a good thing for people to maybe look up on and study.
I know it's not too much. I mean, really, generators are just motors operating in reverse. You know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they are. You can take a regular old electric motor operated, if you can make it run in reverse, you can generate electricity.
I have one other question I've wondered for 20 years.
What's that?
What do ham radio people talk about when they actually get into the
Well, you know, it's not something that I can generally speak of. It's, you know, the main talk occurs after the secret handshake.
I'm not sure what that is, sir.
It's well, it's secret. No, I'm just. You mean what do hams talk about when they're on the air?
Yeah, they're like a CB. Like, you know, when I was growing up, I used to play with my granddaddy CB, and you know, it was, you know, I mean,
There was a day, my friend, when I would have bristled, double tapped you, and thrown you off my phone for saying something like that. But increasingly, I'm sad to say, ham radio doesn't exactly sound like CB, but it's more like CB than it used to be, and I'm hating it. Does that answer your question?
kind of. I've actually never heard that. I've got a cheap shortwave radio, but it's kind of it's not ham for sure. And,
Have you listened to us on 5085?
Will those cheap shortwave radios pick that up?
Well,
like,
of course they will. Of course they will. And let me mention it to everybody else while I'm at it. We are on shortwave. Did you know that? 5.085. And you will hear us. And I am actually, let me tell you something. I'm quite shocked at how many people are listening on shortwave. It is astounding. I thought most of the shortwave listeners out there sort of gave up because, frankly, there wasn't much interesting on shortwave. I'm talking about commercial broadcasting now. So many of them have quit. It's very expensive. But we are on shortwave, and so many people have found us. And so you can be one of those. If you happen to have a hand crank radio, a shortwave radio, 5.085. Every night live. Hello there in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
I'm not exactly a prepper, but I am an amateur radio operator.
All right.
And you know, I think if you've been a ham forever and ever like I have, back in the 70s, I first got licensed, a lot of your attention goes to, well, how would I be ready to do this if, you know, we had something that, you know, if there's a disaster, and
yes,
I've helped out after a disaster, and we have the tornadoes here in the Oklahoma City area, and after the May 3rd, 1999 tornadoes, I spent a couple of weeks helping the Red Cross do radio communication.
Uh-huh.
But we think about, you know, what would I do to get up an antenna? What would I need an antenna up for?
Oh, you would. You would.
Yes. What do I do to keep my battery charged? You know, not just have a battery, but how am I going to keep it charged for a while? What about if gasoline runs out? You know, how do we keep it charged? You know, you think about a lot of things like that have a bearing on how we would continue to do these things if we had something that, you know, a disaster. But
it's actually pretty scary, sir, contemplating how thin the line of civilization really is. In other words, how little disruption it really would take to make people go completely berserk. They're halfway there now.
Yes, and you know, if we're not producing electricity, then we can't pump gasoline out of the ground to fuel our generators.
That's right.
So, you know, it begins to get complicated very fast, and we don't have the transportation to distribute the things that we need. And you know, there are a lot of things that could go wrong. These
are reasons why you have to watch educational shows like The Walking Dead.
Yes. Yes, because you know, we've got all these scenarios to play out there. Yeah, I've been doing this since I was a little kid. I was 10 years old when I first started getting really interested in radio, and I got my parents to buy me a couple of walkie-talkies for Christmas one year. And
you want to hear something really wild? You know, kids weren't getting into this sort of thing for a long, long time. Heathkit, Remember Heathkit? It just came back. There are actually Heathkits for sale again. So mommy and daddy can get their child a Heathkit and they can build a radio, receiver, or transmitter. Is that cool or what? Jerry on Skype, you're on the air.
Yes, I'm not a prepper, but I am a time traveler.
You are?
Yes, I am. I love it. I listen to you every day in the morning.
Oh, you mean that kind of time traveler, not the real travel like to 2048 type time traveler, or is that what you're saying?
No, I am a Art Bell time traveler.
Okay, so you get to hear our show when you want to. Isn't it nice?
It's even better than the real thing.
Yeah.
As far as time traveling, not better than you, but no, I'm not a prepper, but I was a hospital corpsman with the Marines.
Yes.
In Iraq, in the front lines. And it's funny that you mentioned the zombie show. What's the name of that show?
Walking Dead.
The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Because when I was over there, and we're talking when there's no government, no police officers, the civilization is completely gone, the infrastructure, then everybody becomes like a zombie. What I mean is you have your neighbors, they want what you have.
Yeah.
Everybody around wants what you have, and they're everybody stealing in herds.
I totally get it.
Worse than anything that would ever happen on The Walking Dead.
Yeah, there's a lot of things they miss out. I mean, for example, on The Walking Dead, you don't see people scrounging for gas. They find cars that are already filled with gas, and it's now been presumably years since the whole thing happened. But they, just find cars with gas.
You'd see about 20 people in the back of one truck. But Art, I had another story I wanted to tell you.
Sure.
You don't mind real quick? This one is kind of a scary story.
Okay, well, we're coming up on a break here. So
it's a good one.
It is?
It is.
I wouldn't be sorry if I held you over during the break.
You would not.
You would scare everybody?
It is a good one, and it is true.
A good one, and it's true. Well, you can't beat that. All right, then. You are certified as a holdover. Stay right where you are. We'll be right back. I expect big things from you, sir. Jerry, your name is. We'll get back to you after the break. From the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert.
Dark Matter Network News. This is Amy Martin. What are the odds? A Massachusetts woman has reportedly won $1 million on a scratch-off lottery ticket, but that's not all. The woman is said to have won $1 million previously on a scratch-off ticket at the very same store in 1996. If that wasn't enough, in the past she said she once won $20,000 from the same supermarket. Her secret? The three-time lottery winner says she spends $20 a week on tickets. A Utah man is facing jail time for phoning in a fake bomb threat to a hospital because he was mad that he wasn't able to attend his child's birth. According to the Huffington Post, Michael Morlong was indicted Wednesday and faces up to 10 years in prison if convicted. Morlong was out of state while his child was born in September. Enraged, he decided to phone in the fake bomb threat to a hospital in Richfield, Utah, causing evacuation and lockdown of the building. A nurse told police that Morlong was extremely upset that the mother was giving birth while he was in Idaho. Morlong is currently in custody in Idaho for an unrelated crime. After a thorough cleaning, Seattle's Pike's Place Market chewing gum wall has reportedly returned. Visitors continue to participate in the sticky tradition by spelling out colorful messages, leaving notes, and other mementos of their presence. The old gum wall, featuring millions of pieces, was steam cleaned for the first time in 20 years early November. The operation removed over 2,300 pounds of gum and took 130 hours to complete. Strange lights are being reported over skies in Dover in the UK. The objects, including a circular disc-shaped one floating in Dover skies, have appeared for 2 nights in a row this week. The lights have also been linked to other unidentified objects reported over Dover in early November, including one in which lights were said to have appeared in illuminated triangular and egg-like shapes. According to one local eyewitness, I was astonished by the lights that I saw. It was not fireworks nor planes. This has changed my mind completely about the universe. Another eyewitness noted, when I looked up, I couldn't believe it. I kept looking at it. It would go away and come back. I was scared to look at it directly on the camera. What do you think? Take a look at these lights for yourself over on dover-express.co.uk. Have a strange story or a news tip? Email amy@artbell.com. This has been Amy Martin for Dark Matter Network News.
I'm going to do something called Fast Blast. Maybe the last 10 minutes of the show, something like that. And what I'm going to do is it will involve all the phone numbers that I've got. Only. I'm not going to do it on Skype. We're going to do it only on the phone lines. And I'm going to allow people to say like 10 or 15 seconds of something really cool or whatever they feel like saying. And I'm just going to go boom, 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 boom through the line. So this would be your chance to get through and get something on. So here are the numbers. I'm going to be using public line area code 952-225-5278. You will get through if I do it this way. Area code 952-225-5278. The Trevor line can be used as well. That's area code 575-208-7787. Write one of these down. Area code 575-208-7787. And finally, the first-time caller line, you can even use that when we're in Fast Blast. That's area code 775-285-5800. 775-285-5800. So what I'll do is I'll just take as many calls as I can possibly take in, say, I don't know, 5 or 10 minute period. We'll just blast away and let you get at least a thought out on the air. Now, back to Jerry. Jerry has told us he is going to scare us. So, Jerry, live up to the brag.
Yes, sir. It was a dark night just like this. It was the same time of year. I lived in a small town called Childress, Texas. I worked at a gas station called Citgo. And it was about midnight. And I was stalking the cigarettes. I heard the ding ding and I looked up and I saw the door open and it was, I don't know, about a late 40s. He had really dark hair, but it was starting to salt on the sides.
Okay.
And he had a really nice suit on. And I just barely saw him. I saw they walked in. I saw he was walking over there towards the coffee. I was putting up more cigarettes and I looked up and he had the coffee pot and it was scalding hot. I just made fresh coffee, and he had it turned up to his lips and he was drinking it like it was ice cold water. And I was frozen when I saw that. And he looked at me dead in the eyes and his eyes were completely black. And I was froze as soon as I could. I looked away.
Yeah, I'm giving it to you already. This is scary stuff. So you're sure it was scalding hot coffee just made?
I had just made it before I walked right over to the counter and put the cigarettes up.
Oh, man.
Just made it.
All right. So what did he do? Just turn around and walk out? Or did he come over and say, listen, I really needed that coffee hot, and then paid you? Or how did this resolve?
I was froze. I looked at him. He looked at me right in the eyes, and he had nothing but blackness, just black eyes, no whites.
Mm-hmm.
Then he walked right out that door, got in his car, and drove away.
Yeah, did he down the whole pot?
He downed the whole big pot, just like it was cold water.
Yeah, oh man, what a story.
I ran out there. I was going to ask him if he's going to pay for that coffee. Then I realized, what am I doing?
That's right.
I went back inside. I was scared. And Art, I called my mom.
You called your mom?
I called my mom. She came down there. We started reading the Bible and praying all night long till the sun came up.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I guess
don't know.
most people do that. They call mom. Why not? Yeah, I understand. And I understand calling mom, too. Thank you very much for the call. It's hard to envision somebody, can you imagine that? Somebody grabbing a scalding hot cup, or, you know, what would you call it? I guess a 10 cups, 12 cups would hold, and just downing it right in front of you? A pot that big? All right, let's go to Summerfield, I think, on the phones. Hello? Summerfield? Hello? Illinois, I think. Going once. Going twice. Oh, waiting all that time, you're not going to talk, really? I can hear you breathing. Oh, well. Waynesville, I think, North Carolina.
Art, this is David in North Carolina.
I'm sorry, who?
This is David in North Carolina.
David, okay.
In the Smoky Mountains of North Carolina, I called on the prepper line. How are you tonight?
I'm just fine. Are you a prepper?
I am on prepper round 2. I used to be a Florida resident. Quit my job of 26 years and moved on to my sailboat. And after a year of that, I very quickly decided that sailboat living is not the way to be a prepper. Sailboats are very, very much tied to the land. And so now I'm on round 2. I've moved to the mountains of North Carolina.
So you went from the water to the mountains?
I went from the water to the mountains.
I think the most important question is, what are you prepping for? What do you expect will cause this need?
Well, it's not so much a need, Art, as that as a society, we're losing our ability to function without technology. Most people, if they were put in a situation where they had to get their own food and fend for themselves, dead in a week, easily dead in a week.
Dead in a week.
That's my assumption.
I really hate to agree with you, but I honestly think I do. I read a thing from a university professor, I believe he was, the other night, in which he said that people don't see UFOs. Essentially, he said this much better than I'm about to, because we don't ever look up from the device we're staring at in front of us.
That is the worst thing that I see around me. And you know, I got to say, I was one of those people. I was an early adopter of the smartphone.
Right.
And it wasn't very long before you looked around and you're sitting at a bar with your friends or having dinner with your friends.
Yep, I know.
And you weren't. You're having dinner with everyone's smart.
I know, sir, I know, and I'm guilty of it myself. If for example, I can go up the street to a casino we have, where they serve great dinner, and if they're filled up, you've got to wait by a little fireplace. And so there's, I don't know, 8 or 10 people sitting around the fireplace, all waiting for their name to be called, all staring right into their phones and not looking at each other. So you're dead right. And by the way, sir, I'm one of those people.
Oh, Art, I hope you overcome it.
It's got me, sir. I'm serious about that. Actually, it does. I mean, I am hooked on my iPhone. I hate to admit it, but I'm as hooked on it as any drug that you'd get hooked on.
It can be overcome, Art. Let me tell you, it can be overcome. It's hard.
And life can go on.
You just got to disconnect from it and find something else that catches your interest. And might I suggest, I heard you say that ham radio has become more and more like CB radio has.
Well, that guy said it. I sort of agreed with him. Not in every case. It's still way above, but boy, I'll tell you.
I also heard you say CW was dead. Give it another try, Art.
Well, I didn't say dead. It's not dead, and I still do CW to myself, sir. So it's not dead. I love CW, but it's not required any longer to become a ham operator, which is really a shame.
It is a shame, and I'm a new ham, only since last March. And I spent my first 3 months on CW and all the time since getting much better at it.
All right. Thank you so very much for the call. I'm going to take one more quick Skype call here. Then I'm going to do a fast blast. Hello.
Hi there, Art.
Hi.
Yeah, just wanted to make a quick comment before you go on the blast there on the phones. I've been hearing for months and months now, at least once a week, somebody calls in and says something about we're having a population problem. There's too many people in the world, et cetera, et cetera. But just like you said, you don't believe that there's a gun problem in America. There's a mental health problem.
I do.
I don't think there's a population problem. I think there's a management problem, because I'm calling from Canada. I'm one of the rare breeds up there, and we got a little island called Prince Edward Island. It's 6 billion square meters in size.
Right.
Which means 10 years ago, everybody in the world could have stood comfortably on that island. Now, sure, that's not taking in resources and stuff, but it kind of gives you a bit of an eye visual of just how big this world really is. And I think people that are saying that there's a population problem are probably the first ones to be up against the wall if there really was a population issue and the culling started.
The culling. What a word, culling. Yes, well, you could be correct, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you for calling, and
all right, have a good night.
Yeah, you call again for sure. All right, let's do it. I'm just going to take some very quick calls. So here's the deal. Once again, you've got the numbers, right? So if I answer the phone, give me about 10 seconds of the most important thing on your mind, and we'll just go through it. Okay, here we go. You're on the air.
God bless Ted Gunderson.
Okay, thank you very much. You're on the air.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Yes, you're on the air. When I say you're on the air, that's what it means. Go ahead.
Good enough. I'm just thinking, my concern is right now, this whole thing with Syria, I think we're getting overheated with the idea of refugees. I want to make it one simple point. The refugees that we're taking in have already been pretty much encapsulated or held in the encampments in Jordan.
All right, I've got to run. Thank you. It's fast stuff we're doing here. You're on the air. Going once. Yes, hello.
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 World, rock on, and peace out.
Okay, thanks. Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, Pepper Key here. Just wanted to tell you, Faraday cage, solar power, wind power, charge them batteries up when the grid goes down. And I want to tell you what else. The culling has already started. Peace out, brother. I love you, man.
Thanks. Bye. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. Roswell's.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi. My call sounds AJ6.
No. Don't give your call on the air.
Okay, sir. Okay, just real quick. Reloading is a great hobby. I'm looking at like 3 reloaders right now, Dillon RL550B and a SL900. So people are getting reloading.
All right, thank you. You're on the air. Hello.
Hey, this is Josh. God bless you, world and Art. I love you. I'm so glad you're back on the air.
Good to have you, sir. Thank you. Hello, you're on the air.
Yes, hello, Art.
Hi.
How are you tonight?
Just fine. Real quick now, something.
Yeah, I'm sounding a little sluggish because I had to take my medication due to my recent time travel missions.
Oh, well, you're going to have to call me back on another show and tell me all about it. Hello, you're on the air in Ketchikan, Alaska.
Forced immunization. Senate bill just passed a bill making veterans mandatory for forced immunizations. Have you heard of that one?
Forced immunizations. No, I haven't. Not for vets. Vancouver, you're on the air. Hi. Going once, going twice, gone.
Yeah, no.
Oh, sorry. You got to be there when I come to the phone. Hello.
I'm trying to be.
Go, talk.
Hello. Okay. Yeah. Hi. I just want to say that you should listen to the music of Stan Ridgway and consider putting some of it on for bumper music. It would be absolutely perfect.
All right, thank you. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Arpel.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Arpel, I just want to say this to the world.
Yes.
Let's start listening from our heart and stop listening directly from our ears. Our heart knows.
listen from your heart to everybody, Thank you, Abel.
Thank you. Take care. You're on the air. Hello.
Art Beal, as I sit here in Dallas, Texas, and the nation state will rise again.
I love that accent. Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Hi, I just wanted to say that Bernie Sanders needs to be taken really seriously in this election. I think that he could hedge on revolutions.
Oh, we'll find out. You're on the air. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, I just want people to remember there's lots of homeless people out right now in Vancouver. It's below freezing. It doesn't hurt to go down and bring a sweater and some a sleeping bag or something and give them a hug or just make sure that they're noticed.
Good message. Thank you. On the air. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Art.
Yes.
Hey, this is Les. I just want to say to encourage everybody to go to #DM Talk and meet all your hardcore listeners there.
All right. Thank you. Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, it's the evil Keith. I just want to warn you what I put in your closet last night.
Yeah. You keep. Las Vegas, you're on the air.
Yes, I love the fact that you're back on the air. I've been listening to you since the Ross Perot days on K-Down Radio, and I'm actually a first-time caller.
That's a long time ago, brother.
Just wanted to say I talked to Art Bell on the radio.
You did indeed. Thank you. Hi, you're on the air.
Oh, hi. I think people are just overly stressed, and I think we should go to a 4-day work week. And I also want to just wish my cousins, American cousins, a happy Thanksgiving.
Okay, I'm good with the 4-day work week thing. Hello there. You're on the air. Going once. Yes.
Hey, Art.
Yes.
Just wanted to call and say that I got to talk to Art Bell, and I'm so glad you came back on the air.
Thank you, brother.
Absolutely great. 16-year listener.
Thank you for calling. And you're on the air. Hello.
Let's make America great again. That's it. Boom.
Yeah, I'm all for that. Thank you. You're on the air. Hello.
Hi, whatever happened to the 3840 group?
They still exist, but it just ain't the same old crowd, sir. Thank you. Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, I just want to say that if people are prepped for zombies, they're prepped for anything. So
That's a fact. Boy, that's a fact. Hi, you're on the air. Going once, going twice, going 3 times, you're on the air.
Hi, my name is George, the truck driver, and I want to win the lottery.
Are you in a truck right now? George? I guess you're not. Okay, that was fast. You're on the air. Hello?
Red Martian is coming. Red Martian is coming. Red Martian is coming.
Yeah. You're on the air. Hello.
That was Hoagie.
Hi, you're on the air.
Yeah, everybody pray for next week. Art was going to be linked to terrorist attack next week.
Oh, God. You're on the air. Hello.
There's a trooper cop around in my bed.
There probably is. Enjoy it. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
No. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, I don't want to hear any more about peppers. I think we've heard enough about them. Honestly.
Be smart. Don't prep. No problem. Hello, you're on the air.
Nobody was standing in the corner.
Hello, you're on the air. Hello? Hello, you're on the air.
Hey, I wanted to let everybody know about lemonparty.org. It's a creative solution to the refugee problem.
All right. All right, listen. Whoa, wait. Are you still there?
I'm still here.
All right. I'm out of time. We're really out of time. So say, for all the time zones out there, good night, world.
For all the time zones out there, good night, world.
That's the way to do it.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's time zones. Each and every single one of them covered like a blanket by this program, Midnight in the Desert, worldwide. Great to be here with you. 2 rules on our program. That's all we have, 2 rules. No bad language, and only 1 call per show. That said, let's look at a little news. We're going to talk about time travel tonight with Professor Ronald Mallett. It is my favorite topic, as you know. I love time travel. I really love time travel. The whole concept of it, I would love to travel in time myself. I'd love that. I've followed it. I think I've read everything and seen every movie that one could see about time travel. And it is intense. Let me first give you something you can go and see at artbell.com because it's just breaking news from Peru. A Peru teen has been rushed to the hospital screaming for the devil after becoming possessed. A Peruvian teenager has claimed that she became possessed by the devil after playing with a Ouija board using a mobile phone app. Patricia Cuspi from Chosica, that's in the Lima province of Peru, ended up possessed by the devil's spirits after using a mobile phone version of the board game. Now, I'm inviting you to artbell.com not just to read this with me, but to see the video of this young lady possessed. Shocking footage filmed at the local hospital shows this young lady thrashing and convulsing while screaming for her mother and shouting out at the devil, "Let her go." Friends of the teenagers say they have downloaded the app over the weekend for, a bit of fun and had joked around about trying to communicate with the spirit world. Upon returning home, her parents noticed that she seemed unwell and eventually called an ambulance when she began convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Thinking that their daughter may have eaten something or taken a drug that would cause an allergic reaction, they, of course, contacted her friends who told them about the Ouija board. In the video from the hospital that you can see at artbell.com, medical staff can be seen trying to restrain the young lady, who is convulsing violently and struggling as she shouts 666, followed by "Let me go, let me go." In another segment, she can be heard shouting, "Please give me my phone." And "Mom, these doctors don't know what they're doing. Take me home." Ouija boards. Told you about Ouija boards, didn't I? All right, looking at the news briefly, the mother of a gunman who killed 9 people and then himself at an Oregon community college allowed her troubled son to have guns. Acknowledged in online posts that he struggled with autism, but she didn't know he was potentially violent. Well, you don't always know that somebody is potentially violent, right? The top U.S. commander in Afghanistan is saying that he's recommending that President Obama change his mind and keep more than 1,000 U.S. troops in the country beyond 2016, just now days after a deadly U.S. airstrike mistakenly struck a hospital, Doctors Without Borders hospital, in fact, during fierce fighting in the north. The Doctors Without Borders people are calling it a war crime. I think the Pentagon is choosing other wording. And this from the anomalous.com that has got to be listening to the show. Hello, guys. Nick Redfern discusses Dr. Jacobs' new book, Walking Among Us, The Alien Plan to Control Humanity. A tale not of abductions, but about how abductees are allegedly being used to assist alien-human hybrids whose role it is to infiltrate human society. So, we read stories about abductees assisting the hybrids in the real world, driving them about, feeding them, teaching them how to dress and blend in, at baseball games, Kmart, and the pizza parlor. It's a scenario that Jacobs himself admits leads to a ridiculous conclusion, but in part 2 of his overview of the book, Redfern points out the similarities between these hybrids and Men in Black, which Redfern has studied extensively. Both, says Redfern, have a fascination for pens, are odd around food, and often look sickly. Redfern has a good point. So obviously, other people are putting together the very interesting coincidences between Dr. Jacobs and what he's saying and Nick Redfern. I sure did. Ding, 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 all the way, right? One more thing. The Russians are helping us to death in Syria. What the Russians are actually hitting with their airstrikes are our CIA-trained anti-Assad rebels. So the fireworks fall all over Syria. And as I mentioned, they're helping us to death. They were supposed to go in there and kill some ISIS characters for us. And they didn't do that. Well, as I mentioned, it is my favorite topic of all time. So coming up, Professor Ronald L. Mallett received his BS, MS, and PhD in physics from Penn State University. He worked for United Technologies from 1973 to 5, and in 75 joined the physics faculty at the University of Connecticut in Stores, where he is currently a research professor of physics. Professor Mallett has published numerous papers on black holes and cosmology in professional journals. His breakthrough research on time travel has been featured extensively in media around the world, and his published memoir, Time Traveler, has been translated into several languages. Award-winning filmmaker Spike Lee has written a script for a feature film of the memoir. So coming up in a moment, Professor Ronald Mallett and time travel. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert.
Don't bother asking for information. Look down, you that you can. The air of the car.
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL ART. You know, everybody in their lifetime should take a moment out from the United States, if that's where you are, or Canada, and actually go to a country where they turn back time. Now, you know, they don't really turn back time, but when you get there, you feel as though it has been turned back. And so if you get the opportunity to go to a third world country, you know, somewhere friendly, for me it was the Philippines. When you get there, it clearly feels like time has been turned back. Now, of course, that is beginning to change. And Asia, the entire Asian continent, is beginning to catch up with the rest of the world. So it's not quite as it was, but you still get that feeling that you're back in time. And time is what we're going to talk about tonight with Professor Ronald Mallett. Welcome to Midnight in the Desert, Professor.
Well, thank you very much, Art.
Great to have you, and I understand you're back in Connecticut.
That's correct.
And 3 hours ahead in time.
That's exactly right. It's 12:15 for me right now.
Actually, 12:13 and 13 seconds, Professor. You said you had a lot of clocks around you.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So it has been so long. When did we talk last?
It was quite a while ago.
You were still like a teenager, right?
Not quite, but I had done my research, but it was quite a while ago. I mean, my breakthrough happened at the turn of the century, and I think that it was just not long after that you had interviewed me.
Right. All right. So let us begin at the beginning, because so many who are listening now will not have heard you. It's obviously important to ask you why you decided to get even involved with, I mean, here you are, a theoretical physicist, beginning to actually toy with the mechanics of time travel. Why did you decide to become involved in time travel research?
Well, it has to do with my father. He was the center of my life, and he was bigger than life. He was a television repairman in the Bronx. I was the oldest of 4 children, and my father had served in the Second World War. He was a battlefield medic, and he used the GI Bill to go to a 2-year technical school after he got out of the service. And he was very good, I mean, at his job. In fact, he was so good that he actually repaired television sets for people who were celebrities in New York at the time, like Walter Matthau. I actually have an autographed picture of Walter Matthau thanking my father for fixing his television set. And thing is that even though he worked very hard, I mean, sometimes 2 jobs, he had a lot of time he loved to read, so of course that I love to read. And the thing is that he looked like he was very robust and healthy, and we didn't really know, at least the children, my mother might have known, but he had a weak heart, and he died of a massive heart attack, and he was only 33 years old.
Oh my, 33. And
Yeah.
you, and at that point, how old were you?
I was 10 years old.
Oh God.
Yeah, and the thing is that prior to that, I had been a rather happy kid and pretty, gregarious. After that, it was like the world was destroyed for me. I mean, for me, it was like the death of Superman. And I went from being a happy kid to actually a very upset, depressed, and lonely kid. And I was just in a fog. I mean, I really didn't care whether I lived or died. And this went on for about a year. I buried myself in my books and science fiction books in particular. And then I came across, when I was 11, I came across the book that changed my life. It was actually a Classics Illustrated version of H.G. Wells' classic, The Time Machine. And when something about just the cover of the Classics Illustrated spoke to me. And when I read the first page of it, it said, scientific people know very well that time is just a kind of space, and we can move forward and backward in time just as we can in space. And when I said that, I thought, oh, this is unbelievable. This means that it might be possible to have a machine, a time machine that could go back into the past. And my imagination immediately took flight. I said, this means that if I had this kind of a machine, I could go back and see my father again.
Yes.
And tell him what was going to happen, maybe change things. And then that was the beginning of an obsession for me. I mean, I even went to the point of my mother had kept the old radio and television parts that my father had. And I looked at there was a picture on this Classics Illustrated of their idea of what a time machine might look like. And it had hoops and everything like that. So I put old bicycle tires and everything together with this stuff. And when I plugged it in, nothing happened, and of course. But the thing is that I was disappointed, but I wasn't discouraged because I remembered that it said that scientific people know very well. So I thought maybe that meant that I had to know something about science, although at that point I didn't know exactly what I would need to know. But that would come just a little bit later on because...
All right. Let me ask you a quick question, particularly with your reference to your father. As I mentioned, I have read just about everything on time travel, as I guess you have, and I've seen all the movies. And the movie that had to have affected you would have been Frequency. I'm sure you saw Frequency, right?
Yeah, as an adult, yes, I of course, and it's one of my favorite movies.
Mine too.
Because it actually speaks to the theme that's the core of my life, and so yeah, that is one of my favorite movies. You're right.
Yeah, I knew it had to be, and even for me, the ham radio part of it was a big connection. But that brought my wife to tears. That was a very, very, very touching movie.
Oh, it was. It really was. And the thing is that in that case, he didn't have really control of it. I mean, except for the fact that it was communication through, the ham radio set. But the phenomenon that was causing it was, sun distortion. I mean, that was
the premise, yeah. In fact, the opening scene, the Northern Lights were blazing.
Right. And the thing is that for me, one of the things is that, and I think that this is what differentiates a lot of science fiction movies and also science fiction books that made H.G. Wells' work so different, was the fact that he posited a device, a machine. There actually is other early time travel books. One of them is, in fact, part of it was a Connecticut person. It was called Connecticut Yankee and King Arthur's Court, Mark Twain. But there, once again, it was an accidental thing that caused it. And for me, it was the notion of control. And for me, I think that had two different levels involved with it, because death is something that seems like it's out of your control. And a way of actually finding a mechanism that might allow me to manipulate time.
Boy, it sure speaks to me too. And I wonder why so many people are so intrigued by the entire concept of time travel. If I were to answer that, I would say we are locked in this linear, nonstop progression of time, and there seems no release from it, no escape from it. It marches forward, we march with it, and that's that. But people keep imagining being able to go forward, or especially go back in time. So what's all the intrigue? Exactly that we're locked up?
No, I think all the intrigue has to do with the fact that we long to be able to go back to, and I mean, who of us has not had something that has happened in our lives, either personally or, otherwise, that we would say as a regret. If I could have done this, how would this have turned out for me in my life? If I could have prevented this.
Yes.
And so let me give you an example of something that when I had my breakthrough, I started getting letters and communiques from people literally all over the world. And one of them that was one of the most moving to me, which I'll share with you, it came from Germany. And this person, I learned German when I was in college, but I forgot most of it. So the thing is that when I got the package and the letter in it, there were graduate students in the department who were from Germany, and I asked one of them if they would translate it for me. But in the meantime, there were 4 pictures that accompanied the letter. And the thing is that the pictures told a story. In the first picture, it showed a middle-aged couple with a very attractive young woman in the picture. And then in the second picture, the young woman is in sort of a cute modeling type of poses.
Right.
And then in the third picture, there's a mangled car. And in the fourth picture, she's in a coffin.
Mm-hmm.
And I brought tears to my eyes immediately. I mean, I had never seen anything like that. And the thing is that, so even before I got the letter, I knew what the story was going on here. And then when I got the letter back from the student, sure enough, the letter was from the father of this young woman. And he was asking me if he had heard about my work and if it was possible to send a message back to his daughter to warn her, or to warn them, to warn her about what was going to happen, to try to save her life.
Of course.
And I was heartbreaking, and I had to tell them that my research is just ongoing, and that wasn't possible. But nevertheless, it shows the core of one of the things. I mean, this is a very graphic way. I mean, I've gotten emails from people who have had a loved one murdered, and they would like to go back and prevent that.
Sure.
Or they themselves have been in prison, and they would like to go back and warn themselves about that. So I think it has to do with this very, very primal thing of wanting to try to adjust our life, and we do speculate that. What if I had met this person rather than that person? Just idle things like that. Or on a more global level, people would have liked to actually see Lincoln give the Gettysburg Address. Or that's one thing I would like to. Or I love classical music. I would love to hear and see Chopin actually performing. So I think that it's that. I think it's not. I mean, you might say that the longing is there first, and then we realize we're imprisoned, rather than the other way around. So I think that's the thing. And also, then even when it comes to the future, I mean, who of us hasn't wondered? We think of all the marvels that we have now, wondering about the future when we might even have things like a cure for cancer, a cure for AIDS, a cure. What's going to happen? And to see also the possibility of changing things if we could know the future and sending information back to us. Sometimes people have asked me, well, what would you have a time machine for? I mean, obviously, one of the things is my father, but I said just in a more general sense. Suppose we had an early warning device. A time machine is an early warning device. Imagine if we could send information back to us to warn ourselves catastrophes,
Sure.
hurricanes and tsunamis and earthquakes, thousands of lives that we could save. So I think that that's the intriguing thing about time travel.
All right, let's discuss a couple of other aspects of it, and those are all really positive. And by the way, if I had my druthers, I've always said this, I would go back and observe the life of Christ. I would observe the miracles that are said to have been done by Christ, so I could really know, because as you pointed out, death is not under our control. What comes after might well be determined about the truth of what happened then.
Absolutely. No, that seeing Christ is one of the things that I would have loved to do. And you know, we'll come to that later about this notion of what, you know, what the things that would be so exciting to see and whether it's going to be possible. But yes, seeing Christ in that time would be absolutely a wonderful thing to be able to do.
Have you contemplated this, Professor? And that is, you mentioned going to the future. It would be wonderful. Yes, you might bring back a cure for cancer, and you might bring back information about what stocks are going to be hot. And in that regard, you would disrupt the entire economic everything.
That's potential. I mean, the thing is that time travel is a much more complex thing than we think about. I mean, in other words, the thing that you're talking about actually has a parallel in what's called the so-called grandfather paradox, which is that we travel back in time and do something that could dramatically alter the future and alter our own lives.
You've thought about this, right?
I've thought about this a lot. You know?
Right. What I gave you was sort of an opposite paradox, but it would still be disruptive incredibly to society and to economics. But maybe there'd be rules. Maybe there'd be time travel rules, Professor.
Well, I don't know about rules, but the thing is that the reason why I said potentially is because travel to the past leads to possible paradoxes, and it may not be so simple as just simply bringing back information. There might be all sorts of things that happen to the time stream that, in fact, even though you bring it back, you're not bringing it back into this dimension. I mean, that's a whole different thing. I mean, I don't know whether you want to get into that.
Well, I mean, let's take an example. Let's say you did have the ability to travel in time, and you went back and you had your dad go and see a heart specialist, and the heart attack he was going to have would be prevented. Then you would be changing something in this time stream, without a doubt. Your dad would be living on. It would be a very, very different situation indeed. Professor, we're at a break point, so relax. We'll come back. We've got so much territory to cover. Professor Ronald Mallett, a professor of theoretical physicist, professor of theoretical physics, how about that, is my guest. And God, I love this topic. I really do. We'll be back.
You don't laugh, 'cause you know me. I'm in you, you're in me. And when you get hurt by the little things I say, I can put that smile back on your face.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you, but remember, the NSA. Well, you know, to call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Professor Ronald Mallett is my guest. He is indeed a professor, and that's an interesting question in itself. I mean, here he is teaching physics to college students and talking about time travel. And I wonder, Professor, how that works out for you from a professional point of view. In other words, I take it you're tenured, so probably that part's okay, but I would think there would be some critical comments that come your way every now and then from colleagues.
Well, yeah, Art. I mean, the thing is that when I had decided way back when I was 11 that I wanted to build a time machine, even at that early age, I knew people were already concerned about me, and so I already was astute enough to realize that I probably shouldn't share the fact that I wanted to build a time machine because that might not lead to consequences that I wanted to have, and so I kept it to myself. And I pretty much did that throughout my whole career because it was my secret project. The thing is that what I realized is that even in college, that I was going to have to do something that was going to relate to it, but not be obvious. And that's where Einstein's work in the theory of black holes came in. And if you look at all of my publications, after I started as faculty member at the University of Connecticut. They're on cosmology and black holes and, topics like that. None of them has to do with time travel. And however, Einstein's work, which we'll go into more detail later, but the thing is that it was key to understanding time. So I could understand things like black holes and write papers about it, and that would still allow me to study time. So that's what I built my career on. If I had come to during my interview with UConn, if I had said, well, I'm interested in building a time machine, we wouldn't be having this conversation here. So that's something that I just didn't do. And it wasn't until actually at the turn of the century that I had my breakthrough. And by that time, I was a tenured full professor. And I like to use a really terrible analogy, but being a tenured full professor is very roughly equivalent to being like a made man in the mafia.
They're probably not going to be wild about you using that analogy, but yes, okay.
You're practically bulletproof. And the thing is that by that time, when I made my breakthrough, I didn't have to fear anymore, so I was able to come out of the time travel closet without fear. But once again, since my work was rooted in Einstein's theories of relativity, that provided a sound foundation. So when I published my papers, and I should mention that the papers for physicists, when people don't realize sometimes how the publication process goes in the sciences, but when you submit a paper for publication, it doesn't just automatically get published. It goes to an anonymous referee. And they're anonymous for a reason, because they can be critical without any comeback.
Sure.
And the thing is that the referee judges whether or not it's scientifically sound, mathematically sound, and it can be accepted or rejected. And the thing is that I've had, fortunately for me, many more papers accepted than rejected, but I have had, both things, and that keeps the science at a high level, as a matter of fact. So I knew that when I was writing these papers, the later papers, that they were going to have to be scientifically and mathematically sound. So the critics that I have within the community they're not critical of the physics and mathematics of my work. What they're critical about, and I actually agree with them on many of those points, is the technological feasibility of achieving what I want, which is a different statement from whether or not it's mathematically and sound as far as the physics.
All right. May I, for 1 second, divert your attention? We'll come right back here. But since you're a theoretical physicist and we haven't talked in all this time, we now have this spooky action at a distance, I believe Einstein called it, quantum entanglement, which is fascinating, impossible stuff. And presumably throughout any distance you would care to name, these things flip and flop together once they've become entangled. Now, there's kind of a new twist in the entanglement world, if you've done the reading, and I'm certain you have. It's called a quantum twisting, in which they find that instead of a full flip or a flop, there can be a kind of a partial one with a twist. And the twist in this is that they think that it might be the key to communication at faster than light, in fact, instantaneous communication. So I wonder if you have any comment on all of that, or maybe you can help me understand quantum entanglement's abilities in the first place. I ask everybody, so if you can't, you can't.
Oh, no. I mean, the thing is that it was actually known at the beginning of quantum mechanics. I mean, it's just within the public imagination fairly recently, but it was actually known way back. I mean, when one of the founders of quantum mechanics was a man named Erwin Schrödinger, who came up with a formulation of it back in 1926.
Yes.
And he realized that was an aspect of it. And it's really not so strange as it sounds. I mean, the thing is that in quantum mechanics, systems, if they are created together, they're a unit. And as far as the mathematics of quantum mechanics is concerned, even when you separate them at a spatial distance, they're still entangled because they were a unit. Okay, that's the important point. It's just not arbitrary, but they had to have been a single unit to begin with. So that's actually, and that's used in some small ways in a lot of electronic devices. But the thing is that it's become much more well known because of the fact that it seems to imply, and one has to be careful. We haven't had communication with it yet.
I know.
Implication, but it is not the same thing. And when it comes to relativity never said that things can't be faster than the speed of light. What it said is that you can't send information, okay, faster than the speed of light, which is a different thing. And because the universe itself actually can expand faster than the speed of light. That's something that people aren't aware. So, but once again, that hasn't been done in a controlled way. It'll be fascinating if it is, but that's, as I said, it's part of quantum mechanics.
Well, entanglement up until now, and what we knew about it, wouldn't allow communication. But with this new quantum twisting they're talking about, they have hopes that might allow communication, which would be really, really, really intriguing. I don't know if any of this has and or bears on your work in any way, and perhaps not. I just wanted to ask you about it, that's all, and get your comments.
Sure. No, not directly. It doesn't affect my work. My work is actually based on manipulating space and time in a different way. And in fact, the thing that you're talking about actually is not of Einstein's general theory.
Right.
It's just part of what is the basis of my work.
It seemed to just sort of annoy Einstein, and so that he called it spooky action distance. Anyway, back to...
Well, I should mention the reason why is because the very foundation of the special theory of relativity was to, in a sense, deal with signals that could seem to be going faster than the speed of light. I mean, you have to realize that the foundation of Einstein's general theory of relativity, it was to solve a problem that was in Newton's theory of gravity. In Newton's theory of gravity, it had predicted, and this was, over 300 years ago, that gravity could travel faster than the speed of light. And Einstein developed a general theory of relativity in order to take care of that particular problem. In other words, to make sure that gravity was consistent with the theory of relativity. So this notion of instantaneous action at a distance was actually in physics many, many, many years ago. It's just that quantum mechanics brings it up in a different form, but it actually has been part of the root of other aspects of physics for a very long time.
Okay, let's go back to what you're doing, and you're working with light, and I think you're working with lasers, and I believe that you are building a time machine. Now that's getting way ahead, but I want to let people know that you're not just toying around with ideas, you're building hardware, right?
Well, I should say that we would like to build hardware. I mean, as you pointed out, I'm a theoretical physicist. I mean, it's really important to distinguish between theoretical and experimental. Of all the various sciences, there is a precise division of labor in physics. Chemists and biologists pretty much go back and forth, but in physics, it really is there is that precise division. And Einstein, for example, was a theoretical physicist, and he came up with the notion of E equals mc squared. What people don't realize is that when Einstein developed that equation, neither he nor anyone else knew. It implied that if you have a small bit of matter, you could create an enormous amount of energy. The question was, technologically, is this possible? And even Einstein wasn't sure whether it would be, technologically possible to do that, even though the equation says that this is a possibility.
Once he figured that out, Professor, do you think that he's sorry that he didn't bury it?
No, not really. I mean, it's much more complex than that. It wasn't that. You have to remember that when he wrote the famous letter to Roosevelt, he very much felt that the German scientists were on the verge of developing an atomic weapon. And for him, he would have had no problem whatsoever with it having been dropped on, the Nazis, in Germany at the time. He just wouldn't have. That's important to keep in mind. When he found out that their project wasn't working, and that when the bomb was dropped on Japan, that's when he felt a bitterness about it.
Yes.
It wasn't about the use of the bomb per se. It was just the target of it. And that is something that caused him a considerable amount of angst.
All right. Professor, just straight out question. Do you believe that time travel is truly possible? Not at this instant, perhaps, but ultimately?
Well, not only do I believe it, but time travel to the future has already been done. I mean, you have to realize that Einstein developed two theories. One was the special theory of relativity, which he developed in 1905. And that theory says that time for a moving clock slows down. The faster you have a clock move, the more time slows down. Now, when I'm talking about a clock, I'm not just talking about a mechanical mechanism. Your heart is a clock.
Yes.
And that would mean that if you were traveling fast enough, your heart rate would slow down. Now, it's important to realize that this doesn't mean that you would feel it. You would not notice it, no matter how fast you were traveling. It's just like when you're in your car. No matter how fast you're going, you don't feel like you're traveling at a high speed. But someone who's watching you sees you zip by. And it's the same thing here. If you're traveling close to the speed of light, they would actually see your heart rate slow down so noticeably that you would not be aging as much as others. And that would mean that if you were traveling fast enough, that you could arrive in the future, maybe only being a few hours older, whereas decades could have been passed for everyone else. Now, that actually is a precise prediction of Einstein's theory. The technical name for it is time dilation. Now, what is important to realize is that this has been verified not only on the subatomic level, but even on the large-scale level. There's this device in Switzerland. It's called the Large Hadron Collider.
I think it's at work right now, isn't it?
Well, right now they're staging, they're renovating it to go to turning it back on. But they actually found the particle that they had built the machine for in the first place. And a couple of physicists won a Nobel Prize for it. It's the so-called God particle, which its real name is the Higgs particle. That's what the device was built for.
I think now they're actually theorizing something smaller than Higgs, right?
Well, there has been a long time that people have been talking about other particles. There's been this notion of there's two different types of theories. One of them is called supersymmetric theories, in which they say that there are other groups of subatomic particles that are sort of counterparts of the particles that we already know. And then there's superstring theories, which say that they're trying to explore and say that all of our particles are actually vibrations of these strings in many, many dimensions.
Yes, indeed. Professor, may I ask you something? And it concerns CERN. So just to put everybody's mind at rest, or perhaps not, there are people who theorize that at CERN they may create a black hole. Now, I've heard it said that that black hole would be very minor and would blink out very quickly. Would you say that you're 100% certain that if that black hole is created, there would be no adverse worldwide possible effect?
Yeah. One of the things that's important to realize is that when that sort of thing came out, it was part of the hype to get people interested in the Large Hadron Collider.
Yes.
Seriously. Because the thing is that people were wondering, what is this thing for and how long it's taking, 10 years to build this thing. And it's costing, billions of dollars to do it. And to try to keep people's interest in it, they were talking about the finite probability, I should say, of black holes being created. Now, you have to realize that this is another aspect of quantum mechanics. And the probability of that was so low that, and let me give you an example of a probability that it's similar to. When the atomic scientists of the Manhattan Project were getting ready to set the bomb off, they actually did some calculations, and there was a finite probability, that our atmosphere has hydrogen in it, that the fission bomb would cause a fusion of the hydrogen in the atmosphere and turn our entire planet into one gigantic hydrogen bomb.
Yes.
That was actually a serious calculation. But the probability, when people talk about probabilities, that is a really, really tricky thing. Because it's like the probability, and there is a probability that the room that you're in right now, all of the molecules in the air will end up on the other side of that room, and you will find yourself in a vacuum. And it is a finite probability, but it's so low that it's greater than the age of the universe. So when people talk about probabilities, one has to be careful, and that's so in the case of these black holes that might have formed. The probability of them was just, it's there.
All right, let me rephrase it. Is there a bigger chance that CERN will do something that could affect the whole world, then a bigger chance of that than there is of the air leaving half my room?
Pretty much the same.
Really? Well, okay.
Yeah, really, the thing is that there's a probability, when you calculate, and it depends on what it is that you're talking about the probability of. Something strange could happen, but the probability of it is so low that they're not even thinking about it, really. What they're hoping is that when they get the experiments, seriously going again, that they might see evidence for these strings or these, counterpart particles, these supersymmetric particles. That's what they're really, interested in, and they're hoping that they'll be able to get the money and continue to have the money. It costs about $1 billion a year to keep running that thing.
Oh, yes. Well, when scientists have a choice to either push a button or not push a button.
Right.
I tell you what, we've got a real quick break to do, so hold on, Professor. I'm getting so wrapped up in what I'm doing. We'll be right back.
From the Kingdom of Nye in the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please ring Art's Bell at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Interrupting my own announcement. I'm not saying my music is loud, but I just recently noticed that the water in the bathroom adjacent to me is sending out rings from the center in the sink that are perfectly timed to the bass of the music that I'm running in this room. That tells you how I handle my music here. Now, the other thing is I just about blew a break, and I get so wrapped up in this topic that, that's another effect of time. I mean, so totally wrapped up that everything else goes away. I'm listening to the professor and didn't even think about a break coming up. Fortunately, a little whisper in my ear corrected that. Yet another effect of time. What I was saying, Professor, was scientists create, they think about things, they suppose things, which is what a theoretical physicist does, and then other people build things. And then once built, even though there is a possibility of perhaps something going wrong, I don't know, the atmosphere igniting, whatever, they do end up pushing the button. And while that generally works out well, there may come a day when it may not work out as well. You would concede that.
Well, yes, but that's what can happen when you get in your car.
Oh, sure.
I mean, the thing that you have to realize is that, anytime we're dealing with, the mechanics of nature, something can potentially go wrong. I mean, we've seen that with space flight at NASA.
Oh, yes.
So it's the question is that what is the likelihood? And, when you get in your car, you think that it's pretty much going to go, but it's actually, it's much more likely that something's going to go wrong with your car than something's going to go wrong in the Large Hadron Collider. That's the real science of it, because the precautions that they take as far as safety precautions are concerned. But now you're talking about, phenomena that unexpected phenomena that can occur.
That's right.
That's something else again, because we're being bombarded by cosmic rays. And these cosmic rays, some of them have energies that are absolutely incredible. And they could be raining down things that we don't even see in particle accelerators yet. So they could be causing strange phenomena that we don't even quite understand yet because of that. So it's these machines allow us to have so much more control of what it is that we're dealing with. And but what's happening out in nature is something else again. And that's one of the things that makes science the exciting thing that it is.
Listen, I'm on your side. I'm a button pusher. I'm just sort of thinking ahead here that one day, as we push limits, we could get an unintended consequence. That's all.
Oh, that's very, very possible, but that's always so. I mean, you have to remember there was a time before radio and television.
No, not before radio. I said, no, not before radio.
Oh, right. And the thing is that it's already has unintended consequences. I mean, this is part of the way in which when we try to control nature, that this is part of what happens, but it doesn't mean that we stop exploring.
That's right. I consider many things on television to be unintended consequences. Reality TV. There's.
I have to agree with you about that.
All right. Look, I would like to get to your breakthrough. You had a breakthrough. What exactly was it?
Well, the thing is that in order to talk about the breakthrough, I have to back up.
Okay.
And go into, what is the foundation of the breakthrough.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, the breakthrough itself won't make a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
And once again, I'll go back to, because you asked me earlier about the possibility of time travel itself, and I was mentioning the special theory of relativity.
Yes.
It says time slows down for a moving clock, and I was mentioning the Large Hadron Collider, and the fact that what we know is that this effect really does happen because subatomic particles, there are some of them that disintegrate after just a fraction of a second, millionth of a second. And you might say that they have an internal clock that says, well, after so much time, boom, they're going to just simply disappear. And what happens is that when we accelerate them in something like the Large Hadron Collider, we can make these particles go close to the speed of light. And what we've been able to find is that we can make them live 20, 30, 40 times longer than they normally would. In effect, what we've done is send rest at the Naval Observatory. The other was put on an ordinary passenger jet and flown around the world. When they brought it back, they found that the atomic clock on the passenger jet had actually slowed down. It had lost time in exactly the way Einstein predicted in the special theory of relativity. This means that this plane actually flew into the future, but by just fractions of a second, because even though it was traveling at the speed of sound, that's very, very slow compared to the speed of light. And when we have planes and rockets, or we have rockets rather, that can go close to the speed of light, and NASA does work on some of these rockets. They have exotic names like ion engines. Then we will eventually have the effect that when astronauts go out in space, if they're traveling close to the speed of light and come back, only a few years may have passed for those astronauts, but they could have arrived, decades into the far future, that travel. And in fact, there was a movie, one of the science fiction movies that's one of my favorites that got it right. It was the original Planet of the Apes with Charlton Heston. They thought they had landed on another planet that was ruled by apes. What had happened is that what they realized later is that they had been traveling so close to the speed of light that they had actually landed back on the Earth in the distant future. But they didn't realize that because things, they thought they were in this weird planet. So that effect is travel to the future, and we actually have already been able to do that. As I said, on a human scale, it's going to be a while till we can do it, but we can do it. Time travel to the past that I was interested in, and you can't do that from the special theory of relativity. So once again, the special theory of relativity says that time for a moving clock slows down, and that allows for time travel into the future, which we already have achieved, just not on a dramatic scale. Now, time travel into the past, how does that happen? Well, Einstein's general theory of relativity does not have to do with speed. What Einstein's general theory of relativity says is that time is affected by gravity. And that's a part of the key of my work, because what Einstein meant by that was that the stronger gravity is, the more time slows down. That means a clock here at the surface of the Earth, where gravity is stronger, is actually ticking slower than a clock at high altitude. And that's important to realize that. And we actually know that effect is real. As a matter of fact, our GPS system works because of Einstein's theory of
All right,
gravity.
if I'm following what you're saying, would that suggest that with enough gravity, you could slow time dramatically and essentially go into the past?
No, into the future. Because you're still just slowing, right? You're just slowing time down, okay? It's the effect of slowing time down is what allows you to go into the future.
Okay, then does not get you in the past.
No, but the point is that what it says is that you can actually, in this, I don't have enough time to go into it, but what this is associated with is the fact that in Einstein's theory, gravity, the force that we call gravity, is actually not a force at all. It's actually a bending of empty space. The sun, for example, bends the empty space around it. The analogy I like to use is if you think of space as being like a rubber sheet, like a small trampoline, and if you put a bowling ball on it, you can get the rubber sheet to bend.
Okay.
If you take a marble, and you can actually put the marble in, it will go towards the bowling ball. But if you make the rubber sheet transparent, it would appear to you as though somehow the bowling ball is pulling directly on the marble, but it's not. That's actually rubber sheet. And that's what Einstein said that gravity is. The sun is actually bending the empty space around it, and the Earth is just moving in that. In fact, you can actually do that with the rubber sheet, with the marble. If you take a marble and sort of give it a sideways motion, it'll actually orbit around the bowling ball like a skater on the roller derby ring. And what the Earth, fortunately for us, when the solar system was formed, the Earth had this sort of a sideways motion. And so it's moving around and around the warp space. Now, in Einstein's theory, space and time are connected to each other. Whatever you do to space happens to time. So this bending of space actually leads to a bending of time. You might say, well, what does that mean? The bending of time shows up to us bending of space and time. But if you can bend space, then you can actually maybe finally twist it. In fact, if you have a rotating star will not just simply bend space, it will actually twist space. And it turns out that if you have an object like a rotating black hole, not only will it bend space and twist space, but it will also twist time. And it's that twisting of time that gives you the possibility of going back into the past, because if you think of time normally as a straight line going from the past, present to the future, which we all are moving along that line, that invisible dragging of us into the future that we were talking about, that if you could twist time into a loop, then you could go from the past, present to the future.
Are you referring to something like a pulsar?
Well, pulsar is not a rotating black hole. Pulsar would cause some twisting of space and time, but not dramatic enough. A rotating black hole is a much, much more dense object, and it would actually cause a twisting of space and time. Pulsar is actually a neutron star, which is a state that's a little bit before you get to a black hole state. So, but we do know that there are rotating black holes out there in space. We just haven't got, even though we can't get to them. But the thing is that if we could, since you have this twisting of time into a loop, and as I said, along this loop, you could go from the past, present to the future, but you've made time into a loop, so you could go from the future back into the past. So Einstein's general theory of relativity allows for the possibility of bending time and twisting time. And it's this twisting of time that's part of the core of my work. And so once again, what I realized in Einstein's theory, Newton's theory, the only thing that can create gravity is matter, okay? And that's it. In Einstein's theory, not only can matter create gravity, but light can create gravity as well. Even though light does not have mass or matter, light has energy, and the energy of light can actually create gravity. And that was the core of my breakthrough, because I realized that in Einstein's theory, since gravity can affect time and light can create gravity, then light can affect time. That was the core of my breakthrough. And what I realized was that I could do something similar to what one has with a rotating black hole by using a device called a ring laser. A ring laser is just simply a device that creates a circulating beam of light. One way of thinking about it is that if you have a series of mirrors that form like a square, and you bounce light off of one mirror and hits the other mirror and the other, and it creates a circulating beam of light. That circulating beam of light can cause a twisting of space. And the analogy that I like to give people to think about that is the fact that think of if you had a cup of coffee in front of you right now.
I do.
Think of the coffee as being like empty space. And think of the spoon as being like the circulating light beam. So what happens when you take the spoon and stir the coffee? The coffee starts swirling around, so it creates a vortex in the coffee. That, what will happen in empty space is the circulating light beam will actually cause empty space to get swirled around. You'll actually be able to create sort of a vortex in empty space. Now, you might say, well, if it's empty space, how do I see it? Well, let's come back to the coffee. If I throw a coffee bean in there, then what will happen is that as I'm stirring the coffee will drag the coffee bean around. So I could see the effect of the spoon stirring the coffee by seeing the coffee dragging the coffee bean around. The thing that plays the role of the coffee bean in the experiment that we're talking about would be a particle called the neutron, which is part of every atom. You put a neutron into the empty space and then turn on the circulating light beam. As the circulating light beam is twisting the space will drag the neutron around, just like the coffee dragged the coffee bean around. So even though you can't see the space itself being dragged around, what you'll be able to see all of a sudden is the neutron will start getting twisted around when you turn on the circulating light beam. So that would tell you that space is actually being twisted. And now we go to the next step, because remember I said that space and time are connected in Einstein's theory.
Yes.
So if you cause this twisting in space to become strong enough, then the straight line of time going from the past, present to the future will actually get twisted into a loop, so that you'll be able to travel from the past, present to the future. But once again, you've twisted time into a loop, so you can go from the future back into the past.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my idea, and that's my work. Now, of course, everything that I described to you has been in words. I should mention that for physicists, that is not even remotely enough. What you have to do whenever you have these things, when physicists say that they have a theoretical model, people sometimes think that that means, something that they're talking about verbally. It's not that at all. What I had to do was to solve Einstein's gravitational field equations and for a circulating beam of light. And then what I found was mathematical result that showed that space and time could be twisted. So that is what I actually had to submit as far as the paper was, a mathematical model. I have to emphasize that because once again, I have people saying, "Oh, gee, that's something that you could have thought of." Well, once it's out there, then yeah, it seems clear. But you have to actually develop a mathematical model to actually show this in order for it to mean something physicists.
I understand. Have you worked on any practical application that would demonstrate the theory?
Well, the practical application was showing that you could twist space. That's a possibility. That could be a new type of space propulsion, for example. Imagine if you could use light to manipulate space, then you can manipulate objects in space, and that might lead to a whole new type of space travel. So that's one of the things that we've been thinking about. But the main thing is to actually do the experiments itself. And once again, this is where the public gets a lot of their ideas about these things from science fiction movies. One of my favorite movies is Back to the Future. In real science, and once again, we were talking about the Large Hadron Collider, the prediction of that was the Higgs particle was over 40 years ago, and it took 10 years to build this Large Hadron Collider at a cost of $10 billion, and all of that was just to smash particles together to see if they would give you this Higgs particle. I mean, that sounds simple, that you smash particles together and if they get enough energy, that it might create this Higgs particle.
Actually, Professor, I've heard that even though they claim to have found the Higgs particle, they haven't actually seen it. In other words, it had to be identified by its absence in a littered group of particles. I mean, that's not a good explanation, but that's what I read.
Oh, no. The thing is that many experiments, you're not seeing the particle directly. What you're seeing is the decay products.
Where it was.
Right. I mean, you're seeing things. What's done is the prediction is that this particle will actually disintegrate and give you other things. And so you don't have to see the particle directly.
Right.
What you have to see is those other things, and that's just the same thing as seeing it. So that's just part of the normal process of it. But in any case, this thing costs $10 billion, and just for the funding that we're looking at for just the feasibility study, and the feasibility study wouldn't be the show time travel. What it would be is the first show that you could use circulating light to twist space, which is a whole new effect in itself, which, as I said, could lead to a possibility of a new type of space propulsion. But just the feasibility study for that, and by that means computer modeling, looking at laser arrays. And I should mention that I have an experimental partner. He's a laser physicist. He's not a specialist in physics, but he's a laser physicist. His name is Chandra Chowdhury.
Yes.
And he's a research professor at UConn. And he became interested in my work and in experimentally verifying my work. But just to do the feasibility study is going to cost $250,000. And that may sound like a lot, but it's actually, minor when it comes to scientific experiments. And what we're looking at is trying to get the funding just to do that. And what happens is that people are dismayed because they think that, well, this is going to lead immediately to a time machine. It's not. That's not the way real science happens.
Well, that
would not dismay me. I would be very excited about that. I would love to see that happen. And I should add that since we're talking dollars here, yes, $1 billion is a lot of money. But I just read an article indicating the United States plans to spend $1 trillion on updating our nuclear arms. So it's all relative, if you'll excuse.
Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, so the thing is that, but that's the stage that we're in right now, is trying to get the funding for showing that the feasibility study for showing that circulating light will cause a twisting of space. If we see that, then this will allow us to go and do the experiment itself, and that experiment will probably cost many millions of dollars more, but we won't know how much more until we do the feasibility study. Then, if the experiments show that we can twist space by using light, then the input from that we would use to see what would be necessary to cause the twisting of time. And that is going to be cause even more millions of dollars, and that's down the line. So we're talking about something that's going to happen over a long period of time, and this is the way in which science progresses. And that's okay. I mean, the thing is that even with planes, with flight, one of the things I've always been surprised about is that most of the documentaries that I've seen about the Wright brothers, you know, they do a good job of talking about their background and everything as bicycle mechanics, and then they talk about, you know, flying the plane at Kitty Hawk. I've only seen one documentary that mentions in detail the fact that these two brothers actually did science and engineering things prior to that. What they did was build a small wind tunnel to look at wing configurations. That's very practical engineering. That's what they did in order to get the correct, you know, flight characteristics necessary. And what I'm doing is to sort of like the wind tunnel stage. What I'm trying to get the funding for is to show the twisting of space is like doing that. And then from that will allow us to see what it is that we need for the twisting of time. So the theory is there, and and as I said, I actually have a partner, experimental partner, that's interested in it. And I'm trying to get people who are experts in neutrons to become interested in that part of it, because that, as I said, has applications that are independent of time travel, just simply a new prediction about how circulating light can cause a twisting of space.
Yes, Professor, if you were able to do that, would it be easier to attempt to send information through before anything else?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the only thing we're interested in. I mean, I'm not interested at all in sending people through time. And,
why not?
Well, number one, it doesn't serve any purpose, and it's actually, you know, we call ourselves the information age. You know, sending a person back is like, you know, that sounds romantic, but sending information back is vastly more important than sending a person back. I mean, sending a person back as I said, that's fun for us. But being able to send information back, and we were talking about that earlier, is about warning or sending information back about cures and things like that. I mean, this is actually much more important. Eventually, it would be nice to send people back, but the amount of energy that would be required for that would require the total capability and collaboration. I mean, you know, CERN is an international collaboration.
Yes.
It would require something like a super CERN type of thing. I mean, it would require the output, the financial cooperation of all the major world governments. And once again, that answers that's because of the fact of the energies that we're talking about.
Yes.
You know, if you're sending information, that's not much energy. If you're talking
I was just contemplating the cooperation of all the world's governments.
Oh yeah, that's
right on the chuckle.
But still, all you have to do is think about the CERN. CERN is the cooperation between the United. It's you know, Switzerland, Germany, you know, France, in the United States. You know, so it is possible if they feel like they want to do it.
Okay, Professor, just for fun, let us imagine that you get the twisting you want, that you can pass information into the past, and that you decide to pass, just as an example, information on how to cure a disease that we now know how to cure, thereby saving the lives of millions of people in the past. Right. Now, not one act could have paradox implications that are staggering to even think about.
Well, that's the reason why I said that time travel to the past is a much more complicated and subtle thing than time travel to the future. There are no paradoxes with time travel to the future. But when you're talking about time travel to the past, it brings up the specter of what we call the grandfather paradox, which has very, very many forms. But the most basic of it is if you go back to prevent your grandparents from meeting each other, then they don't have your parents. And if they don't have your parents, then your parents don't have you. So how do you go back and change the past? I mean, that's but all of these other things you're talking about have that aspect to it. And you have to realize that, once again, quantum mechanics has led to a possible resolution of this notion of the paradox. You know, what we've been talking about mainly, except when we were talking about entanglement, has been relativity. Quantum mechanics, there's two pillars of modern physics. One is relativity, the other is quantum mechanics. And when you bring quantum mechanics into the mix, you actually have a whole different thing happening. And let me clarify that. Back in 1957, there was a physicist at Princeton named Everett III, and he was looking at what happens if you apply quantum mechanics to the universe as a whole rather than just to simple systems. And when he developed the mathematical theory behind that, he found that it led to a rather startling conclusion, and that is to say that whatever outcome can happen, that outcome and its opposite or adjacent would happen. For example, if I'm talking about, and I'll use a simple scale, a large scale analogy.
I'm sorry, Professor, before you get into that, we're right up against a break, so hold that thought. We'll come back to it following the break. Grab some coffee. I know in Connecticut it's getting really late. Professor Ronald Mallett is my guest. Time travel is the subject. Midnight in the Desert is the show. I'm Art Bell.
Coming to you at the speed of light in the darkness, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. And Professor Ronald Mallett is my guest. And I'm going to make a leap here and give it a try. Let us assume for a moment that what this theoretical physicist that we have on the line says is going to come to pass. In other words, you're correct, Professor Mallett. And is it irrational to then sit here and think, well, okay, if what the man is saying is correct, and he did agree that sending information back might be the first and most logical practical application of something like that, that we, as you pointed out, live very much in a information age now, Professor, so shouldn't we be on the lookout? Because, I mean, if time travel becomes possible in reverse, and we're inundated with so much information now, that isn't it possible that on somebody's, I don't know, iPhone, there could suddenly pop what would seem to be a indecipherable message, perhaps indecipherable if it comes from far enough in the future. In other words, what I'm saying is, if this is going to be eventually made into a practical application, shouldn't we be looking for messages from the future?
Well, yes, but not quite the way in which you think, and not possibly, we have to be concerned. Because
I'm not concerned, I'm just wondering.
Oh, no, but the reason why I'm saying concerned is, and you'll see what I mean by that. Remember what I was saying about the grandfather paradox?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what I was mentioning was this physicist, Everett III, who was applying quantum mechanics to the universe as a whole. And what he found was that essentially different decisions, possible outcomes, are all played universe that has chosen the fish sandwich. They're both real and they're in separate universes, and they both don't know anything about the other. And this notion doesn't have to do with just human beings. In other words, if an electron has a possibility of going to path A or path B, at the moment that it has that, it can actually go to both. It goes to path A in one universe and path B in the other universe. So this notion of, it was originally called many world theory, but now it's more popularly called parallel universe theory. But it's a very important and possible process that quantum mechanics opens up. Now, when Everett was looking at this, he was just looking at this as a possibility that was consistent with quantum mechanics. It turned out that many years later, it was a physicist in Oxford, his name was David Deutsch, and David Deutsch decided to apply this to mathematically to see what would happen when it was applied to time travel. And what he found was that what it predicted is that suppose you went back into time, and the moment that you arrived in the past, there would be a split of the universe into separate universes. There would be a universe that you would arrive in that universe that you arrive in, that parallel universe, you could do something like preventing your grandparents from meeting each other, and they don't have your parents and so on. You would just find yourself in a strange universe that you were never born into. However, remember I said there was a split. The other universe you don't arrive in, and that universe leads to the outcome that we know has happened. So the upshot of this is the fact that you can travel back to the past, but the past that you travel back to is not the past that you came from.
So if you change it, it will have no effect on the current one.
Right. So that means that if you went back into the past to send information, or you went back there with information about the stock market, for example, yes, in that parallel universe, you could become a millionaire. But in the original universe that you came from, they wouldn't even know. They would just simply say, oh, hey, Art disappeared, and we've never seen him again.
So in this way, you avoid the paradox problem.
That's exactly right. And that's one of the things that physicists believe is a real possibility, is this notion of parallel universe, and that quantum mechanics has to be taken into account. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect that Stephen Hawking has considered is what he calls the chronology protection hypothesis. And I emphasize that word hypothesis because it's not a proof, it's not a theorem, it's just his conjecture. And what he feels is that when you try to travel back into the past, nature itself will conspire in ways to prevent you from changing the past. In fact, he is, this conjecture of his, he's actually said it makes the world safe for historians. And that's actually another possibility.
Yes.
So, but once again, that's just a conjecture. So you have that out there. So that's why I said it's not as simple as it sounds. Now, and then getting back to this notion of information, getting that information, number one, you have to realize that when you're sending information back to the past, you have to send it back in a certain form in which you have a device that will translate that. To give you a simple example, people have asked me, well, how would you send information back?
Right.
Well, one of the ways that I have, and this is based on solid physics, is the neutron spins like a little top, like the Earth. It spins about an axis, okay? But in the world of quantum mechanics, the neutron can only have two directions of spin. In our world, you can have any orientation of the spin axis, but in the neutron can only spin up or it can spin down. It only has those two possibilities. Now, the thing is that suppose that I assign a 1 to the neutron spin up and I assign a 0 to the neutron spin down. Suppose I did a stream of neutrons in which I have spin up, spin up, spin down, spin up. That's a binary code number. And the thing is that so by using the spins of neutrons, one can actually send information. However, that means you have to have a device associated with your machine that can actually translate these things. So the neutrons coming back won't be able to be picked up by an iPhone or anything else unless you have something that decodes the neutron spins.
Okay.
And then,
Okay. All right. So then if that's so, then if the scientists, professor at CERN, one day while looking for Higgs or something smaller, find some of these rapidly vanishing particles actually spell out, hey, you better quit this now, they should pay close attention to that message?
Well, they won't, because they won't know that that's happening. You know, they would actually have to have a neutron receiver.
Yeah.
In other words, it just can't be random subatomic particles.
I was just trying to have fun.
Oh, I see. Okay. I can be very literal.
So can I. So they would not likely receive a message in that manner.
They wouldn't know what they were getting. Yeah. I mean,
Well,
you actually have to have a controlled experiment. I mean, all you have to do is think about telephone. I mean, Alexander Graham Bell had to have a telephone receiver in order to send his telephone message. And we have to have a radio receiver in order to get a radio signal. You actually have to, you can't just get it with anything. You have to know, you have to have a device, excuse me.
no, that's kind of right. Let me try a question very quickly. Just throw it in. Is it possible that parallel universes may be detected by gravity waves?
Not necessarily, because the thing is, you have to remember that parallel universes, by their nature, means that they split off. So you wouldn't know that that there was a parallel universe out there, and in fact, that creates a problem.
Well, you wouldn't know except for the possibility of some gravity waves that would seem to make it when nothing else would.
Well,
Just a
I mean,
thought.
I think that it might explain things. It might explain things that we were wondering about. Why would this happen? In fact, that's what we think that parallel universes do. I think that the theory, when it was originally developed, as I said, it wasn't developed for time travel. It was developed to try to see what happens whenever you apply quantum mechanics to the universe. And what it implies then is that things that we see right now that are strange could be the result of a parallel universe. But the problem is that it's hard to control that. It's an experiment. One of the things that one would, and that's why I said one has to be careful with the messages one does get. So let's just suppose for a moment that we now have things set up that we can receive information from the future.
Okay.
Okay. Here is the paradox and the problem. Now, it's not a paradox, but it's a problem. We get a message, okay, from the future. How do we know that that message is from our universe or parallel universe? Because we don't necessarily know, because the information that we could be getting, since it's from the future, it could be coming from a parallel universe. That means that we may or may not, we might have a new level of uncertainty about whether or not to act on that information. Because if we act on it and it's from our universe, that's fine. But if we act on it and it's from a parallel universe, that might not be fine.
Why not?
Well, because it could actually be counterproductive. It might actually say, it might be from a parallel universe saying, giving us information that, this is going to happen. And it's happening in their universe, but it's not happening in our universe. And so we're taking precautions, or we're making decisions based on information coming from another universe that isn't going to be helpful. In fact, could be catastrophic if we act on it in our universe.
Well, it'd probably be something like, do something about global warming now.
Well, it might be a little bit more subtle, I'd say, and more dangerous, that we're going to be attacked by such and such a country, and that may be so in their universe, but not in our universe. And so we prepare to counterattack that country in this universe, because we think that they're going to attack us in this universe, but they're not.
Well, all right, here's a question for you. Assuming that time travel or time travel for information would become possible, then you would have to imagine it might even be weaponized.
Oh, I mean, that's one of the things that governments would have to deal with. That's why this notion of control of this, every new technology
has to have control. And when we talk about technology, sometimes people don't even think about how that simple that is. For example, let's suppose that you have a butter knife. I mean, I have a butter knife and I use it to spread butter, but that butter knife can also be used to stab someone. The knife itself is technology, and it's technology, it's neutral. It has to do with the intent of the person that has the technology that one has to worry about, and that has to be controlled. That's why we have laws and everything else. And in this particular case, in fact, one of my favorite movies, and it should get much more press, and I recommend it to people, it's called Time Cops with Claude Van Damme.
Oh, yes.
And the thing is that it's a good representation of what will have to happen when time travel comes online, because you actually have this international organization. It was to protect, the time stream, essentially, and you had time enforcement officers and all of that sort of thing. And that's going to be the sort of thing that has to happen. Now, the other aspect is that the technology is going to be so expensive and so, it's going to be, let's think of nuclear power. None of us have our own individual nuclear reactors, and we never will.
I know, I've always wanted one.
Right. And the thing is that when time travel comes online, it's going to be technology of that level. So people aren't going to have their own individual time machines. I mean, that they're going to be able to scoot around in. And it's going to be something that has to be controlled on a government level. So it's going to be a much more dramatic and much more controlled issue when it does happen. And it will happen. I mean, it's potentially going to happen. Whether I'll see it in my lifetime, I'm not sure. But I know that it is possible within the framework of Einstein's theories of relativity.
I've always wanted to actually have what looks like an ICBM in my front yard. It would, sort of keep everything in order. Every now and then I could have a little smoke venting from it. All right, so it's certainly possible, is it not, that either ourselves in the future or extraterrestrials have long since invented some form of time travel or information transfer.
That's very possible. The thing is that, and this is actually an important aspect of time travel. In the movies, you can go back to any time that you want, but with a real time machine, you actually have a limitation. The limitation is that you can only go back to the point where the machine was turned on. For example, I turn the device on today, and I leave it on for 10 years. I could travel back 7 years, 5 years, all the way back up to the point the machine was turned on. But I can't travel earlier than that, because you have to realize that it's the machine that's creating working of space and time. So that's an inherent limitation.
With respect to humanity, but when you begin to consider...
Time machine.
Yes.
Right, and you're absolutely right, Art. I mean, with respect to an extraterrestrial civilization, it's highly likely. In fact, one of the things that we know now scientifically is that since the 90s, scientists have found what are called extrasolar planets. These are planets that are orbiting other stars. Now, as strange as it might seem, we didn't know that until the 90s. I mean, it was conjectured, but we saw observationally that there were other solar systems out there. Before, we weren't sure that other stars had their own set of solar systems. And what this means is that, in fact, scientists like to use, catchy phrases, and recently they've actually found a class. So what happened is that when we're looking at these extrasolar planets, most of them seem like they were too close to their sun, so they were too hot. Some of them seem like they were too far away, so they were too cold. What they have found now is a class of planets, extrasolar planets, that they call Goldilocks planets. So as you might guess from the name, it means that these planets are just right, and they're just that the possibility of that light, they could support life. Now, we haven't been able to see that yet, and with the current research that's going on in astrophysics is to determine how one determines the type of atmospheres that are possible. general feeling now is among the scientific community is that they're very, and this is just in the neighborhood of our galaxy that we have found, hundreds of these various planets. And so, there are billions of galaxies. So the notion, it's highly likely that the universe is teeming with life. And now that's part of the serious scientific thinking. And so that means that if we encounter, there's probably some of these civilizations that are much more primitive than us, but it's highly likely that there are civilizations out there that are more advanced than us. And they could have developed time travel technology, let's say 10,000 years ago. If we encounter them or they encounter us, they could visit our distant past. Or once we encounter them, we could use their time travel technology to visit our distant past. So,
no, how about this argument? They have done it, and they have tampered with us.
well, the thing is that that's a conjecture.
Yes, it is.
But it's not beyond the realm of possibility.
No, it's not.
So yeah, it's a possibility. The thing is that once again, as a scientist, I have to see verifiable proof, but it is not beyond the realm of possibility.
All right, hold tight, Professor. When we come back, I'll give you the open lines instructions. And if you have a question for the professor, you're welcome to ask it. If you've been listening carefully to all this and you don't have a question, then you have not been listening carefully. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
Oh, what a night.
No call screening, no waiting on hold, no requirement to kiss Art's ring, just good talk. Join Art by calling 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Art.
All right, as we talk about time travel with Professor Ronald Mallett, a very serious man involved in a very serious topic, if you would like to join in the conversation, or if you formed a question as a result of all this, here's the way you get to us. Our national number, which, these modern days, we used to have 800 numbers, not really necessary. Most people have plans that cover U.S. Canada calling free. So our national number is area code 952-225-5278. 952-225-5278. Beyond that, if you would like to call us from North America on Skype, that's doable. It is doable. Just put us in your phone or tablet or whatever, computer, as in Skype as MITD51. That's MITD51. If you're calling from outside North America, we are MITD55. Once again, MITD55. And once again, here is the professor. So, Professor, you've got a book, right, called Time Traveler.
That's right. It's Time Traveler, and its subtitle is The Scientist's Personal Mission to Make Time Travel a Reality. And the book is both a memoir and a popular science book. It talks about black holes, wormholes, cosmic strings, lasers, quantum mechanics, and relativity, as well as the personal story, my motivation, which I just talked a little bit about, but I also go in the book, I go into much more detail about the ups and downs, because after my father died, we plunged into poverty, and it was very, very difficult. And I talk about that and how I finally was able to get the money that I needed to go to college, which was not immediate. When I got out of high school, we were just too poor for me to go to college, and I went to the Air Force, and I used the GI Bill eventually. This was during the Vietnam War period. Sometimes I like to give people an example in my book, not just so that they learn something about the physics, but also learn about the possibility of achieving their own dreams.
Okay.
I really try to do that when I'm giving speeches as a motivational thing, which is to say that, you can achieve your dream if you do three different things. Number one, you have to have a dream first, a goal. And it should be something that really excites you, something that turns your life into shouldn't be something that other people think is exciting for you, but something that really you want to do, whatever it is. And then you have to develop a strategy for achieving that. And in my case, as I said, it wasn't that I was going to go to college right away, but I developed a strategy of going into the service as an enlisted man and then getting the money from the GI Bill, and since following my father's footsteps, that allowed me to go to college. And then the third thing is what I call the self-sweat equity. That is to say, the investment of the effort in yourself to achieve that. In other words, the hard work that's necessary to do that. And if you do those three things, then there's really nothing that you can't achieve for yourself.
All right, Professor, here's a question for you. If we received a message from the future, whether it would be our future directly or another dimension's future or an extraterrestrial message, in what way would you imagine that message would manifest?
Well, once again, we would have to know what we're trying to receive. You know, to give you a simple example in another domain, is SETI, for example.
Yes.
Oh, they actually are monitoring, and they're using, radio telescopes and things. In other words,
yes,
they are assuming that this extraterrestrial intelligence has the same sort of type of way of communicating that we have. And that's a reasonable thing because electromagnetic radiation is the same here or on the other side of the galaxy. So you have to, so the way in which it would manifest itself would depend on what we think we would be receiving.
Well, I'm just asking for a guess. I mean, would it be a note that would flutter to somebody's desk?
No, it would have to be in a way like SETI. I mean, you're not going to get extraterrestrial information in that form. It's going to have to be in a form that they can receive the communication. So we really have to set up a way in which we would think that it's going to be received. Here terrestrially, we will be controlling that. In other words, when this device goes online to try to receive information, we will have detectors that detect neutron spin orientations that would allow us to digitalize or to translate that into binary code. And we know how to read binary code. So we're anticipating that that's the way we're going to be sending the information because we have, in fact, will be doing that. In other words, once we have this process, that's how we're going to set it up. So we're going to have to, with extraterrestrials, it's going to be a lot harder because the only other way that we could get the information would be, like from SETI. And they might send us information in terms of a binary code or something else. The problem is that we have to know, we have to be able to determine that we're getting information from them. In fact, it's funny because originally pulsars were thought to be information.
Yes. All right, let's try a couple of calls here and see what kind of questions we get. You're on the air with Professor Ronald Mallett. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
Hi. I got a question that maybe the professor might be or may not be associated with or know.
Okay, well, the only way you'll know is to ask.
That would be Stephen Gibbs from the HDR from times past. You remember him?
No.
Oh, okay. He had something that was given to him. HDR is a hyperdimensional resonator. Art, maybe you can tell me a little bit more better than I can.
Not really.
No?
No.
You don't remember Stephen Gibbs?
I remember Stephen Gibbs vaguely, yes.
Yeah.
But there's been so much. So I'm a hyperdimensional resonator. What's that?
It was some kind of invention that he had that had some kind of bar magnet and a set of controllers, and I think it had to do with some high frequency stuff to make you either out of body or if it was on a correct play line, go back in time.
All right. Well, that's getting pretty far out there. I'm sorry I don't remember it well enough to describe it to the professor. There have been a lot of people, Professor, that have come up with various sort of time travel schemes or claimed time travel. You're aware of that, right?
Oh yeah, no, I'm aware of that. I once again, you know, as a scientist, it has to be something that's verifiable. I mean, remember the experiment that I was talking about with the Naval Observatory?
I do, yes.
Right, that's been repeated again and again and again, and not just here in the U.S., but in other places.
Right. Well, that's science, so yes, we know it's true.
Right. The thing is that when people tell me that you know, that a person says that they've traveled back from the future, I tell my students, number one, first, you know, be very polite to the person. Number one. Two, say, well, okay, show me the machine that you materialized into, because once again, they cannot have materialized into nothing. There has to be a receiver that they were in, because that was the thing that caused the time distortion in the first place.
Well, now, Ed, are we so sure, since it hasn't happened yet, how it would have to manifest?
Oh yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter how. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the process is. For example, when we were talking about the limitation of time travel, let's talk about wormholes. You can't go back in time earlier than when the wormhole was formed. You just can't. I mean, that's physics. You can't go back in time earlier than when the rotating black hole was formed. So no matter what the process is, and it doesn't matter what it is, you can't go back in time earlier than the process itself. So when they materialize, they have to materialize in a device of some sort, and it can't just simply be that they materialize into nothing. I mean,
all right, here's another one. You're on the air with Professor Mallet. Hello.
Hi, Art. Hi, Professor Mallet. Thanks for taking my call. I hope you're having a great day.
Thank you. We are.
Great. It's been a pleasure listening. I have a couple of brief questions.
Go ahead.
First, Professor, have you seen the movie Primer about time travel?
Yeah. In fact, I'm glad you bring that movie up, because it's one of the few movies that actually talks about the limitation of going back into the past in a rational way. It's a very little known movie and very low tech, but they do point out that you can't go back in time earlier than the device that caused.
Yeah, I thought the notion of the fail-safe was pretty novel and unique.
Yeah, and it's actually based on the way in which physics, you know, operates. So yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that.
Great. And my other question would be, if you're familiar at all with simulation theory. I know you mentioned, you know, this idea that either pulsars or quasars were originally seen as, you know, possibly information. And I'm curious to know if you're familiar at all with, I guess, this theory that posits that, you know, we might be living in a simulation, or that there's this alignment of quasars along the different filaments in the galaxy that could suggest, you know, different ways of the ordering of physics.
Yeah, no, actually, I have heard about this notion that we might be living in a simulation, or we might be actually living in a matrix. Incidentally, one of my other favorite science fiction movies is The Matrix.
The Matrix, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
The thing is that, once again, it has to be, how does one verify that? You know, that's the limitation. In other words, yeah, maybe it's a possibility, but how do you actually verify it? So it's one of these things that it's an interesting conjecture, but it's hard to know how one actually can, in an operational way, verify it.
Sure. And my last question is, maybe I just wasn't following earlier, but if you're able to talk about the realistic, and I guess the large-scale implications of being able to send information back to the past. Maybe I wasn't following, but it sounds like you were saying that information sent back might go to a different timeline, so it just essentially just be carried into different universes? Or am I misunderstanding?
Yeah, that's one possibility based on quantum mechanics, is the fact that the information that we send back could end up in a parallel universe rather than ending up in our universe. And on the converse side of that, that means that the information that we might be getting in our universe might or might not be coming from our universe. It might be coming from a parallel universe. Mm-hmm. So we have to have some sort of controls to know, you know, what's happening.
would still be valuable to us, or could it, could some of the information that we get back, say from a different universe, could it carry, different implications? Say that basic rules of physics are different in a separate universe, and we receive back information that, has that as the foundation of its analysis. Is that a real possibility?
But no, but it not on the physics level, but on a technological level. In other words, we could be. Let's suppose that someone sent information back, and we were thinking that it was a cure. Here, okay. It could actually be a disease.
Yes. So it could be either immensely harmful or helpful. Who would know?
That would be a real problem. But as far as the basic laws of physics, they have to be the same, or we won't be able to get the information from them at all. In other words, the basic laws have to be the same with both.
All right. Thank you very much for the call. Al on Skype, you're on the air.
Hi there. Hi. I have two questions.
Right.
Okay, one is, if assuming that, if you go back in time, but it ends up being not your timeline, what I don't understand is, do we then, would that time traveler be creating their own universe? Would they actually be creating this universe? Or are they just slipping into
something that was already there?
Right.
Right. That's right. The thing is that you have to remember that, once again, when you take into account the fact that they have to materialize into it, it has to be that they are coming into, it could be that they're creating a new universe, but that new universe has to have a device in it. That's like the device that they left, or they can't just get to that universe. So the question is that, is it a universe that was already there, is what you're saying, and that they come into that universe? If we're talking about the parallel universe in the notion and the way in which I was talking about it, you actually would be creating an alternate universe.
Wow. Yeah, that's amazing.
It is, yes.
My other quick question was, if, let's say we know that now that there could be Earth-like planets, even super Earths, that could be even millions of years more ahead than us in terms of advanced life. And if that's possible, this is really out there, but it's fun. It's a fun idea. If that's possible, and this super advanced civilization created a time machine, and they turned on that time machine at the time, say, when Earth had dinosaurs roaming on it, would it be possible for those aliens to, say they had this time machine aboard a spaceship that just lasts a long time, could they visit Earth and visit Earth back when it was the time of the dinosaurs?
Okay.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. That's a possibility. But yeah, no, that's a possibility. I mean, the question is of them trying to find us. I mean, it's a big universe out there. But let's say that they have, they're able to find us. Yeah, they could actually have visited the time of the dinosaurs if they had created their machine that long ago. Yes.
Well, if they came down with the dinosaurs, they probably left quickly.
Right. I would say that would be very much so.
On the phone, you're on the air with Professor Mellon. Hello.
Good evening, Art. Professor Ron, the given would have to be, let's assume that the physics I have two questions, but that the physics here on Earth, as we experience it, is the same anywhere in the universe. So put that aside, that's a given. Could this technology that you have discovered be used for two ways? Could it be used to transport an object, and if so, how big, back through time into the future? As big as a city, as small as a person? That's the first part of the question.
Okay, hold on. Let's get an answer.
Right. No, it would, at least what I'm doing, it would be information. You couldn't send, because these things depend on energy. You're sending, the larger the thing is, the more energy you're going to need. So, no, it would actually be, something as small as a neutron. Nothing larger than that in the technology that I'm developing.
Well, you could imagine, though, an extraterrestrial race capable of, let us say, controlling the energy of the sun.
Well, if they're able to control that kind of energy, then they might be able to, to do it.
There you have it. Okay. Caller, next question.
Okay, well, this may or may not be related to what we just stated. The transporting device that has been leaked out in the last couple of years, I think in Sweden, where they said they did a transporter, Star Trek type transporter thing, but only, I believe, with a molecule across a room. So we know that's possible. Would your technology be able, within the current time that we experience, be able to transport physical objects or even living things from point A to point B on Earth?
No, well, number one, what you're talking about is teleportation.
Yes.
From time travel. And my work is not teleportation. In a sense, you might say it's the opposite. In teleportation, you're sending things from one point to another in space, okay, over arbitrarily short period of time. In my case, you're sending things through time over, a short period in space. In other words, you want the object to appear in the location now that you have sent it from. In other words, your laboratory is somewhere in the future, on the Earth in the future, but you want it to arrive in the past where your laboratory is in the past.
All right, let's go outside the country to Michelle, and I bet she's in Japan, right?
She is.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, this actually deals with what you were just talking about. The earlier guest asked about if the civilization, say millions and millions of years ago, had this time machine. And then could we use it to go back to our millions and millions of years ago? The question that I had was, let's say this time machine was moved. You just said that you'd want it in a static place like a laboratory. But let's say someone built it on a ship, and then it started at point A, and then 2 million years later, way on the other side of the galaxy somewhere. If you walked into it, or send information into it or whatever, in the future, where's it going to end up in the past? Is it going to end up in that spot in the past, or is it going to end up in the machine's original spot in the past?
Right. That's a very excellent question. The thing is that the way you have to think about it, and I'm going to talk about this in terms of the work I'm doing, is that when I was talking about these loops in time, the loops really don't close back on each other so that it's like you're going around and around. What's happening is that, think of two different things happen. Imagine that when these loops are being created in time, that it's like a slinky. So the base of the slinky is here where the Earth is now, okay? As these loops are being created, they're like that, the helix of the slinky. So as the Earth moves, imagine that you take the top part of the slinky, you're holding the base of the slinky, where the Earth is now, okay?
Right.
And what you do is the top of this, remember the laboratory is moving in space, as you pointed out. The thing is that the top of the slinky is going to adjust itself and be with the laboratory wherever it is in the universe, so that at some later time, the top of the slinky is way over here. And what you have to do is, in other words, to get back to the past, you are actually going to have to spiral back along the loops of the slinky, and you can go back to any point, and you'll be where the Earth was at that point, all the way back up to when you turn the device on.
Right. But what if you were to actually physically move the device to another place? I guess is the question. Would it have to be stationary in one place?
Wherever the device is, it's going to be where the in other words, the loops are going to be adjusted to wherever you move the device. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
All right.
So if it started out in, let's say, planet X, and later on it ended up on Earth, if you got into it and went all the way back to its beginning, you would end up on planet X, in theory, correct?
I wish you wouldn't say planet X.
You have to remember that what you're doing is you have to leave the device on continuously. That's important. So these loops will adjust to wherever you are, and you're going back in time to wherever that particular link on the slinky was, to where you were.
So if the machine was able to move while turning on, you would end up wherever the machine was at the point that you jump off, basically.
You got it.
Right. In the future, Michelle, if you wouldn't mind, Planet Y. Anything but
Planet X is in just X, Y, Z.
Yeah, I know. The latest date for extinction, by the way, is October 7th. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Jeff. Hello, Jeff. You're on with Professor Mallet.
Hey there. It's good to hear from you. I just wanted to give you a quick shout out.
Okay, you're kind of breaking up a little there.
Dang it. I always seem to break out. I just want to tell you, my dad passed away, and he and I used to always talk about all the good things that you've always done. He passed away.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jeff. It's just not going to make it. That was totally broken. Try for better internet and give us a shot. Let's go to the phone, I guess. And hello, you're on the air with Professor Mallet.
Hello, Art and Professor Mallet. This is Josh in Utah. I have a few questions. My first question is, if time travel ever becomes possible, is it possible to completely miss the Earth when going back and forth because the universe is expanding and you're always moving?
I don't know if you heard the
previous call.
Previous caller.
That kind of ties into the previous call.
Right. But that's the answer. These loops would adjust to wherever you are, as long as you leave the device on continuously. So you're not going to end up in space. You're going to end up where the device was. Because the loops, as I said, it's like, as I said, this thing with the analogy of the slinky really is an accurate analogy.
So without going over it again, the answer is no problem.
Right, right.
Okay, and the second question, a lot of these books that we read, like the future worlds and these dystopias, it really seems like the authors are, really experiencing this. Is it possible that some of these people writing these books are the people that are having those splits between alternate realities?
Can't say absolutely no.
Well, no, but the thing is that what you have to remember is that the human imagination is incredible. I mean, H.G. Wells, when he was writing this book, The Time Machine, he wrote it 10 years before relativity came on. And what he said in it almost sounds like, how did he get this information? He actually calls time the fourth dimension. That was the first time it was stated like that. And it was something that's always caused me to ponder, how did he come up with this information? So the thing is that I think that it just has to do with the human imagination rather than, the fact that they're getting some sort of outside information. One of my favorite quotes by Einstein is that imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited, but imagination encircles the world. And what he meant by that was not that knowledge isn't important, but what he meant is that the driving force for us to acquire knowledge is our imagination. So I just think that these people are just extremely imaginative, and they could lead to the real possibilities. After all, H.G. Wells was the inspiration for me to try to understand scientifically how time travel is possible.
Okay. And the final question is, there's a popular British sci-fi show that you may have heard of. In that show, the main character talks about
Doctor Who.
Yes, Doctor Who. I'm a huge fan. The doctor talks about these fixed points in time where you can go through time, but there are certain things you cannot change or influence. And I'm wondering, is that probably going to be true when we get time travel?
See, that's one of those things that we don't know until we do it. Because, as I mentioned, this notion of parallel universes is actually just one possible conjecture. I mentioned that, Stephen Hawking had another, and there's also the possibility, which I didn't mention, of the fact that what we think of as being part of our life, if time travel had been invented earlier, is something that that we don't even realize is different. What you were talking about as far as fixed things, that would play into Hawking's chronology protection hypothesis, that there would be things that you could alter. But once again, we don't know. And then there's that scary other possibility, which is the fact that when we do go back in time, we really do alter our real universe and change it, and that the only person who realizes that is the person who altered it.
Yes.
Everyone else outside of the time stream doesn't realize that.
All right, you two, I'm sorry, we've got to call a halt to it there. We'll take a break and then more questions for Professor Mallet. I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert, stumbling through the night.
Flame, burning within, now and then, firelight will catch us stumbling. I stopped to know that along the way, hoping to find some old forgotten words or ancient melodies.
Coming to you at the speed of light in the darkness. This is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am, and for that poor fellow who called earlier and said, gee, I'm broken up every time I call, it's your internet. So what you need to do is upgrade your internet. And it's not so much a matter of speed, it's actually something called jitter in the internet. You could have a pretty good speed, but if you had enough jitter, the audio would always be broken up like that. So you're going to want to look into that and have a discussion with your provider. And with that in mind, Professor, once again, here we are, and lots of people want to talk to you. So let's go to Marion in all the way over in Romania in the European Union. Hi, Marion.
Apologize for my voice again.
That's all right. Go ahead.
Well, one that goes back in time, for example, can send information from today 1 day ago to get the lottery winnings, or I don't know what financial gains. I mean, for say.
All right, yes.
So what's going to stop them from doing that, or why it have been done by now?
Okay, well, if you were listening, Professor, I think you feel that the information would not come from this specific timeline. Is that right?
That's right. I mean, according to quantum mechanics, I mean, the person might make a winning in another universe, but they won't make it in this universe. That's one, possible scenario. And so it's the other thing is that it can't have happened yet because time travel hasn't been invented yet. Okay, not terrestrial time travel.
Any minute, though.
With the right amount of money and a great enough technology, a lot of money, perhaps. But the thing is that, as I said, according to what we understand from quantum mechanics, you might be able to alter information in another parallel world, but maybe not this. That's just one possibility. As I said, there's the other option of Stephen Hawking's chronology protection hypothesis, which simply says that when you try to send the information back, you won't be able to do it. But once again, we don't know what's going to really happen when it happens. And once again, the technology, when it does go online, is not going to be accessible to individuals any more than nuclear reactors are accessible to individuals.
All right, on to Dale. Hello, Dale on Skype. You're on.
Hey, Art Bell, how you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Great show today. Great show today.
Thank you.
Professor, I got a couple geometry questions for you. This is a really interesting theory. Are you, with the light that you're using to create the changes in the fabric, are you moving the light like in a cylinder, like you were so that the light beam stays parallel and moves around, or is it moving in a cone, like, you use the analogy of stirring ice, or are you actually using like a coherent source and rotating it along the axis of the light beam?
Okay, we'll answer all of your questions in one. Number one, it is a coherent light source. It's lasers. In other words, when I say light, it has to be specifically laser light, okay? The other is that it's actually, you can create a cylinder of light that actually is light going along the surface of a cylinder. So that's what we're doing.
coherent laser light, and it's in a cylinder pattern.
Okay, so you're spinning it. Okay,
Yeah, but you're not
interesting.
Light.
There's so many tie-ins with a lot of the other machines we've been hearing about lately. The other question was, with E equals mc squared, you get a whole lot of energy out of matter, and I'm wondering if this machine, this idea, is deforming the fabric of space-time in the same way that matter does. It would take a lot of light to do that. So how much light do you need?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. With as far as twisting space is concerned, it's not that much. But when it comes to twisting time, it could be gigantic. That's why we have to try to understand first how much we need, and we do actually know how much we need to twist space. But what we're hoping to learn from that is novel ways of overcoming how much we would need to twist time. It's very much the analogy that I was mentioning earlier with E equals mc squared. That sounds like a simple equation, but the question is how do you get that energy out of that mass? And it wasn't even clear at all until the 30s that it was even possible, even though theoretically it was so. It wasn't until we discovered the notion of chain reaction that we actually was able to see how we could get the energy out of the nucleus, okay, to create that enormous amount of energy that we have, which results in the atomic bomb, but also nuclear reactors. So what we're hoping is that with these feasibility studies and when we do the experiments with the twisting of space, that this will allow us to understand how we can overcome the energy barrier to cause the twisting of time. But once again, we haven't gotten to that stage yet.
All right. Very quickly, I think to Vancouver, Washington on the phone. Hello.
Hello, Art and Professor Mellon.
Yes.
I am by no means a scientist, but I have a personal theory about time dilation that I'd like to run by you and see what you might think about it. I picture a simple atom like a hydrogen atom with the electron orbiting around the nucleus, describing a perfect circle. Now, let's say you accelerate that in a linear direction. It's no longer describing that circle, it's describing a spiral now. It's trading off some of its orbital velocity for the linear velocity. And the faster you accelerate it, the more elongated that spiral becomes until finally it becomes more or less a straight line. And perhaps that could explain why time slows down theoretically for something that is traveling, at speeds close to light. I just wonder what you might think about that.
Well, the thing is that you're partially right, but you have to remember that the system has time in it. It's not something that's creating time. It has time in it. So you're actually having a time dilation effect that's happening for the electron that's moving around the proton. And then when you're moving the system, it's the time dilation effect that's happening is happening to the system. It's not that the system is creating the time dilation. So that's as I said, you have to remember that the time is independent of the system. And what you're doing by accelerating it is you're actually causing the time of the system to become altered, not the time of the system that the system is creating the time dilation. Does that make sense?
I think it does to me. Let's go to Skype. Hello, you're on the air with Professor Mellon. That is you.
I had a quick question for the professor.
Yes.
Take my answer off the air. Once time travel becomes possible, would it be possible to go back in time and record an event with a camcorder or an audio recorder? And if so, would the information on that recorder still exist when you came back to the future?
Ooh, good one.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that suppose you go back, and if the problem is that it may or may not, because once you've gone back, you've altered the past. So if you come back, then you might find that you have a different system because you disturbed the past. And so what you now have on your camcorder is not what you would
have if you went back again, because you've altered the past by being there.
Boy, that's disappointing. All right, let's go here. I'm not sure where here is, but on the phone, you're on the air with Professor Mallet.
Excellent, excellent. I'm calling from San Diego, California. I did not catch the beginning of the program, but I've heard Dr. Mallet in the past, so I'm sort of familiar with his theories. And the basic premise, I think, Professor, is that the energy density of the circulating ring laser is such that you are warping space-time, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
I'd like to pose some physics challenges to that. Now, the first question is, have you measured the warping of space-time with your current setup?
No, because we haven't been able to do the experiment yet. But if you mean as far as the equation is concerned, yes, definitely. We know what energy densities are going to cause the twisting of space.
All right, practical application, not yet. Go ahead.
Theoretically, right. So I pose that you are going to struggle immensely with this simply because of the energy density requirement. So as you know, we cannot do high energy density particle physics with a laser yet. We can do nuclear physics with a laser, but not particle physics. The highest energy density that we have on the planet would be found in a particle accelerator, something like CERN, Hadron Collider. Even there, the energy densities are not sufficient enough to warp space-time. So if this
that may be true, but what we're talking about is actually you can distort space with the equation. Actually has, if you look at the equation, it has
sure
independent factors. It's not just simply the energy density, but it's actually, this is a ring laser type of thing.
Well, what?
That's inversely proportional to the size of the ring laser. So
that's what it boils down to, sir, is it's just energy density. So, for instance, if you think of anything,
Hold on, caller. Hold on.
Sorry, go ahead.
The equation actually has two separate factors. You're saying that it only has one, and that's not true. The equation has the energy density divided by the size of the ring laser. So you have two independent parameters. What you have to do is maximize the energy density and minimize the size of the ring laser.
That's sure. But that's just energy density. That's energy per volume. So that's just energy per volume. If you think of Eddington's measurement of Einstein's theory, where the starlight was passing near the sun, and Einstein believed of his theory that he would bend that light.
All right, hold on.
You're wrong.
So the energy density.
All right, caller. Go ahead, Professor.
Yeah, it's the equation says two separate things. It's not just simply the energy density of the ring laser. The energy density is a separate factor from the size of the ring laser. The size of the ring laser is a separate parameter. And that, what you're doing is you're actually increasing the energy and decreasing the ring laser size.
Mm-hmm.
That is not the same thing as changing the energy density. So in what you're measuring in both cases, the thing that you're measuring is the precession of the neutron, and the precession of the neutron for reasonable energies, for instance, 1,000 joules, you can actually show that you get a precession rate that is, probably measurable. So that's not quite true. What we're trying to do is to show that you can cause a precession of the neutron due to the circulating ring laser. And that is actually something that is within present technology. Now, as far as twisting time, that requires not only different equations, but that requires much more energy. But as far as twisting space is concerned, that is definitely within the present technology and within laser powers. As a matter of fact, I have a colleague who's a laser specialist and is an expert in diode lasers. And the NSF proposal we have actually shows that you can, cause this twisting.
And he's going to need how much money to begin to approve application?
As I said, we have to have at least $250,000 for the feasibility study, and then that will determine exactly how much we need for the actual experiments.
Well, that seems within reason. Hi there. You're on the air with Professor Mallet.
Hi, guys. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, this is Chandler calling from Bloomington, Normal, Illinois. And my question for the guest is about a month or two ago, you'd interviewed a guy who had claimed to have traveled back in time as part of a Project Pegasus by DARPA.
That's right.
And even viewed dinosaurs and said he attended the Gettysburg Address.
He did.
And I was wondering.
My guess is the professor is probably familiar with Andrew.
Are you?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, he is.
So I would wonder, have you, in that case, or have you ever run across any other specific cases that have given you pause and made you wonder whether we've had visitors from the future?
Well, I don't think Andrew gave him pause, but he can answer for himself.
Pause. No, remember what I said about verifiability. And this is important, physics and science in general has two critical things: reproducibility and verifiability. You have to be able to verify this. When I say verify it, I mean by independent laboratories anywhere in the world. And you have to be able to reproduce it anytime again and again and again under the same conditions. One of the things that I'm very, very proud of is my book has been translated in a number of different languages. Those languages are ones that I can't read. For example, it's been translated to Japanese, Chinese, and Korean. The thing that looks exactly the same in all of those languages is the basic equation that I have for the precession of the neutron due to the gravitational field of circulating light. The equation looks exactly the same. What that says is the universality. Someone in any of these countries can verify my work independently of me. And the thing is that whenever, for scientists, if you can't show in a verified way that what you have done can be done and reproduced, then it's, let's just simply say the community is skeptical.
So Andrew's got to go back again.
Well, thanks for your answer. It's slightly disappointing, so that's very direct.
All right, thank you very much. And
thank you guys. Good.
Right, thank you. Professor, we are out of time, literally.
Well, one thing is I'd just like to mention, if people are interested in the book, it is available on Amazon.com.
Of course. And the name of the book?
Is Time Traveler.
Time Traveler. All right, well, it has been my pleasure, as always, to interview you on one of my favorite topics. So, Professor, thanks a million.
Thank you very much, Art, for having me on your book.
I wish it could be thanks, 250,000, and you could move. Anyway, have a great night, Professor, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good night. From all the time zones involved, which is all of them, we're here in the high desert. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever in the world's time zones you may be, each and every one covered like a blanket by this program, Midnight in the Desert. By the way, it's been suggested that we use for Halloween Mid-Fright in the Desert. So that was kind of cute. Mid-Fright in the Desert. All right, anyway, rules for the show, simple and sweet, no bad language, and only one call per show, and I have breaking news. And I do not frequently ever say I have breaking news, but I do. On other networks, breaking news is used to indicate an anchor who stubbed his toe these days. This is breaking news. What I'm going to read you first is from The Independent. And we're going to talk a little bit about what it may mean. A very large cluster of objects in space look like something that you would expect from an alien civilization. That is according to astronomers. Jason Wright is an astronomer from Penn State University, and he is set to publish a report on the bizarre star system, suggesting that the objects he's seeing could be prepare yourself, could be a swarm of megastructures, according to the report. I was fascinated by how crazy it looked, I told The Atlantic. Aliens should always be the very last hypothesis you even consider, but this looked like something you would expect an alien civilization to build. The snappily named KIC 8462852 star lies just above the Milky Way between the constellations Cygnus and Lyra. It first attracted the attention of astronomers way back in 2009 when the Kepler Space Telescope identified it as a candidate for having orbiting Earth-like planets. But this star was emitting a stranger light pattern than any of the other stars in Kepler's search for habitable planets. Tabitha Boyajian, a postdoc at Yale, told The Atlantic, "We've never seen anything like this star. It was really weird. We thought it might be at first bad data or movement on the spacecraft, but everything checked out, and that includes dust." Well, all right. So I read this, and I picked up the phone and called Seth Shostak right away. And he is at home ill, lying in bed with a fever. He got back from the Far East. And you cannot take a trip like that without coming down with a fever. But he said, trust me, the Allen Array telescopes will be on this in the morning. Now, let me go forward and tell you this is beginning to break everywhere. The anomalists, bless their heart, they caught it too. Here's what they said. We here at the Anomalist all agree that this may just be the biggest anomalous story of the year. And this quote nearly explains why. Aliens should always be the last hypothesis you consider, but this looked like something you'd expect an alien civilization to build. Penn State University astronomer Jason Wright said that after reviewing evidence of a very strange light pattern originating from an even stranger mess of objects swirling around a distant star, it's caught the attention of SETI and several notable researchers from Yale and Berkeley. We're going to take a very much closer look and listen to what might be there. So, this is not a UFO landing on the White House lawn, but I want you to consider the implications of what they're saying. What they're saying is they think that what they're seeing and the light interruption that they're detecting means megastructures, alien megastructures. So if this is not in the genre that I dispense on a nightly basis breaking news, I have no idea what would be. This thing is 1,500 light years away from us, folks. If you want to know about it, go check it out yourself. In fact, how did the Anomalists finish up their story? They said, this may be our first glance at evidence of intelligent life beyond our own planet, and quoting here, is quietly sneaking past, buried under celebrity news and presidential debate coverage in mainstream media. And they're right. You know, Don Lemon on CNN had some kind of panel on. To me, this is first class, come to attention, get your brain working, big time breaking news. Now, what would be the kind of civilization that could build what they're observing? Structures that could blink out the light of a star. We're talking type 3 here, I would think, type 3 civilization to build those kind of mega structures, blink out the light of a star. They're sure it's not something else. So it begs all kinds of questions. For example, do we want to be in contact with a type 3 civilization? Maybe not. Maybe that would be really, really, really dangerous. Right? So we have a lot to think about. Certainly, you can look this story up yourself. It is now appearing all over the place. It will slowly I'm sure, make its way to the mainstream media. You know, at first I expect it will come as probably a crawl at the bottom of the CNN screen, maybe by tomorrow morning. And then who knows, it could escalate into an actual story by afternoon. Or it could be another month or two. But the way this is building tells me, look out, here it comes. This is the one. I'm glad I've been on the air long enough to bring that kind of news to you. Whether it turns out one way or the other, it is a legitimate story suggesting we have found what appears to be alien structure. 1,500 light years away? Really? Okay. In other far less interesting news, Hillary Rodham Clinton's polished performance in the first Democrat debate did more than send a message to her primary rivals. It was a warning to the chaotic Republican field about, look out, here comes Hillary. Hundreds of Iranian troops are being deployed in northern and central Syria. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Iranian troops, hundreds of them, in Syria now, dramatically escalating Tehran's involvement in the civil war as they join allied Hezbollah fighters in the ambitious offensive to wrest key areas from rebels amid Russian airstrikes. What a mess. Maybe we do need these guys from 1,500 light years out, huh? Every other day, another Republican lawmaker seems to wake up and decide that he or she may run to be leader. And they still don't have a leader. They're still all hoping, kind of, that Ryan will take it, but he's hiding away, deciding, having his arm twisted again and again. So, in my career, rarely have I had the opportunity to break such news to an audience, but imagine it, 1,500 light years away. Structures big enough to obscure the light of a star in an irregular pattern, so that people who have studied this at universities are prepared to say they think this may be alien life. Now, 1,500 light years away, assuming that the speed of light thing holds, they can't get here very quickly. But if they're a type 3 civilization, they could be here tomorrow. Or, looked at another way, they could have been here hundreds or thousands or millions of years ago and left. There's a lot of ways to think about this. And I have only just begun, and I'm sure you as well have only just begun. So if you want to look this up, if you want to verify the story or see what's breaking, continuing to break, here's another one on my screen. Has Kepler discovered an alien megastructure? I guess you could put in, let me read you the star information again. It is KIC 8462852. And again, we're talking about possible alien megastructures. Never thought I'd get to read something like that on here. Okay, so we're going to gear up here with that story and see what we can figure out. And certainly our guest coming up, I'm sure will have comments. Dr. Stephen M. Greer, MD, is founder and director of the Disclosure Project and Sirius Technology Advanced Research, LLC. He presided over the groundbreaking of the UN National Press Club Disclosure event in 2001. I remember that. Over 20 military, government, intelligence, corporate witnesses presented compelling testimony regarding the existence of extraterrestrial life forms visiting Earth and the development of the energy and propulsion systems of these craft. He is the author of 4 insightful books and multiple DVDs on the UFO ET subject. He continues to pursue Disclosure, Contact, and New Energy. The film Sirius, which documents his work, premiered in April of 2013 and was the largest crowd-funded documentary at that time. So in a moment, coming up, Dr. Stephen Greer. Pretty cool night for Dr. Greer to be on. I wonder what he'll have to say about this. Well, Art, to me it's no surprise, because they're already here. And, he could be right. You're listening to Midnight in the Desert.
Wanna take a ride? Your conductor, Art Bell, will punch your ticket when you call 1-952. Call Art. That's 1-952-225-5278.
And if you want a little more of a freak out, I should have said this, and Rossi reminds me, Art, from other stories that I've been reading about this discovery of possible megastructures surrounding an older star, most seem to point to it fitting the model of a Dyson sphere. A Dyson sphere. Now, a Dyson sphere is a hypothetical megastructure that, brace yourselves, folks, completely encompasses a star and hence captures most or all of its power output. Let me read that again for you. A Dyson sphere is a hypothetical megastructure that completely encompasses a star and hence captures most or all of its power output. What does that sound like to you? I'll tell you what it sounds like to me. When Michio Kaku, Professor Kaku, was here and described a Type 3 civilization, he said they would be to us as gods. He said they would have the power to control or capture the power of a sun. Kind of like a Dyson sphere. This is a big story. And I wonder if somebody's going to call up CNN and say, hey, CNN, this is a big story. Anyway, here comes my guest. Welcome back, Dr. Stephen Greer. It's been a long time.
Yeah, I'm glad to be with you.
Okay, well, obviously, I'd like first to get your reaction to this news.
Well, I mean, my reaction to it is, first of all, it doesn't surprise me. Secondly, you know, the Kepler Space Telescope is estimating now there are 11 billion Earth-like planets just in our own galaxy, and our galaxy is one of billions of galaxies. And then you consider and you factor in that, you know, the universe is some 14 billion years old, and we've only had anything resembling civilization on this planet for, well, I'm not sure we have it yet, but, you know, resembling advanced civilization for 100 years. It's a statistical certainty that there are civilizations out there that are on the order of hundreds of thousands to millions of years technologically more developed than we are. Therefore, it would follow. Now, what's interesting about this is that
I know you don't think you're a funny man, but I almost swallowed my tongue. I'm serious. You just said you were so deadpan about that. Oh, God.
Well, you know, I'm an emergency doctor, so, you know, the stuff I see, you know, you begin to wonder how civilized we are.
Yes.
So the point I'm making is that, you know, this conforms with information I've gotten from sources inside the Naval Research Labs, inside the Pentagon at the Defense Intelligence Agency, where their technologies that are much more advanced than the Kepler Space Telescope have imaged massive megastructures before. And I have talked about this openly. You know, my military advisor for years was at a facility where they track deep space objects. And in our own solar system, there was an object moving under its own control that was over 26 miles in diameter. And recently, a very senior official at the Naval Research Labs, Richard Foch, told me he was at a meeting with a general at the Defense Intelligence Agency who was absolutely white with shock because he had been briefed on an object in our solar system that was even larger than that, intimating it was in the hundreds of miles to thousands of miles in diameter, moving under its own steam within our own solar system. So when you start looking at going out 1,500 light years, it's not surprising that there could be an object out there that's in the order of hundreds of miles, perhaps thousands of miles in diameter, these sorts of objects than are being acknowledged. And here you are now getting to where we have imaging capabilities in the non-classified world up in space that are beginning to pick up on perhaps one of these objects. So that's kind of the perspective I would bring to it.
But there's no way to not look at this as just gigantic news when it's actually breaking across the world right now. A Dyson sphere would be a type 3 civilization that controls the power of a star. They would be so far ahead of us, Dr. Greer, that, as I said at the beginning of the show, they could be here if they wanted to in the blink of an eye, I'm sure. They could have been here long, long ago and left, perhaps in disgust. I mean, who knows? They will be so far.
Yeah, sure. I think there are multiple civilizations that are still observing and waiting to see how humans, play out this phase of our development. And because, we're exactly at that point. You mentioned that the levels of civilizations we're a type 0 civilization. We haven't even achieved, a stable civilization that's peaceful, that isn't destroying its own biosphere.
Right.
So when you look at it, that this is the big, question. It's sort of an evolutionary question of whether humans will be able to make this leap to a level 1, 2, 3, 4 civilization. And I would wager that there are multiple civilizations out there that are way past the level 5 or 10 that are so developed and their technologies are so advanced that it just would completely seem magical to us.
I wonder then if such a civilization would become aware somehow that we have become aware of them.
Well, I'm sure they would know that in real time. I mean, why not? When you start looking at what back in when I started the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence, which then evolved into the Disclosure Project, because we started having contact experiences and witnessed by masses of people, including Air Force colonels. What you found, what I found very quickly, is that these civilizations have technologies that are beyond the speed of light, and their communication systems interface with coherent, directed thought, whatever thought is. Now, we think of a thought in the field of consciousness as some metaphysical thing. But what if it's quantifiable? What if you can technologically interface with consciousness and thought? Well, that means that they would be aware pretty quickly when they were being a beam of awareness and thought was coming in their direction. They would have sensors that would pick that up. And in fact, if you look at Dr. Richard Haynes and I put together a bunch of these close encounters of the fifth kind type contact events, and many of them were actuated and caused by interactivity with some type of ET communication systems and coherent thought, just like light can be made into coherent light into a laser. And even though for many people, I mean, they're going, whoa, you're way out here in left field quickly. But I mean, if you're talking about something that's ET, why does it have to look like a late 19th century or 20th century radio, for crying out loud?
Oh, I'm with you all the way. Look, let me answer your question. You said
that's the whole problem with the whole UFO subject.
You said why? Yes, Doctor. You said why not?
Everyone's living in the 19th century. Yeah.
You said why not, Doctor? You said, in other words, that they could be aware of the fact that we are now aware of them in real time, and the answer to that question might be because, number one, they're a type 3 or better civilization. Number two, they might not like the fact that we know they're there. And if they don't, well, I'll let that hang in the air.
If the civilization's that advanced, I know Stephen Hawking and other people have loved to have their sort of eschatological space war fantasies. But the reality of it is, if you've existed and made it through the challenges we're facing, and haven't destroyed yourself when you cross the nuclear threshold, and you've reached into what I call the trans-dimensional level of physics, things that go beyond the speed of light, pulling energy out of the so-called zero-point energy field, where a cubic centimeter of space has more energy than the entire United States needs to run on for a month. I think when you begin to look at those kinds of developments, if you were still of the mindset of marauding be made clear very, very quickly. And only that, but in all likelihood, you would have destroyed yourself with someone of a similar mind bent. So I think that, there's a lot of kind of conjecture. And I think one of the questions I always have when there's sort of a drip of this sort of news is this some kind of an acculturation process that's beginning to break into the news so that there can be sort of a xenophobic, fear-based spin on it to continue to throw, more fuel into what Eisenhower famously called the military-industrial complex. I'm always looking at things in two ways. It's a step forward, or is it actually something where they're trying to hoist up another false flag operation?
We need bigger bombs.
Yeah, of course. I mean, because, oh my God, now we have to face, to fight the aliens. Well, first of all, if you're at that level of a civilization, a hydrogen bomb, a thermonuclear bomb would look like a tinker toy. I mean, let's face it, because you're dealing with much more powerful technological systems. And therefore, the idea that there would be any kind of violent engagement lasting more than a nanosecond is foolish. Just like mutual assured destruction with the Soviet Union was a foolish thing. I mean, it was just, we had enough, we still have enough of these nuclear weapons to make the rubble bounce and glow.
I know. I did a whole entire show recently, Doctor, on what a nuclear war with Russia would be like. And he described it in 3 hours in gory detail. And it's nothing anybody wants to have anything to do with it. I must tell you, Doctor, we're closer to that moment now, in my opinion, than we have been since Cuba.
Right, the Bay of Pigs, right.
Yeah. Because the Bay of Pigs, I'm talking about the missiles.
There's a lot of foolishness going on, and but you throw into this mix the sort of stock and trade, this xenophobia, fear-based stuff with aliens. I actually think that if this holds up, if this discovery is confirmed, it's going to have to be looked at in the context of a lot of other evidence that's in the UFO field that's so long been dismissed or ignored by the mainstream media. So in that sense, it could be an entree to more evidence being revisited by the public if indeed this discovery holds out to be not some sort of artifact or anomaly.
Do you really think they'd look at it in that larger context?
I think eventually they might. I think it was like I was asked recently, because when I put this briefing together that was provided to John Podesta for Obama, people said, well, now Podesta is the chairman of Hillary Clinton's committee. I said, yeah, but that doesn't mean that anyone at that level is going to take any action or that they even have access.
All right, Doctor, hold it right there. We've got to break. We're at the bottom of the hour. We have to break here, so hold tight. Dr. Stephen Greer is my guest, and again, we are dealing with breaking news this night. You think we found them? Some of them. We would have to locate a type 3, right? I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you, but remember, the NSA, well, to call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL ART.
My favorite Ross by any measure. Hi, everybody. My guest is Dr. Stephen Greer. I got a wormhole message from Wesley who says Dyson spheres art were dreamt up in a fictional bit of sci-fi writing. I believe it's fictional in twice. They're not the real thing and actually can't be built. Well, Wesley, not by us. Yes, you're right. A Dyson sphere would be, well, out of our construction realm, definitely, Wesley, but a Type 3 civilization controlling or capturing the power of fusion, presently an operating system, fusion operating system in space. For them, why not? Doctor, welcome back.
Good to be back. Glad you're back too, by the way. I'm really glad to see you back on the air.
Oh, well, thank you. Yes, I had to sit out 2 years of, like in jail. I can monopoly. Very good at jail. Anyway, it's good to be here, and especially on a night like this. I mean, it's so cool to think about what it might mean. Maybe not in our lifetimes, Doctor, or maybe you're right and they're already here. Oh, that brings up another topic. Since I spoke to Seth Shostak earlier tonight, and I want to play something for you. You may have been warned that this was coming, but I want to play something. What I'm about to play for you came from YouTube, and I think it has, it's the reason I'm going to ask you a question. So here it is. It's your voice.
Now I'm going to say something here because this is enough years after it happened. A few years ago, there was a show called Coast to Coast with Art Bell. And it was on the cover of Time magazine, and I was one of his favorite guests. And when I'd be on that show, it really lit things up at certain agencies. And one time I was on his show a few years back, towards the end of his career there, and this issue came up, and I said, well, I have a source high up in city that confirms to me that they in fact have received interplanetary signals, but in a kind of phased, not normal array. It was kind of a pulsed array, and that it was kept secret and covered up. And the SETI people were furious. Subsequently, Seth Shostak got on the show and just said, well, Dr. Green was talking about, and he probably talked to some volunteer computer operator, because we have all this network of volunteers. What Art Bell didn't know, and Seth Shostak didn't know, which I'm going to say now because it's a new branch, is that the guy who told me that was the founder. Moreover, a man who had been one of Carl Sagan's best friends, the best man of his way, confirmed it. And he had been present when the WOW signal came in at Harvard.
Okay. Oh, all right. So I played that for Seth when he was on. That was on, I don't know, month and a half ago. And he said, no way.
Yeah,
no way.
And there's no way that he can be, he would be allowed to even confirm it. Dr. Drake, when he and I had the phone call, said, if it was even known I was having this conversation with you, it would be the end of my career and maybe my life. Subsequently, the man I was referring to, who, along with Carl Sagan and others, had co-founded the Extrasolar Planetary Society, which is the early attempt to find other Earth-like star systems out there. And another man who was one of the founders of the Allegheny Observatory up in near Pittsburgh, George Fennell. And the other man I'm referring to, who is good friends with Carl Sagan, Jim Mullaney, used to be one of the editors of Sky and Telescope magazine, Astronomy magazine. Both of them had front row seats. These were not volunteers. These were the top people, and they confirmed independently. They didn't know each other. They confirmed that, in fact, signals had come in, and they had been kept quiet. Now, Seth and I had a debate on Voice of America the day of or after the National Press Club event in Washington for the launch of the Global Disclosure Movement. And I had a number of top secret military people with me on that broadcast on Voice of America, kept making these assertions that there was no evidence, even though we were presenting massive amounts of evidence. I mean, hundreds of thousands of pages of documents, testimony, transcripts, eyewitnesses, people who had top secret clearances. And it was clear that, he did not win, by the way, the debate on Voice of America. But what was interesting is that it was clear that no matter what you presented of evidence, he would say it's not true when we're still looking for a signal.
Right.
So my only question is, you're either incredibly poorly informed or you're carrying water to maintain the secrecy on this for somebody.
Would you care to speculate on which of those you rather imagine to be?
It's the latter.
Well,
he's really an intelligent person.
Yes,
and,
he is.
These names I just gave you, George Fennell, Jim Mullaney, Dr. Drake himself, and the Drake equation, these are all people I've spoken with. And in the case of Mullaney and Fennell, I've spent enormous amounts of time with them. And these were key figures in the early days of this search. And they, in fact, what was interesting about Jim Mullaney he was at the congressional briefings that we did in 1997. You may remember this. Before we did the public National Press Club event.
I do recall.
And he presented at that. And it was closed door. There were members of Congress. There were chairmen of committees there. There were people from the vice president and president's office. At that time, it was Bill Clinton and Al Gore. There were all these people. It was at the Georgetown Westin Hotel. We had a dozen or so top secret folks there presenting. One of them was Jim Mulaney. He got so much heat after that. He wrote me a note and said, he says, you are absolutely on the right track. All of this is true. But if I continue to do anything to help disclose this information, even in these closed briefings, I have been informed that it will be the end of my career. So this is serious stuff.
Oh, yeah, it's serious stuff.
I have worked with people of the highest integrity who have been threatened, who have had their careers put at jeopardy, and who have had to back off from stepping forward publicly because of the henchmen by this fascistic cabal of secrecy.
Dr. Greer? Dr. Greer, why?
And so I'm going to call them out. This is the first time I've shared those names on a radio show, and I'm doing it tonight.
All right. My next question is...
What I just told you, a much bigger story than these objects 1,500 light years.
Well, they're both big stories. But you're right. It's a big story.
I got news for you. This is a bigger story, because this is what's going on planet Earth with the chicanery of these goose-stepping fools.
Goose-stepping fools?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous, the kind of lies. I mean, I think people need to say it's enough of this. I mean, whose water are they carrying?
Okay. Well, my other question, we'll come back to it, Doctor. My question is why? Why are people's lives on the line? Why are people lying? Why is it that big a deal that people would get killed or lose careers over it? Why?
Oh, it's a huge deal. Look, I mean, first of all, it's a complete change in the paradigm of how we view ourselves in the cosmos.
Okay.
Everything from organized religion to philosophy to history and to the origins of the human race.
Right.
Secondly, the technological implications. If you acknowledge, not that it's something floating out there 1,500 light years away, but you acknowledge that there are objects and civilizations that have gone beyond the speed of light and have gotten here, and that we have studied these technologies, and moreover, we have them in classified projects. And then you put that up against the trillions of dollars being spent to try to put Band-Aids on global warming or fossil fuels or pollution. This would be, the public would demand that this issue be dealt with properly, because we're running our planet into the ground.
I agree.
Environmentally, socially, politically.
Yeah, but doctor, that's part of the why. You just said it. We're running our planet into the ground. If we're running our planet into the ground, doctor, then for God's sakes, these technologies should be brought forward to save ourselves.
Well, I know. I've spent 25 years working trying to make that happen. And so, but you have the biggest special interest in the world not wanting that to happen. It's not just oil and gas and coal. It's the petrodollar system. It's the macro. This is something that, the Minister of Defense, Paul Hillier, and I talked a lot about before we did our first press conference together up there in Canada, when he was sort of coming out on this subject. And the Honorable Paul Hillier said, look, it's a macroeconomic problem. You're absolutely right. Because if you have a source of energy that'll run your home and your car, and every village and house is independent from the need to be in this centralized system, this is the biggest revolution economically in the history of the human race, bar none. And that's really, we're really talking about macroeconomic power, geopolitical power.
Yeah, but it is the one thing that would save us that they are keeping secret from us. While the planet goes to hell in a handbasket, we've got oceans ready to come up by not inches but feet. We've got cities that are going to be disappearing under the water, Doctor.
Right.
So if ever there was a time, it's now.
Yeah, but it's interesting. I was hitting my head against the wall back in the 90s, and I remember the guy who set up my briefing meeting with the Clinton CIA director said to me, look, this guy had been on Ronald Reagan's National Security Council staff. He said, long-term planning at the National Security Council is 6 months. I mean, a lot of these folks just, no, I mean, that's how banal and stupid some of this is. Now, there's another level, and that is people have inherited the secrecy, and they don't know how to get themselves out of that box.
Yeah.
Okay, and so in a sense, it becomes the inertia, or if you want to look at the momentum of that secrecy, becomes very difficult for a subsequent generation to change because they have inherited a big sticky wicket. And, you know, back some years ago when I was getting so fed up with all the problems that we were facing with the threats and what have you, with what we were doing with disclosure, there's a guy at the CIA who is very high up in this management entity that keeps all this secret. And he basically said to me, he says, we've got to have some people trying to bring this information out because the system is so dysfunctional and the threats are so real to people who try to defect. I mean, don't forget, no less a figure than Bill Colby, the former CIA director, was in the process of meeting with a member of my board of directors to hand over one of these operational so-called free energy devices and some seed funding to get it out to the public when he was killed and they found him floating down the Potomac River. People say that's a conspiracy theory. It is not. I met his best friend, who was a colonel, who said to me point blank that he gave his life trying to bring this out. So, you know, everyone sitting in their armchairs thinks that this is just some kind of a game. But, you know, when you're dealing with people who've lost their lives, like I have on this, it's a very serious issue. And what they're trying to maintain is that their ironic death grip on the control over the planet. But it's, of course, they're killing it by squeezing it to death. And this is the argument that we've been making for years. And so I think that if it was just about intelligent life out there, it wouldn't be an issue. It's because the intelligent life is very much involved and has been observing Earth for a long time, and the technologies that explain their presence would completely terminate the macroeconomic and oil and gas systems that we have today. And this is something that has been forestalled for 60 years. I mean, I'm convinced that Eisenhower would have really wanted to move this forward, but they circled the wagons and shut him out of the loop.
All right, let me make a statement, and you can react to it, all right? You and I have known each other many, probably 15 years or more. And yeah, maybe longer. So during that time, Doctor, you've been on my show many times, and many times you have said, Art, this is it. We've really got it. I can't tell you anymore right now, but so-and-so has developed such and such, and this is really it. And, of course, something has always happened, and it hasn't been it.
Yes, and a disaster, particularly with the technologies, yeah.
Yep. So, I mean, what do you have to say about all that?
Example, it actually happened pretty recently. This was about 4 or 5 years ago. And there was a man who, with a top secret clearance, working at under contract down near the Redstone Arsenal there in Alabama, near the Huntsville Space Flight Center. And he had 5 shepherds, they're called, in the intelligence community who were holding his clearances and who had cleared him to work with us to develop a basic prototype of one of these devices that would put out more energy than you have to put in. So we provided a grant to him, about $65,000, not a lot, so that he could work on that. And he was cleared to do it. About the time he was assembling that, a bunch of these goose-stepping goons came down to his command, threatened him, threatened his family, did all kinds of things to stop him. Now, this is a well-documented case. This is not ancient history, and it's not a conspiracy theory. He backed out of it so quickly. So we were within a couple of months of having one of these prototypes again, and they came in and scared the hell out of this engineer who was, by the way, absolutely brilliant, and who had worked on things that were trans-dimensional physics for classified projects for almost 40 years, from 1974 until now, well over 40 years.
So what did he do? Just shut it down?
He absolutely shut it down. He was scared to death. So so this is something where people go, how could he do that and betray you that way? I said, well, I understood it because he was doing this as a lone wolf, even though he had the clearance and the I met with a colonel who had retired and had become a civilian intelligence employee who was one of his shepherds holding his security clearances, who told me, we really think it's time that this level of the technology, not the things that fly around that they've developed, which this man had worked on, the so-called anti-grav stuff, but the just basic energy technologies, and we're going to let him do that. So this was a very prolonged negotiation. I first met the man in 2004, I believe it was. By 2010, they were willing to cut him loose and work on this. And then in came some of these thugs who basically from another compartmented project who threatened him. So this is, this is the life I've lived.
Do you know any of the specifics of the threat? The threat that was made? Was it, is it like, keep going and your family's dead, you're dead? What?
Absolutely. Yes, exactly that. And in fact, the man who set up the meeting with me, he was privy to so much stuff that he was told point blank that, and this was a senior fellow at the Naval Research Labs, that if he disclosed what he knew about some of this, that they would kill him, his family, his children, and his grandchildren. I am quoting, and I have witnesses to this senior, third highest ranking person at the largest defense lab in the United States telling me this. So people who live on conspiracy sites who think this is just all, whatever. No, this is really how this thuggish world works. And so it's a very difficult thing to get out there. It's been the most, doing the disclosure, the informational part of disclosure, top secret witnesses, documents, that sort of thing, was difficult. Trying to bring out the technologies that could fix our planet and bring us to a level 1 civilization, that is the heaviest lift I've ever had to do in my life. And much more traumatic than, taking care of a child that dies in my arms in the emergency department. It has been absolutely traumatic.
Well, you have a family, Doctor. Aren't you afraid for them?
No.
Well, perhaps you should be.
I won't even say, I'll just tell you, when that was brought up once, some folks who work in this intelligence community wouldn't even let me answer and says, we don't have.
Will you partake of that last offered cup or disappear into the potter's ground when the man comes around?
Want to take a ride? Exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. This is Midnight in the Desert with your host, Art Bell. To call Art, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
My guest is previous emergency room doctor, Dr. Stephen Greer. And we're having a very, very serious conversation tonight, actually. Bruce has a question. I have this thing called the wormhole, which he can fire a question through, and he fired one. Art, please ask Dr. Greer about the message he's talking about that was received. What was the nature of the message, and where was it coming from? I have never heard any of this from you before, Doctor.
Well, this wasn't told to me where they thought it was coming from or if there was any content to it, except it was confirmed to be extraterrestrial and from an intelligent civilization. And there have been more than one. There was a very old one, and then a more recent one that apparently came in by some technologies that were not just normal speed of light sort of technologies. And, the senior scientists in Naval Research Labs confirmed to me that in their lab, they had done a type of modulated transdimensional electromagnetic signal that was proven to be multiples of the speed of light. So the idea that the light barrier is inviolate is a myth. But of course, any civilization that is going from one star system to another and has that capability is going to be using communication as well as transportation systems that drop out of linear space-time and go beyond the speed of light. Apparently, that something along those lines happened in addition to one that was more of a linear signal. By linear, I mean speed of light.
Right.
So this gets into the whole question of why wouldn't that be disclosed, and then what were the origins? Now, there's a man, this is another name I've never shared in context with this story, Dr. Richard Haynes, who was at NASA Ames Research Center. He'd been looked into the UFO subject for years, was a NASA scientist. He was on my early board of directors. And in the early days, SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial senior folks there at the research center, and he bluntly said, because he was convinced we were already being visited. He said to the SETI official, he says, "What would you say if I told you that the SETI project is a smokescreen, and that by having it, it conveys to the scientific community, the public, that they might be out there, but we haven't found anything because we're serious scientists, and that in reality, that they've already landed on terra firma, on the Earth." And this official with SETI turned to Dick Haynes and said, "Well, Dick, I'd say that you're a very smart man." I'm quoting. There you have it.
All right, so I have interviewed Seth many, many times, and I know I've given him just a terrible time because, I've said these very same things, and his response is uniform when you ask him about whether, we would be informed if contact was received. And he said, "Oh, yes, you couldn't possibly keep it away from the American people. New York Times would be on it in 1 second." And I have doubted that answer for years and years. Seth is a great guy, but boy, I'll tell you.
It's past his pay grade. That decision is not in it. I'm sorry. It just is. I mean, look, let's call a spade a spade.
I actually brought that up to him. I said, above your pay grade.
Yeah, absolutely it is. I mean, if it's above the pay grade of the President of the United States, you think it's not above the pay grade of Seth? I mean, come on.
Well, you're right. I mean, the stories we're discussing tonight are astronomically large.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's
gigantic.
It's a story in the history of the human race. I agree with you.
All right, well, you've been batting your head against it for years and years and years, and do you have any hope at all that you can come away with anything other than a headache anytime soon?
Sure. Well, it's a process. Look, I mean, this is an ultra marathon, not a sprint, and I knew that when I got involved with it. So, when we started this project, about 25-30% of the population thought that UFOs were real. Now it's more than half. 2/3 of the public think that there's intelligent life out there, and a majority of the public believe we've been visited in the past, if not currently. Yes. 43% of the public think that we're currently being visited. So we've made a huge amount of progress. And, look, since we've done the Disclosure Project launch, there are 14 countries that have opened up their UFO files. There have been Chilean generals come forward with video and other evidence. This continues to happen. But the big holdup is the mega superpower known as the United States of America and its transnational allies. I want to keep the lid on this for geopolitical, macroeconomic, and technological reasons. And also, I have to say, reasons that are related to sort of a worldview. This gets into this whole question of Buzz Aldrin said, "Hey, we need to go back to the moons around Mars to look into the obelisks and other structures that were there." Buzz Aldrin has said that. Mm-hmm. And what's interesting is that some years ago, a man who was involved with the jet, who worked at Jet Propulsion Labs, came up to me. I was given a praise. He says, "Look, I work at JPL, and you're absolutely right. There are structures both on the moon and on Mars, but that are ancient. And on Mars, we're talking really ancient, probably millions of years, not thousands." And I said, "Well, why at least can't that be released? Because that's sort of in the past. It's archaeological, etc." He says, "No, you don't understand." He said, "If that was released, it would collapse the foundations of every orthodox religious belief system on Earth." I said, "Well, good, if it's based on information that's not correct." He says, "No, you don't seem to understand how powerful those interests are."
So, essentially, Brookings, right?
Scientist saying this to me.
Essentially,
not a theologian.
I've got you.
This is a scientist.
I've got you. Essentially, Brookings, right? It's essentially Brookings, what they said. Right. Brookings did a study, you may recall, Doctor.
Yeah, I do know it. Yeah, I have it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, they said, look, everything will collapse. Religious institutions and on the economy, everything would go.
Well, I don't think it would collapse. It would have to get transformed. And so this is, a couple of years ago, I was at a gathering with 120 world leaders on an island off the coast of Australia up in the Great Barrier Reef. And it was one of these confabs where the Chatham House rules were in effect. I don't know if you know what those are. It means that you could share what's stated there, but you can't attribute it to anybody. So I was sort of a guest speaker. The organizers of it are people who are very good friends with the Clintons.
So, in other words, it's kind of like Las Vegas.
Yes, exactly. You can't say who said what. So it was interesting because I had people at this meeting who absolutely were, they were very upfront about the fact that this information is something that can either be viewed as disruptive or transformational. And so the whole title of this entire 3-day weekend with these literally 120 world leaders that were at this, from all walks of life. Some were corporate, some were academic, some were political. The Minister of Defense was there. And basically the title of it was From Disruption Opportunity. So the whole point I was trying to make is, it's like if somebody had wanted to suppress the internet or computers coming around because you own stock in Royal typewriters or something. Yes, it's disruptive on one level. On another level, it would be incredibly transformational. I mean, imagine having a civilization where there was no longer the need for poverty or pollution, and energy would be zero at its cost. I mean, this would be amazing. Now, there are stakeholders. I mean, some of the top people in the Australian coal mining industry were there, which is the only bright spot in the Australian economy for exports to China is coal to run the polluting power plants in China. That's why all the pollution is landing on the west coast from China. But, obviously those coal mines would be shut down within 10 or 15 years. And same thing with the oil wells. I mean, you'd have oil for plastic and that's it. But we're now talking trillions of dollars of an economic change, but we're also talking about an economy that would be lifted, that would be growing by tens of trillions of dollars. So it depends on where the stakeholders are and how much power they have. The problem with our political system, and by extension our macroeconomic and military-industrial complex, is that the stakeholders who have the power are the people who are really calling the shots.
All right. Let me stop you for a second. I want to ask a question. Yeah. You touched on political, so I'm going to ask you about this.
Yeah.
In years past, Doctor, we have had candidate after candidate after candidate who is an insider. And we've had to choose from insider 1 or insider 2, and once in a while maybe an insider 3. This year, things are a little bit different. We've got Trump, for one thing. Trump is, I don't know what Trump is. He's a wild man, an absolute wild man. But if he became president, do you think there's a chance that he would say, to hell with all of you, I'm going to tell you?
Well, I will tell you what, you're making it's a fact, not in evidence, okay? Here's the fact that's not in evidence. You're making an assumption that the President of the United States, by virtue of that, has an all-access pass. They do not. I mean, remember what Jimmy Carter said. Jimmy Carter ran on ending UFO secrecy, had a sighting. He got into the White House, and he started pushing on this and started the whole White House study of UFOs. And the two of these goons showed up with an all-access pass in the Oval Office and said to the president, "Sir, if you would like to complete your first term as president, you will keep your damn mouth shut about this." Now, this I know for a fact.
Right. I know this.
So this is the question: is you could put anyone in the Oval Office, and the question is, do they have the courage to stand up to these sort of interests? And that's what we haven't seen. And I'm not holding my breath that anyone from left, right, center, libertarian, A, would have access, and B, would have the courage to stand up to these folks. Now, could they? Technically, yes. There's enough actionable intelligence, let me just use that word, that we can provide that if they wanted to get into that system and demand, they could.
Now, all I'm saying is our political near future could be very different. I'm not saying that they would have the pass that they need or that they would have the knowledge they would need, but some of what's offered looks a little different this time around.
Yeah, you're right, it does. And whether or not that plays out into, I tell people when you boil it all down, the currency that matters, courage. I think if you don't have the courage to do it, you're not going to do it. I mean, and so far, what I've seen with the political class and the class is that when the going gets tough, they run the other way with their tail between their legs. Now, that's a very jaundiced view, but that's what I've observed over 25 years of dealing with. And I have a home in Washington. I meet with folks all the time, and obviously many of them, everyone is interested in the subject. Let me put it that way. Whether or not anyone wants to stick their neck out on it, that's a very big question.
Well, I think there are going to be more willing to stick their necks out when they begin to observe the water at their ankles.
Well, yes, that could be, and how much pain does there have to be before these folks begin to realize we just can't continue driving the ship of state over a cliff here. But,
everybody in the world wants what we have, and they're beginning to get it. Plus, and I don't know how long the world can last at this rate and be sustainable and livable. And at some point, one thing is going to get bigger than the other, and that's when you'll observe radical change. I hope.
Right. Well, it's a shame that it would have to get that bad, though, because we're talking about things that could be really severe. And the problem with it's a little bit like ignoring your house roof is leaking, and you just keep ignoring it, and then the structure and the foundation starts rotting, and the whole damn thing falls in.
That's right.
So there's a lot of deferred maintenance, and everyone knows. I've met with folks who are generals and admirals who say, "Oh yeah, it's a mistake that this was ever kept secret." But that's the way it is, and it's just too complicated to try to change it now. So some of the attitude is let the system collapse. I mean, it's sort of an eschatological view of things.
It seems a hard way to go.
Well, it is. It's very unwise, but that's, a lot of people just kind of have that view that there is an admiral who was the head of CONUS, or Continental United States Security, and he was meeting with it, and he said, "Look, you're absolutely right. It's ridiculous. This is secret." But he says, "My main job is maintaining the sort of the status quo of the world energy supply." He says, "And this is such a complicated problem, and the change is so huge. I just want to retire from this command and go fishing at my ranch out in Montana." I mean, that's literally what he said. So, everyone puts their pants on one leg at a time. There's no one leaping tall buildings here. So when you talk to a lot of these folks, they basically just don't want to take it on. It's too big of an issue. And in fact, Paul Hellyer was meeting with a senator up in who was on the Armed Services for Canada, and the Minister of Defense, Paul Hellyer, told me that this guy used to be kind of an understudy for him, and now was the chairman of the Armed Services Equivalent Committee in the Senate of Canadian Parliament. And when Hellyer brought this up, he says, "Look, I have a 5-pound line, and you're wanting me to reel in a 2,000-pound fish."
Yeah.
And that's literally how he put it. And so I think that, a lot of the public has to understand that a lot of times it's inertia and fear, and the lack of courageous leadership is really a big problem. I mean, it sounds very mushy, but when you get right down to it, it is about courageous leadership that we need.
All right, well, here's a statement for you and a question, and it is, look, I know, yes, I have a young wife in her 30s. I have an 8-year-old daughter. If somebody came to me, doctor, and said, look, buddy, you stay on the air, and your wife and your daughter and you ultimately are going to be very dead, I would be off the air. Now, shift to Dr. Greer. Dr. Greer is talking about things and loose steppers and no doubt upsetting a lot of people with what you're saying. Now, what gets you the pass that allows you not to get a threat of that nature, Doctor?
Well, I've had threats of that nature, although not involving my family, and it's something that I've always known as a possibility, and it doesn't stop me from doing what I'm doing. Part of it is that there are some folks in the so-called MAGIC group, MAJIC group, who very much want to see this problem resolved. And I call them the white hats or the friendlies in this group. One of the problems that people have, and this is the problem with these sweeping conspiracy theories, is that they think it's homogenous and everyone's the same. No, it's very fractured, actually. And when I first was, way back when I was doing this briefing for the CIA director, I was told that only a third of the policy group controlling the subject was at all in favor of it coming out. Not long ago, I was told 70% of them would like to see this issue resolved now. So it's gone from 30-some% to 70. Now, people say, if it's 70%, why isn't it resolved? I say, because the other 30% information and create a peaceful and better world with this information, and also a more peaceful approach to the problem with these visitors from outer space. You know, instead of militarizing it, let's do something that's more peaceful and diplomatic. That was the core of why I launched the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence 25 years ago this month, in fact.
Well, I'd gamble with my life, but not that of my family. I've got to tell you, if they said they were going to kill my daughter and wife, that'd be it for me. And I think most people, including the man who was developing the energy system that you didn't get, right?
Right.
I mean, my life is one thing, your life is one thing. Maybe, Doctor, they consider you and me useful idiots.
Well, or expendable. You know, I mean, it was like, you know, useful aids or expendable, but there are people who want to see a lot of this information continue to go forward. And I think that, you know, you really can't overthink it, but I've never had a direct threat to family, and I have had direct threats to myself. The worst, though, come from the public. You know, I mean, you know, all kinds of wacko people. But,
True.
Well, no, seriously. I mean,
no, you don't have to convince me.
Oh, believe me. So, but I think that the bigger problem is with, you know, I think that if the public got together and resolved to change this themselves, I'm not saying that these covert interests are impotent, but they don't have nearly the power the public thinks they do. If the public were to actually move together, and I think that there's two sides of this equation. There are people trying to keep it secret, and then there's the apathy of the public. It's sort of like what happened in World War II, when in Germany people said, "Oh, well, this can't happen," or someone else will take care of it. Next thing you know, they're goose-stepping, you know, millions of people into ovens. I think that's one of the problems with humans, is that they really always expect someone else will fix it. And I think we have got to stop that. We have to come together. It's very much a we the people kind of concept. We the people have to get together, bring out these technologies. We the people have to come together and go and find people who have been working in these classified projects and say, why don't you come forward with more and more information and evidence? We have got to come together and do that. We launched about a year and a half ago an app so that anyone in the world who wants to connect to another Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind group and go out under the stars together can do so.
Okay, we'll get into that, but I want to point out to you, Doctor, I don't want to.
That's actually happening.
I don't want to discourage you, but while people dressed in black have been lopping off heads, right and left, the American people have cheerfully watched their constitutional rights to privacy disappear in front of their very eyes without so much as lifting a finger.
I agree. I think the Patriot Act was ultimately a test to see if anyone would give a damn. And no one really did, very few people. And it was, I think, a way of testing the waters to see how far down the road of totalitarian, super state, you know, fascistic policies the public would go along with passively.
Well, fear is a strong motivator.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. And in the aftermath of 9/11, there was a lot of fear, obviously.
Well, just watching what's going on in the Middle East right now, just lots of fear. So, you know, I mean, our rights have just gone away and gone away and gone away. I'm 70 now. I'm old enough to remember what it was a time when we actually had those rights. And so I've seen them disappear. A lot of people, I think, haven't been paying attention. You know, they're too much into their video game.
Right, exactly. Well, I think that also there's sort of an erosion that happens. It's like a frog being boiled in the water, doesn't even notice it. It's just little by little by little being chipped away at.
Right.
And that's where, between that and the sort of the media kind of making everyone kind of passive and not engaged. But I think that's why we have to awaken. There has to be this sort of awakening in the body politic and see it change, or things may get to the point where there's enough pain that people go, we've got to wake up and change this. You know, it may be at the 12th hour, but ultimately that one of those two things are going to have to play out, and for us to make it over to the other side of this.
I'm curious, Doctor, how you view the Ed Snowden affair.
Well, you know, it's interesting. I was up in New York this past last year, and I was talking to a man who works with at Snowden's lawyer, and I said the big problem with that was that Snowden was very young. He didn't know the difference between a top secret, a TSSCI, top secret special compartmented intelligence, and an unacknowledged special access project. And that cost him everything. In other words, if he had disclosed illegally run, unacknowledged special access projects that the Congress and the president didn't know about because they were so black, he would have been absolutely on safe territory. But if you disclose something that is being properly managed, even if it's a ridiculously wrong-headed project, but the Senate Intelligence Select Committee and the president and other people are informed of it, it's being legally handled. So he needed to have someone, other than the people who are around him, to say, look, if you're going to disclose something, be sure it's something that is an unacknowledged special access project that is, by definition, being run illegally and off the books. And that would have been something that no one could have come after him for. But in a sense, he risked everything for disclosing projects that were just a later incarnation of what the New York Times exposed back a decade earlier in the Carnivore program and the Echelon programs with the NSA. They were just more beefed up versions of what the NSA had in the late 1990s and early 2000s that was in the mainstream media already. So the tragedy of the Snowden affair was that he didn't really understand, the legalities of disclosing something that was illegal versus legal. Now, the argument can be made, he still disclosed information that the public needed to know about, but almost everything he disclosed were of a genre of surveillance projects with emails and phone records and electronic intelligence that was exposed a decade earlier if anyone did their homework. So I think that it was sort of a tragic situation all around, and I think it was because he didn't appreciate the distinction between top secret and compartmented intelligence and unacknowledged special access projects, which is where, by the way, the whole UFO, ET, zero-point energy area is residing.
All right, very quickly, Doctor, I've seen a few references in media to Snowden having said something about either UFOs or alien technology or alien contact or alien something or another. I don't recall the exact reference. Are you aware whether he's actually made a statement in that area?
I've heard the same rumors, but I haven't been able to attribute it. And I've seen no evidence in the way of documents or anything else that he's released that point in that direction. By the way, the Gary McKinnon case, you remember that case where they were trying to extradite? Well, Gary McKinnon did the hacking where he found all that ET information because he saw the disclosure event that I organized in 2001. So I felt a little bit guilty about that, and I reached out to his legal team and said, look, you're making the wrong argument. The argument you need to make has nothing to do with the legality of the hack. It has to do with the illegality of the information he was accessing, that the information he was accessing has been managed in a illegal fashion. And if that's the argument you make, a constitutional argument, not a technical one, I will give you the names of people that you can subpoena on his behalf. I mean, admirals, generals, etc., who have been locked out of these projects and where it can be absolutely proven in a court of law that these projects are being managed illegally. Now, I actually shared that with them, and what they did with it, I don't know. Ultimately, he was able to beat it and not get extradited. But, I think that, again, anyone listening who's in the intelligence community or a contractor, just if you're, contact me if you're listening. And, I've dealt with some of the best constitutional attorneys and some of the best people in the world who know this system. I didn't know it. I had to be taught about this. I was a doctor, for God's sakes. And you can avoid these really catastrophic mistakes if you stick to exposing and disclosing the projects that are illegally being managed. And we can prove this, by the way. We can prove that these projects have been illegally managed. And since we can prove it, if they then were trying to be prosecuted
That would be a great court case.
All right, doctor. Hold tight, please. We're at a break. This is Midnight in the Desert. Dr. Stephen Greer is my guest. And yes, by the way, he is a doctor. Good question, huh? How come you gave that up? How come you're doing this? Can't be making a lot doing this, right? We'll be back.
The clock strike 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Breaking news night more than one way. My guest was Dr. Stephen Greer. The breaking news, just one more time, is pretty amazing stuff. It appears that astronomers have located what they feel may be megastructures near a star about 1,500 light years away, mainly KIC 846-2852. It lies just above the Milky Way between the constellations of Cygnus and Lyra. They actually used the word megastructures. So this story, watch for it, is going to get real big, real quick, or something is real wrong. Doctor, in the last segment, you were saying, look, I'm a doctor, and you are a doctor, and so I'm wondering, doctor, most doctors, well, they're doing pretty well. They've got a nice house, they've got a nice family and private school, the kids are, and on and on and on. Things are going well for them because they make a lot of money. You, on the other hand, have turned to everything we're talking about tonight years ago, and it just can't be that profitable compared to what you could be doing.
Oh, well, of course it isn't, and that's not why one would ever do it. As an emergency doctor, you know, at this stage, you have to be making, around $500,000 a year or so. I mean, my view of it is that, well, a couple of things. One is you have to put all this in perspective. I didn't go into medicine for the money either. I would have gone into investment banking or something. And secondly, if what are we leaving to the next? I now have, I have 4 children, and we just had our 8th grandchild was born about 3 weeks ago. So, in my view, what are you doing? What are you leaving that generation? And what kind of a world are we leaving if we don't try to do something? So those are the bigger question. And so it's not a monetary thing at all. But yes, you're absolutely right. I remember, a couple of years ago, my wife and I were looking at, our W-2, and we had a grand total of I think it was $35,000 in income instead of, $450,000. But, the question is luckily, I'd done well enough as a doctor and done some things in investments, and so I was able to own a home and get the kids through college. So, our needs are at this point fairly simple. But I think that's, ultimately it's a choice that people make. Are you going to, take this seriously or not? And I decided to take it very seriously. And you can't do everything. And then for a long time, I did everything. I was working full-time as an emergency doctor, raising 4 kids, trying to do all this stuff in the disclosure project. It was killing me. Because you only have so many hours in a day. But, that's when you get onto this sort of really a personal choice. Are you going to give it your all or not? And we decided to give it our all. And luckily, I have a very, very supportive wife.
I was going to ask, you've had, I'm sure, the talk a few times, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. And the wonderful thing about her is that, she was in the Peace Corps when I met her. Her whole worldview is the same as mine in terms of how we lead the world as we get a better place than we found it if we can. And I don't, for her it was, sure, let's do it and we'll manage. And she knew that, I was good enough at balancing things that I'd still take care of everyone.
All right, I'm going to bounce another question off you, and then we're going to turn to some, I know you've got a lot of stuff. So I want to ask you, I recently interviewed Dr. David Jacobs. Then I interviewed another guest, but mainly I'm going to bore in on what Dr. Jacob said, that another guest backed up. A pretty wild stuff. He said, look, Art, it's already happening. They have been experimenting with us, toying with us, if you will, genetically for a long time. There are human-alien hybrids on the planet now, and there are more and more of them. Anybody run that one by you?
Well, I've certainly heard it. I've never seen any evidence for it. What I will say is that, you know, not everything that goes bump in the night is what people think it is. And this gets into the deep end of what's called stagecraft in the intelligence community. Now, what am I talking about? The way that you stage things to create a deception and to basically for the purpose of psychological warfare purposes. And, you know, we put up on our website not long ago, the man, I had recorded his interview, maybe 14, 15 years ago, videotape, and he didn't want it released until he had passed away because of the risk of doing so. And his name's Pawlak. It's spelled P-A-W-E-L-A-C. And his testimony is at our website, SiriusDisclosure.com, S-I-R-I-U-S Disclosure.com, all one word. So when I got the permission to release it, I put it up there up on our YouTube channel, and it's one of dozens and dozens of these kind of whistleblowers and deep insiders. And he was talking about how in the 1970s and 80s, he had developed, working with people who developed an RS chip, a radio frequency chip, and that the CIA got very involved with it. And then Siemens made 2 billion of them, and they were being used to put in people. And this sounds like something science fiction and very spooky. But he didn't want to have that attributed to him until after he passed away. So after he did, I got the death certificate from his wife, and it's up on our website. Now, what's interesting is how few people have actually studied this issue. Of how many things that are going on, what part of it is ET, what part of it is human masquerading as ET. And this is something no one's ever asked. No one's asking this question. It's like the Benowitz affair, which I'm sure you're familiar with.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. And Richard Doty with Air Force Special Investigation. But the thing that precipitated that was a woman who, near Kirkland Air Force Base in Sandia, driving late at night, saw one of our man-made flying saucers. It looks like an ET craft. It's made by Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman, a consortium of companies, SAIC, and a whole bunch of them. And they sent a squad over to, quote, simulate an abduction. And they abducted her. But it wasn't aliens abducting her.
Right.
It was humans masquerading as aliens. And then it made its way over to Benowitz, and the rest is history. But this goes on a great deal, because if they're trying to hide something, there's two things. One, it creates a great cover story to blame it on the aliens. Secondly, it also creates the specter of a fearsome thing going on out there that we need to be fighting. So there's the psychological warfare value of it, the so-called, what Werner von Braun said, look, they're going to try to hoax a threat from outer space after they're done with the Cold War and terrorism. And by the way, we released that information before 9/11, right? So there's that part of it that's sort of more of a strategic psychological effort. And then there's the tactical, and that is, we have an event happen here. It's actually one of our prototypes that's an anti-grav. Let's concoct a cover story that it was alien, when it's not alien at all. So there has to be, it's not as simple as people think. When you can't just take a sort of a strictly phenomenological approach to it. In other words, here's a phenomenon, it's got to be alien. That's way too simplistic. You have to say, okay, here's something that's happened. Is it us? Is it them? Is it neither? Is it something else? And that's the whole question of how you have to approach it. So when you look at some of these stories, I go, well, maybe. But then I know guys who have been on human abduction squads masquerading as aliens on purpose. I mean, I personally have met guys on those special operations teams. And, the Stan Romanek story, when he had this weird robotic thing that looked like an ET that came into his house, and he was on the TV circuit with this alien called Boo that popped up
don't.
Well, he was on Good Morning America and Larry King and everything else. Anyway.
Well, I was overseas for a lot of years.
Yeah, so I went up to his house. This is a great story. This is a fascinating story. So a member of my team in Denver and I went over to Stan Romanek's house. And there was footage that Disney had bought up that was of one of these abduction things that happened in his house there outside Denver.
Mm-hmm.
And he videotaped it. And I saw the videotape, even though I couldn't get it to release because Disney bought the rights to it and they black shelved it. They hid it. But I looked at it, and he had a tape recording of someone calling in from the intelligence community after this happened and said, Stan, it's one of the fake ones. Well, Stan Romanek didn't know what that meant, and there was a investigator there also from MUFON who didn't know what it meant. I said, well, yeah, this is one of the fake ones. And they said, what the hell are you talking about? I said, these are robotic sort of android things that are biologicals made by humans to look like aliens that are doing some of these abductions for their psychological warfare value. And none of these people had heard of this. I said, oh, come on, how can you not know about this? So we're looking at the videotape, and I swear this what looks like a gray alien comes robotically across his kitchen, and then he falls over. Well, the intelligence official who contacted him, because his father had been in the Air Force, said, look, they threw a chemical cancer that was a knockout gas. You fell over with the camera. And then they proceeded to do this whole classic abduction sequence. Well, I'm sitting there in his kitchen looking at this videotape, and it's so obvious to me that this is nothing ET, that it's something that's man-made being done for its psychological warfare value. And why this isn't common knowledge in the UFO research community, I don't know. Because the information about there it's been out there for 20, 30 years.
Well, while we're on the subject of abductions, Doctor, your take on them, are they real? Are some of them real?
I think people have had real contact, and I think so much what's called the abduction syndrome, not all of them, a lot of them appear to be these sort of simulated events. It's interesting. I have a document. We're going to release it next month. I'm doing an expose on a lot of this in Washington, D.C. on November 21st. People who want to come, the information's on our website, SeriousDisclosure.com. And in this document from the Strategic Studies Institute, it talks about setting up a global UFO abduction cult and using stagecraft to use advanced aircraft, meaning these electromagnetic man-made UFOs, and stagecraft to engage in abductions to make people think that they're aliens for their psychological warfare value. Now, this document is from the 1990s, I think 96, 95. I'd have to pull it out. And this is the only bit of, sort of data point you can connect these dots to. So all I say to people is not everything that goes in the night is what you think it is. And there's a compelling interest in the deep black transnational security state, this super secret security state, to try to create the specter of something we should be afraid of, because that's how they're going to grow the military-industrial complex. How do you grow it? I mean, Panetta, the CIA director for Obama for a while, said, look, we're spending $110 billion a year chasing 70 al-Qaeda members in Afghanistan. 70, literally. Mm. And that's quote. And so how do you grow this global arms and military sort of enterprise from $1 trillion or two to more than that? Well, you've got to create a bigger enemy. All right, and the biggest enemy, the trump card that Werner von Braun said that would be played, is this false flag threat from outer space.
Right.
So every bit of information I get, whether it's on an abduction or this, I'm going, is it real or is it Memorex, like the commercials? Is it real or is it stagecrafted? Because I've met with too many people who've been involved in the stagecraft and have seen too much evidence for it. So I'm always going, people say, oh, Dr. Greer says no one's had contact with the real aliens and blah, blah. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that you have to bring into this some kind of discernment and a bigger database of information, because otherwise you're going to get deceived.
Well, you think there's been plenty of contact. We're going to get to that in a minute. Ray in East Tennessee asked me by computer, please ask Dr. Greer why he doesn't fear for his family's life. He never finished the story. You did mention yourself, but Doctor, you do have a family, and would you really hold on to that kind of threat?
No, it won't. It wouldn't happen. In other words, I'm trying to be very delicate about this. The people who have our backs, who want to see some of this resolved, are incredibly powerful people who have said, "Look, you never have to worry about that." And
well, why?
Because there are some folks who really don't want to see us continue on the path we're on, which is going to be a disaster. And there are some very good people. I mean, I know this is hard for people to hear, but believe it or not, there's some really, really good and supportive people in the military and intelligence community who support disclosure, who support peaceful contact, who support. And this brings us to this whole French initiative where the whole Ministry of Defense got behind doing a CE5 peaceful contact.
I want to talk about that.
In France, which is one of the most important things. In fact, it is probably the most important government document in the history of the UFO subject. And so I think that this is, people want to paint everyone with the same brush. And I think we have to be a little more nuanced than that. There are some really good people. Those people really do support what we're trying to do and have extended protection.
Okay, exactly what did you get from the French?
Oh, well, I mean, it was a series of things that happened. A man whose family had been involved in the founding of the French Republic and were very, involved with the French government on a diplomatic basis and reached out to me some years ago. And one thing, it was a series of conversations and meetings that happened both in the United States and Washington and out here at my farm in Virginia and in France. And the document is from Pierre Morin, M-O-R-I-N, with the Ministry of Defense in France. And it's basically sent to me, and it's dated in January of 2007. Basically making the commitment to go on a long-term effort to make peaceful contact with these interstellar civilizations. And the attachment is a document of all the techniques and approaches that would be used in a close encounters of the fifth kind diplomatic meeting. And so this went on back and forth for a number of years until we finally went over to France, I believe it was in 2010, and did a demonstration close encounters of the fifth kind with the admiral and the officials there from the Ministry of Defense. And this went on, they were wanting to learn how they might do this. Now, in the course of this, I know that the ambassador to the United States from France got a call from someone in our government telling them not to pursue it and to stop it. And they said, we're going to do this on French soil and you cannot stop it. There's a huge story. I did an entire presentation in London last month about this that we hope to have up on the public as soon as we can get a copy of it from the people who hosted the event. But
well, that's the French for you.
Well, and what's beautiful is that the French actually committed and have made this commitment to go forward making peaceful contact with these civilizations. And this is it's on the official letterhead and signatures and stamp of the Ministry of Defense. So this is such an important document just because of what it's committing to do. Making contact and identifying the source, the biological, all of this is an entire set of protocols that came with this letter from the Ministry of Defense, and it was followed up with this meeting on a 2,200-acre estate in Brittany back in 2010. So these sort of initiatives, I mean, it's a baby step, let's call it, by a major G7 country.
Well, maybe the French are scared. I mean, they don't have a great record of standing up to things, and maybe that document will end up in the French Museum of Surrender. Anyway, my guest is Dr. Stephen Greer, and we are talking of many things, very, very important things. We'll inquire about taking some calls. Stay right where you are.
through the wind, the sun, or the rain, we can meet as they are. Come on, baby, don't
Proudly part of the Dark Matter Digital Network. This is Midnight in the Desert with your host, Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Well, all right. It's not usual to take calls for Dr. Greer, but we're going to do it. So, here's the way it works. If you want to call us, we have a national number, which is, pen in hand, are you ready? Area code 952-225-5278. Once again, you would dial 1, then 952-225-5278. If you want to reach us by Skype in North America, you call MITD 51. Just go to add in Skype, get Skype on your phone and add a contact. That's us. MITD 51. In the rest of the world outside of America, Canada and America, it's MITD 55. MITD 55. So in a few moments, we'll begin taking calls for Dr. Greer. I would appreciate your keeping them, on this kind of night, this kind of breaking news, if you would keep them short, succinct, and ones that are able to be answered on the air, that would be really spiffy. Dr. Greer, welcome back. A couple things I want to finish up with the friends, if you can. Were there any really serious revelations given other than sort of consideration of what would happen if?
Oh, sure, because when we did this demonstration of the contact protocols for them, they tracked objects going 200,000 kilometers an hour over the site. And there was all kinds of phenomena that happened, and this was incredibly important. And the idea that a major government's Ministry of Defense would say, look, we're going to break with the secrecy on this and actually try to openly make peaceful contact. That is an enormous step. It's hard to overstate how significant that is, and then what happened during that event. By the way, the event was open to the public. They just didn't know that these Ministry of Defense people were there. And so there were about 60 people for this event over several days in Brittany. And, it was a very historic event. I predict that it will eventually go down as one of the turning points for a major Western government to actually put their toes in to this subject, and in an open way. This correspondence between me and my team and the Ministry of Defense, none of it was classified, because I'm a total civilian. I will not accept a classified briefing. So that's a very, very big step. And I think that we're actually have an initiative with another major government in the world outside the United States to carry it even to the next level. And so this is, I always tell people, there's the past, and then there's the now, but there's what are we going to create in the future? So creating an initiative like this in the future is, I think, where the action is.
Okay. You mentioned, look, I know that you're pretty well known for actually leading groups, into a situation where you sort of get together and attempt to initiate contact, correct?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. That was the founding project of our entire effort.
All right. Have you actually released an app that has anything to do with that, or what's the story?
Yeah, so if you go to our website, SiriusDisclosure.com, SIRIUS Disclosure.com, there's an app that's a whole training app that has all the protocols on it. It actually takes your smartphone and turns it into a magnetic field detector.
Really?
Yes. It's a very sophisticated app. It's a very big file, though.
That's right. And it's for what? Typically Apple?
No, it's for, you can do it for, there's one version for Android and one for iPhones.
Okay.
And then there's, it actually takes you through a whole training program and of what the protocols are, the remote viewing techniques, the technologies you need on site. All this is all in this app. It's really amazing, the people who developed it. And then
what is the name? I'm sorry. What is the name of the app you search for?
It's the ET Contact Tool.
ET Contact Tool.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's, and then there's another one, that's the ET Contact Network, that will show you who's in your area wanting to do this. So we're just launching a series of events where we'll have these sort of contact global mass consciousness events on the same night every month all around the world, because now there are thousands of people doing this. And, it is interesting. I got a report from a Croatian truck driver who was using this app and was doing the remote viewing and doing the contact protocols. And this ET craft materializes and floats right over his truck when he has it pulled over by the side of the road during a restaurant. So, yeah, some amazing stuff is going on. And to me, that's where the act is proactive, and it's now. And that's what's really, really exciting about it. And this other app, you can download. It'll show you where people are near you. And if people actually put an email address in there or just create a new email address at some server like Yahoo or some Google, people can contact each other. Then they can get together and go out and do this as a team of people, 3, 4, 5 people at a time. Now, we have actually these contact teams all over the world now. Once we launch that app, I could actually monitor, and within hours, almost every country in the world had CE5 contact teams that were formed.
All right.
It's really amazing.
Give me the bigger picture about this, Doctor. In other words, it seems almost... But, all right, let me ask about the goal. When you have people either shining flashlights into the sky, getting together as a club or a group, and trying to initiate contact, it seems... I don't know. I want to hear about your goal, because it seems a trivial way to approach contact, or maybe it is the way. I mean, why is it the way? Tell me.
Because it's the people doing it, and not some big government. It's fine to have the government, like this government in France, work on this, but I really think what these civilizations are looking for is that they're measuring the human response to their presence, and are they doing anything proactive and intelligent, or are they running around like a bunch of monkeys in the jungle? I think that if you get together in a group that is coherent, and then you have thousands of groups doing this in coherence, it sends a different message to them than sending up a weapon system to shoot at them.
There is that.
Okay, so all right. So I think that the purpose of it is to create interplanetary contact that's peaceful. That is the ultimate goal. Instead of interplanetary conflict that's been mismanaged for 60 years by the military-industrial deep national security.
All right. When these craft do show up to one of these and respond to one of these groups or individuals doing this, what do you think is the motive or the thinking on their part, or is that asking too much?
No, it's not asking too much. We've done this for 25 years, and it seems to be that if the group is doing this with the right purpose and not centered in some kind of paranoia fear, they're very interested in humans getting together in sort of a group consciousness to make contact. People like, if you look at the work at the Peer Lab at Princeton.
Oh, yes, I look at it all the time.
Okay, there is an effect within the field of consciousness when people come together. So there's a certain effect from one person doing it. There's an exponential effect that's much larger if multiple people get together in this state of awareness to do anything. But particularly in this case, and I think what we're getting, the feedback we're getting from the behavior of the ETs when they show up, is that they're very interested in humans going into this process together for creating a peaceful future together in space instead of a violent future. And I think that is really the core of the purpose of the CE5 initiative, the Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind initiative. When humans, and by the way, we don't shine flashlights, we use all kinds of other electronic.
Whatever. Yeah, whatever.
And what's exciting about it is that it doesn't require other equipment, and it doesn't require a whole lot of expertise, but you do have to learn the very first thing you have to understand is the concept of transdimensional physics and non-locality of mind. What is it that is phasing beyond the speed of light? Not just thought, but electromagnetically, all kinds of other dimensions. So you have to begin to understand that to do this kind of work, because otherwise something's going to show up and you're going to be completely, WTF? What in the world is this?
All right, well, I definitely believe in the power of consciousness. I have experimented with it myself, and but what I don't know is what it is that we're talking to. I mean, you seem convinced that it's ETs. You know, you can mess with a Ouija board and also connect with something you might not be comfortable connecting with. So, you know, when you do connect with something, Doctor, are you sure that we're connecting with ETs?
Well, part of the training is to discern when it's something from, let's call it the spirit world, versus something that's transdimensional and ET, versus, your great-grandmother. I think, there is a learning curve and a discernment, but there are very distinct attributes and qualities to these different kinds of experiences. And that gets into the depth of the training and experience that comes along with it. It is also important to realize that anything that is interstellar, if it's interstellar, by definition, it's transdimensional. And therefore, the way it may manifest around you can overlap with other types of phenomena like you're referring to. So you absolutely have to study that and understand the distinction. But, that's something that can't be done in a 5-minute question and answer.
All right.
But it's learnable. This is not, it's not like it's some secret mystery. It's something that's absolutely can be understood by almost anyone.
All right. Let's take a few calls. Stephen, hello. You're on there with Dr. Greer.
Hi, Art. Thanks.
You're welcome.
I just want to say hi, Dr. Greer. I want to say I'm a huge fan. That it's an honor to speak with you. I've listened to and watched about everything of yours that I possibly could, because you really present a uniquely comprehensive and palatable view on the UFO subject. It's unlike anyone else I've ever heard. I wanted to ask you what your thoughts are about last year's announcement by Lockheed that their Skunk Works division is developing a fusion reactor.
Yes, I've been following that, and I think they're just testing the waters to see, what would be the response to releasing a, tabletop fusion type reactor. Certainly they have much more than that in the Skunk Works. I know people who have worked in what's called the Cube. I don't know if you know what that is, up in the high desert of California. There's an underground facility called the Cube. I'm probably saying more than I should have, but and they certainly have fully operational transdimensional systems that, as Ben Rich said to Jan Harzan, who's now the head of MUFON, have the ability to take, quote, ET home. In other words, way beyond the speed of light. But I think when they announced that, it was a way of just testing the waters of the public, the scientific community, and others. Because remember what I said earlier, not everyone involved in these covert programs are lockstep together wanting to keep this secret forever. A lot of people want to see this change. And I think that's where there's sort of a behind-the-scenes progress being made that some people aren't really appreciating. But there's actually a lot of change happening in those projects. And I think the fact that they would announce that is something where they were putting up a trial balloon, let's call it. They certainly have more advanced technologies than a fusion system.
All right, Doctor, you said I'm probably saying more than I should. Are you in possession of a lot of classified information you're unable to talk about?
Yes. Only because, for example, this French document, I wanted to wait till the president of France, who at the time was there, Sarkozy, was out of office, and some of these other people were not in harm's way. It's the same thing when I didn't talk about my briefing with the CIA director for years until he was well out of office, because I was keeping a confidence. And there's a lot of other information. For example, this Powlick interview about developing the radio frequency chips that they've been putting in people. I had that for 15 years, and I wanted to release it. And when I finally got this letter, it was sad that he passed away, but and I had his death certificate, and so now I can release that. So yes, I have a lot of information like that, and I have to I always honor the confidence of when someone has told me or provided me with something not to release it or not to attribute it to them for a certain period of time or what have you. And so I always try to honor.
Believe me, I understand that. Outside the country, to Peter, hello.
Hi, thanks for taking my call.
Sure, where are you?
I'm in Australia.
Okay. All right, Peter, go ahead.
Hi, Dr. Greer. Nice to speak to you.
Nice to speak to you.
It's a bit of a tough question for you. I've followed you for quite a few years, and a few years ago you mentioned that the crowdfunding was going to happen for a project where you were going to have all sort of webcams set up and everything so we could bust a free energy device out. And I just wondered what happened with that. When is this coming?
No, we had a crowdfunding for the film Sirius, which we hoped could create enough funding so we could create a lab so that would happen. But you can't open a lab with $100,000. You can't even buy the equipment. So what happened is that 99% of the people who saw the film Sirius, which, by the way, was on Netflix, and we went to the #1 documentary on Netflix a couple months ago.
I thought it was excellent. I saw it.
But it didn't generate any real revenue. So what it generated enough that we have a $100,000 award or challenge to anyone who has one of these technologies that they can bring to us to be released open source. But to create a research lab and hire the people to run it and to do it. Now, I think, if we had the resources of, $6 to $10 million to open a facility, hire those people, we'd probably have something in a year and a half or 2 years. I'm pretty confident of that. But, that's something we've never had the funding. We've never had anywhere near, not even 10% of that level of funding. So the problem is, if we were to get the funding to do that, everything happening in that lab, except the bathrooms, would be live streamed so that at the moment that we had an aha moment, it would be streamed on the internet and the data would be dumped on the internet so it couldn't be confiscated. In other words, it would be 100% open source. But we don't have the funds to do that. So what we've done instead is to create this award and challenge. If someone has something like this they develop, they can bring it to us. The criteria is very clear. And I would encourage people to read what's on the website, seriousdisclosure.com, because it's very clear that that's what we're trying to do. In the meanwhile, if there's a benefactor out there that wants to fund a research and development project to that amount, that'd be great. The public so far has not. And the film Sirius, while it reached a lot of people, most of the people who saw it for free or for very little. It didn't generate any real revenue, certainly not, in the upwards of $6 to $10 million.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it that way myself. On the phone, you're on the air with Dr. Greer. Hi.
Hi, how you doing, Dr. Greer? How you doing? All right, thank you for all you guys are doing. I got a question for you. Have you heard anything about an armada of motherships that pulled up behind the moon about 3 years ago and have been sitting there dormant for the last 3 years?
Doctor?
Yes, I have heard about that.
Wow.
I know. In fact, I've had a couple of reports about it, but I have not seen any evidence for it. So I saw the same reports probably you did. Now, what I have that's more interesting, I don't know if you remember the Cassini probe that went out to Saturn.
Sure.
Well, the Lockheed Martin executive, Lockheed Martin is headquartered outside D.C. there. Everything's there. And this guy called me up. He said, look, he says, he saw the data that was scrubbed before the NASA people saw it, of them imaging out by the rings of Saturn, a massive mothership, if you want to call it that, ET, out by the rings of Saturn. And this executive with Lockheed Martin was way up there. And he said to me, but the public is never going to see it, and nor is the rank and file of NASA going to see it. He said, but he absolutely knows that has been imaged, and somewhere in the vault run by these corporate and intelligence programs are some pretty spectacular images of a massive. Now, my impression is that this was the same object that this Naval Research Lab scientist, Richard Foch, was informed about by a general at the Defense Intelligence Agency that was on the order of hundreds of miles, or massive. We're not talking about a few 1,000 feet across, but massive object out by Saturn.
It's interesting, Doctor. All these things you're saying tonight seems so much more digestible, if you will, in view of the breaking news we've got tonight. I mean, normally when a lot of people hear these things, they go, "Oh, come on, that big, really?" Well, here we are looking at real news of something that big or bigger, and so it makes hearing what you're saying not so hard to hear.
Yeah, I mean, imagine an object that's bigger than the entire LA basin, moving around out in space. So I think the other thing is that the people have to understand what you're talking about in terms of technologies and say called manufacturing. These things aren't made by digging up iron ore and smelting it and riveting it together. All right, we're talking about a type of technological manufacturing where you create a standing wave, what I call it infra ultrasound, that's transdimensional, and you actually accumulate the atomic and molecular structures from a template, an energetic template, and it materializes into 3D. So you're not and I understand this very well. I know guys who worked in labs in the very classified projects in the U.S. that have done this in human projects that are experimental. So when you're dealing with interstellar technologies that are transdimensional, you really have to completely, it's not like building a full...
And go to whoever's next. Hello, you're on the air with Dr. Greer.
Hi, Dr. Greer. I have a question. I'll take the answer off the air. If there's so much of this, the government trying to cover this up for the purpose of, keeping control over the world's economy and whatnot, what are the odds that this scientist from Penn State University who thinks that he found this megastructure is just going to be shut down and silenced anyway? Thank you.
It's a very good question, and I think Art Bell's referred to this before, is that we'll see if this story gets traction in the mainstream media, because I've seen so many stories that, well, wait a minute, let's just back this up. We did the National Press Club event. It was the biggest event in the history of the National Press Club. We had dozens of top secret military people with their documents. And it got into the national media because they couldn't ignore it. There were 22 network cameras there, and then it was quickly taken down. And you have to ask the question, is the media really that free? Do we really have a free press? And I would say, no. I think, Art Bell's show seems to be quite free. I haven't talked about anything yet tonight that they shut the satellite down. But if you look at CNN, the New York Times, the Washington Post, I'm very skeptical that they're free agents. And I've had direct experiences with senior producers at these networks who wanted to cover some of these stories and were absolutely ordered not to do it. So the idea that we have a completely free press is just a myth.
Agreed. All right. I cannot pronounce the name of the person who's calling me, Paul. Maybe.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Where are you, please?
I'm in California.
California. Okay. Well, you're on my international line, so you lose. I'm sorry. That is for international callers only. William on Skype. You're on the air. Hi. Hello, William.
Hello?
Yes, well, get close to your mic and turn off your device so we don't hear that coming back at us.
Oh, it's turned off.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Art, for taking my call. And Dr. Greer, you're a hero to a lot of people. I just wanted to ask you, I contribute to the lab each month, and I just want to put out there that I think that if people really want something, they should also contribute to the lab,
Right.
I don't know what your thought is on that.
Well, it's absolutely true, because if you look at just our mailing list and network, is a couple 100,000 people. But in my personal network, if each of those people did $10 a month in 3 to 4 to 5 months, we'd have enough to open this lab and put some of these geniuses that we've recruited out of the intelligence community to work. And I think, but it gets back to this question of everyone's, and I thank you very much for your support. Everyone kind of wants someone else to do this. And it's sort of an area of interest and entertainment. But, I've met with a number of people who are multi-billionaires, and they're very interested in this. But when I say, hey, why don't you just take a flyer instead of putting $5 million on the craps table in Las Vegas and just take a flyer on this technology? They go, no, I love that. It's too risky. I'll let someone else do it. So I think that the public, however, doing when you're talking about setting up a serious research and development scientific lab, you're not going to do that for a couple $100,000. If you look at our budget, the electronic equipment alone is around $500,000 just to get the correct, very high voltage systems at the correct frequency, so you can begin to experiment with these transdimensional zero-point technologies. So, now I will give it to you that there may be people out there who could possibly have one of these systems that they've been sitting on. If they do, they need to contact us, and we have an award for them, and that money is sitting there. It's $100,000. It's not much.
Doctor, I'm hearing more and more and more people talking about development of exactly what you're talking about. People actually working on models that they claim are either about to work or working.
Well, we just had this report out of India, Tawari, who actually took over sort of Bruce De Palma's in-machine concept and now has it under contract. The problem is, if you look at that, if you go to our website, you'll see there's a whole news article that was in the Economic Times of India, mainstream article, and it's claiming that this thing is almost 300% efficient, meaning three or four times more energy out than it's going in, because it's pulling energy from the vacuum of space-time. Well, the problem is they're pursuing a patenting route and an intellectual property route, which has always caused seizures to happen, the technology to be seized. And they also have it under contract with a large corporation in India, which never in the history of this technology no large corporation has ever brought it out to the public. Now, I'm hoping India is different. I'm hoping they don't follow the pattern of the last 50 to 100 years of suppression of this technology. But I'm convinced that the way to do this is open source it. Absolutely open source it, get it out to the public, and also get the technology and the plans without any trickery or anything out on the internet to the public as soon as you get the results that are working.
Okay, I agree. I agree. That's the only way. Get it out there so widely that nobody can do a damn thing about it.
Right, you squeeze the toothpaste out of the tube so fast and hard you can't put it back in.
There you have it. All right, very quickly, Twin Cities, I think. Hello.
Hi. I was wondering, as a former emergency room.
No, I don't think you need any treatment.
Well, he did drop a lot of names, but I guess when you're talking about this sort of thing and you're talking about something at this level, the names involved are going to be pretty big and are going to go clunk when they get dropped.
Hey, if I don't name who the people are we dealing with, people are pissed off.
Yeah, that's right.
Dropping.
You're right.
Well, screw you.
You're right.
I mean, that's my. You can't win with a jackass like that who just called in.
I know.
Is there another question?
I know. No. He's more than done. And you're absolutely right. And that was absolutely unfair. So to heck with him, we're going to take a break. And you've got to imagine some people are just that way. But that's all right. Because everybody listening knows some people are just that way. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert. Got to keep that chain together.
Listen to the wind blow, watch the sun rise, run in the shadow.
From the Kingdom of Nye in the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please ring Art's Bell at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
And I forgot, we've got a first-time caller line. Keep forgetting to give that out. Area code 775-285-5800. Get that? Area code 775-285-5800. Dr. Stephen Greer is here on a pretty interesting night, I would say, all the way around. Do you get a lot of people like that, Dr. Greer? Obviously, just like coming after you.
Oh yeah, you're used to it if you're in the public eye at all. So I sort of joke about it. You just figure it's going to happen. It's fine.
Of course, it's going to happen.
I have a pretty thick skin at this point.
Gotta have. Alexander on Skype. You're on the air. Hi.
How you doing, Art?
Fine.
Oh, hold on.
Hold on.
Yeah, no, sorry. speakerphone. I have a question for Dr. Greer.
Good. Go ahead.
So basically that application you were talking about on the iPhone.
Yes.
Yeah, that.
I'm understanding that it basically you talk to ETs with it, or
no?
It's a training program. But just go on the website. It has the whole description of it. There's a huge description at SeriousDisclosure.com. If you have a computer, just log onto the site, and you'll see. Search the front page. You'll see where the apps are, and go to it. And there's a big description. But it's a training program, actually.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness, if you're used to getting apps, then you already know you can read about them down below. So that's not okay. Well, let's try the first-time caller line. You are on the air with Dr. Greer. Hi.
Hi. This question to a doctor.
Yes.
I was wondering. I'm curious more.
All right, turn off the program you've got running in the background, please.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
All right. Now.
Yeah, I was wondering more about the cube. Sorry about that.
The cube, all right?
Yeah.
Well,
that's not really interesting.
The Lockheed Skunk Works are sort of a state-of-the-art facility up in the high desert of California near Palmdale, Edwards Air Force Base, and in that area.
Really?
And there's an underground facility. The more modern state-of-the-art facility is called the Cube, CUBE, like a cube, and it's a massive cubic structure underground. It's connected through underground connectors to the Nellis Range, what the pop culture calls Area 51. Nobody really calls it that. And also state-of-the-art.
I do. I call it Area 51. It's just over the hill.
Yeah. And that's an older facility at Pahoot Mesa, Groom Lake, S4, S9. And then you have the facility outside Provo, Utah, the Dugway Proving Grounds, and that is also a really state-of-the-art facility, a much more important one than what's at Nellis. And there are underground connectors that connect these facilities. I always tell people nothing really critical is above the surface of the Earth.
And the cube itself.
So the Cube is a research facility. A lot of top scientists work in there for the Lockheed Skunk Works projects. Many of the projects are connected to advanced transdimensional technologies, ET technologies, researching and developing new systems. And it's very highly classified. I personally know an engineer who, at least as of a couple years ago, was working in that facility. And that's, of course, everyone knows the U-2 spy plane came out of the Skunk Works, but what they don't realize is that there's been a parallel project with Lockheed Martin and the Lockheed Skunk Works dealing more specifically with electromagnetic gravitic, so-called anti-gravity technologies, transdimensional technology, all of those sort of programs. And so the more modern facility is called the Cube.
All right. That do it for you, caller?
Yeah, that was very interesting. My grandfather actually claimed that he once spoke to a science. He worked out in New Mexico. He studied the effects of space radiation on, I believe, chimpanzees. They launched them really through some high atmosphere planes. So this is just some old stories, but he picked up a scientist out of that, and he claimed that he did. About an alien.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for the call. Many people hate that claim.
Well, the New Mexico, that's another whole concept. Is a lot of people don't realize the Los Alamos facility is connected underground to the the big underground facility that's at the Four Corners area. And when back in the 80s, early 90s, everyone heard the Taos hum. They heard this humming sound.
That's right.
That was Bechtel Corporation using these nuclear-powered tunneling devices to build the connector between the underground facility at Los Alamos to the Dulce Four Corners facility.
We were affected by that here, Doctor.
Yep. It was hitting bedrock, and it was just vibrating all through that whole area. Of course, a lot of people thought it was some mystery Earth noise, and of course, the people I know in the contracting world were laughing up their sleeve, going, "Yeah, that's our nuclear-powered tunnel." And it makes this massive, huge tunnel, and it moves at a fairly decent speed and turns the bedrock into glass, so like a classified
I've hunted for button on left in West Virginia a little while ago. He's been nice and quiet. Hello. Hello there.
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air.
Hi. I'd like to say that I really appreciate everything Dr. Rear done. I think the commitment and personal his courage to go ahead and do everything he's done. But my biggest fear, if I was in his shoes, would be, what if he is part of this information?
Oh, yeah. Interesting, actually, question. All right, caller. Let's take it from there.
Yeah,
Doctor,
sure. I mean,
others have accused you of that in the past, and you never know, right? I mean, people listen to this kind of thing and they go, what if this is disinformation?
Well, of course, I mean, you can't prove a negative, can you? So
No.
all I can say is it's axiomatic. All I can say is that I try to get the best information I have from the best sources and provide that perspective to whoever I'm talking to.
Not the best disinformation.
Yeah, and now there certainly have been some attempts at disinformation moving into my orbit, and usually we're able to uncover that. But we're pretty astute about this, and luckily the folks that have helped me with this have been some people who have been in these unacknowledged special access projects for many years and are pretty good at sniffing out a fraud or a disinformation packet versus something legitimate. But look, no one bats 1,000, and I have no doubt that, but to the best of our ability, we try to only provide information that has very solid attribution and sources.
Fair enough.
And, we do the best we can with a very limited resources and really all volunteer staff. Everyone who works with me, from IT people on down for our sites, it's all volunteer.
Right. Gotcha. James, you're on the air with Dr. Greer.
Roswell, Art, and
Thank you.
Dr. Greer. Hey, Dr. Greer, I do respect your work. I just have to take issue with a small thing that you said earlier. I worked for SAIC after I left federal service.
Right.
To ascribe a lot of competency to them when they couldn't even get Trailblazer under their grasp after spending $500 to $800 million on it is sort of nonsensical, because what you're talking about with them and other agencies kidnapping this lady and making her assume that she's been abducted sort of strains credulity. And I'll tell you why I believe this is because, first off, they have to use contractors to do that. SAIC doesn't have that talent, and that's why during the outbreak of the global war on terror...
No. Caller, hold on.
You're mixing up a million different things because you weren't listening carefully. I didn't say SAIC was involved in that particular event. I'm saying that SAIC has had projects connected to the technology end of the UFO subject, and this I know to be a fact. I mean, Senator Barry Goldwater, who was friends with Admiral Bobby Ray Inman, who had been head of the National Security Agency, personally called Bobby Ray Inman when he was on the board of SAIC because of his involvement with this. So I don't know what your clearance was and what you worked on, but I will also say that when you look at hundreds of millions of dollars that go into projects that don't result in anything, a lot of times those projects are a storefront. If you look at the Disclosure Project witnesses, one of them worked for SAIC. She manned an office that had all kinds of money going into it. The money passed from her office to a black project, and they just ginned up fake reports and kept saying we had delays working on this and that and the other that they reported back to Congress. So there's all kinds of creative ways that corporations like SAIC, Lockheed Martin, Northrop, E-Systems, Raytheon do it. And having met with folks who work in those systems and in those kind of corporations, this is not speculation on my part.
No, I'm not. I didn't say it was speculation, and I understand the storefront thing. What I'm saying is, and I was listening carefully, it sounded to me that you were saying that they would have had to bring in contractors to have that kind of talent. That's what I'm saying.
I guess they did.
Sure, that's what they do. There's contractors to contractors to contractors. I mean, that's the whole game in Washington, which is why it's so damn wasteful. I mean, when Rumsfeld said there's $2.3 trillion missing out of the Department of Defense budget, I recently saw a report in the Financial Times that it's now estimated $8.5 trillion. So where is that money going? It's going into this kind of multiple layers of bureaucracy to really find someone who is doing something. And there's so much waste, graft, and corruption. By the way, and this is one of the things no one ever talks about, you know, they'll cut this program and this program and that program. They're not talking about the hundreds of billions of dollars being wasted and ripped off out of the contracting sector.
All right, to the next call. You're on the air.
Hey, Doctor. I'm a very avid fan of you. I'm a former UFO abductee, and I watched the William Kowalik interview and several others. I believe you're still on to the right path. I was going to see if you found a correlation between what they call Morgellons disease, which is actually nanofibers or nanoparticles, which are using the same technology that Kowalik used from the 2 billion transistors from Siemens. These actually have been modernized by DARPA and been released to the general public. I was wondering what your thoughts are on that program.
Okay.
Well, there's a lot of nanobiotechnology, and that's what this is really called, nanobiotechnology, that's been developed in these classified projects. And remember that Palak was involved in projects in the 70s and 80s, so we're talking 30, 40 years ago. And technology doesn't stand still. So there have been multiple generations of development of these capabilities, and this is why a lot of the people in the UFO world will come across a bit of evidence, and they're convinced it has to be, quote, alien. I go, well, wait a minute, unless you've really drilled down on what the capabilities are within these high-tech covert programs, you really can't make that assessment. And that's why, you have to kind of expose one with the other for it to make any sense. And these technologies that you're referring to have been developed on a nanotechnological level where they're very effective at energy transmission, biological systems, all of this. And that's a lot of what they're using in these sort of artificial life forms that look like they're ETs, but they're not. And that's gone through many generations of development since the 60s.
All right, Kelsey on Skype. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going fine. What's up?
Honored to speak with you. I just have a question and a comment, and then I'll take myself off the air. Just the question was, I'm curious to know if either of you have ever heard of Billy Meyer and what you think about him and his findings.
Billy Meyer?
Yeah, and my comment was that I think that maybe the reason that you as a host have a problem with things like shadow people and the Ouija board or whatever is because it takes a person who is extremely spiritual and morally sound to be able to, and of courage, to have a lot of courage to be able to deal with having a positive experience with these entities, because if not, you're vulnerable to those negative entities. Sorry, I'm super nervous talking about it, but I think that's why certain people have the experience that they do, and they are more afraid of it because they.
All right, well, this is a subject, sir, for open lines or something between you and I. No problem. We can talk about it, but we've got Dr. Greer here, so.
Okay.
What do you have for him?
Well, yeah, the first question, yeah, I certainly heard of I've certainly heard of the Billy Meyer case and looked at the evidence. I don't know. There are some people who ascribe to that, evidence, and others who don't. What I've tried to do is find things where there's a pretty good provenance for it. But yeah, I'm certainly aware of the Billy Meyer case in Switzerland, and apparently he had some degree of contact that went on for some period of time and got a number of photographs of it.
Some of the photographs were pretty impressive. Some of the photographs looked like you had a craft attached to a tree, frankly. So.
Yes, and that's actually, there's a researcher I know that found that what happened was that there were some real events happened, and then when they stopped, things started then getting staged kind of hurt the credibility of it.
Yeah, exactly.
So now whether that's true or not, I don't know, but I try to be careful with things where there's some question about that, as opposed to say, something released from a government or something that has had a really lot of solid information around it. And even then, you never know in this day and age with photographs.
All right, Doctor, listen, it's been a wonderful show. The show is ending. I cannot control the clock. I wish I could, but I can't. So is there anything you would like to leave the audience with very quickly?
Sure. I'd like to invite people to come to our event in Washington on November 21st. It's going to be a live event, also a webinar. And if they want to find out about it, then go to seriousdisclosure.com. I think it's going to be a big expose of how the secret government really works.
You're an amazing guy. Dr. Greer, thank you for being here. We'll do it again, buddy.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you're back.
Take care. Dr. Stephen Greer. All right, folks. What a night, huh? Got a lot of news to sift through and try to make sense of. But this was a night that I had always hoped would come. And I hope the story keeps building. By the way, I got a quick message that this supposed something is on the front page of Yahoo. Something about this recent discovery way out there that controls the sun was on the front page of Yahoo. So maybe this story is breaking wide. Everybody have a good night. Time zones from here to there and back. From Art Bell and crew, good night. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever in the globe you may be. All those time zones, and each and every one covered like a blanket by this program. Midnight in the desert. And it's going to be a very midnighty program tonight, to be sure. You got any kids in the room, get them out of the room. They don't need to hear this. The rules of this program are simple. No bad language. And only one call per show. Unless you're annoying, and then you can't call at all. All right, so I do have a little bit of news for you. Volkswagen. Volkswagen's commercial vehicles and cars from its Spanish unit, Seat, are among the 11 million apparently fitted with a diesel engine that can cheat on emissions tests. This is really, really, really bad news for Volkswagen. The CEO has already received her news. The whole company may be toast. Kind of a shame, huh? Missed the little bug. And then there is this, Edward Snowden, who has confounded, that's an interesting word, confounded U.S. officials since his abrupt departure from the country 2 years ago with a whole bunch of classified stuff, has just found a new megaphone. He has found Twitter, and so he started following the NSA on Twitter. No, I'm sorry. And he sent out a tweet which just said, "Do you hear me now?" Well, let's see. In about an hour after he said, "Can you hear me now?" 185,000 followers jumped on board. And then 6 hours later, he was up to 625,000 followers. So I guess we can hear him now. Oh, that must have made them really, 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 really angry. That's all I can say. Really angry. Inside the NSA. I'm sorry, NSA. Not really. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing, hopefully, with you. Not at you. All right. Now, in news of the other, I've got two, I think, really cool things. One demands an explanation from RCH, who follows this program. It is a Mars picture. Now, Richard really needs to look at this. Are you hearing me, Richard? You really need to look at this and tell us what this is, right? It is taken by the rover from Hillside on September 25th. It's on artbell.com. I suggest you go up there right now. I swear It looks like a creature. It looks a lot like a creature. This is taken from Mars, and it looks like an alien. So, and it's a real picture. It's no BS here. A real picture. Take a look at it. You tell me, artbell.com. And then number 2, also available at artbell.com. You know, I don't put stuff up there unless it's really good. Did the Pope have some kind of extra audience? Well, something was watching. Something was up there. Something that looks to me like a blob that somebody might have created with Photoshop, but it's not. It's a real picture. It's gigantic. It's mysterious. And it's drifting over the city at distinctly unballoon-like speeds with unplane-like maneuvers. Maybe it was watching the Pope. And, you know, when he was there, that's how somebody caught it with a camera. Or a lot of people caught it, I guess. Okay, let me repeat what I said, and that is if you have children in the room, please get them out. We're going to be discussing global thermonuclear war. I read this yesterday, I'm going to read it again and more of it. About 24 years after the end of the Cold War, Russia and the U.S. seem to be engaged in a nuclear arms race once again that could have disastrous consequences. The United States is announcing it's about to do $1 trillion upgrade of its nukes. Imagine what you can do with $1 trillion. Now, the Russians are going to modernize their weapons, of course, because it's a new race, right? So they will spend up to $700 billion. Actually, it said 1.3 trillion total earlier on Facebook. It's $1.7 trillion. What's more, Russia deployed nuclear capacity has overtaken that of the U.S., so we are behind for the first time since 2000. Russia has 1,643 nuclear missiles ready to launch. The U.S. has 1,642. Not surprisingly, all of them aimed at Russia. You know, I thought we re-aimed our missiles to the water. So I guess that one's off, huh? Both countries have been upgrading their active nuclear arsenals since the beginning of the Ukraine conflict. Oh, great. The Center for Arms Control and Non-Proliferation estimates the U.S. has over 7,000 nuclear warheads, compared to more than 2,000 warheads in Russia. The Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists says the two countries possess 93% of the totality of the global nuclear stockpile, $1.7 trillion. All right, coming up next, Stephen Starr, MP, ASCB, BB, MDH, graduated from the School of Health Professions at the University of Missouri, Columbia in 1985. He subsequently worked as a medical technologist over a period of 27 years at a number of hospitals. He is currently the director of the Clinical Laboratory Science Program at the University of Missouri. Stephen is an associate member of the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation and has been published by the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. Mr. Starr is also an expert on the environmental consequences of nuclear war, and in 2011 made an address to the UN General Assembly describing the dangers of nuclear weapons and nuclear war and what it poses to all nations and peoples. He has made presentations to ministry officials, parliamentarians, universities, citizens, and students from all around the world. He specializes in making technical scientific information understandable to all audiences, which will be a good thing for this night because this is a tough subject. I told you, get the kids out of the room. That's the third and last warning. Coming up next, Stephen Starr. I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight.
I'm feeling for the name. She's got it. Yeah, baby, she's got it.
Proudly part of the Dark Matter Digital Network. This is Midnight in the Desert with your host, Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. Well, all right. here comes Stephen Starr. Stephen, I would like to welcome you to Midnight in the Desert. It's going to be a rough one. Yep. It's a pleasure to be on your show. Good to have you. We have never spoken, right? Right. Okay. Stephen, I have been reading, and I just sort of read a little bit of what's been going on. There's so much going on right now that is scary. I lived through the Cold War. I'm 70 years old. I was in the Air Force, Stephen, on the day that we decided if we were going to mix it up with Russia over Cuba, or the Soviet Union at that time over Cuba. And I was working in a hospital at Amarillo Air Force Base in Texas. And I'm the guy who got to go, you know, we were a B-52 base. And I was the guy who got to go over and answer the line that raised the DEFCON level. Really? Into the world of scare. Really scary. Yes. Yeah, I was.
Well, I was doing duck and cover drills at the elementary school in St. Louis County where I lived.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that actually left a big impression on me. It had an effect that kind of partially led me to where I am today.
I remember seeing that phone ring, and of course, I was aware of the ongoing crisis, you know, with Cuba. It was, you couldn't avoid it. It was everywhere. But when that phone went, and boy, you really know it when it goes, my blood just ran cold. I thought, this is it.
Well, it almost was, and you know, frankly, it was a miracle that it wasn't. And again, it's a miracle that there hasn't been a nuclear detonation somewhere, or a nuclear war for that matter, since 1960s. We've had plenty of opportunities for that.
We have, and I guess we've probably been closer than we know, or that, you know, the public knows.
Well, we remain closer than the public knows. You know, there's still almost 2,000 launch-ready nuclear-armed ballistic missiles that the U.S. and Russia have that in the course of this conversation could be launched in only less than 2 minutes for them to be launched and to be on their way.
And they would be here how quickly?
If they're launched from a submarine off the coast of the U.S. or, you know, off of Russia, then it would take 9 to 10 minutes. Otherwise, from the Montana or the Ural Mountains, it takes about 30 minutes for them to make their flight.
Mm-hmm. The Russians are saying they now have technology that would make it impossible for us to intercept their ICBM should a war begin. Do you believe them?
Well, I don't want to test it.
No.
I think each side, you know, we have our ballistic missile defense system that's being deployed through NATO, and there's a lot of evidence that it may not work as advertised unless you perhaps switch out the kinetic warheads for nuclear warheads, which is something that's not discussed but is considered by Russian war planners. So, but all these things are really they're all being done in the process of ignoring the scientific predictions of the existential threat of nuclear war.
So I take it that if you replace a kinetic weapon with a nuclear warhead, then you only have to be close.
Yes, that's right. You know, the kinetic warheads, they call them hit to kill. These things go about 17,000 miles per hour. So it's like hitting a bullet with a bullet. But if you swap that out for a nuclear detonation, then you expand your kill radius to the point where, you know, it's more like 1 or 2 kilometers or a mile or so. But I've talked to Dr. Ted Postel, who's written about this. He's at MIT, and he said that there's always a countermeasure available. The warheads have decoys included with them these days, both U.S. and Russian warheads. You could probably spread the decoys out further. Once you get into these sort of arms races, it's almost impossible to stop them. That's why they actually were wise enough to create the anti-ballistic missile treaty, which George W. Bush withdrew from not that long ago.
Well, it also looks like the Test Ban Treaty is about to go up, for choice of phrase, in smoke any minute now. I guess the Russians are breaking it by testing some cruise missiles and nuclear armed cruise missiles, and so I guess is it going to go away?
Well, the thing is, there's a political spin that comes out on each side, U.S. and Russian. And, there's technical details about all this that can be argued. But it's sort of like counting how many angels can sit on the head of a pin. We get lost in these arguments about who has the most missiles and who has the most warheads.
Yeah.
In a sense, we treat nuclear weapons as we did conventional weapons, but I think I have a class that I teach at the University of Missouri, and I asked my students about this, like, why do you think we got to the point where we had, something like 70,000 nuclear weapons in 1986. But we have studies that show that 300 strategic warheads, if you detonate those, they'll kill 75% of the people in the United States and Russia. So how could we manage to create, 70,000 warheads? It really was. They called it MAD, which made more sense than mutual assured destruction. It was insane, but I think there's a failure to grasp the fact that grasp the essential nature of nuclear war and the existential threat that it poses to human beings.
So actually, you're a professor, Stephen Starr, really, right?
Yeah, I'm lucky enough to teach a class at the University of Missouri on nuclear weapons. It's one of the few classes there are in the United States, which is another problem. After the Soviet Union collapsed, pretty much all nuclear education, what little there was, dropped out of our high schools and even colleges. So the students that come into my class don't even know the difference between an atomic bomb and a hydrogen bomb.
I guess in some ways, Stephen, that's a bad thing, and in some ways, maybe it's a good thing, because if they're ever used in NOS, well, I just don't think it's...
Well, maybe I'm naive. Sometimes I feel like Mr. Smith goes to Washington kind of guy, but I honestly believe that if ordinary Americans, the non-technical audiences, had any idea that the nuclear arsenal that the U.S. and Russia has represent a self-destruct mechanism for the human race, that they wouldn't tolerate it. But we cannot get the leaders of our countries or any of the nuclear weapon states to publicly acknowledge or discuss this fact. And there's very precise scientific predictions and studies that have been made in the last 7 or 8 years that quantify this, that spell it out about how this would happen.
Well, before we even get deeply into this, we're about to spend $1 trillion here in the U.S. on upgrading our nuclear arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
$1 trillion. $1 trillion. You know how nice our interstates would be if we devoted even a little portion of $1 trillion to the interstates? My God.
That's right. My kids went to an elementary school. It's supposed to be one of the best ones in Columbia. It's supposed to have good public schools in it. It was 100 years old. It didn't have air conditioning. They have to close it when it gets too hot. There's just there's a disconnect between the reality of what we're doing with our public school systems and our infrastructure and our health care, as opposed to the enormous military budgets that go out virtually, unattended every year. That's rubber stamped.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, what is the exact extent of the current global nuclear arsenal? And by the way, Professor, you don't have any classified information that you could mistakenly give away here, do you?
Oh, no. It's not necessary to have that. Actually, there's the transparency of what it should be. It's the people that provide the numbers that I'll give you are experts and they have contacts, but the governments don't really readily give this out anymore. It's getting harder and harder to get very accurate information. But historically, we know that right about now, there's something between 15 and 16,000 intact nuclear weapons in the world in a global nuclear arsenal. And the U.S. and Russia probably have 15 out of the 16,000, let's say. And you mentioned that 93% in your opening, that's about right. So that's why it's so important to focus on the U.S. and Russia, because first of all, the country that comes in next is France with 300. And so there's orders of it's so many more times greater numbers that the U.S. and Russia have compared to anybody else. That's where you have to start. Now, if you look at what the weapons are, we each have, U.S. and Russia each have approximately 2,000 nuclear weapons that are deployed for immediate use. So a lot of them are kept in reserve. But 2,000 weapons each would be more than enough to wipe out the human race.
Really?
Yeah, and of these, the U.S. and Russia each have about 1,000 strategic nuclear weapons. They call them launch ready. They're ballistic missiles that are armed with nuclear warheads. They can be launched in 2 to 15 minutes. And once they're launched, they can't be recalled. And as you mentioned earlier, it takes 30 minutes to as little as 9 to 10 minutes for them to reach their targets.
I had heard years ago that by mutual agreement, I was always in real doubt about this, but by mutual agreement, we had both retargeted all of our ICBMs into the water, into the ocean.
Yes, that was a kind of a PR ploy that Clinton and Yeltsin had. Clinton repeated it quite a bit during one of his election campaigns. But the reality of nuclear targeting is that it takes about 10 seconds to retarget a warhead. All these missiles are hooked up to computers. It was a means agreement. The only way to really change this is to stand down these weapons, make it first so that they can't be launched within a few minutes. And then, but better, let's dismantle them, take the warheads off the missiles. We have to start thinking of this as a problem for our species.
Oh, I do. I think of it as a problem for our species.
Well, the people in charge don't, I think. I think they're so caught up in the moment. The scientists have tried to discuss these studies they're called peer-reviewed studies. They're the best studies that can be done in science. They publish them and they're criticized by all the best scientists in the world. And if they can't find anything wrong with it, then they go into a journal. And these have been out there for 7 or 8 years, and they predict that even what you would call a successful first strike. Let's say the U.S. launched and destroyed every Russian strategic nuclear weapon, every nuclear weapon that could be launched against the United States.
Right.
Well, the environmental consequences of that successful first strike would cause everybody in the United States to starve to death, along with everybody else in the world. So it's a self-destruct mechanism for the human race. The scientists wrote an article called Self-Assured Destruction, which you would compare that to mutual assured. It's actually all along it's been self-assured.
Right. A little bit, slow down a little bit. You said even if we had a successful first launch against Russia, that we would starve to death. How does that happen?
Well, the mechanism is that nuclear weapons are really like a piece of the sun when they detonate. And this goes for the bomb that destroyed Hiroshima, which it was 15,000 tons of TNT explosive equivalent, to average, say, Russian strategic warhead that has 800,000 tons of TNT. That's what's normal today. But both of those when the fireball they create, the surface of that fireball is hotter than the surface of the sun. So what happens then, if that's detonated over or above a city, it will ignite everything within a radius. The 15 kiloton weapon sets 3 to 5 square miles on fire instantly. The 800 kiloton warhead will set 90 to 152 square miles on fire instantly. And all these, what happens is there's fire set over this whole area. It's a mass fire. And within 10 to 15 minutes, it coalesces. They all join together to form a single gigantic fire. In the center of the fire, there's like a chimney effect that rises up, and it creates hurricane-force winds that blow towards the center of the fire. So it'll actually be strong enough to uproot trees and pull into the fire. And you can't, and anyone in the fire zone, in a matter of minutes, the air temperature is good above the boiling temperature of water. We first saw a mass fire like this in Dresden and Hamburg and Stuttgart during World War II when the British firebombed the German cities.
Oh, yes.
They weren't even able to go into those cities for quite a few days in tracked vehicles. It was too hot. And even anyone that was in a deep shelter, suffocated or baked, basically. It's horrible, but it's true. And so we firebombed Tokyo, for example, with conventional, fire bombs like napalm. 100,000 Japanese died in that raid. And then we went on to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So we basically crossed the moral threshold for blowing up, burning cities up. But so if you think about what a nuclear war is, if you think of like one 800 kiloton warhead with 150 square miles on fire, then you multiply that times hundreds or thousands, all within an hour space of time. All those fires create enormous amounts of smoke and soot. The scientists have predicted that a U.S.-Russian strategic nuclear war would produce somewhere between 50 and 180 million tons of smoke. And this smoke will quickly rise above cloud level, which means it can't be rained out. And once it gets into the stratosphere, there are high winds. In a matter of 10 to 14 days, that smoke will completely encircle the Earth and engulf the Earth in a global stratospheric smoke layer. And this layer will do two things. It absorbs and blocks the sunlight. By absorbing it, it heats up the stratosphere, which destroys the protective ozone layer. And by blocking that sun, it prevents warming sunlight from reaching the surface of the Earth. And that, in a matter of a week, will produce temperatures colder than they were at the height of the last ice age 18,000 years ago. And the end result is that for 1 to 3 years, the temperatures in central North America and Eurasia will be below freezing every day.
All summer.
Yeah, all year, every single day of the year. And it'll stay cold for so long that will eliminate growing seasons for at least 10 years, maybe 20.
All right, so, let's back up just a little bit. You said if both arsenals were used. Let's say we just surprised Russia and decapitated them only, and they didn't have an opportunity really to strike back at us. What have you got then? Do we still have, because you were describing nuclear winter, right?
Yes. And we would still have nuclear winter. There might be, let's just say there's 50 million tons of smoke instead of 180 million.
Right.
It doesn't matter. It's still going to be below freezing every day for at least a year, and there won't be any growing seasons for at least 10 years.
All right. Hold it right there, Stephen. I'm going to take a break. I told you to get the kids out of the room, didn't I? From the high desert, this is midnight in the desert.
All of the come, come or disappear into the potter's ground when the man comes around.
Taking you from today into tomorrow, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Benton. To call the show, dial 1-952. Call Art, that's 1-952-225-5278.
Don't call yet. Phones are not open yet. My guest is Professor Stephen Starr, and we are discussing nuclear war, global thermonuclear war. And so let's get back to it. Professor, let's go back for a second. I hate to do this, but a little more education on the size of these things. The one dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. What was it, little man, big boy?
Let's see. It was Fat Man was Nagasaki, and Little Boy was Hiroshima.
There you go.
And the Hiroshima bomb was estimated. There's different estimates, but let's just say 15,000 tons of TNT explosive equivalent. They have to compare it to something. So they compare it to TNT, but a nuclear detonation is really different, fundamentally different than a high explosive chemical detonation for a couple of reasons. The stellar temperatures it produces, literally a couple 100 million degrees centigrade at the instant of detonation at the center of the fireball.
So in other words, that's actually not then a completely accurate description of the power of the weapon at all.
Right. There's an article on my website by Professor Lynn Eden called City on Fire. She points out that the U.S. military has significantly underestimated the destructive capabilities of their own nuclear weapons because they don't really consider thermal effects or the effects of fire, which I was describing earlier.
Yes.
But you asked about the explosive power. So it's 15,000 tons of TNT. And when that's detonated, it will ignite fires simultaneously over an area of about 3 to 5 square miles. And that's opposed to the modern, they call them strategic nuclear weapons. These are the weapons that are possessed by the 5 recognized nuclear weapon states. But the smallest, I hate to use the word small, but the smallest yield of or explosive power of a strategic weapon is 100,000 tons of TNT. And U.S. ICBMs usually have somewhere between 300 1,000 tons of TNT to 475,000 tons of TNT. The Russian ones are generally a little bit bigger. They're about 800,000 tons of TNT. Our bombers, our nuclear bombers, can carry a nuclear gravity bomb, the B-83, that has 1.3 million tons of TNT explosive power.
Excuse me?
Yeah, well, they call those megatons. The kilotons means 1,000 tons, so 15 kilotons, Hiroshima. But, you know, I mean, after hydrogen bombs were invented in the early 1950s, it wasn't all that long before American bombers were carrying multi-megaton weapons around. That was, you know, you probably remember, I mean, in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the average warhead size, you know, is usually 2 or 3 million tons of TNT. And China still has, I think their warheads are believed to be about 3 million tons of TNT explosive power. They don't have a lot of missiles that can hit the U.S., but they have some. And they're just like every other nuclear weapon state, they're modernizing their arsenals. So,
just a little bit of trivia, if there is such thing in the subject. I believe that we accidentally dropped 2 nuclear weapons on North Carolina.
Yes, there was an accident, a B-52.
Yeah.
What the end result was, they back then they carried these multi-megaton gravity bombs, and a couple of them got loose and went down. They have what they call permissive action links. They're basically a safety device that are built into each weapon, at least the United States has. Right. And they have to be triggered sequentially in order for the bomb to go off. There's usually like a series of, say, 6 or 7. And on one of the bombs, there was only one left. All the others had been triggered. So we would have had probably, we would have had millions of tons of explosive power going off there. The fallout would have gone all the way to New York City. It probably would have killed most of the people in North Carolina.
So one more 5-volt little signal, and it would have been as you described.
Right, and there's other accidents that we don't know about.
Well, before we leave that one, what I heard was that they retrieved one of those weapons, and one of them they didn't.
There actually is one that is in the ocean, off the coast, and I don't really find that very reassuring.
No.
If you know about World War I, they're still digging up artillery shells that they're corroded on the outside, but they're fine on the inside. So I don't know, but I mean, there are nuclear bombs scattered around the bottom of the ocean. There have been some that have fallen off aircraft carriers off the coast of Japan that rolled off the deck. It's a hell of a mess, really.
Yes. All right. So we have hydrogen bombs now, and these are the ones. Well, for example, like the B-83, right? That would be a hydrogen bomb with yields up to what, 1.3 million tons?
Yes. The design of nuclear weapons. So the first, the difference between the atomic bomb, then they came up with the hydrogen bomb, and the first hydrogen bombs were enormous, and they stayed that way for a long time. In the 1980s and 90s, they actually started making them smaller in explosive power, but this was primarily because they were able to put them on the top of ballistic missiles, and they came up with multiple independently targeted reentry vehicles. So you can put, say, 10 warheads on one missile.
Right.
And they're generally, the strategic weapons now range in the hundreds of thousands of tons of TNT explosive power, but some are over 1 million. And I really have no doubt that both the United States and Russia still have some multi-megaton weapons that they keep somewhere in case they need them. We still have 4,000 or 5,000 weapons that they call them scheduled for dismantlement. So they actually don't go into the totals that the United States puts out as far as how many weapons we have. They'll announce that we have 4,000 weapons, but then they don't mention that there's 4,000 that are still basically in the same condition they were a few years ago, maybe in the same place. So they schedule them for dismantlement, so we'll let disarmament by semantics.
So in a way, multiple warheads are just a way of doing more with less, sort of.
Well, if you want to get into the calculations, if you set off a number of smaller warheads over an area, you actually create more blast damage than just the big thermal effects as one big warhead. Military planners tend to focus on blasts, which is because they want to, and so that's why a city like New York or, well, Washington, D.C. would be a good example. They might target at, let's say, 40 warheads, where actually one of these 800 kiloton warheads would be more than enough to set the whole city and way beyond into the suburbs on fire.
100 and some odd miles, right?
Yeah, it's they calculate these firestorms based on average weather conditions, but even under the very worst weather conditions for an 800 kiloton warhead, you're going to have about 90 square miles where you're going to have a certain fire zone. But on average weather conditions, it's more like about 150 square miles, and it can be more than that on an exceptionally clear day. So on my website, I focus on fire because, as we mentioned earlier, it's the fire is what creates the smoke, and the smoke gets up into the stratosphere and can block the sunlight and create these ice age weather conditions on Earth that eliminate the ability to grow food crops for years.
Assuming a full exchange, how long would a nuclear winter?
Well, there's actually new studies that are being done. I keep in touch with my friends, the scientists, and it looks like it could be 20 years even. But I mean, the global grain reserves right now are maybe enough for a couple of months. But you mentioned, I think at some point, India and Pakistan. Well, they have a big nuclear arms race going on there now. But what they produce initially, at least, are atomic bomb-sized weapons. They have about 200 operational atomic bombs, the 15 kiloton or 15,000 ton size. So the scientists did a study on a war with 100 of those being detonated in their cities.
Right.
And they found, they predicted about 5 million tons of smoke would get into the stratosphere. That would be enough to block about 10% of the sunlight from reaching the surface of the Earth for at least 3 or 4 years, maybe 7, and the smoke would stay up there for longer than 10. This would cause enough of a decrease in crop production that it would, it's predicted that up to 2 billion people would starve to death just from India, Pakistan.
Actually, India and Pakistan have been right up to the brink any number of times, right?
That's right, yes, that's true. And they're not getting along all that well right now, from what I read.
Well, it seems, Professor, we once lived in a world where MAD was, sort of the operational mutual assured destruction stopped everything from happening. Now, I wonder if nuclear war might be possible on a smaller scale. I know this is what they toy with, these ideas they toy with, these games, as it were, war games. Is it possible? Is a smaller nuclear exchange survivable?
Well, it's not survivable if you happen to be in the target area.
No, of course not. Of course not.
But I would say that any war is possible. The fact that we have launch-ready nuclear weapons that can be launched even in the course of this conversation, it's been like that for years, so there's sort of a false sense of security. What worries me these days, a couple things. Here in the United States, I'm worried because there seems to be a general lack of knowledge and understanding about the consequences of nuclear war. And there's also appears to me to be an idea that we can just threaten the Russians and they'll back down. So what happens if they don't, or militaries come into direct contact? As far as India and Pakistan, they're right on each other's border. If they launch a nuclear weapon, a ballistic missile, it'll detonate in a matter of a minute or two or less, So they don't even have really early warning systems like we've constructed these early warning systems because since we're on the opposite sides of the planet, it gives us enough time to detect the launch and then pass the warning up to the president. And then he can decide whether he wants to launch a retaliatory strike based just on early warning system data. And if that's wrong, then he's actually launching a preemptive nuclear strike. But all of these things, and I've written about this. I just did an article in the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists today about launching before or after the detonation of a nuclear weapon, based on early warning systems. But the problem is that we're talking, when we get into those sorts of discussions, we're avoiding the real issue that's never discussed, and that's the environmental consequences of nuclear war. that has never been discussed by any of the nuclear weapon states in a public way, and it's avoided.
Well, I want to give the preppers a small reason to continue to prep. This is a small reason.
Sure.
Relatively, now, if there was an exchange between India and Pakistan, things would be bad. But if you're prepared, survivable, I take it, in North America.
Well, if you want to look at a scenario like that, and historically famine has been caused not just by lack of food, but also by scarcity, the rising prices and the inability to purchase, and then the restriction of exports.
Mm-hmm.
I think that if there was a war in India and Pakistan where nuclear weapons were detonated and this global stratospheric smoke layer was produced, and it was quite clear that like, for example, you wouldn't be able to grow wheat in Canada for a few years, then the exporting countries that grow grain would probably say, okay, that's it. We're not sending anything overseas. We got to keep this for ourselves. So all the populations that are dependent on imported foods, especially grains, are going to just be SOL. So that's, first of all, there's about 1 billion people right now that live on the edge of starvation. And Dr. Ira Helfand from Physicians for Social Responsibility, I'm actually a senior scientist with them too. He wrote a couple of papers that shows that, if you reduce the caloric intake of somebody who's already starving by just even 10 or 15% over the course of a year, they're going to starve to death.
Right.
And we're looking at 10 to 20% reductions for sure in the rice and the corn crops in China and the United States, and even worse further north. So, I think, if you're a prepper, it kind of depends what you're preparing for.
Well,
I don't think there's anything wrong. I'm into self-sufficiency myself. I live out on a small farm. I have apple trees. I have a photovoltaic electric system.
Right.
But I like that, and I think it makes sense if people need to do that in general these days.
I'm with you all the way. I've got solar panels. I've got generators, on and on and on. Anyway, again, I want to come back to this scenario, and I know you don't like any scenario that involves nuclear weapons. Nobody would, but
sure.
This particular one, India and Pakistan, let's say they really let it loose. Somebody in North America, let's say in Ohio, I don't know, what effects would that person in Ohio have to live with over any number of months or years?
Well, I can give you some pretty good answers to that. The scientists that did these studies, they compared it to, there was a volcanic eruption, the largest one in the last 500 years, called Mount Tambora. Yeah, and the summer that followed that eruption was called, it was called the Year Without Summer.
Mm-hmm.
That was actually when they wrote the novel Frankenstein. But there was they were killing in North America. They were killing frosts every month of the year in June, July, and August in New England, and there was famine in England, in Europe. There wasn't much of a density of population in the United States, and there was enough wildlife and everything. I don't think there was famine here, but what we would so they predict that the cold that would follow the sort of war that you're describing between India and Pakistan would actually be twice as cold. It would be colder than it's been in the last 1,000 years, would be the average surface temperatures. And that's quite cold.
So, wait a minute. I'm in Ohio. How am I doing?
Well, you're gonna have a really severe winter. As far as food, well, who knows? The United States, a lot of things have changed here in the last 10 or 20 or 30 years, and we're really dependent on so many different types of imports that would have been sort of a joke if we thought about it, in the 1970s and 60s.
Right.
I don't know. Our whole infrastructure is very fragile in terms of there's a couple days worth of food, maybe a week's worth at the most in our grocery stores. So if something breaks down under those circumstances, then we're going to be in trouble. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be below freezing every day here. It's not going to be that cold. It's not going to be literally like colder than Ice Age weather, but it's going to be damn cold, and I suspect food's going to be scarce. And, but when you get into a situation with nuclear war and global famine, I think that just totally destabilizes the international relations, and who knows what that would lead to. So when you try to make predictions on that, it's kind of
that's another conversation. But I mean, if I'm in Ohio and I'm a prepper, I probably would survive the effects of that. Or
I would, as long as it doesn't lead to a larger nuclear war. But you might want to have a fair amount of food on hand. Like the Mennonites or the Amish, and keep a year's worth of food. That's not a bad idea.
What about the radiation, Professor?
Well, radiation is something that it's funny because I don't talk about it quite so much. Because once you can kill everybody with the climatic consequences, with cold where you can't grow food, but radiation is a big. That's sort of it's almost, you could do a whole show on that. It depends on what gets targeted in a nuclear war. Our nuclear power plants now, we have over 100 in the United States, and on site they store about 5 to 10 sets of used fuel rods that they've been removed over the cores.
Yeah.
And these, they call them spent fuel pools. They're like swimming pools where they keep. They have to be kept underwater because of the intense radioactivity, which also produces a lot of heat that has to be removed.
Not so friendly if they get out of the water, right?
Right.
All right, Professor, hold tight right there. We'll come back to my Ohio example if we can in a moment. I think scientists like this really actually don't like to discuss the possibility of something, what's the right word, that could be survived. I'm Mark Bell.
By telling me a lie without a reason why, though it all sky high.
Coming to you at the speed of light in the darkness, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Professor Stephen Starr is my guest, and here I come again, Professor. I'm in Ohio, and Pakistan decides to decapitate the other side. And so they get into a full-fledged war. I'm going to probably be able to survive if I'm prepper, if I've got food. It's going to get cold. And I know that people who speak, people like you who speak in front of whoever it would be, don't even like to talk about nuclear exchanges that would be survivable because you don't want them at all, right?
Well, there's a lot of truth in that.
Yes.
Part of it is because, I have a habit of trying not to make predictions that I'm not, it's a scientific approach where you don't say what you can't prove. But, I think your description of what the post-war scenario is like is accurate. And, I think it would be a nightmare. It would be really cold, and it wouldn't just be for a year. It would be like 10 years without summer almost. It'd be colder than it's been in the last 1,000 years. And
now this is only India and Pakistan, right?
Right. And that 100 atomic bombs that were detonated in that war have about, maybe even less than 1% of the explosive power of the weapons that the United States and Russia have.
I know.
Ready to launch it only takes 2 to 15 minutes.
Well, we once, Professor, lived in an era where MAD was operational. It was a suicide to even consider it. But now we've got countries like North Korea. North Korea is interesting because they probably are suicidal, or at least the leadership may well be suicidal. And so we can't depend on good old MAD so much anymore, can we?
Right. Well, it wouldn't be a mutual assured destruction in their case because they have like 10 atomic bombs or so. But,
at the moment.
Yeah, but all these arsenals are getting bigger. Even India and Pakistan, at some point, are going to start producing, thermonuclear weapons, strategic nuclear weapons, instead of just atomic bombs. So, there's got to be a point where people, well, actually, there is a point. There's a thing called the Austrian Pledge. There's a meeting in Austria, and 113 nations have signed this request. They're trying to get a conference together, but they're calling for the banning of nuclear weapons in the same way that chemical and biological weapons would be banned. And then the ban, after a ban, of course, there'd be an elimination. Guess what? Guess who's against that? The 5 nuclear weapon states.
Mm-hmm.
They say, oh, no, this is, we don't need that. This is disruptive of our process, and we want to stick with the non-proliferation treaty, because that's doing just fine. But, it's been 50 years since that was signed, and it doesn't take, a rocket scientist to see that the nuclear weapon states are busy modernizing their arsenals. As you mentioned, $1 trillion to build, we're rebuilding our entire nuclear weapons manufacturing complex in the United States is what's going to happen. In Kansas City here in Missouri, they just are finishing this gigantic, $100 million going into a facility that builds all the non-nuclear components, but that's about 80% of the bomb. And it was the biggest construction project in Missouri. And I thought, there's really something wrong with our society when that's when our biggest project is to build a new nuclear weapons plant.
Back to Pakistan for a moment.
Right.
India and Pakistan. Assuming they had a full exchange, little me in Ohio. Radiation. We didn't really get there.
No, yeah, I started talking about nuclear power plants in the U.S. and maybe I really wasn't answering your question there. As far as the radiation from that exchange, I think there would be a lot of it. If you detonate a weapon on the surface as opposed into the air, you get like a really nasty fallout. But what happens there is those sorts of the fallout from that gets rained out and spread more regionally than globally.
Okay.
You have to have about 100 kiloton weapon for the fireball to go above the troposphere, or where the weather takes place, up into the stratosphere, where it's above cloud level and it can't get rained out. That's where the term fallout came from. When we had all these big, in the South Pacific, we detonated all those hydrogen bombs, and they were enormous. The largest one was 15 million tons of TNT.
Wow.
And so those fireballs went into the stratosphere, and it only takes about 2 weeks for the wind to blow it all the way around the planet. When you have a nuclear detonation, you create literally hundreds of different types of radioactive isotopes or elements. But most of them have very short, they self-destruct in a very short matter of time. They call it a half-life. But there's some that don't, and those particularly, it's strontium-90, and that gets into your bones and your teeth. And cesium-137 that gets into your organ systems and tissues. Those have 30-year half-lives. And then, of course, there's uranium and plutonium. When you detonate, most of the bombs have plutonium pits. And even the very most efficient bomb doesn't have all the plutonium fission. It's a lot of it's blasted into microparticles.
Is there any such thing as a clean bomb?
No, not, they all produce, and there's no such thing as a clean nuclear fission. Anytime you split an atom, you produce a lot of radioactive byproducts. And most of these, like the cesium-137 and strontium-90, haven't really existed during the entire time complex life has evolved and developed. And so it's new to us. And that's one of the things I think that's been ignored or almost suppressed. They focus a lot on external doses of radiation, but equally or even more important is if this stuff gets into the biosphere, these long-lived radioisotopes like cesium-137, and it gets into your foodstuffs, and then you eat it, and you ingest it or inhale it.
Right.
It can have it causes other diseases besides radiation, besides leukemia and cancer. I spent a year helping to translate a study that was done in Belarus, that was done after the Chernobyl nuclear power plant blew up.
Yes.
And about 25% of Belarus was seriously contaminated. And the most predominant radioisotope is cesium-137. And it gets into everything. Even the wood, when they burn firewood for heating and cooking, it turns their chimneys into like small nuclear reactors, And the children there are really sick. Only less than 10% of the children in these contaminated areas are considered to be healthy. And the study that I got translated was done over a 9-year period. They examined 100,000 children, and they did thousands of human tissue samples done from autopsies of children and infants that had died in these areas. They found the cesium concentrates in the endocrine tissues as well as the heart, the pancreas, the spleen. And this led to all sorts of problems like heart attack, stroke, hypertension. They call it Chernobyl heart. It's something that these kids have that if they don't have an operation, they die. And so this, but this, after the scientists made this presentation, he went home and he presented to the parliament in Belarus. He went home, the police came and kicked his door in. They arrested him. They went to his medical institute and destroyed all his archived slides and samples from 9 years worth of research, and they put him in a prison camp for 6 years. So this information hasn't been made public. I presented it at the New York Academy of Medicine about a little over a year ago, and but it's, if you go to the EPA website and you look at cesium-137, they say it's uniformly distributed in the body. Well, it's not true. But again, the nuclear industry has so much influence and power that they dispute all of this, of course, and they say the sort of doses that these children are exposed to pose no threat to human health. So there's a real fundamental argument going on here. But these are the health physicists that are trained by the nuclear industry. They have their own safety standards they develop, and these health physicists actually aren't doctors. They have no real training in medicine. But they dispute what the scientists and the doctors are saying.
I see. Well, the recent nuclear accident in Japan, I believe there was some 137 distributed to some fairly wide degree.
Right. That was what my presentation at the New York Academy of Medicine was about, was the massive contamination of Japan with cesium-137.
What are going to be the effects downline of that?
Well, the nuclear industry will tell you none. They'll say, oh, there's no big deal, and they still have an area that's an exclusion zone. But they say, well, we're opening that up. They're trying to make it scrape off enough dirt so people can drive into these cities that they wash the roofs off on and pretend like it's safe. But I don't think we know. That's the worst thing about all this, all the atmospheric weapons tests. We detonated 100 atomic bombs in the deserts of New Mexico. And I honestly think that's the largest environmental disaster in American history. They kept all the fallout secret from people. They didn't even know what was happening. But so all of the combination of that has raised the amounts of ionizing radiation to much higher than, there really wasn't background levels until we started detonating nuclear weapons. And we don't know what the long-term genetic consequences of this stuff is. Okay. And I think that it could lead to all sorts of genetic diseases that, maybe are just starting to appear now.
Sure. I get computer messages as we do the program. Mark asks, if you please ask about the effects and even explain, if you can, a neutron bomb, a neutron weapon.
Sure. Well, it's designed, neutrons are atomic particles that are found in the nucleus of the atom. And when atoms break apart or fission in a nuclear chain reaction, neutrons are, sprayed out. So they have a weapon that's designed to sort of minimize the blast and maximize the radiation effects of neutrons. So it kills the people, but it doesn't destroy as much of the property as it would otherwise. But it's it's certainly it's a weapon of mass destruction and genocide, really.
Well, I guess in a war that would be a big potential goal, wouldn't it? I mean, you want to destroy your enemy, but you want the physical assets if possible.
Yeah, traditionally that's what war is all about. You want to conquer the other country and take advantage of their wealth and their people. But that's a problem with nuclear war. Besides the fact that we'll all starve to death afterwards, the contamination and destruction from these weapons goes, beyond time and space. We're talking, it transcends. It'll last for centuries or millennia, and they really are. They're not precise weapons. If you look at the weapons that NATO has, for example, you were mentioning those in your introduction. I think
yes.
The B-61 bomb that the U.S. is it's actually a new nuclear weapon that we're creating. It has they call it dial yield, a variable yield, where it goes from 300 tons or 0.3 kilotons of TNT up to 50,000 tons. there's different mods or models. There's some that actually go up to 170,000 tons. So, but these weapons, they're guided weapons, and so they can be used very precisely. But it makes them more what they would call usable, and so therefore it makes it more likely that they will be used. There's this whole psyche of, well, we have to have a credible threat, and in order to make our threat believable, we have to have weapons that it looks like we would use them. But, we're backing ourselves into a corner where someday, what happens if we do have to use them? Then you actually start a nuclear war. And if you're fighting with somebody that has nuclear weapons like Russia, they have plenty of, weapons like that, battlefield weapons they call them, or tactical. And they can respond in kind. And all the war games that were ever done with NATO, for example, during the Cold War, once they crossed, they called it the nuclear fire break. Once they went from using conventional high explosive weapons to nuclear, it was only a matter of time before it escalated into just a complete nuclear war, a holocaust. So
How quickly
know that.
Yes, how quickly do you feel that threshold would be? Let's just have an example here. Let's say that Putin decides that he wants what they had, the old Soviet Union, and they begin moving into state after state after state, attempting to reform what they had. Now, to some degree, NATO, I guess, would at some point step in, but boy, oh boy, when you start talking about it in real life, understanding what would happen if we stepped in, we would be probably really cautious. And I don't know how many countries would fall before we decided we would step in. And once we did, even a small exchange, artillery, for example, they have nuclear weapons that can be fired by artillery, right?
Well, the Russians do. We did. I'm not sure if we still have those or not, but we certainly have plenty of what we would call tactical nuclear weapons. You don't even have to get to a situation where you're imagining that Russia would invade. The U.S. has moved something like 700 tanks. We're in the process of moving enough to arm a mechanized division to the Poland and the Baltic states.
That's right.
And what if Russia was doing that to the United States? What if they were moving a mechanized division to Mexico? How would we react? Putin's under a lot of pressure to react to these sorts of things. Mm-hmm. If you remember their Victory Day parade that they had, the 70th anniversary of them defeating the Nazis in World War II, and the Western leaders and Obama decided not to go to Moscow, right? But at the same time, what was going on was in Estonia, NATO was having a war game with something like 15,000 troops and planes and tanks from 9 member states, which is 150 miles away from Russia's second largest city, St. Petersburg,
right,
which was called Leningrad in World War II, where they had 800,000 people die when the Nazis surrounded it. The Russians had 27 million people that died in World War II. We had 414,000 or something like that. So it's a big deal. When you start doing stuff on their border, I worry that when we pile up these forces, even in the Cold War, American forces were, the closest they were to Russia were in West Germany. They were never on the Russian border. So we're actually in a more dangerous situation now than we were then, in my opinion.
That's what I thought too. I think the same. In a way, it's much more dangerous than it was then. And then you throw in all of these other unknowns, like, the Koreas. I'm not so sure about what's going to happen in the Middle East, but probably nothing good. So it could begin in all kinds of places. Let's go to Korea, because they seem, right now anyway, the craziest. That leader over there, that little guy, is likely to decide that, okay, suicide it is. And so we launch. And I'm sure the first to go would be Seoul. Seoul is so close to the border.
There's a lot of scenarios there. I've read some different scenarios where I think North Korea has so much artillery that's in range of Seoul that they could actually almost destroy the city without a nuclear weapon, and they could reserve their nuclear weapons for the harbors, for example, to prevent troops from coming in.
point.
There's a lot of, but I don't. The thing that differs about when you talk about North Korea, it would be a nightmare. There might be as many people killed in that as there might be 10 or 20 or 50 million people killed in a nuclear war with that. But it's still, I don't think you have to have the 100 detonations that we talked about in India and Pakistan, before you create this global smoke layer. So there is sort of a threshold for the whole nuclear winter process, but it hasn't really been defined as such.
Professor, what do we know about North Korea's bombs? We have monitored any number of, and I've heard mixed things, like it was a partial dud, or, in other words, what do we think we know about where they are?
Well, any country that develops nuclear weapons begins by developing what we did with an atomic bomb, a relatively simple bomb. If you have highly enriched uranium and you can slam two pieces together, that's the very simplest one. We didn't even test that before we dropped the first one in Hiroshima because we knew it would work. If you make it from plutonium, which is what the North Koreans have done because they had a reactor and they irradiate the fuel rods, they produce the plutonium that way, they extract it. Then it's harder to make an atomic bomb from plutonium because because of the nature of plutonium, you have to implode it. That was an invention in the Manhattan Project. They actually had to create concentrically placed explosive charges on the exterior. They had something the size of, say, a grapefruit that they made into the size of a walnut by exploding everything on the outside, and then that creates fission. So that's why the North Koreans have to test their weapons to make sure they work.
Do they work?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Do they work?
Well, they do work. Although there's the first ones, if they don't produce a whole 15 kiloton detonation, maybe they produce 1 or 2 kilotons, and they call that a fizzle. But 1,000 tons of TNT going off in a city is certainly with radioactivity is not anything that would be a minor problem. But they don't. I think that it's quite clear that they have the equivalent of atomic bombs now. None of both India, Pakistan, and North Korea, they all still have the sort of the atomic bomb type weapons. They haven't gotten to the strategic, the hydrogen bomb or the thermonuclear weapons that have the 100 kiloton or megaton yields. But they may. I mean, it's just a matter of time, and that's one of the things that we have to come to grips with.
Moreover, they are developing launch vehicles that are starting to be effective.
So I don't know. I've never tried to offer political solutions for a lot of problems. My goal has been to explain the existential threat that these weapons pose, and hope that's enough of a motivation factor to try to lead to some constructive.
Okay, Professor, we just had a big brouhaha about Iran. Now, do you have any knowledge about how close Iran is? I mean, the Israelis say one thing, we perhaps say another, Iran says another. I wonder how close they really are to a nuclear weapon.
Well, when you talk about building a nuclear weapon, there's a number of things that people don't usually appreciate. When you enrich uranium, which means that you're increasing the concentration of the isotope U-235, that's only about 0.7% normal in the normal existing uranium. When you get up to a 20% enrichment, you actually can create, it's called weapons usable. You can make a weapon from that, but it's so big you couldn't make it into a bomb or put it on a missile. It's not what they call deliverable. Okay. So the process of weaponization, of getting higher enrichments is how you move to make, a weapon or a warhead that you could put on a missile. I think that the impression I got is that Iran was fairly close to getting like a 20% enrichment on a lot of their uranium, but I don't, after that, it's just you read one report or another, like you said, you don't really know.
I heard they might have 1,000 centrifuges going, something like that.
Yes, well, they create a cascade of centrifuges. In order to separate uranium-235 from 238, it's the same element, so you can't use a chemical process. So they make it into a gas, uranium hexafluoride, and then they spin the gas in a centrifuge. And so over time, the heavier isotope will sink further towards the bottom, and the lighter will rise to the top. And then they actually send this through a series of thousands of centrifuges. So by the time it gets towards the last ones, it's actually getting enough of an enrichment or a concentration of the E-235 that it can be extracted. So there are other ways to do it, but that's been the way that I think that Iran is.
I have interviewed any number of theoretical physicists like Dr. Michio Kaku. I'm sure you've heard that name.
Oh, sure.
And I asked him at one point what he thought our chances were, as a human race, of not destroying ourselves with these weapons. And he said less than 1%.
Yeah. Well, I hope he's wrong.
I do too.
I think if we keep going the way we are, then, I might have to say he's right. But my belief,
well, that's it. See, things are not getting better. They're getting worse. They're getting more dangerous. That's what I see.
Well, what's amazed me, and my biggest frustration, and that, if your listeners want to, something I suggest that they try to accomplish, if we can't get the leaders of the nuclear weapon states, we can't get Obama to meet with these scientists, they can't get his advisors to meet with the scientists to discuss their studies, that they just want to say, hey, look, we've done this remarkable research with state-of-the-art computers, and it's been evaluated all around the world by the world's best scientists, and this is what's going to happen if you have a nuclear war. Somebody has to have enough guts to get out on the world stage. I think it has to be one of the leaders of the nuclear weapon states and say, look, we're having all these problems getting along and everything, but what we have to talk about and what we have to understand is that if we have a nuclear war, we're going to kill not only everybody in our nations, but everybody else on the planet. And, the other nations around the world are actually coming to grips with this, and that's why you can have an Austrian pledge with 113 nations calling for banning nuclear weapons. But, the nuclear weapon states are resisting this, and so you're like, that's what really troubles me is that here in my own country, we can't even get a hearing, and these guys are the best scientists in the world. They're not doing this on the back of an envelope. They're doing it in their National Center for Atmospheric Research and University of Colorado Boulder, Rutgers. It's not. They aren't amateurs.
Professor Kaku was invited to work on nuclear weapons and declined. And I wonder how. Surely some of the people have worked on nuclear weapons, and I wonder how they can rationalize that in their minds, knowing what they're doing.
Well, you're right. I think there is a rationalization. I can't really speak for anybody else. I was a nuclear engineer when I first went into school, but I sort of had a process of realization where I thought, I don't want to do that. It was a long time ago, admittedly, back in the 70s, when they were pretty much stopping building reactors, and it looked like, but regardless, I looked at the problems of nuclear waste and the nuclear weapons, and it just didn't feel right. So I went into biological sciences, but I have some friends, like you said, I've got a good friend, Greg Mello, out in New Mexico. They have a Los Alamos study group.
Yes.
And he talks to a lot of the people that work there, and the weapons designers, and so these aren't like, I don't know. I don't consider them evil, bad people, but I do think that somebody has to say this is enough. Somebody has to come to grips with the fact that we just can't keep doing this.
Well, have you ever actually spoken to one of these men about the morality of what they're doing?
Well, some of the people I have spoken to, there was a former commander of the Strategic Air Command, Lee Butler, and there's a few other military guys that I've met with that have all rejected nuclear weapons and nuclear war. And, you know, some of them do it because they just say, well, there's no military utility in it. We can't use these weapons. You know, because if we do, so just from that sort of pragmatic military viewpoint, they reach, and the concern that they have is that the younger generations now are sort of becoming accustomed to them. They're not really, and when you think about it, too,
Professor, we're at a break point. I'm sorry. And when we come back, I want to talk about our atmosphere and our magnetic field. Should we have a full exchange of nuclear weapons? I'm Mark Bell.
I can see her lying back in her satin dress, in a room where you do what you don't confess. Something crying in the air tonight. Oh, now, and I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh, Lord.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Not yet. Not yet. My guest is Professor Stephen Starr. And a lot of people are asking, why would I do this show? And my answer is because nobody else will. I'm telling you, we have forgotten what little we knew about the effects of nuclear war, or perhaps never knew at all. So, Professor, welcome back. I was going to sort of jump ahead to, if we do have a full exchange with Russia, something I consider really possible, unfortunately, either getting started by accident or on purpose. And we haven't even discussed the accident part of it. I want to get to that. But if we did have the full exchange, not that I guess we would be around to observe the effects, but what do the models say would happen to, to our atmosphere and the magnetic field that protects us anyway?
Well, there's the models that I've been referring to primarily focus on what would happen as a result of the nuclear firestorms, producing tens of billions of tons of smoke that rise above cloud level into the stratosphere, blocks sunlight, and blocks 70% of the sunlight in the northern hemisphere for 10 years. So if you were standing in a field in Ohio, you were talking about Ohio earlier, and it was midday, it would be, if it was a little bit of a cloudy day, it would be about like standing outside at midnight on a full moon. That's how dark it would be. So that's why it would be below freezing every day for 1 to 3 years. I thought you were going to ask about electromagnetic pulse.
I'll get to it.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure. I don't know what the predictions are for the electromagnetic layer. The studies that I've looked at don't really consider that. But, the presentation I made at the New York Academy of Medicine this year, I did talk about what would happen if the grid went down for a long time and we had enough EMP from weapons that would cause all the nuclear power plants to melt down in the United States. So that could be something we might want to talk about.
Yes, well, let's back into that. I'm well familiar with EMP at a small level. I'm a ham operator. I've got 13 towers up on my property.
Oh, man.
I know that when a storm comes over, I definitely feel the effects of EMP when I get close strikes. However, this is a whole different matter. Now, in order to disable North America, let's say, how many nuclear weapons detonated way up there would it take?
Well, it really wouldn't take very many. I think that's part of the reason why they worry about nations getting any nuclear weapons. If you have a relatively high yield weapon, it can knock out tens of thousands of square miles worth of anything with a transistor in it would melt down basically the control panels of nuclear power plants.
How high, Professor?
Pardon me?
How high?
I think that they would detonate those several hundred miles high. They have I'm sure they figured all this out. The Russians actually tested. We did a few tests ourselves before they had the atmospheric test ban treaty. They detonated one over the Pacific and it knocked out the power in Honolulu. There was a study that was done about electromagnetic pulse, congressional study, and I got a copy of it, but I don't know if they had a classified version or not, but I was really very disappointed to see that they didn't address what would happen in nuclear power plants. And so what I did talk, Arnie Gunderson, I bet he's like really he's a nuclear engineer that really knows his stuff.
Yes, sir.
I talked to him about it. He said that one high altitude nuclear detonation over the east coast of the United States could knock out like 60 nuclear power plants. And what would happen was that the reactors would melt down, and then also the spent fuel pools that I'd mentioned earlier that have 5 to 10 times more radioactivity, long-lived radioactivity than the cores do, they would boil off. Once the cooling stops, the water heats up and will boil, and when it gets down to the point where the rods are exposed to steam or air, then those rods will rupture, and if they've been removed recently enough from the reactor core, they'll burn.
Right.
And that would release an enormous amount of radioactivity. Just one, nuclear power plants produce a lot more of the long-lived isotopes than nuclear detonations do. For example, one nuclear spent fuel pool has more cesium-137 in it than all the atmospheric weapons tests combined released, over 1,000 tests. And so, and we have 100 of those pools scattered around the United States. When I did my studies on this, I was looking at there's an exclusion map around the destroyed Chernobyl power plant. There's about 1,100 square miles, so they call it a radioactive exclusion zone where people aren't allowed to live. And when I was looking at the map one day, I realized that the key for that map was based on how much cesium-137 was in the soil. And they described that in terms of becquerels, and I'm not going to give, but what it amounted to was that about 1.2 grams of cesium-137 contain enough radioactivity to make a square mile uninhabitable for a couple centuries. An American dime weighs, just 2 or 3 grams. I think it's 2.7 grams, so less than half the weight of a dime of cesium-137. If you make that into an aerosol or a smoke and spread it over a square mile, you can't live there for 100 years.
Okay.
And so the average spent fuel pool in the United States has close to 2,000 pounds of cesium-137 in each pool. So, and see, cesium is it's a very volatile element. It's almost like mercury. So around 700 degrees, it actually turns into a gas. And, these rods are hot. The reason they're so radioactive, the radioactivity creates heat. And if they lose the cooling and they're exposed to air, once they get up to about 700 degrees, the cesium inside the rod becomes a gas and starts to expand. It'll cause the rod to rupture. And that's why, like at Fukushima, for example, so much cesium was released, because when all those fuel rods, the reactors melted down, it released all the cesium. It went up into the air, and the winds blew it around, and then it rained out. So there's...
So you're telling me it would take only one large bomb over the East Coast, and all our plants would melt down. And
there'd be 50 or 60 plants that could melt down just from one bomb.
Might be academic, because at that point, we would consider that to be an act of war, and we would be in a nuclear conflict almost instantly, wouldn't we?
I know, there's I assume that with a weapon like that, they could track it,
Oh, yes.
But there's, just as an aside, too, I'd like to point out to your listeners that a huge solar flare, like the one they had in 1849, I think was a Carrington
thing.
If we had anything similar to that today, it would destroy all the really large transformers around the United States that support the grid. And the grid would be down for 6 months to, maybe a couple of years.
Sure.
So that's another issue with all these spent fuel pools. It's not nuclear war, but, it's something that we ought to worry about. So that's another reason why I'm not really a big fan of nuclear power. I see that, in my opinion, they need to, that's something that we need to address immediately. We have to get the spent fuel out of these swimming pools and into at least interim storage,
Now, they want to move it a few miles from me if they can.
I think they should put it in the basement of the White House, you know.
Yeah, well.
Okay, well, maybe some people might resent that, but, you know, it's always out of sight, out of mind. And, you know, there is a place, for example, in Finland, it's called Onkalo, where they're building, it's the only real scientific approach to nuclear waste storage. It's about 7 miles deep. It's going to take them over a century to build it. It's enough to store their waste from 4 or 5 nuclear reactors. There's a movie called Into Eternity that your listeners might want to watch on YouTube. And that's what's really amazing about that is it gets you start to think about how long the stuff has to be isolated from the biosphere. We're talking like 1 million years, you know, and so that's. I don't think we should make any industrial toxins that last that long, that are that toxic at an atomic or molecular level. So, you know, if you have an accident at a wind tower, you know, for wind energy, you know, it might kill a couple of towers if the turbine, or a couple of cows if the tower falls over, but you know, we don't have to worry about evacuating the entire state.
Well, I understand you're not really commenting on politics, but hasn't Fukushima essentially done the job for you and stopped it?
You mean
new plants?
Well, I think what's happened is that you know, nuclear power is just it's not economical. It's, you know, even gas-fired plants that they're building are more efficient and they make more money basically. So these older plants, they're starting to shut them down. I think the industry is dying. They keep trying to come up with new designs to convince everybody that it's
safe. Are you there, Professor? I think we just lost him.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was my fault. Can you hear me now?
You are there. Okay. Let me use the opportunity to throw a question at you that has come in on the computer as well. Charles says, how many nuclear weapons are there in outer space?
Well, if there are any, nobody admits to it. But you know, that's a problem. We're moving towards an arms race in space, and you know, but I think, as far as I know, nobody's got stations out there with you know, weapons mounted on them.
Well, there sure would be a good reason to have them up there.
I mean, well, they used to talk about, we actually planned to put them on the moon at one point. That was a long time ago.
Well, the moon, that would be too much warning. But, I mean, my goodness, if they're sitting up there on satellites, now you're talking about, I don't know that there'd be any warning at all, would there?
Well, that's a good question. But what I could tell you about are, they call it depressed trajectories. You know, if they fire from a submarine-launched ballistic missile off the coast, you can use a trajectory that's like not typical, like it goes up and way up and comes down. Then you can shorten the flight time and make it really hard to detect.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. You know, we have the system. They call it the article I wrote that was published in the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists today was about the dangers of launch on warning.
Mm-hmm.
And once the U.S. and Russia constructed these early warning systems on each side, and they basically kind of hooked them up to their national command authority, you know, the president, and then the ICBMs that we have in our silos that are buried underground. They got crews sitting there 24/7 waiting for a launch order.
We have to launch on warning, don't we?
Well, I don't think so. You know,
but in reality.
Well, what if it's a false warning? What if it's a false warning of attack?
Oh, well, that would be an accident.
Yeah, that would be, then our retaliatory strike would actually be a preemptive nuclear strike.
My point is that with the effect of these weapons, you have to launch on warning. Once you have made up your mind, the other side has launched, it's use them or lose them, right?
Yeah, but that all gets back to the military mindset of essentially thinking about these almost like we did with conventional weapons, and ignoring the scientific consequences of their use, you know, to the environment. Because if somebody launches a large nuclear strike, we're cooked. You know, it does, and so if we retaliate, we'll make it worse. But that's the reason why we're advocating that first of all we stand these weapons down so that you can't launch them or at the very least you would not launch a strike before a nuclear detonation confirms that the strike has occurred.
Professor, it would be too late. Let me for a moment make you the president, which I know you don't want to be. But you now have your military coming to you, President Starr, and saying they've launched. The other side has launched. Your orders, Mr. President.
Well, I would say that if I had not been president long enough to arrange for the weapons to be stood down, I would say we will not launch unless there's confirmation of the attack, because there's been more than one occasion where there have been false warnings of attack. They rolled the lids back off the silos. That happened in 1985, even when they had a faulty computer chip at NORAD. And it signaled that a massive Soviet strike was underway. In fact, it was just a 50-cent computer chip that had gone bad. But see, they stopped, I wrote about this some years ago, but they stopped publicizing this information. But we do know that in 1995, for example, the Russians sent a letter to say, it was Norway, and then they sent a letter to Russia and said, we're gonna have a launch of a missile. It's a weather satellite. Well, they didn't get it. And so when this missile was launched, it appeared to the Russians that it was from a U.S. submarine-launched ballistic missile.
Right.
And they went to full alert. They had their nuclear briefcases open, and they were ready to launch a retaliatory strike, because there's some scenarios that involve a single weapon using EMP, say, over Moscow, that would disable their communication systems. So it was plausible to them that even though it was one missile, it could be a prelude to a nuclear attack. But again, we're not told about all the false alerts and things that they have. We're just reassured that, don't worry, we're in control and everything's fine.
All right, Professor, I am curious. This sort of clampdown in the media, ever since the Cold War has ended, there was plenty during the Cold War, but since, with it now being even more dangerous, and there's so little education of the kind that we're doing tonight actually out there, what's up with that?
Well, I do appreciate the fact that you're willing to have me on your show and discuss this subject, because it's really important. And the reason I teach a course at the university is because I thought, well, where do you start? If we have an uninformed public, then eventually the leaders that we elect are uninformed too, and that's what I see. There was Global Zero was interviewing a number of the people on the Armed Forces Committee, and none of them knew how many nuclear weapons the United States had.
At some point, the unthinkable will eventually become thinkable.
Yeah, when was the last time people even observed a nuclear weapon detonating? I'm not saying we should have one so they could watch, but I'm not convinced that people fully understand. You can look at the numbers and all this, but do they really know? And there's another issue that's never discussed that I think we should mention, is that how does the ability of the president to launch a nuclear attack, how does that mix with our whole idea of limitation of powers and, the War Resolution Act of 1973, where the president's not supposed to be able to declare war? I've got a quote from Vice President Dick Cheney in 2008. And he said, "The president of the U.S. is now, for 50 years, is followed at all times, 24 hours a day, by a military aide carrying a football that contains the nuclear codes that he would use and be authorized to use in the event of a nuclear attack on the U.S. He could launch a kind of devastating attack the world's never seen. He doesn't have to check with anybody. He doesn't have to call Congress. He doesn't have to check with the courts." And that's the truth, and it's that's the way it is. So that, to me, what that means is we have a small, very, one person, or at least a very small group of political and military leaders that have the ability to launch a nuclear war that we have nothing to say about.
So even for an object that would end the world, we use a sports analogy.
Right, that's right. And the Russians have the same thing. They call it shaget. But both No matter where Obama goes or Putin goes, there's somebody in the background with a nuclear suitcase that allows them to give the permission order to launch a nuclear strike. And it only takes 15 to 30 seconds to give that order. And they call Minutemen missiles that for a reason, because it only takes 2 or 3 minutes for them to launch.
All right, Professor. Hang tight. And we will begin to open the lines, and I'll give you some of that stuff as we get back. You're listening to Midnight in the Desert.
Remember, when calling Midnight in the Desert, let the phone ring until answered. These calls are unscreened for your listening pleasure. Call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 952-225-5278.
All right, let me roll through it. There's some new stuff in the calling this show world, and we'll get to that. The public number for you to call if you would like to speak or have a question for Professor Starr. Public number is area code 952-225-5278. That's 952-225-5278. Then we're going to do something a little different. If I can find it. We're going to initiate, we did this last night, the last hour of the show, and I want to do it again. I want to open a first-time caller line. If you have never called the show, got a new number for you. Only if you've never called the show. Area code 775-285-5800. Once again, 775-285-5800. Only if you have never called the show. And then, of course, as you know, you can reach us on Skype as well, North America at MITD51, and the rest of the world at MITD55. But before we get to the phones, and they're coming up shortly, Professor, welcome back. A good question would be, if the Earth did endure a full exchange between the U.S. and Russia, how long might it take, or would it ever recover and be habitable again? And if so, how long?
Well, I think from what I can understand myself, what would happen was it would be like a mass extinction event, similar to when the best example is when a meteorite hit the Earth, and that was when the dinosaurs were wiped out about 66 billion years ago. They know that an asteroid, a metallic asteroid about 6 miles in diameter, hit the Yucatan Peninsula, and when it hit, it threw up enough heated material into that when it came down, it actually heated the upper atmosphere to 2,700 degrees Fahrenheit, created temperatures at surface level about 600 degrees, 700 degrees, and set all the forests of the world on fire. And it was, they call it impact winter. It was so dark that you could have held your hand in front of your face and you wouldn't have seen it. But that's worse than what a nuclear war would do in terms of the atmospheric effects. But the result was that like 70% of all the species on Earth got wiped out, and no animals larger than probably a squirrel lived. So, we're looking at something that's analogous to that. And I think the sad thing is the people that are in charge need to understand that they can't go live in a shelter underground for 10 or 20 years and expect to come out. If you're in an environment where there's very few, if any, animals left and the forests have been destroyed, that's not really habitable when you're at the top of the food chain. So I think that's why I think we have to look at this as, we have to somehow come to grips with this as a species problem, and we have to think of nuclear war as a mass extinction event, as opposed to, we talk about destroying civilization and all. Well, those sorts of catastrophes are almost incomprehensible, but yet they're still survivable. But extinction is quite permanent by definition.
Yes.
And that's why I think that's why I resent when we get feedback from the White House saying, we went, I didn't, but some of the people in a group I work with, PSR, went and talked to John Holdren, Obama's advisor, shortly after Obama was first elected. Mm-hmm. And they were told that, well, we think that if the prompt effects of nuclear war don't prevent war from happening, then the long-term effects aren't really that important. Well, they certainly are important. For example, if you live in a country that's not involved in the war, it's not even in the target area, but all your people are going to starve to death as a result.
Yeah, going to actually be my next question. You recall the movie On the Beach, right? Of course.
Yes, actually, I spoke in Melbourne.
Really?
On Hiroshima Day, and that day, somebody came up and talked to me about that.
Yeah, so I always wondered, was it realistic in that the southern hemisphere would not be extinguished immediately? However, the eventual effects would get them, and essentially that movie was within the realm of
that movie
accurate.
focused on radioactivity, basically.
Right. That's right.
And if we have a war where they bomb all the nuclear power plants and put immense amounts of this long-lived radioactive, ionizing radiation into the atmosphere, and God only knows what that. I mean, that to me is almost unthinkable. But what we're talking about really with the studies that we talk about, the smoke and the blocking the light and the cold, that there would be a lesser degree of light being blocked in the southern hemisphere, but they predict like 35 to 40%. But still, there's going to be such a global cooling effect that for all practical purposes, it won't matter. It might not be quite as dark and not quite as cold, but you still won't be able to grow any food. And, I asked one of the scientists about this, and they said, well, there may be some people at the equator that might survive. But, I have an article in the Federation of American Scientists that's going to be published this month called Nuclear War, Nuclear Winter, and Human Extinction. And the point I try to make is that I don't think it's worth getting into an academic debate about whether or not all the people would be killed, but just the fact that there's a good chance that they would be, to me, is enough. That should be a fairly powerful, enough of a motivation to at least publicly acknowledge and discuss this. The nuclear weapon states won't do it. They won't. None of their leaders will come out and talk about any of this stuff. They just want to talk about the deterrent, and nuclear war deters. But in order to have deterrence, all sides have to remain rational. They have to fear death. That doesn't seem like it's going to be the case forever.
That is our modern problem. We have ISIS, which, by the way, is in the midst of trying to get hold of a nuclear weapon.
Mm-hmm.
We have North Korea. They both seem like very, by our standards, completely irrational group that want to bring on Armageddon.
Right. And, I think the real issue I see is that everything is wired. So, when we had the Cuban Missile Crisis that you mentioned earlier, we didn't have launch-ready nuclear weapons at that time and all these things hooked up that we could launch, 2,000 strategic warheads in a matter of, less than 15 minutes. But we do now, and things can happen so fast. You put these forces in Europe on Russia's border, and a jet plane can overfly, and a missile can go off, and things can happen quickly. And, both the U.S. and Russia have operated on what they call the counterforce military doctrine for decades. And what that does is it tasks the military to destroy the other side. In the event of war, the military's mission is to destroy the other side's nuclear forces before they can be used to destroy you. So once war starts, all the calculations change. Then you get into the fog of war, and then what happens? It's too fast. Everything's hooked up. So, what the last thing we needed to do is to keep, pounding our chests and threatening, and but I don't see any simple way around it except by just getting, let's cut to the chase. Get some leader to come out and say, look, if we have a war, we're all going to die, and we really need to talk about this, and explain it in a way.
But that's the rational approach, and it would work with rational nations.
Mm-hmm.
But
right. Well, I really am referring. My concern is with the U.S. and Russian strategic arsenals, because they've got 15 out of the 16,000 weapons on the planet, and it might. Who knows? I admit a lot of people say, yeah, right. Wishful thinking, but I don't really know any other way to approach this. I don't have a political solution to every problem. I don't think it's. You have to get above that. You have to have some kind of trump card. And to me, this is it. It's like, well, if we have a war, everybody dies. Mutual assured destruction is really self-assured destruction. even with our successful first strike, we're going to die. So what do we do about it?
I don't know. I guess the only winning way is not to play.
Right.
Remember that line? I think it was good evening, Professor Poppin. Hello. A strange game. The only winning move is not to play.
Yes, I remember that. That War Games movie, right?
That's right.
That it?
That's correct. Let's very quickly, Omaha, Nebraska. By the way, you'd be one of the first to go there.
Thank you very much. I think you're probably right. That leads into my comment that you're both referring to. About 15, 20 years ago, we had a governor, Frank Morrison, who was our governor at the time of the missile crisis. And I had the opportunity to visit with him basically on his deathbed. And we talked and visited about a lot of things. I asked him, what's some of the most noteworthy or some scary things that happened that you recall as a governor? And he related that he came within 1 day of completely quarantining the state during a missile crisis.
Really?
And anyway, it's documented. I mean, I've seen.
What would the purpose of quarantine have been in that case?
Well, basically because of all the testing that was done in Nevada and the airstream that was carrying all the fallout this way. And anyway, that was kind of.
Oh, I see. You're talking back the above ground testing days here in Nevada, yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. And I know there's been tests of, the effects in the state of, cancer-related things because of that. So anyway, that was just one comment to make. The other thing I wanted to ask your guest, by the way, this is a phenomenal interview tonight. Thank you, Art, and your guest. But he's from the University of Missouri, correct?
Yes, sir.
Anyway, I'm curious if you know of a Nebraskan that used to teach down there by the name of John Neihart. He was in the English department. He's noted for the book Blackout Speak.
Well, I know exactly what you're talking about. I never had the privilege of meeting him, but I've actually listened to some of his recorded lectures.
Yeah, he was recorded division of Blackout, and but those are two of the most peace-loving, peace-seeking men that I knew. And this is pretty to abuse and stuff. But just one last thing.
Yes.
I think the Pope's comments recently could be, is it reference in one of the talks so often to we need to enter into conversation.
Yeah, we need to enter into a conversation, all right.
I think that's a good point about the Pope. If the Vatican and the Pope, they can get behind nuclear disarmament, it helps when you get that sort of dialogue going. And, another thing that has not made the news big time, but at the the International Red Cross has come out strongly in favor of banning and eliminating nuclear weapons. The Cross hasn't joined in because of political pressure, but they certainly, International has come on record for it.
I'll be darned. Back to something we discussed sort of a little while ago. If I were to ask you to guess, just a guess, Professor, about whether there are nuclear weapons in space, what would your guess have to be?
I don't think there are, although I would say that, I have no way to know that they're not. I think that they don't really have to keep them in space because they have so many ready to go here on Earth that can hit any target they want on Earth in at least, at the very most, an hour, and most of the time 30 minutes or less.
Usually, if we can do something, we do it. And I'll leave it at that.
That's part of the reason when they talk about moving nuclear weapons to Europe, this is all a political thing. It's although it's dangerous because if you put the forward-based nuclear weapons, say in NATO countries, then you make them, in a sense, not only easier to use, but they're also more at risk for terrorism and threat. It's a bad idea, and you can still hit any target you want with a U.S. Trident sub. Can carry up to 200 warheads, that are independently targetable. Well, under the START treaty, they supposedly carry less, but just one sub has enough warheads to take out every major city in Russia, or whatever. And they also outfitted some of these subs to carry conventional warheads. So, or cruise missiles.
Okay.
And
let me
there's
try
not
this.
a need to put weapons in space.
Nevertheless, let me try this. If the Russians had a nuclear weapon in space, would we know that?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure what our national technical capability is, but I'm sure they monitor, each side always monitors their launches and stuff. The Russians, in the 1990s, it was a mess over there. And they at this point, they have lost almost most of their early warning system capability from satellites,
right? Just
ground-based. So they're putting it back up, I believe. But I don't know. The U.S., even though the military moans and groans about, not having enough funds and everything, we've constantly modernized our arsenal, and these weapons are, if they were that dangerous or unsafe, we'd certainly, they are. I don't see how a nuclear weapon can be considered safe in the first place. But in terms of military thinking, when they complain about a weapon being unreliable, what they're talking about is not whether or not it will detonate, but they're worried about the explosive power being within a few % of what they want it to be, because that goes into their calculations for blasts and all that.
Okay, Sergio on Skype, you're on the air.
Yes. Good evening, Art.
I'm not hearing you very well. You're going to have to get very close to the microphone of whatever you're talking into.
Yes, good evening. Is that better?
Better.
Yes, good evening. Great subject. Long time listener to you. Very interesting subject tonight. I just want to ask your guest, isn't it true that both Russia and the United States both have the, what in Russia is called a dead end, which is the automatic retaliatory system? In case no one's alive, it will retaliate automatically.
Good question. Very good question.
Yes. It's interesting. I knew one of the guys, his name was Colonel Valery Yurinich. I wrote an article with him and worked together with him. He actually helped design that. It went into operation around 1985, and Valery passed away a couple of years ago, but he had told me that as far as he knew, it was still in operation. It's called Perimeter, or the Dead Hand is a nickname. It's called the Dead Hand, which, as your caller suggests, it's designed in the event that there's a decapitating first strike, there's a surprise attack that kills everybody in Moscow and prevents them from issuing a launch order. There's a command module that's about 60 miles away from Moscow that there's a couple of guys, they're officers that sit there, and Colonel Yurinich wrote this in his book. He said there's a couple criteria that has to be done. There has to be an early warning from the National Command Authority that an attack is imminent. Then there has to be a complete loss of communication, and they have a lot of redundant. They have radio, they have satellite, they have fiber optic, all sorts of. They've never ever, he told me, in the history of their strategic rocket forces, lost communication with this. But so they would lose communication, and then almost simultaneously they would have nuclear detonation detectors that are optic and seismic and radiological. And if all these criteria are met in a very precise time frame that corresponds with the warning of attack, then they launch. They're called emergency communication rockets. And these rockets, after they take off, they broadcast a signal that overrides all human interference. It just automatically launches any surviving nuclear forces.
Gee, good thing nothing can go wrong with that.
Yeah. Well, I never found it very reassuring. From a military standpoint, they said, well, this is good because it prevents us from launching on warning on just electronic signals if it's a false warning of attack. Mm-hmm. But, I always wondered what would happen if something went wrong with one of the rockets. Just the fact that means that there has to be radio signals or frequencies that can be broadcast that can launch nuclear weapons. That I don't find that reassuring.
And nor do I. On my first time caller line, you are on the air.
Hi, good evening, Art. This is Howard in Virginia. How are you?
I'm fine, Howard. Thank you.
KI4LWA, and I've listened to you for over 10 years, and the reason I know is I just renewed my ham radio license. So I entirely blame my joy in the hobby on you, because you always spoke of it, and that's what got me in the hobby. So
thank you.
quick question that you can answer when you get a second is if you're where you hang out on HF if you do these days. I'd love to make a contact sometime.
Well, if 10 meters ever comes back, I'll be there. Do you have a question for my guest?
Yes, sir, I do. Hey, good evening, Steve. Love the conversation, Art. It's one of those that's just so deep it's hard to know where to start swimming. But I guess what came to I've got a quick comment, question and a comment. My question, Stephen, is with all the I just think the Middle East is still probably the place this might happen, but with the portable suitcase nukes, different things like that. If you think there's ever been a detonation that we haven't heard about, and the tactical nukes, all that stuff is probably over in that theater. And how many of those you think are out there rolling around and possibly could go off? And then my hope is, Art, for the world is that maybe if we can last a few more years, that the particle beam weapons, and that's what I think might be in space, honestly, is like that video of the space shuttle when that thing shot up and So I'm hoping that our technology will make these things obsolete someday. But that's it. Thanks so much. I love your show, and I'm glad you're back.
Thank you very much. All right, so do you think there's ever been a detonation, kind of a hard question, that we've not detected?
Well, there was what came to mind and was when it's believed that South Africa had developed nuclear weapons.
Oh, yes.
And they tested them over, I guess, in the Atlantic with the help of Israel. And, the only way to detect something like that was with a satellite, and just people aren't going to see that. I guess your guest may be referring more to a detonation that took place that there would be visible destruction.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting pretty cynical about almost all the news and things that we hear now because I honestly think we get so much propaganda that's rather than facts. And a lot of the facts are being omitted. But, there's a lot of technical capability out there to register radioactivity. And that even goes along with, say, trying to clandestinely manufacture nuclear weapons. It's amazing what they can detect in the atmosphere of radionuclides if somebody's got sensitive equipment. So I've always thought that, there's enough, even though a lot of these scientists are linked to the government might tell them, don't release any information. There's still people that have equipment that monitor that. I honestly think if there was a nuclear detonation, you would be able to detect it from atmospheric radiation as well as the site, that enormous explosion they just had in Tianjin in China.
Right.
That was like between 5 and 10 kilotons from what I can see with this blast calculation.
Really?
Enormous. But I don't think it was nuclear because I think there would have been enough fallout from that it just you can't hide that. There's always, if you produce ionizing radiation or nuclear detonation, you can't hide it.
Okay, suitcase nukes.
Well, the suitcase nukes,
they're real?
I've studied that. They did exist. They were manufactured. But when you miniaturize a nuclear weapon to that extent, it's actually a very technical process. It's nothing at all like putting together an atomic bomb. But, the first atomic bomb was just basically a cannon barrel with two highly enriched pieces of uranium that they fired one through the barrel into the other. But when you try to miniaturize a nuclear weapon, it's very complex. And the experts that I've read about said that over time they degrade. And it would be the first reports I read about that were in the late 90s. I think it was Alexander Lebedev. It was a Russian guy that announced this. And but even if it was true that they weren't able to keep track of them, my opinion is if anybody really got their hands on one of those, they probably would have used it. I think if a terrorist organization or somebody gets a nuclear weapon, they're not going to just sit around and say, well, let's wait till a really good time. They're going to shoot that thing off.
How many do you think were made?
I think the Russians said that they'd made something like 90 or 100. And Lebedev said that they could only find 50 or 60 of them. So, who the hell knows? But, there's a lot of things that are even, to me, are scarier. The Soviets had nuclear material scattered all over the place. In Kazakhstan, they were working on nuclear rocket engines. And they had enough, uranium and plutonium down there to make 60 atomic bombs. And the United States went in and got a lot of that out with the help. That was back when we were actually kind of working with the Russians, but there's it's really, I swear to God, it's just amazing that we haven't had a bomb go off somewhere. It really is. And there's so much highly enriched uranium that's out there that's been manufactured that it's just really a miracle that we haven't had it put together and used in a bomb someplace.
Okay, down to Houston, Texas. First time caller. Hi.
Hey, good evening, Art. I can't believe I'm online. Actually, I just have a question.
Are you listening, sir? I've got a question. Are you listening online?
Yes, sir, definitely.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Well, yes, sir. My question, sir, actually, I read an article a couple of months back. It was, I believe, it asked a Russian defense minister. It was just a basic scenario that the Russians said they would drop a nuclear weapon into, I believe it was Yellowstone National Park, since it is an active volcano, and that would basically just disrupt the United States break it half. I don't know if that's, if that's a scenario that.
Well, it would be, if they did that, it would be an act of war, and then we would have global thermonuclear war, right, Professor?
Yeah, that's true. I read that same report, and I even discussed it with a friend of mine who had done some studies on it.
Yes.
He said that the effect that they're predicting is somewhat debatable, talking about dropping weapons off the coast of California. But there's what scared me about that is just that there's military guys on each side. We have, extremists in all the nations, and the Russians have ultra-nationalists they would like to start a war right now. We have people like that in the U.S. too, but, I worry that, Putin may be pictured as like a really bad guy, but there's honestly a lot worse. We can wind up with somebody a lot worse than him if we're not careful, so.
This is true. All right, let's see. I think it's Felton, California, is that correct?
Yeah, hi, this is Tom in Santa Cruz.
Yes, Tom.
I wanted to ask Professor Starr, are you familiar with a book by John Mueller, who happens to be my cousin, called Atomic Obsession?
I'm sorry, I'm not, but I'd like to read it.
Okay, he's a professor of politics at Ohio State University. He argues, or at least he tries to reassure us, that the states so far and the future ones, such as maybe Iran, who may be getting nuclear weapons, will soon find out that, the military people you mentioned earlier, that there's really nothing you can really accomplish with them if you actually use them. So they're
unless you're dedicated, I guess he's not hearing me. Unless you're dedicated to the destruction of a nation like Israel, unless you're actually dedicated to doing that, and then there would be something you could do with them, right?
Let me say that there was a general in India that made a comment about, they said, well, which nation got invaded? Was it North Korea or Iraq? So there is a perception out there that having nuclear weapons, if you're a small nation, might provide you with a means to escape invasion. In a sense, it's sort of like a six-shooter in the Old West. And that's why Henry Kissinger, George Shultz, William Perry published some articles in the New York Times a number of years ago. They actually called for the abolition of nuclear weapons because their perception was that the United States was so far ahead with its conventional weapons that nobody ever, the small nations can't even think about catching up. But the way they can kind of equalize the situation is to build some atomic bombs.
Well, it's a great way to get foreign aid.
The mouse have roared.
The mouse have roared, indeed. But it actually is a great way to get foreign aid.
Yeah.
Would we really be looking at North Korea the way we do and providing food and other things for
That's
them
a good point.
if they didn't have nuclear weapons? I think the answer to that is a very, very, very clear no way. So, yeah, that's a reason to try and get them. Hold on, Professor. We're at the bottom of the hour. Take a deep breath. In fact, everybody, take a deep breath. And we'll be back. This is Midnight in the Desert, and possibly for humanity.
Well, we want to throw them guys on and realize that eternal fate is turning flat off here. Sweet. This is it. Way now. Figure it's gone. Taking a chance.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you. But remember, the NSA, well, you know. To call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL ART.
The lines are all jammed. Very, very interesting show. And by the way, late news is Ed Snowden did talk to Neil deGrasse Tyson, which I find kind of intriguing. We're going to have Neil on in the not very distant future. That's right, Neil deGrasse Tyson. So that's one. Now, if I could just talk to Ed Snowden. Let me go way off reservation here and ask you, Professor. You followed, I'm sure, the story of Edward Snowden, yes?
Yes.
The country seems more or less evenly split on what he did. How do you feel about it?
Well, I think that he's somebody that should be considered a hero. You know, that he was trying to expose clearly corrupt things that were going on in the government.
Unconstitutional things.
Yeah. If people remember what the Constitution is.
Barely. And that's what tonight's show is all about.
Systematically destroyed,
yeah.
Unfortunately.
People don't remember the Constitution. They don't remember what really could happen, with these weapons. And that's why we're doing what we're doing tonight.
Right. Well, the Constitution was designed to protect the people from the government. And so we seem to have lost that protection.
We seem to have. Let's go to Colorado Springs, I think. Hello.
Yes, thank you, Art, for doing this show tonight. This is Kevin in Colorado Springs. I guess the ultimate question I have is, what can be done to stop this?
Well, that is, you're right about that. It is the ultimate question. Professor?
Well, maybe my solution is too simplistic. On an individual level, I would recommend people to first consider joining, look around and join an organization you feel comfortable with, like the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation. You can join Physicians for Social Responsibility. You don't have to be a physician or a healthcare professional. There's International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, ICANN. A lot of really young people are really into that organization. That's a good start because you need to be a little bit educated on this.
I don't think your solution is too simplistic. I just think that, I'm sorry to say, but I think it's dated.
Right. Well, you have to do more than just write letters and join organizations. That's the first step. But I think it's time for, what gets attention these days? You have to do something. You have to, so there used to be protests and even those, but when we had 1 million people in Washington, D.C. in 1982, but that was back when we had more of an educated public. I'm not sure if we have time to educate the whole public about this, but it's my hope that at least pressure can be brought upon the leadership I consider it a form of criminal negligence on the part of leaders if they know about this danger and they refuse to act on it and turn their heads. If it's more convenient to keep your nuclear weapons than it is to discuss the fact that they could destroy human existence, then that's a criminal act that would be called willful blindness. And people have to be willing to call that out. There's some point in your life where you have to decide if you're going to do something. You can say, well, geez, that really was a terrible show I heard, and I'd like to do something about it. If you just forget about it, then that's not a solution. You've got to be willing to go beyond that. But it does, we've got now, we have Twitter, we have the internet, and things can go viral. People can get information across a lightning-like speed around the world. So there's a capacity to educate and learn that never existed before.
Okay, well, again, I just consider it a little bit dated, Professor. In other words, unfortunately, your solution depends on rational people.
Mm-hmm.
And we seem to have moved into all right, let me try another approach. I frequently talk about interesting things like aliens or life on other planets or something. And, to date, we've actually not detected the presence of any other intelligent life anywhere.
despite listening really hard, isn't it possible that life eventually is absolutely self-destructive? It would certainly account for a lack of any signals so far.
Mm-hmm. Well, I believe Carl Sagan talked about that one time, and he said that he had a theory that once a civilization became intelligent enough to create, nuclear.
There's a real pride of place here, but not enough family-sized affordable housing. Thankfully, Amazon came in.
And you, my friend, are going to be, unless you have to use the bathroom? What? Do you have to use the bathroom? Not yet. Dude, do you have water? Oh, yeah. Okay. Room temp or cold? Cold. You're going to be right here? Okay, great. Great. I don't know how many podcasts you have done in the recent past. Too many. Have any of them ever given you a can and first wiped down the lid? No. What gave you a piece of art? Oh. Is this like you sat there, created this is I live here. So I live here? Yeah, so this is my living room that I just put stuff into. I try to get both. You're single, I think. All right, but I would put my, see how this goes, my legs up. Oh, there. You work out those little legs? Yeah, I do. I've had a couple of surgeries, so I do some physical surgery. Arthritis in my elbow and shoulder. I have had agreements in both. Yeah. You? I've had surgeries. I haven't had any of I have had surgeries that get skin cancer. I grew up on a farm, but not before they invented sunscreen. So, and then each 6 months they kept bigger fucking pieces out, bigger and bigger. Where? Well, so far not a little thing in my face, but huge scars on the side, the front, and whatever. The middle of my back, that was hard to say. And the kids changed my bandages. But that's just something that you have. I've had I don't want to be rude like talking surgeries. No, I went septic. Had something inside of me explode. So then I had like an emergency scar all the way down. And then I had to have 6 surgeries after that to fix all the shit they did. But I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I am.
Blavity blue, Scoop-dee,
Oh yeah.
You stretch? Not as much as I'd like.
You're taller than I thought you'd be.
How tall do you think I would be?
Shorter. Do you know Max Vitel?
That's who booked this.
Yeah. Have you seen him?
Yeah.
Like he's a real cute little guy. Like very groomed and things. I figured since you knew him, you're probably the same height.
Rick Glassman has
Yeah.
Roseanne Barr's
Like,
ex-husband
hang out
on.
with her
Tom
peers.
Arnold. I like Tom Arnold.
Very nice guy.
You tend to hang out with how old are you?
6'2".
You hang out with 6'2" people then?
Yeah. Arnold Schwarzenegger is 6'2", I think. But I think everybody used to be. What? Do you have a picture? Who's he with in there? Arnold, I can't see.
By the way, for what it's worth,
Yeah.
I didn't.
Oh, that's Joe Weider.
I didn't put this here because you're.
No, I saw it. Nice. Look at that shit, man. Look at that.
Buddy, as everybody did pretty much at my age, grew up idolizing him, but it was poster. It was he was the king to me.
Yeah.
Growing up.
I have 2 giant posters in my house that my son put up. My son is a big fan of Arnold. They're great. And one with him and Franco Colombo, who is his best friend.
Yeah, of course.
Down at the beach, where they went down there to pose. It's pretty cool. And then one of him from 1974, I think, the South African body. Look, he just looked excellent. Just excellent. And so I got that. He's a good dude. You know, he's not 6'2" anymore, I'll let you know. But he's good. He still works out every day, 4:30. Gets up, seizes the day.
Carpe diem.
Yeah, that too.
Doesn't that mean seize the day?
I think it does. But are you trying to one up me?
Well, you've had a lot of surgeries. I want to let you know I know.
I've had more surgery, but you're younger. How old are you?
28.
Are you shaving? You're an old fucking 28, dude. No. I mean that in the nicest way to you. You got some city miles. If you'd have said I'm 42, I'd be like, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's not an insult. Yeah.
Hello, Alvin. I do a podcast, and for every podcast, pretty much, I think you have a magic ride.
From hard hats to steel-toed boots, Granger's got your safety needs covered. Literally. Shop Granger's vast inventory of safety products. Call, click, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones.
This stuff is so good. You can get yours at magicmind.com/Rick for 50% off your first order. That's magicmind.com/Rick for 50% off.
Right now, ButcherBox is offering our listeners $20 off their first box and free protein for a year. Go to butcherbox.com/Tyso to get this limited time offer and free shipping. Always. That's butcherbox.com/Tyso. And don't forget to use our link so they know we sent you. ButcherBox. Do it.
I just directed my first movie. And the editor worked on it simultaneously, which has been helpful.
What's the movie about? What's it called?
It's a high concept comedy called The Breakup Pill. You probably like it. It's about a kid that has had a lot of bad breakups. And his most recent, he can't get over her. He texts her. He happens to show up at places where she is. It's a problem. And so his therapist, when she's trying to help him, it has to do with his childhood, of course. And his mother didn't like him, but his dad's a weirdo.
No,
but there's a guy in her building, one of these medical buildings, that invented this pill that's doing a trial on a pill. You know how they do drug trials?
Oh, yeah.
And it's a breakup pill. And the guy's a neurologist. And what it does is shuts down a part of your brain where you have bad stuff, where, bad memories of whatever. But it makes it so it clears out so you don't keep going back to the person. And his girlfriend, he starts taking a pill, part of the trial, he gets paid, of course. His ex shows up, he blows her off, he's never done anything like that. And then when he meets someone he genuinely likes, it's a good person. As they start to fall in love or get amorous or whatever.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, he starts vomiting or essentially convulsions. And so he thinks it's the pill that's screwed up his brain. And so he goes to get the antidote. I'm the doctor of the day. Give the antidote, and that seems to be working okay. Then we have to call him in and go, you're giving a placebo the whole time. There's a certain amount of test people, an A test gets a placebo. And also the breakup pill was causing some bad side effects. Yeah, everything has side effects. These were bad.
What kind of the side effects? Stomach aches?
Anal leakage. Anal leakage. If you get anal leakage on any drug, I don't care how wonderful that people will take it. If that's even a possibility, they used to have this diet drug called Ali
I know exactly
or
what
something.
you're
You
trying to
took
do.
it,
You're not peeing on my
and the
feet.
one side effect was anal leakage, and people they lost their marketing, just like the AIDS diet candy lost their when AIDS happened. Even though it was spelled different, it was hard to sell AIDS to people.
People buy hearing aids.
Yeah,
People buy lemonade.
that's true. That's true. Yeah, but it's different because the candy actually looked like AIDS.
So
what does AIDS look like to you?
I don't know, like dark brown fake chocolate.
That's what AIDS looks like to you?
I ate a lot. My mother was on those. I ate a lot of them. Chocolate X-Lax, remember that? Breakhead and candy.
28.
Cabinet? Yeah. 28.
Hey, question for you.
Yeah.
I've heard about anal leakage because I remember that there was either a sketch or a real potato chip. I think it was a real thing that some potato chip could cause anal leakage. And I didn't know what that meant. Does that just mean you have a little bit of diarrhea every now and then? Like when you pee and you put your penis away too soon?
I don't know that that's like sort of the Chartier. It just, by the description, it just sounds bad. You know, I think it's beyond where you pee and all of a sudden you're like, oh, God damn it, I got to shit. I got to sit down somewhere.
What would you call pee leakage? Just leakage?
Pee leakage? Yeah, leakage. I think that as you get older, you know, it doesn't just leak out like a hose that's dripping out, but you get so, oh my God, I got to pee. Okay, I'm going to stop it. But a little bit, it gets out.
I actually have a stand-up bit about that.
You do?
Okay, now you're 70. You're doing stand-up about the way you have always a little tiny piss stain on the front of your pants.
I don't even go to the bathroom anymore. I just wiggle my dick and a little piss comes out. I'll tell you, every time I go pee, I have to shake it so long, I'm not even playing with it anymore. Hell, I'm marrying the thing. I'll go to the bathroom sometimes. I'll pee. I'll be done. I'll pretend I'm leaving just because I know as soon as I get outside, a little dribble's going to come up. I will pee. I will flush. I will grab the door handle. I'll shake the door handle while I'm shaking my dick to get some out. I don't know if the pee knows that I don't want to be inconvenienced. I sometimes travel. I bring 2 pairs of extra underwear just in case I'm done pissing and a little red dribble comes out.
Get special offers on select Subaru Sotera EV models. Going on now. That was incredible.
And we're back.
Who's Lisa Gilroy? She's a comedian?
She is. She
sounds fun. Sounds good. Familiar.
She I think she's one of the funniest people in the world.
Yeah.
I became friends with her maybe 2 years ago. Yeah. She does stand up sometimes. She's new to that, but she's an improviser mostly, and she's she's in like every show now, a little role in like every show.
I will do a deep dive of her after I'm here.
Yeah, it's crazy how funny she is.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, that was fun.
Thanks for coming over, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate
Yeah.
that. Yeah. So you're doing a stand-up tour.
I am.
Starting August?
Soon.
No,
I think Friday.
I don't know. I was thinking end of summer. It ends next summer.
It's all throughout. It goes into the fall, and it's everywhere. I haven't done a tour for a long time. Like this is super organized because the kid that's a comedian, Max Meisel, he super organized little guy, man. He's got it. And then once we book, I said I need to book weekends because around here you could do one-nighters and they'll pay you a little bit, outside of town. But I said I need to be paid all of it because I genuinely need the money. I've been in court with my ex for 8 years, not divorce court. That's settled right away. But stuff with my kids. I'm a single dad. My kids are 12 and 9, and I have to.
They live with you, right?
Yes.
What's the case about? What takes 8 years?
She wants more custody and want me to have less custody because the alimony that I was paying her ended on my 65th birthday, which is March 6th last year.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. And, before you're 65 and you die, people are like, oh my God, so soon, that's sad. But when you die at 65, people are like, fuck him. He had a good run. I'm not gonna worry about that.
That's the day.
But yeah, but I like getting older. People are like, you not, because I like being alive. So, and I'm dad, I love it. So, yeah, that stopped, and there's sort of signs. The court, if you're in court that many times, the judge will order a psychological evaluation. That's just, and the great court psychologist downtown here at the Stanley Mosque,
Shout out to Stanley Mosque.
yeah, came back, goes, well, she's not a psychopath who wants to murder you. And I'm like, that's good. She's a sociopath who wants other people to murder you, like the cops. Like, she called the cops, she swats us. And then the judge actually wrote a fake court order and said, you cannot call the police for any reason. Like, nobody has ever seen anything like where you tell this person for any reason, not just him or them. So,
what are you saying? They said to your ex that she's not allowed to call 911?
Yeah. I could have brought all the, it's all public record. Everything I talk about now is in the court. And then,
so then what's happening? So you can't call 911, but she wants more money and it takes 8 years.
Well, it's always about, it's just about, can you say something? Okay, effing with me. Yeah, with the and
you can swear.
Okay, it's always about fucking with it. And it doesn't, there's no empathy for the kids, because also a narcissistic sociopath, that's what her diagnosis was. And so I had to start reading on that, because you think I'd be a narcissist. I could get up on stage and do an interview with you in your house. I don't know you, but look at me broadcasting to however many fans you have.
A lot.
How many do you have?
I don't really know.
You have a lot? Okay, good. I heard you a lot from Bex. Big time. Doesn't, it's funny to be here.
Go ahead.
I lived close to here when I was first started.
You were going to pass a judgment joke and you censored it. I'd like to hear what that
is. Well,
joke
no, it's like, it's great. It's cute. It's cute.
Speak freely. What are you noticing? What do you feel?
Your basketball trophies. How old were you when you got those?
Those are from a comedy basketball league that I got when I moved out here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got a trophy, too, because I was the MVP of Rocket Job. Do you remember that? You're not old enough. That's where celebrities, actors, and musicians, and then some professional athletes, and they play. And I was the best of all, but I'm not good for an athlete, but I'm good for an actor.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's the main difference between the two of us.
Yeah. What is it?
I'm good for an athlete, but I'm a horrible actor.
Yeah. Yeah, that's funny.
Psych.
That's funny. Are you Jewish?
Thank you for that. Yes.
Do you have a Star of David on your chest?
No.
I'm more Jewish than you, buddy. Yeah,
Does getting a tattoo make you more Jewish?
Well, if someone's good at sports and they're Jewish, their picture's probably on the wall of my house. There's not a million of them, but we got Sandy Koufax all over there that I kind of keep track.
Is Bob Feller Jewish?
Who?
Bob Feller?
No, he's from Iowa, though, where I'm from.
Yeah.
He's like, growing up in a small town in Iowa, my grandpa would be like, let's keep it on the down low. He goes, so far there's not enough Jews to hate.
Question for you. Do you think that there was too much time being spent being anti-Semitic where you grew up and not enough time researching sunblock?
Well, again, sunblock wasn't invented when I was growing up. And we used to use baby oil and iodine. And that's, the consequence. Plus, I'd say, when I work in the fields, me and my friends, like when we were 13, we'd go down and get in a school bus at St. Mary's Church, I guess it's called, with drifters and go 20 miles outside of town with us kids and these people that come across, these adults that came across the country to work in the fields, and parents thought that was fine. And then we get in there in the field, and they had crop dusters with full of pesticides, and it'd come over at a certain time. They wouldn't pull us out of the fields. Our hair would get wet from the pesticides being spraying on us, because I think there's a lot of kids there that are like, fuck them. We can lose a few.
For you to sit on.
We can lose a few, yeah. Yeah, so that's, what was the other question? We had a good question that I went off on it.
Well, I remember
You had a funny quip. And then, what was your funny quip again?
Which one?
I know, you do.
Tom, I have a question for you. Yeah. You're talking about crop dusting. Now, when I grew up, that was walking.
Where did you grow up?
Cleveland.
Oh.
Boy, are my arms tired.
Yeah.
But where I grew up, crop dusting was walking by a group of people and farting.
Yeah, that's a better metaphor. This is real crop dusting.
Mine's more of a Jewish crop dusting.
Yeah.
Yours is typically not a Jewish
That's
crop
true.
dusting.
Have you ever had somebody fart on a plate and you're like, I need everybody to know that I didn't do that? Yeah.
Can I tell you something that was an interesting shift that I made not too long ago?
Yeah.
When I smell a fart, and it's not mine, and nobody speaks up for it, I'm assuming it's because they're a little embarrassed.
Right.
I will stand up and say, I just farted.
Oh yeah, that's good. Take the bullet, man.
My dog will fart and someone will go, ugh, and I'll go, I did it.
Yeah, that's great. That's a great thing to do.
In fact,
my
I'm gonna turn
daughter.
off my air purifier because it's making noise.
Can I keep talking?
Can't hear you until my headphones are on.
All right. Oh yeah. Oh, should I have my headphones on my head?
I was just being playful.
Okay, no problem. Yeah. So, all right. Where's my drink? How many minutes have I been here?
The bespoke AI Family Hub Plus refrigerator with AI vision inside.
My daughter last year, she was in second grade. By the way, my son is in fifth grade. He's 6'1", 220. He has size 14 feet.
Were you 57 when you had him?
What?
You were 57 when you had him?
54 when I had him. 56 when I had Quiddy. Yeah, almost 57. Yeah, I got a late start in fatherhood, and but I love it.
Is it with this? Both kids are with this ex?
The fourth, yeah. I have 4 ex-wives, and you could have 3 ex-wives and still kind of go, women.
Are you a fan of Star Wars?
I am not. I'm sorry.
I could tell because I would have thought you would have stayed with your fourth.
Is that a Star Wars thing?
Well, may the fourth be with you.
Yeah. Well, I bought a lot of Star Wars memorabilia, and with my son, I took a leap of faith where Disney got him a lightsaber, and I knew what was going to happen. He can't control something. He hit his sister with it. He can't have sticks. You can't allow him any, because he can't. He goes, what are you going to do? You got to hit somebody.
When I was a kid, and bleep this name, my brother had his friends over, and we were all playing outside, and I love swords. The one that I liked the most.
I like swords.
It was way before my time. It was a He-Man sword, and the bottom base was a bit heavy because it has batteries in it. Because it lights up.
Yeah.
And did something, I don't remember what it was, like pushed me, and then he ran. So I took my He-Man sword and I threw it at him.
Yeah.
And the base of it hit the back of his head. He had to get stitches in his head.
Yeah.
He was bleeding a lot. And my parents took my swords away.
Yeah.
And look at me now.
They had to because his parents were probably like, you got to do something.
I don't think it was because of his parents. I think my parents just wanted me to.
They're good parents. Sounds like they're good parents.
And now I'm a basketball player.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you, my son has 3 3D printers, big, and he makes. First of all, first thing he did is make a gun. I go get whatever that is, the program. It doesn't. You can't make a gun. There's no guns allowed in this house. The mom always says, calls the cops. He's got a lot of guns. Me. He's violent. The cops go over. I go, I got no guns. And then I say to the kids, you gotta have the fucking guns now. I mean, everything she runs. But I go, that's not okay. Then he made this thing that is the big handle and sticks out a low bed. I mean, you have to get close to someone's hand. And then it goes like this, and it's a whole sword. And it makes it, I don't know how it does that, but the thing in one piece makes it, the 3D printer, so that, do you have one of those too?
I have something else that's making me think of.
Yeah. And there's the little daggers that you could hurt someone with, but this sword, just to go like that and have it telescoped in and have it made in one piece, like I assumed you had to make several pieces and assemble it. It's pretty cool what they can do. It's, yeah. Your glasses bigger? Okay. Oh, you're doing a game? Let me see. Oh, that's very cool. Where'd you get that? I got to get one of the kids.
There's a shop somewhere in the valley. I'll figure it out.
Man, I love that.
I do. I'm a big prop comic these days.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if I'm a big prop comic.
Yeah.
But I'm 6'2", 6'3".
Yeah, you're 6'3".
And I like magic.
Yeah.
Watch this.
Yeah. Okay. What happened?
Post we're gonna.
Oh yeah. Oh, got it.
We're just gonna put a little bit of snot in my nose.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Thanks, dude.
That's hilarious. You know what? I like You hire some magicians for kids' parties.
You hire some what?
I've hired a couple magicians.
Would you consider hiring me for one?
Yeah, if you got to do that thing you just
I also
did.
have mustaches.
Like all that, and they think you're a funny guy. That's helpful.
Sometimes I do this. Kids like it. I go, oh shit, excuse my language. I go, oh heck.
Yeah.
Something on my glasses.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, they like that. Yeah, the little kids. But it's good. And I always have so much respect for them because anybody does kids parties, it's a nightmare.
I love it.
You know, we had at my daughter's 3rd birthday when my ex and I were trying to live in the same house. You know, she lives on one side, I live the other. She comes to my office, goes, I'm having a birthday party for Quinn in the playroom, and you're not invited. I'm just in my house. It's just one of those things you write down like, this is bananas.
Wait, you said you're not invited?
Jane said the mother said she was having a party in the playroom,
right?
I don't know how many feet away, and I was not invited. So me and my assistants from my office like, this is hilarious. Then I heard a commotion at the front door, and she comes in and says, you need to get up, get Jax. He's run upstairs because he's afraid of Minnie Mouse. You need to get him down here. He needs to participate in the party. So I'm like, okay. So I see Minnie Mouse, and she is a little French. It's like a big head, like a mascot head, and a short skirt. But it's like it's pretty short, but it does look weird. Like if I saw that, and my daughter's crying too. So I go up and I go, son, you gotta get out of there. Don't be afraid. By the way, I'm gonna tell you a secret. It's a dude. And he goes, okay. So he comes back. It's a dude.
It makes it more comfortable that it's a guy.
Well, that makes it like real. He comes down, and my daughter's crying, and I see my ex. I have a video. I can show you the video. You can post it. It's my ex was made the housekeeper who just started, and my ex, they're holding hands, and the Minnie Mouse, and she's holding my little daughter who's still crying, and my son starts going, don't worry, Quinn. It's a dude. It's a dude. And she's like, you are ruining the party. It's like one of the best things I've ever. It's right before she moved out. I just loved it.
Why not be Mickey Mouse then?
Because it's my daughter. Like she was Minnie Mouse, Jax was. I mean, you know, there are a lot of stereotypes. But the final thing is, she comes back to my house afterwards. I made some video for her to have that, and she goes, Minnie Mouse needs to change your clothes to your office bathroom. Okay, so she comes in, change her clothes. Now she's a magician, and I really do. I'm very respectful to the dude. I'm like, I don't know how you do it. Goes back out to do a magic show in the living room, and after a while, she comes in. The kids will not pay attention unless you're sitting out here.
So you got invited. That's amazing. May the 4th be with you.
Yeah. But that guy just covers sweat from the head, wear that head. But I mean, it's like people that do that are just safe.
I feel like that just if you sit outside for 20 minutes, you'd be sweating so much with how hot it is right now.
It is hot. I don't like it.
Question for you. In this court case with your ex, in this court cases, are any of them about them trying to take your ice trays?
My ice cube tray. Oh gosh. You know what?
I come home one day and the house is completely empty. And I mean completely empty. She even took the ice cube trays out of the freezer. What kind of a sick bitch takes the ice cube trays out of the freezer?
Amazon offers hourly employees health care on day one for the whole family.
The Booker guy told me to bring one because they're kind of expensive. He's like, you gotta order ice cream trays for the road because people bring them for me to autograph, you know, especially at the Comic-Cons because of what kind of sick bitch takes the ice cream tray out of the freezer from True Lies. And it's hard to autograph a regular ice cream tray because they got the, like, to put your name. And so a dollar store has some that have a top like that, and you can sign them.
So you have ice cream tray merch?
Well, I do now because the guy's like, you need to upgrade. And they had to print, really expensive for the first print or the thing. And they're little squares. They're made out of some kind of rubber, and it has my name, property, tomorrow, whatever. And but they're black. I hope it sells.
Why not have your son 3D print some of them?
I'm way ahead of here. I already said to the guy, hey, Jax would like to, can he get the program? Because they want to hold on to it. That's like, he just wants to print one. Because he's like, I can do that. Yeah. You know, I got 200 of them. Because I can do that. You know, I don't want to steal somebody's intellectual property, but he would like to print. I mean, he makes he makes shoes. You'd love it. He's got your rack of shoes there. He makes full-on Jordans and whatever colors. Like
wearable?
He thinks that they'll be wearable. He's made basketballs. Like he's really good at this thing. He's very, a little on the spectrum like his dad. And but he's good at figuring shit out. He's good with the computer and the game stuff.
Is this how you use the computer?
Well, I just see him. He's very good at, because the mom's like, he's not. His handwriting is terrible. I want to sue the school. That's what he's not sue the school. But he uses a pad. Kids don't even have to handwriting. And I see him reading all this shit on the Fortnite shit and all the NBA 2K. There's a lot of information coming at you. And he's able to get all that in, digest and do his thing. He's fine.
You ever podcast with him?
I think I've had both kids join a podcast I did with my old assistant during COVID.
I just did a podcast with my assistant.
Yeah. Is it a boy or girl?
It's a boy.
Yeah.
Do you remember that commercial for where they would call 1-800-COLLECT?
Yes.
And they don't want to do the collect. So you know what I'm talking about already?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, what's the punchline though? Are you being funny?
I mean,
no,
funny commercial.
1-800-COLLECT. Yeah, that's for
There was a commercial. I don't remember who was for that or they just used that in the commercial, but they basically called their parents to say that they just had a child, called collect, but they didn't want to have the parents pay for the collect call.
Yeah.
So when they say, "What's your name?" They called it. They said, "State your name." He said his name is We Oughta Baby Eats a Boy.
I'd like to make a collect call, please. First name Bob. Last name is We Oughta Baby Eats a Boy.
Hello?
Collect call for Mr. Bob. We Oughta Baby Eats a Boy.
Sorry, wrong number.
Who's that, dear?
Bob, they had a baby. It's a boy.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
And they're like, we have a collect call from We Oughta Baby Eats a Boy, and they go, they had a baby. It's a boy.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
Complicated.
Well, you know what? Back then,
yeah,
things were complicated.
Still from prison, you get a lot. My sister.
Your sister's in prison, or she's
a lot of calls from She's been in prison a couple long 10-year sentences.
What happened?
Drug. There's a documentary series about my little sister. It's pretty good. It's on from Discovery called The Queen of Meth. My little
Your sister's the Queen of Meth.
Yeah. Biggest drug dealer.
And you think you're more Jewish than me? I don't think so, Mr. Arnold.
But I have to say, I don't think I'm more Jewish. But people are like, was it embarrassing having your sister be a drug dealer? And I'm like, not when I was doing drugs, it wasn't embarrassing. It's pretty freaking handy. But she considered a big business, so that's a little Jewish. Like our mom was a minor drug dealer, but she's like, I will do this and make it huge. I'll build an underground lab. I'll do all this stuff. I'll get all this. She really had it. But you do it out of prison. Two of my brother-in-laws died in prison because they wouldn't apologize. No, it's great. It's fine. You just see it coming. But, you get too big. You're like so into it. And she's pretty good at prison. She handled the prison. She's a tough.
And she would make a lot of collect calls from prison. Is why you get
you do. They'll say so. Lori, I got her in Martha Stewart prison the first time in West Virginia. That's a nice.
You got her. You were able to help get in her.
Yeah, I got a great lawyer. She had to go for 10 years, no matter what. Because she had a gun. Wouldn't do it. And she did. There's a great scene where the 3 DA agents who are pretending to be drug buyers, they're sitting at a table with her. They go, Lori, we're surprised you're not afraid to do these big deals by yourself. She goes, it's in her purse. Why don't I be afraid? Such a gun down there. You see her both. That's 10-year ban.
In this documentary, is it actual footage of this that they were?
They interview the DEA guys. They have video clips of different things. I can't remember what else in it, but there's a lot of the history. I'm in it because they go into our childhood.
Did she make some money from this, from giving the rights away?
She did get a little bit. It was funny. She'll always call me, should I do this? I go, that doesn't sound legit. But this time I'm like, they said, how much you gonna make? I need cash,
How much?
And I'm not sure what she made. I would guess $50,000. But they had to pay her the bag. They had to pay her cash. That's like, I just want cash. I don't want any evidence.
It's making me think of The Fighter. Do you remember that movie? With Christian Bale and Mark Wahlberg?
Oh, yeah.
No, that's the rest of
it.
Yeah. The Fighter is Christian Bale and Mark Wahlberg. It's such a good movie based on a true story.
Yeah.
The boxer's name is. But they were doing a documentary on Christian Bale's character, and they thought it was about his comeback and as boxing, but it was really just about his story of meth and.
Oh yeah, right.
And it came out while he was in prison.
Oh,
So I wonder if he got any money.
that happens. When Christian Bale was in prison?
The character Christian played.
Oh, yeah. But the actual guy?
The actual guy.
Yeah, that happens a lot. That happens, you know, a lot. People are in prison, or they go back to prison. It's hard.
It sounds like a Rodney Dangerfield movie. Back to prison.
Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna tell you a brief story. She went to prison. I helped her the first time. Like I was like, she deserves to be punished, but not with life in prison. They wanted the RICO statute. And I got a great lawyer, and she got out of 10 years. Her son was 7 when she went. That kid was 7 when both of his parents went to prison forever, basically. So we took care of him. We sent him to a little military school, not but one where you got a uniform, like self-esteem. And
Like in The Sopranos.
that kid's never done drugs. That kid has never drank. He's never done drugs. He works 4 jobs. He just married a nice Jewish girl from Sacramento. They had a baby, you know, and he's done very well. What's that?
Eats a boy? The baby?
The boy?
Is the baby a boy?
Yes.
We got a baby eats a boy?
Yes.
This episode is sponsored by.
Got safety protocols? Granger has the Safety Pros to call. Shop our vast inventory of safety products at Granger.com.
ButcherBox. All ButcherBox proteins are sourced from partners who meet strict animal welfare and sustainability standards. That means no antibiotics, no added hormones, ever.
Look at this.
Here's some nice new 6-8 ounce fillets.
Grass fed, by the way.
Grass fed.
Organic, no antibiotics, sugar breast.
These fillets, right? These are.
What do you think of these New Yorks?
Whoa! Look at that.
So,
look at these, folks. That's a nice. Look at the marbling on that strip. The cryovac freezing. ButcherBox. This will last forever. I'm just defrost it and I'm done. You know how many times you come home and you just, what am I going to have for dinner tonight? Stock it up, baby. You come home, taking one off, defrost the strip straight, put it on the grill. You are money.
Now you could do what Bobby Flay does. For the people that don't know, how do you finish it off?
Well, the Bobby Flay finish off is you cook the steak to a rare to mid-rare. You take
Slice
it off the grill. You vertically slice it. You take real butter, insert it in the vertical slices,
and finish it off in the oven. Right now, ButcherBox is offering our listeners $20 off their first box and free protein for a year. What that means is with every order, you get to pick a piece of protein, like a 1-pound grass-fed filet or New York. Go to butcherbox.com/Tyso to get this limited time offer and free shipping. Always. That's butcherbox.com/Tyso. And don't forget to use our link so they know we sent you.
ButcherBox. Do it.
This episode is sponsored by Magic Mind. I love this stuff. I take it almost every episode. I also take it before I work out. I also take it if I just want to be in a better mood. I drove to Palm Springs a couple of days ago, and I was in a mood. I didn't sleep much the night before. It was 105 degrees. I was like burnt driving. I was needing to find shade. And I took one of these, and I just was in such a good mood. Also, shout out to the guy, forgetting his name, who I met at the casino, who sat next to me as I had all my money on a hand, 11 against the dealer's 5, and I wanted a double, but I didn't have any money. And the guy sat next to me, and he said, "Hey, I'm a fan. My wife and I watch your podcast all the time." I said, "Thank you so much. Could I borrow $50? And he loaned it to me, and I gave it. You know, I won, so I gave it back. But hey, if that was you, will you message me on Instagram? I remember your face, so I'll know if it's you. And let me send you some merch or something. Got new Alvin merch. As Rocket from Guardians of the Galaxy. Anyway, am I doing an ad for my shirt? Am I doing an ad for Morongo Casino? Or am I doing an ad for Magic Mind? I get this shit to my house now, like in Ohio, when I go home. I want to have them in all of my fridges. It's got lion's mane for mental performance. It's got ashwagandha, L-theanine, and turmeric. It's got matcha for calm energy. You got vitamins B2, B3, B12, C, and D. 50% off. Try it. I don't know if they'll give you your money back if you don't like it, and I'm not going to tell you I will, because I don't know how many people are going to like try to take advantage and be like, "Hey, give me some money," but like, so I guess I can't technically guarantee it, but I'm telling you, this stuff works. I give it to people all the time. Are you ready to experience the magic? Go to magicmind.com/Rick. You get 50% off. That's magicmind.com/Rick. I'm telling you, you're going to like this stuff.
Yeah, but so a lot of times that the parents do what they in my hometown, because so many people went to prison when my sister and brother-in-law did because they all worked for her. Like a whole bunch of people in my hometown, they would start to have to be raised by their grandparents.
I'm sorry, I'm a movie and a television guy, but this is really giving me American Gangster.
Yeah, it's a little bit, yeah. I have to say, I always consider myself a bit of a bad, as you can see in the movie. But she's like,
the movie you're talking about?
Yeah, the documentary. But you could see that people, like nobody would narc on her, even after she'd given them houses and stuff. People like her in this too. They don't necessarily like me, but they're like, you get it. She had a tough, got married at 14.
A lot of criminals are charming.
Yeah, they're charming. Con men are fucking charming, man.
You ever date one?
I don't know that I dated someone legitimately, but this, the last woman I married, I was not, my self-esteem was low. We started dating. I just broken my back, so a motorcycle ride on PCH, so I was on paid medication. Like it was an issue. Like your judgment, your self-esteem's down. But I think that slowly but surely I realized, I'm not. Did you put on the glasses? Those rose-colored glasses. And I did know that she was going to have kids no matter what. Like she would be, and it's a process with me because I have a very low sperm count. So she was tenacious about that. What's that?
I was going to ask.
Yeah, very fucking low.
Always?
Shocking. Well, when I went to University of Iowa, I worked on the kill floor of a meat packing plant for 3 years to save money to go to the University of Iowa. And it's a pork processing plant. And my grandma worked there too. Like, you're the only Jews that working at this place, but it's a job. We still eat bacon.
Tom, you got to get to the sperm, dude.
Yeah, I'm really for it. So for a job, I worked at the hospital school at the university. And you come into work, there'll be a side, donate plasma $7 or blood $7. I did it all. Back then it was nickel beer night. I'm older than you. And I was like, what are we going to do with what I've got? And I came in, or side, donate sperm, $35. So I go home and get my 5 roommates. We're still friends. Go down there to the University of Iowa fertility clinic. Got busted in there, doc. So I slow down, boys.
You said busted in there? Is that
busted. We're like so excited.
Oh, I think that's what you.
No, and we're like, he's like, I have to test your sperm first. I'm like, okay, mine's sticky. I don't know if that's bad. But he tested my sperm and came out and pulled me out of the herd and said, son, you cannot be a part of our program. I go, why is that? He goes, son, you don't have enough swimmers. I said, well, how many swimmers do I have? And he said 2. And I said, that seems like enough. You got,
You're saying 2 million.
Yeah, 2 million, the other guys. So he said, you'll never get a woman pregnant the normal way.
Well, not with that attitude.
No. But because of science, when I got married when I was 30,
IVF?
I wanted a family, yeah. And I told Roseanne, Julie, Shelby, Ashley, I told them, I'm not going to do it. It's my issue. I'm not going to have you mess up your body with the hormone shots. Let's get the adopt and get a sperm donor. And Shaquille O'Neal lived next door to me the whole time.
You let Shaquille O'Neal fuck your wives?
Yeah, I would have in a fucking heart. But he lived next door to me.
At Les Schwab, our above and beyond service means more hustle, less hassle.
And should I keep talking? Okay. And he made beautiful kids, man. And he was a very nice guy. And, in Iowa, oh, that's nice. How old is he in this one? Look at him, man. Look at him, man. Yeah, he was. But he was the best. Oh, my God. What is that thing called? Top it? Yeah, my kids have those. That's very cool. And he made beautiful kids. And then when you grow up in Iowa, on a farm, you want to borrow a cup of sugar from your neighbor. That's the old thing. But you just go over to the cup and say, can I have a cup of sugar? They're like, yeah,
why are you talking about sugar? We're talking about your cum.
Well, because they give you these cups to go jerk off in.
Cum cups?
Yeah. And I was like, I see Shaq on it. We live on Colsack. I'm like, why don't I get a cup of Shaq? Like, really? I mean, can you imagine?
Yes.
Either of us, we had a 7-foot tall black son, how wacky it would be.
Wow, yeah.
We wouldn't be doing a fucking podcast.
What do we mean I wouldn't be doing a podcast? Shaq has
we do it with our son.
Shaq has a podcast.
Shaq has everything. He does every commercial.
I love Shaquille O'Neal.
I do too.
I love him on TNT. I love him on Instagram.
Yeah.
I love
that TNT show is so fucking good, right?
Yeah.
All those guys. There's no better sitcom. There's no better show.
It's one of my favorite shows, including scripted. I agree.
Yeah.
But I don't want to cut you off too much about your cum because I'm very interested because back then you got paid 7 times more for cum than you did for blood.
That's very true.
which is interesting.
I think it was a new thing. The fertility stuff, the IVF was new.
The most you've ever been paid for your cum is 35. How much was the most you've ever paid to cum?
Oh, that's a good question. Millions. Millions and millions. Never had a prenuptial agreement.
Let me ask you. Let me go into some True Lies stuff. I got it.
You got it.
I have to ask some True Lies stuff.
You should see how big his toilet is in his house. No, it's shack. It is shack size. You don't just have a regular house. It's pretty cool.
I don't know if it was a cribs or something. I saw something where Shaq, we saw his bed. He had a custom bed, and at the time, it was the biggest bed in the world.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Man, I still have a queen size bed.
Is queen size? What's full? Is that smaller than a queen?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have two side by side. I don't know, called crap. They go up and down and vibrate, because my thinking was the kids, if they want to sleep with dad, if they're stressed or whatever, they can sleep on that side where they got their own remote control, and then I'll be able to remote control here. But they end up sleeping on both sides, and I try to squeeze it in the middle, end up sleeping with my daughter for the most time. But it's I guess that would be the equivalent of definitely a king. A queen's big enough for you. What do you got going? You don't want a king size in this place. What do you fit in the door?
We're back to this now.
No, but I'm saying that would be stupid. I'm going to have a king size bed.
King size bed wouldn't fit in this place.
I mean, you might to get into that door down there and come up.
It's a regular size door.
Okay.
Also, if you get a Helix mattress, they come rolled up.
The Helix a blow up, and this one's a blow up.
It's not a blow up. Helix is one of the most comfortable mattresses you can possibly find.
How do you spell Helix?
Helix. If you go to helixsleep.com/.
Can you put it on top of your other bed to sleep on?
Like what people used to do with the televisions?
Yeah.
It's not a topper. It's a full mattress.
Oh, yeah. I got one. I have one giant one for the kids. Maybe it's that brand.
No,
it blows up when they have plate.
It doesn't blow up. It's folded up, and then it rolls out. It's a full mattress.
Well, how do you get it into do you have to blow it up?
No, it's folded up into a box. You can bring it upstairs, and then when you open the box, it unravels, and it's a full, proper mattress.
How big is the box?
They are able to, I mean, it's maybe this big, this wide.
But it stretches out a little bit. It breathes.
Yeah, because they really slip down, and you can take their 2-minute sleep quiz to find out if you're a back sleeper or a side sleeper.
Oh, wow.
That kind of stuff. It's a good mattress.
Yeah, that's it. I will look at Helix or
Helix. helixsleep.com/Tyso.
That's good. Do you get paid by them?
Listen, I mean,
you should.
Do they sponsor the podcast every now and then? But
That's
when
very
I sell
cool.
it,
Oh, you have sponsors?
Oh, yeah.
That's very cool. Very smart.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
I might not have a Star of David on my chest.
Yeah.
But I do have mattress helping pay.
Yeah, that's very good. Very smart. All right. I'm sure that you're very loyal to your sponsors, too. You probably treat them very well, respectfully.
Well, if it's a product that I like.
Yeah. But would you advertise it? Would you let something you didn't like you wouldn't let an overtly anti-Semitic sponsor. I mean, how much would that?
If Chick-fil-A wanted to sponsor this podcast, I would do it just for trade.
Yeah. No, we eat Chick-fil-A. I'm not going to for food shit, I don't get involved in the boycott thing. Right. Now, one, Chick-fil-A's not open on Sunday. That's their own business. They don't have to order it on Sunday. It saves me a lot. But I don't do this food thing like you like this or you like that. Like they had the right, the right was against Bud Light. But people eventually, if they like their food, they'll do it for a minute. They'll buy a lot of Bud Light.
People don't care about the moral fiber of the owners or creators of food and of music, typically.
Yeah. Hobby Lobby. I guess they're against whatever, gay, whatever. Have you ever been to a Hobby Lobby? This is the best fucking store.
Yes, I've been to Hobby Lobby, and I don't believe Hobby Lobby is against gays when that is a big part of their clientele.
It is. Sometimes it's ironic, but they have a anti-choice or something came up. It doesn't matter. It's the best store, and we buy a lot of our Christmas stuff. Yeah, we're Jewish, but we have 28 Christmas trees.
The only anti-choice Hobby Lobby I'm aware of that they've had is the choice to not have a great BOGO deal.
What's BOGO?
Buy one, get one.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. You know what? There's some good deals. Forever 21. You ever been there over at the mall, the Fashion Square? They went out of business. So the last week every day they had shit. Looked like they had a tornado in there. But stuff was so freaking cheap. I might have bought my daughter clothes that'll fit her now and clothes that'll fit her at the high school her graduation high school, got her wedding
That's
dress.
dangerous because it might fit her, but the style will be different.
Yeah.
Who knows if people want, like, hey, in 6 years, you're going to be wearing this thing. I don't know if that's going to be hot in 6 years.
It's funny. It's funny that way. But I wear the same stuff I've always worn. So I guess the suits are very long in the leg.
It's different. Men and women are different when it comes to clothes.
That's true. But it's fun now. I'm sure she'll need all this stuff. But it's so cheap. Do you ever buy stuff because it's so freaking cheap you can't believe it?
No.
Okay. That makes sense.
In fact, I will sometimes want something.
Mm-hmm.
I'll see how cheap it is, and I'll be like, it's probably not good.
Yeah, that's true. It's not. But the 2 for 1s, or you buy 2, you get 1 free. Just at Ralph's. I go in there. I'm a member of the Ralph's. I'm looking at it, so I gotta have 3 of those. In I was looking to get 1. But if you buy 2,
what's an example of something? That
everything. What's that?
Give me an example of something that you only need 1, but you buy 3 of them at Ralph's.
Well, any kind of. I'm just trying to think. Any kind of like this. Once in a while, they don't really do that because that's a good people like that. But they have stuff in there like energy drinks, and that I don't even know. They'll do it, and cupcakes. You buy 2 of the cupcake things, you get a 3rd one free. I was only going to buy 1, and I'm like, shit, I got to get 2 to get 1 free.
Here's where I am on this. My mom's this way. There's a deli neighbor where I grew up that I absolutely love. Shout out to Davis Bakery, by the way. Great chocolate chip cookies with a little bit of almond extract in it, and they're delicious. If you buy a dozen, you get 6 for free. Oh, so you're getting 18 for the price of 12.
That's great.
The thing is, I don't want to have 18 cookies inside of me.
Right.
I want to have 3, maybe 4. But then your dad wants some.
Yeah.
So we'll buy 5, 8 cookies. But then they're like, but if you buy 12, yes, we're getting a better price per cookie. But now it's enabling more cookie consumption. And some people value the price more than what they're actually wanting.
Mm-hmm.
And I try to not go by how much am I paying per cookie, but versus what do I actually want? And is it worth it to spend an extra $4 and get an extra 8 cookies? Even for 50 cents a piece, it's a great deal. I don't want to eat them.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's
good. But you can hide them in the garage. So once you don't want to, and then maybe you'll forget that they're in the garage refrigerator, and you're like going about your day, and then like, I'm not obsessing on cookies.
But here's the thing. I like to get. You're sober, yes?
Yes.
So I don't drink. I do like weed.
Good for you. That's good.
I do edibles.
Oh yes.
And when I eat weed, I would do them all the time. I don't. The main reason.
I feel like you do it often. I feel like there's a lot of that going on here.
You got. Is this the place of Weed Energy?
Yeah.
Thank you. I think Weed Energy and New York Energy is kind of cool.
Yeah, yeah.
But the main reason I don't have weed as much as I would like is because when I have weed, I can't really control myself with what I eat. And the treats. So when I have treats at home, I'm going to eat them. So I try to not have them here. I like to have dried mangoes and some healthier treats. Because every night to eat cookies and donuts and churros.
That's why you're in good shape, man. That's very smart. That's a really, that's a way to be.
And a way to be.
But you ever in a night like you're stoned, you're like, I gotta have something.
And that's the thing. That's the thing. If I gotta have it, I could get it. But if I don't gotta have it and it's here, I'm gonna eat it.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's not here and I gotta have it, I'll order some desserts.
Yeah.
So I still have access to it, but it's kind of, you ever have food in front of you, you're not really hungry, but it's there, so you pick at it?
Yeah.
I don't want to do that with desserts.
Well, with my kids, I got this disease from my dad. I won't throw if they don't eat something, I won't throw it away. I'll eat it.
Have you ever talked to Arnold about this stuff?
Pardon me?
Have you ever talked to Arnold about
God,
this?
He's a hard liar about this stuff. But he also has his little bit of schnapps, and he has whatever that.
He has a cigar.
German fucking pastry strudel.
Yeah.
Guy smokes little cigars.
He loves coming, Arnold. He comes from the gym. He'll come.
He does.
With his women.
Yeah.
He loves to come.
Yeah.
Dude, I got to talk to you about True Lies.
Go for it.
But before I do, I want to acknowledge your truth because I don't know you.
Yes.
And I'm sure you've talked about a ton of stuff. Mm-hmm. And I like to think of this podcast not as much of an interview as a conversation, bits and stuff.
Yeah.
That being said, when some people come on that I've never talked to before, there are some things I got to ask.
Of course.
If there's ever a moment where you feel like, I don't mind talking about this stuff, but this is boring for me or I've talked about it too much, I want you to tell me the truth and be like,
I will
okay.
always tell you the truth.
So
I mean, I'll always, not the opposite, but if it's important to me, I'll say something.
Okay. Because I want you to have fun in this. You don't know me. I want this to be worth it.
I want to have fun here too.
Okay, what can we do?
Thank you. Keep doing what you're doing, man. It's not David Frost versus whatever. Have you seen that series, David Frost versus Muhammad Ali versus Dixon versus, they have a documentary series by these interviews.
No, I think I know who you're talking about. Is the best I could say. But when I hear Frost,
You don't know who Muhammad Ali was?
I know Cassius Clay.
Yeah.
When I hear Frost, I think of the bad guy from the Blade 1 with Wesley Snipes.
Oh, okay.
Are you familiar with Blade 1?
I've seen it, but I don't remember the character's name.
Are you familiar with Wesley Snipes?
I'm familiar with Mr. Freeze from Batman's the super gay one of
Yeah, well, this is just something that's useless called super gay because it makes it seem like gay is derogatory. And at the end of the day,
no, I mean that's.
Mr. Freeze actually played homosexual. He was homosexual.
Yeah. I don't think gay is derogatory either. I've been married to 4 straight women. And I'm very open to whatever. Because you make the same mistake over and over.
Maybe you're saying maybe it's time to switch to men.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see. I mean, it's a good deal for men. My brother's gay. And you got a hell of a deal. Because you're like 4 feet wide and you got everybody.
Yeah.
But I haven't had sex in 8 years because I haven't had a date in 8 years.
Well, why don't we fix that?
Yeah, I can fix it.
Prove it.
But no, to have a date, I can have a date. So I got so much on my table, I mean, a master, I got that little thing, which is my private.
Was I about to ask you about some Arnold stuff and you just went on a rant that ended with you masturbate on the table?
Don't you masturbate?
On a table?
No, you go in the second bathroom when the kids are asleep with your lesbian porn. They have free lesbian porn on Twitter or whatever it's called.
Free lesbian porn on Twitter? That's where you get your porn?
Yeah.
Unlock a new world of efficiency with Asana. Identify blockers to keep work, projects, and goals on track. Try for free today at asana.com.
Yeah, I don't need to buy, and they'll have one quick, and then if you don't like that one, they go wide, it's a little different. Then bam, bam, bam. And,
what's the bam, bam, bam? Are you talking
the
about
different,
Flintstones?
they put up new videos every day, but they're short, different scenarios. Where
there's free websites where you have long form pornography.
I don't need long form. I have no interest in that. I want the best scenes of things where they get down. Long form,
do you just watch movie trailers?
I would. I like watching movie trailers.
You don't like watching the full movie?
Sometimes, but you don't have time for that. But I watched a lot of trailers, and then I try to get to the movie.
Wesley Snipes is in Blade.
Yeah.
He's also in Passenger 57, which movie I was thinking about earlier when you were talking about 3D printing guns, because in Passenger 57 they made the plastic gun to go through. I think that was the movie.
Right. Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
I know Passenger 57, but I can't remember the exact. I've forgotten a lot of things, I have to tell you. And when people come out, I filmed this little movie thing. The guy's like, bear with me, work together. I go, no. Remind me, I always say. Yeah,
that's nice. I like that instead of a fake yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If I can tell they're not going to just move on. They're like, ever work out? Yeah. And then they move on. It's fine, but they're going to be around you. And what it is, once you see their eyes, they tell you a story. It's usually, I wouldn't have known it then, but if you look at somebody's eyes, you see someone you went to high school with, and they go, remember me? And I go, remind me, you don't want to hurt people's feelings. And then when they start reminding who they are, and I look in their eyes, I go, I do remember. I'm going back to that. But they've had the luxury of seeing me get old. So it's not startling when they see me. So, yeah, I try to move. And if someone said, hey, remember you worked with my dad? 100% I would say, yeah. Because it's their dad. And it'll hurt their feelings. Because their dad probably told a story about, hey, I get this a lot. Remember the meatpack lab when you got to fight with my dad? And go, yeah, I do.
Do you ever say that just with a kid and then look at the dad and go,
it's usually their dad. The dads or grandmas are dead. So it makes the kid needs this.
Hey, you were talking about working in the meat packing plant in the pork as if that's why you had low sperm. You were just setting the story, right?
Yeah, that's how.
Can I tell you something?
That's how I do.
That's long-form porn.
Mm-hmm.
Give us a little bit of information before we talk about the comic.
Yeah, I'll consider that. But no, I don't like long form porn.
Can I show you some of my favorite long form?
What are you gonna do? What's your favorite long form porn?
I don't know if I have a favorite genre.
Yeah.
but I do have favorite actresses.
Who? Yeah, tell me.
I don't know. I just have them saved.
There's a couple of it that have a podcast like this that review porn, like the lighting, whatever. And I reviewed with them because they're very cool. Chicks. Nayland Palin. It was about Sarah Palin and the woman that played Sarah Palin, Lisa
Ann.
Yeah, it was so good.
This was 10, 15 years
it
ago.
was 2008 was Sarah Palin was Rev.
Imagine if
so
instead
good.
of coming to Lisa Ann in 2008, you spent that time in energy buying Bitcoin.
I didn't come to that, but I kind of respect her professionally. She was so good at it. They filmed in like 2 days. They covered a lot of good. The whole movie was great.
Well, so there you go.
Yeah.
Lisa Ann, for those of you that don't know, is a brunette porn star with big
great.
old boobs.
Yeah, we're friends now.
And a fat ass.
Yeah, I hope so.
You should go on a date with her.
She goes out to, puts on shows like
she likes comedy, I think.
just like us. Yeah, that's what she got. But she's very good at that, man. A lot of respect for her. What else are you gonna say? Bitcoin? When did Bitcoin happen? Like, I would never invent it if I mean, like, that seems scammy.
Okay.
I could lose money in other ways. Never really had a lot of.
Bitcoin came out around 2008.
Yeah, Bitcoins?
Yeah.
That's good. Is that well for you?
Yeah, it's all unrealized, most unrealized. I've sold some profits, but I got into it maybe 7 years ago.
Is Bitcoin and crypto the same thing?
Bitcoin is a cryptocurrency.
Okay, cryptocurrency.
The US dollar is a what's the word? Is a fiat currency.
Yeah.
Crypto is a digital currency.
Right. But my friends that have digital currency, like, are the richest people, and they're young and they got front row seats and the clippers. And
you know who I think the richest people are? People that are close to their family and have a nice social network. They have their health.
The health is good. Well, you have to have the right family to be close to, don't you?
Yeah.
That's very lucky.
You and I grew up, it sounds like, with different kind of family in a different area, but we still love comedy.
Very much.
And it just goes to show you, comedy is a universal language amongst white Jewish guys.
It really is. Let me tell you something. I dreamed of being a comic because when I was little, my dad was a single dad too. When he was 22, I was 4, my sister was 3, my brother was 1. Like, that's a lot. Yeah, because and the only time I ever heard him really laugh was when there was a Bob Hope special on. Bob Hope used to do these specials. He'd go to Vietnam or North Korea or whatever, entertain the troops. And he'd bring very pretty women and do double entendre jokes.
He was going to North Korea?
Have I ever gone to North Korea?
You're saying Bob was going performing in North
He
Korea?
went to the DMZ up there. That's close enough to North Korea. But he went to, wherever troops are. Okinawa. I've been to Okinawa. I've been to Afghanistan. And that's what we do. You know that. But my dad would really laugh. And I said, whatever Bob Hope does, I'm going to do that. And one of the first things I did in Hollywood was a Bob Hope special.
Cool.
And so Bob Hope was so nice. He called my dad. You know how it is. People are nice. The family that
That's
you
why
like.
you want to lie to people at the mill about their dads, that you remember their dad.
Yeah, and that's right, because I know that. And he called my dad, and he signed all the shit. And my dad in the same living room in Ottumwa, Iowa, where he used to watch his Bob Hope, when his son was this big, now sees his son standing next to Bob Hope on TV. Like, that's pretty magical, right? So that's why I want to be a comedian. Now, I almost gave up my 3rd year at the meatpacker plant because the money's good, you get benefits, and I just couldn't figure out really how you got to Hollywood from Ottumwa, Iowa. It's never been done. And I walked out from a disco one night, and Andy Kaufman was standing on the street corner in Ottumwa, Iowa. And I couldn't believe it. When he was on a taxi and stuff, like, shit, people were kind of gathered around him. And we had a women's wrestling event at the Ottumwa Coliseum.
Oh, great.
He'd come down to wrestle and paid him extra to stay later to wrestle and to practice. And they took everybody in school buses to Happy Joe's Pizza. I'm like, that's the guy I want to be.
My grandparents went to a show of his once where they went out for milk and cookies. He took everybody.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing he did. He was studying transcendental meditation in Fairfield, Iowa, which is 20 miles away at whatever that university is called. And so that was the reason he was there. But I'm like, he can get here. There must be a tube to get him from Hollywood to here. I must be able to go back that way.
Are you feeling stuck with $10,000 or more in debt and all the interest that comes with it? Try National Debt Relief, as seen on the Wall Street Journal podcast.
I didn't even know how I was going to buy food for my kid. I felt immediate release.
I had over $36,000 in debt. If I would have just made the minimum payments, it would have taken me 59 years to pay off. I knew I wasn't going to be able to get out of debt myself.
National Debt Relief specializes in helping people who are struggling with $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans.
I felt immediate release. They had a plan for me.
Getting started is easier than you probably think. Simply click the link on this video and answer a few simple questions. Let National Debt Relief take it from here. Get started today. Your future self will thank you.
All right, let me ask you some more questions.
Yeah.
Good last questions. I met Arnold twice.
Yeah, where?
First time I met him was we were both getting an MRI at the same place on our shoulders.
Interesting. Where was it? Do you recommend it? Are they sponsor of the show?
They're not a sponsor of the show.
Yeah.
I'll bleep the name.
Oh yeah, that's good. Very good place.
Yeah.
Very good place. Yeah.
The second time I met him was I had him on the pod.
Oh, he was on this pod?
I had him on this pod once when he was promoting his book.
Oh yeah, that was a good book. Yeah. How long ago was that?
Last year. I don't remember when.
Really? That's great.
You guys still buddies?
Yes.
What's that?
So last week. This is I've never smoked, but I like these Nicorette bits or full.
Dude, you can't say that.
What? Nicotine. You can say nicotine.
You say nicotine or nicotine American.
These are nicotine American or Canadian, but they're cheaper than the brand name. Like Hastings would say, they're very tasty. I chew nicotine gum too. Never smoked. But it's a good. I like it.
Do you like caffeine?
Yes.
I have something that is a sponsor of mine, but I'm not telling it to you because they're a sponsor. I'm telling it to you because I love this stuff. I took it before this podcast. I take it before almost every podcast. Let's call them Jackie.
Let's see.
So good.
Interesting. And it's like
It's a shot.
So
It's like it's part of, and like it's like in the energy drink category,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's not synthetic stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. Synthetic isn't a great term. It's not like
No, I know.
bullshit. It's
And
proper.
what is the thing that is there caffeine in this?
There's caffeine
How much?
in it. I don't remember the number. I want to make up and say 35 milligrams, but I could be way off.
It's more. It's got to be more.
They have a caffeine free one, a regular one, and a double. How much caffeine is in a Magic Mind? 55 milligrams.
Yeah, that's it.
But it's a lot of it is from matcha. It doesn't really give you much of a come down.
Yeah, that's very good. I take 10 of these once, but it's still good. No, I like that. So thank you for this. I will try it.
We when Arnold was on, we did talk a bit about True Lies.
Did he come to this apartment?
He was where you're sitting
Jesus.
with his cigar the entire time, though. I didn't let him smoke, and he just held on to it the whole time. You auditioned for that, but like not like that wasn't you weren't in with James or Arnold or knew any of them.
No, I met Arnold at charity stuff or just like peripheral, like I didn't know him. And my agent, William Morris is what it's called at the time, calls and goes, "Hey, James Cameron wants to meet you for this part in True Lies." I was aware
he asked for you.
Well, I was aware of the part because real actors were auditioning for it.
Who else?
So, not John Gilman, the guy from the Fourth Planet from the Sun, or
oh yeah, and Cliffhanger.
Yeah, what's his name? He's a very good actor. And Garp, he's from Garp, where he dressed like a woman. He's a great actor. There's a whole bunch of people with some comedy.
Third Rock from the Sun, by the way.
Third Rock, God, he's so good. He's good at everything. So I get the agent calls. I go, he doesn't want to meet with me. I go, that's a mercy meeting, which it was. And Wade Morrison called him and said, "I know you're not going to cast this guy, but as a favor to our agent."
What a great agent you had to do that.
He really was a great agent. He got me in a whole bunch
Wow.
of movies with great directors. I miss him. He's still alive, but I miss him. But so I wasn't going to go because I was embarrassed. Like that, I had some self-esteem, but then I'm like, okay, I want to meet Jim Cameron. This is it. This is my chance. I love his work. I love Terminator. I love everything he's ever done.
Mm-hmm.
So I go to his office, and I sit there. Like James Cameron is not like an average director. Like I can see you
saying he's tall.
I can see you being a director.
That's my number one thing I want to do.
Well, then you should do it.
Well, my number two after starting the family.
Yeah. You should definitely do that. Freeze the sperm. Do something.
I have my sperm frozen in 2 different places.
That's
and when
fine.
you leave, I might jerk off into my freezer.
Well, that'd be good.
But I really do have my sperm frozen.
That's very smart.
Thank you.
Very smart. Women, a lot of women, they get 35. They're like, I don't know what's going to happen.
Freeze your eggs.
Very smart.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, now I'm thinking about it, is I have so much cum frozen. I could maybe sell it as merch.
That's hilarious. Is it in is it in your ice cube trays?
No, there's these certain places.
That'd be funny if
we could, if we ever go on the road together, I could come in your ice cube trays.
You could. They're pretty big. Oh, I don't know how much you come, but these are pretty big.
I would fill it up. I would I would come in one of the things.
Yeah.
And then they could use the 11 for the ice.
Yeah. And then that'd be I charge for it if you're doing. Hey, my buddy here is going to come in. You're free. If it's women who want to have kids, look at him. Now you know what he looks like. He's tall. He's Jewish. That's what you're getting. He's probably pretty smart. You got a podcast? Because they do give you a list of what these sperm donors are. They'll say their height. And I remember Roseanne's like, I like this guy. He went to Harvard. I go, he's fucking
Wait a minute,
5'8".
you didn't use your cum?
5'8". Well, at first we weren't good because my cum is so bad, my sperm.
But if you were going to a sperm bank,
we're considering
then why
using
not
sperm
use
donor.
yours?
I was going to know it. Mine's so good. These guys are top level sperm guys. That's
How
what they
many
do.
of those guys are in True Lies, Tom?
Yeah, no, I agree. But when you're trying to
this
make
is
a
before
family,
True Lies also.
yeah, there's a couple guys that are like 6'8", graduated from grade school. I'm like, that's the guy. That was our
Wait a
mayor.
minute, Tom.
Yeah.
The 2 qualifiers are 6'8", which is too tall, and graduated from grade school.
With AI, almost anything is possible. But that goes for cybercriminals too. They can create threats so convincing, it's hard to tell what's real and what's not. Norton 360, advanced tech for advanced threats.
I really did avoid mirrors, and now I see a mirror and I'm like, hello, gorgeous.
Well, yeah, she was big into education. College, after I'm not doctors, like I don't want that. I want to have a big kid,
Then why didn't you just go Shaq?
But I would have in a freaking heartbeat.
Shaq is on my dream list of guests I want to get on this pod, and I think I will at some point.
He's great. Yeah, that's good to have that dream. Arnold, so I went to meet Jim Cameron. He's a 6'3" Rambo Canadian, man. He's a cool guy. He's done every job. He's drove a truck. He's done every job. That's why people are like on sets. He gets critical of people because he's done the job. And it gets like he's distressed table. Like someone distressed this, so it looks like it's been used. He's good at that. So we meet. We talk a little bit. He's very cool. And at the end, he's like, do the audition scene. I'm like, I didn't even read it, man.
Which was the scene?
I can't remember exactly what it was, but I said I didn't read it because I know I'm not getting the part. So why
I don't buy this.
I don't want to be this. I swear to God, you can ask him. You have Jim Cameron on your show.
I don't have any connection to Jim. I would love to, but I don't know how I would get him on the spot.
Yeah, and ask Arnold Nixon. See. So then he's like, read it. It was 3 pages.
Why wouldn't you have learned it?
Because I was nervous that I'd really care when I didn't get it, and I'd be so disappointed. If I didn't try, I wouldn't be. It'd be like, yeah, maybe this, but yeah, whatever.
Okay.
But so. You know how it is. You go in for an audition, you got to learn all these stupid things. It's a lot.
Do you think that if you were to reach out to him or anybody, you would be able to get footage of your audition that we could show?
Maybe. But what happened is, you know what? We were all stayed friends in that movie, which I thought, I bet all movies are like this. No movies are like that. So we've all stayed friends. Jim and I, Arnold, Jamie Lee, and so he said, just read it for me. I read it one time, and he has a little camera there, and he's like, and he goes, get Arnold down here. Arnold's in the loft. I didn't know he was up there, and all of a sudden,
was Arnold hiding?
No, there's another meeting. It's
So
a big,
kinda hiding.
it's a big, nice place.
Arnold likes to hide. I heard this.
Does he?
I heard that.
I don't know. It's hard to hide him. He likes to be seen too.
Yeah, I can hide him.
But all of a sudden he starts walking down the stairs, and Jim and I are watching him. And Jim said he cast me because I went, I could take him. Like, how you are as a man. You might not know. But like, you size up on a man in case of shit hits a fan. I don't know if you're like that. You might be a nice guy. Maybe too nice to have that. Where you're like, okay, what if I had to kill this guy? Yeah, a lot of people, But you grow up on a farm, you got to always be just a little, just say it goes through the back of your mind because you work with animals, you know, and cows will kill you. A cow is done with you, they'll press you up against the fence and you'll never breathe again. So you have a healthy
You know
respect.
somebody that was killed from a cow pressing them against the fence?
I know how to kill a cow, unfortunately.
That's not what I was asking.
Yes, I do know people that were killed by cows pressing them against the fence, suffocating them.
Were you friends with Chris Farley?
He was my best man at my wedding.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know much about your wedding until which wedding?
Yeah. Second one, it was good.
Because I was thinking of Chris Farley when he was in Tommy Boy, when all the cows would go past him. We'll show the picture in picture.
Yeah, please do. He did an impression of me on Saturday Night Live. That's why I got introduced. And Victoria Jackson
You did impressions of you before you knew each other, and that's how you became friends?
Well, we went out to host the show, and Lauren's like, Chris and you have a lot in common. Spend time with him.
Cool.
Meaning we're both addicts.
Sure.
I was sober.
Is that really what he meant? Was he trying
Yeah.
to
No, he wanted me to try to help him. Yeah. And I did. And you know, he came out. He played my brother in all my shows. He did there's pretty funny HBO specials. But he's a great guy, and he tried very hard. He went 17. He was on his way to 17th rehab when he died. But it's very sad. But so Arnold comes down. We do that scene one time, and it clicks. I know it clicked. Like the chemistry is bananas. And Jim Cameron's like, "You got the part, Tom."
In the room.
He said, "But don't tell anyone for 2 weeks." I'm like, "I swear to God, I won't tell anyone the best news of my life for 2 weeks." I go, "I got to get out of my car and make some calls." And I literally called everybody I grew up with, everybody out here. Nobody believed me. My own wife thinks I'm back on drugs. And it was so much that night when I'm looking at myself in the mirror, which I do at night, got to see what all fucked up stuff will have on me. I went, maybe it didn't happen. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe, you know, that what I think happened. What do you got?
You hear that?
I do, but whatever.
I get very distracted by certain frequencies. I'm sorry.
You know, that's
not
fine.
mean to interrupt you.
That's the frequency of sounds like do you have an air conditioning situation?
Yes, but that's not it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know if I made it into the mix. Please continue.
It's fine. My hearing is so bad that I miss. There are some things I hear, but I have hearing aids with their Bluetooth, and the kids keep with their.
This is what I was talking about. You said that you can't. Even you wear them.
Yeah, I can't wear them though. They put their TikTok videos in. You know, like I'll be there, like there's like they think it's hilarious. But I'll wear it one day. You know, I hear
these on.
I'm a lip reader. I can hear you. If you want me to listen to the refrigerator, I'd rather not. But
Granger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths and sometimes heights to ensure power is always flowing, which is why you can count on Granger for professional grade products and next day delivery, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Arnold, they say wait 2 weeks. And Jim didn't tell me why, because he didn't want to hurt my feelings when I had to wait 2 weeks. Because he left that meeting, went over to Fox, the head of Fox Tower, and told them the good news that the most expensive movie ever made at the time. Found the third guy after Arnold and Jamie Lee, and it's Tom Arnold. They're like, that's horrible news. And he said, why? He said, don't you read the tabloids? He's a crazy person. They said, Jim Cameron's like, I don't read the tabloids, but I wrote this movie. He's the guy. And they're like, we cannot approve Tom Arnold for this movie. And Jim Cameron, to his credit, said, no, that's disappointing to me because I wanted to make a movie here with you guys. Now I'm going to go down the fucking street and make it a Paramount. And they're like, we'll give Tom Arnold a chance.
Dude, you had your agent and James Cameron fighting for you to do things because they thought you were good in it when they thought other people, including you, didn't think you had a chance.
Well, it seemed impossible, but Jim Cameron was right. I was great in that movie.
You were great.
He was great. And it was great fun, and it was a game changer for me because Roseanne and I started getting divorced in 1994. And I lost my job the same day. I was a writer on Roseanne in the first 6 years. And everybody in Hollywood was like, he'll never work again. He has no talent. He's going to be back in Iowa in 2 weeks. And I remember thinking, that's probably true. But when I go back to Iowa, I'll have great stories to tell my grandkids about working on one of the best shows ever on television for 6 years. And Arnold and Jim were like, fuck that. The True Lies comes out in a couple of months, so it'll change everything. And it did. It did. It was, you know, it was very grateful.
I want to. I don't know if it's possible, but I'm going to call him, and if he answers, will you talk? And I want to see if he knows.
Who, Arnold or Jim?
I'm going to call him.
Of course. First of all, it's Fubar season 2 premieres in June, and I'm in that too. But he'll to pretend you're promoting it.
Good.
Now, are you guys friends? You guys stay friendly?
No, I haven't called him since. I never called him. We just texted when he was here. I don't know if he'll answer. But also shout out to Seth and Amy, who are writers on Fubar.
Mm-hmm. Seth, Amy Poehler?
No,
yeah.
Pocha.
They have some good writers.
Yeah,
they have a lot of other shit to write on their plate. I would tell you, it's complicated. They're great.
Yeah, Seth Cohen.
That's where I met them. Great people.
But if you ever see them and if you don't remember,
Seth and Amy, I'll remember their names. Yeah, I'll tell them that I know you. Do they write from here and then phone it in or whatever?
I don't know. They do live in LA, so
yeah, the show shoots up there. I noticed that the head writer's in his backyard a lot. The guy who created the show. When we talked to him, New Jersey or something.
You got to put these on for the phone.
Don't blame me for this call. Don't say anything.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello.
Arnold?
Hey, Rick, how are you? How you doing? How's your shoulder?
My shoulder's doing good, thanks.
Yeah.
How have you been?
Good. It's hot here in Brentwood. What are you doing?
I have somebody on the podcast that I wanted to see if you guys maybe had anything in common.
Who's this?
Tom Arnold.
Hey, how are you, buddy? I saw you last week.
Wait, Tom seems to be a little upset for some reason.
No, I wondered if it's fake. Arnold, when was the last time we saw each other?
A week ago, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. It is.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy, sorry to it wasn't my idea for him to call you.
I'm in the backyard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
I said mention Fubar though.
Yeah, Fubar. Yeah, you did brilliant in it when you came to do it. It's coming out.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's hot.
Yeah.
It's hot here.
Tom, why do you seem so what are you annoyed?
No, I'm not annoyed. I just want to make sure I'm on him. He might be out there with his little horse.
Yeah, with the mule and the two donkeys.
Yeah.
Donkeys here.
Well, Rick says he knows you very well. He had a great interview.
Oh, yeah. He came, did the podcast, and then he also had an MRI at the same place for the shoulder, which, who Mel Gibson told me to put the stem cells in there and go to Panama, but I didn't do it.
Hey, Arnold, is it true that when Tom was auditioning, you were hiding in some loft or something, and then you came down and you got the job right away?
He was meeting upstairs.
Yeah. It's very busy here because, Jim was doing the casting there, and he had said, look, everything that I do with Jim, I trust him implicitly. And he said, Tom's coming in, but then the report.
First, we offer overnight boarding. Your pet will stay overnight in your sitter's home and not only be treated like part of the family, but treated like a king or queen honey. Next, we have house sitting. Your sitter takes care of your pet and your home. What's better than that? Next up, dog walking. If you're busy and your pup needs to burn some energy, Rover is the way to go.
Spirit Render is back because Unit 207, i.e. the Everett Police Department, went back in and manually overrode settings and things that I disabled under experiments. The Lenovo ThinkPad has it set up not to let them use any sort of flags or experiments, but since they've got it connected so that it's pretending as though my Lenovo ThinkPad is all of their devices upstairs in the HP Chromebook, it's their little loophole around the system. Also, federal felon Andy walked past my window at 9:16 a.m., something he only does when the Everett Police Department plans on doing some stupid, extra crazy shit within 48 hours. So I'll let you know ahead of time. EPD, I'm going to disable everything under the experiments if you don't stop it with the spare renderer. This is your notice. So if you'd like everything under experiments on the HP Chromebook to be disabled, keep putting up your spare render. I did enable block cross-partition blob URL function because they use that all the time. I am enabling invalidate search engine choice after the install detects it has been transferred to a new device. I'm disabling bundled security settings. I'm disabling tab group keyboard shortcuts. No spare renderer again. Are you done? I've just started disabling things. Am I going to be able to go to a website and not have to deal with your spare renderer, Everett Police Department?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
All day. This is Joe Rogan's new episode from
The ever
yesterday.
greater and thinner Big J Okerson.
Thank you, Manjaro. Shout out Manjaro.
You're looking good, dude.
Big ups, Manjaro.
It's nice to see.
You. I am exercising too.
Beautiful.
You have to, or it will just be floppy and weird and gross.
Or it'll eat your bones.
I guess also, yes, it'll eat your bones, they say. I'm real big on taking the stuff and then not really following up with, like, you know what I mean? I just started doing testosterone from a company. It's like, you know, it's above board taking it, but like you should make sure you monitor your blood all the time. And I'm like, yeah, we'll get to that at some point. I'm gonna keep taking it though.
You don't monitor your blood at all?
No, not me with any regularity, I think.
You should probably do that.
Yeah, they did it there. I know. Someone I know says they take testosterone and they have to like donate blood every month to get blood.
I've heard that
Their
before.
blood's so thick.
I talked to my doctor about it because it really doesn't make sense. But he has heard of occasions where people had to do that.
To unthicken their
Too
blood.
much blood or something. And they're like, how much are you taking? What do you do? Are you going ham, bro?
This man's health company saw me coming down the road a mile away. They offered me, I'm taking 2
We already
peptides,
started.
and I don't even know. We started.
Sorry, we couldn't wait.
Why even ask me?
I don't know. While you were on the door, I was like, this doesn't make sense. Let's just start.
I'm taking 2 peptides
That'd
that
be
feel
too
like
weird.
fire. It feels like fire when I inject them. But
Really? What are they?
I don't know. Well, the BPC 157. That's
Right.
the one everyone's doing.
Right, that's a good one.
And then something that's blue.
It's blue.
And
Oh,
the
methylene blue?
I don't know. It burns.
Wait a minute.
Dude, blue
Methylene,
too?
hold up. Methylene blue, you're not supposed to inject.
It's not that then. It's G. It starts with a G. It's some of the letters. GH.
Methylene blue is weird stuff. It's a dye for like fabrics that people take for its health benefits. Like
What the fuck?
boosts mitochondria or something. Yeah, it's really weird. Like, what exactly does it do? I should ask, even though I take it. I'm like, I don't take it all the time, but I have taken it, and I don't know. I couldn't describe. I couldn't explain exactly. Here it is: a medication used in the management and treatment of what's that word? Methemoglobinemia. Methemoglobinemia, a condition where hemoglobin decreases its ability to carry oxygen. Huh.
Straight up.
But it started out as a fabric dye, I'm pretty sure. Right? Doesn't it say that?
What does it do for humans?
I think it was a dye. Yeah. Which is so weird that a dye would have health benefits.
I grew up in a house of supplements. My stepfather was a power lifter, so I only know about creatine, thick. That's it. Creatinine was another one that would show up in the house sometimes.
Creatinine?
Yeah.
What's that?
I don't know.
I think Jay's thinking creatine twice, and he's just remembering it wrong.
No, it was another word. Super creatine.
Creatine's legit. That stuff's super good for you.
I just started taking Tongat Ali for my testosterone.
Creatinine is a waste product that forms from the breakdown of creatine in muscles. Huh.
Why would I take it?
There's another natural one. I think it's called turkesterone.
And a Shilajit is good for testosterone.
Yeah, there's a few of those.
I asked my doctor to put me on testosterone. I think we talked about it because you're like, dude, don't worry, fuck your doctor. I got a doctor for you. And I was just like, yeah, maybe I'll just stop smoking weed.
You think that was killing your testosterone?
I think so. It was like lower than it should have been. It was like in the high 3s, and now it's at like mid 5s.
Well, like a good doctor, what they'll do first is ask you, like, what do you do for exercise? What are you eating? How much do you sleep? Like, those things are all the first thing the doctor will ask you. And if all that stuff's fucked up, they shouldn't just give you testosterone. They should be like, let's.
My place
fix-
did. Shout out Game Day Men's Health. 15 minutes. They'll give me anything I want in a needle.
There's a few doctors out there that like to go buck wild.
Of course.
I think they get incentivized.
I got PRP treatment in my hair. I'm not losing my hair.
Oh,
They just
nice.
talked me into it. Now it's never going away.
PRP worked?
I don't know. We're going to find out. I just got it like 2 weeks ago.
Jay is a moron. His hair's thinning. It's definitely going.
There's a bunch of topical stuff that you could use these days.
Sure.
There's like a finasteride topical, but I would worry that would get into your skin and into your bloodstream. Like that finasteride stuff is crazy. Like that makes some people very depressed. It kills your DHT, which is what keeps your hair from falling out. And for some people, it kills their testosterone. They get like super depressed.
You know, I started losing my hair when I was 18. I just said, fuck it. I was bald.
I love not having to talk to a barber.
That's the best. You shave it with your big razor.
Is fucking
Well, how do you find out how much that your barber doesn't know you, but is a big fan of Ralph Barbosa? You guys aren't going to find out.
Is that what you get from your barber? I don't know you, but Ralph Barbosa's
Do you know Ralph
man,
Barbosa?
dog.
Oh, Kenny. His name's Kenny. He's nice enough.
Ralph Barbosa's slick. He's like a slick comedian. Like his punchlines are like smooth. You know?
Very funny, man.
Yeah, he's got a great
fully loaded with him.
He's like he's got a fun, like, just his approach. I like it. It's very slick.
Yeah.
You know?
And he's sending the elevator down. I mean, he's taking guys on tour that I've never heard of, but I think been around for a long time.
That's great.
Cool move.
That's great. Yeah, very good dude. He hung out with us at the mothership one night. Fun guy.
Yeah, he got
Funny
popular
shit, man.
for someone said on like George Lopez's show or something, they were like, this guy sucks.
Well,
Well,
no.
George Lopez was like, I don't get it, he's just whatever. And then
Well, I
I
think someone was talking well about him, and then George Lopez was very dismissive of him. And I think that's what happened.
and someone asked Ralph about it on something, and his response, I think, is what made it like very popular. I think he was just saying because he doesn't like me. So one of his comments goes like, "Oh, no, and I think that just you show any picture of George Lopez bugging his eyes out and make that hilarious.
That's hilarious.
It's fucking good fire back.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Summer jobs can be extremely rewarding. You can learn a lot about yourself and what you want, and there are some pretty unique jobs out there, from lifeguards and camp counselors to construction, dog walking, mule packers, and more. There's a lot of options if you have the skills. On the flip side, if you're hiring this summer, it might be tough to find the right person with the right qualifications before your competitors unless you use ZipRecruiter. Try it for free now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Why should you use ZipRecruiter? It's going to make hiring for the season astronomically more manageable and fast. Its powerful matching technology does a deep dive to find the right candidates for the role as soon as you post it. And when you find someone you like, the invite to apply feature helps you connect ASAP. Gear up for summer with ZipRecruiter's high-speed hiring tool. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to this exclusive web address right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. This episode is brought to you by Visible. Is your wireless full of stuff you didn't sign up for, don't need, or don't understand? Visible gives you everything you want from wireless and nothing you don't. No confusing plans, no hidden fees, no family plan needed to save, just wireless with unlimited data for a low flat rate. Sound good? Then Visible is for you. It's so simple. You get unlimited data, talk, text, and hotspot, all by Verizon's 5G network. And it's an all-digital wireless service, so you can bring the phone you have, then activate and manage your plan in the app on your phone or online. And for a limited time, use the code Rogan to get Visible for $20 a month, guaranteed for 1 year. Don't wait. Switch to Visible with the code Rogan and save on wireless. Terms apply, $20 per month on the Visible plan. See visible.com for plan features and network management details. Yeah.
Are you good at living in comedy beefs? I'm so terrible at it.
No, I don't like comedy beefs.
I don't hate it.
I don't like any beefs.
Louis, you've been in a few where you've gone to bed on. I mean, I guess I have those same beefs too, but I don't engage as much. As
No,
some
I'm a
people.
loser. I get on a flight and I'll be on Twitter for fucking hours just tweeting at people for no reason.
No, but I mean like particular, like a person you put a face to, like a comic. Like not that I haven't had a problem with somebody before, but I mean, like I don't know. I have a hard time like sleeping on like I'm gonna run into this person every night and we hate each other.
It's been a while. I mean, I'm not. It's just not that serious. There's nobody in the world that I hate. Like, there's literally no. Even people that hate me, I'm like, dude, we're cool.
The guy that murdered your father,
dude. I tried to get him on my podcast.
Oh my god!
So the guy, my father was stabbed to death when I was 4 years old, and then years later, after the guy got out of prison, I was like, let me try to get this guy on my podcast and interview him. How interesting would that be? But he was already dead. Yeah.
Dude, that would have been insane.
Yeah. Because I wasn't like, because it was a kid.
Why? Could you imagine them being like a fucking 75-year-old man, like showing up at this young guy's house who you stabbed his dad? You're gonna be alone together. That guy's gonna kill you.
Yeah, maybe.
That's what I would think. If I was an old man, I couldn't defend myself.
I don't think he was that old. He was 17 when he killed my father. So he was only 13 years older than me. So he'd be like 60 now, I guess. Yeah, but this is like a decade ago that I was going to do it.
That's a convicted murderer, dude. You can fuck your shit up.
Yeah, when he was a kid, and my father beat him up. My father was a bully.
I think Conor McGregor goes, well, Lewis, I'd like to say I apologize to absolutely fucking nobody at all.
Yeah. But I thought that would have been an interesting conversation. And I wasn't like going into it being like, oh, you killed my father, I'm angry. I got a great life. My father lived, I would be probably lived in Patterson, New Jersey still. I have a shit life. My father was
That's what we always tell
a
ourselves.
drug dealer and a pimp. If he was alive.
Yeah, it worked out well.
Yeah, but that's always, hey, my dad stuck around. Maybe I wouldn't have the personality I have and I wouldn't be where I'm at. So maybe it would be way better.
No. Well, I wouldn't have my
Maybe I'd be
kid.
a head of state
right?
or something.
Like if that one sperm had hit that one egg, I wouldn't have my son right now if my father was alive. If anything happened to him.
Yeah.
All right, Ashton Kutcher.
That's
imagine butterfly effect over here. Guy watches one movie, all of a sudden he has to figure it out. Hey, you guys ever think maybe we're just plugged into a pod somewhere? And this is all nothing? I'm gonna see if I can fly real quick.
I think there's something to that. We're plugged into something. It seems more like it every day. It seems like this is like an advanced stage of the video game right now, where like they're lighting cop cars on fire in LA and throwing bricks off of overpasses.
Dude, it does seem fun to order a Waymo and light it on fire. Nobody gets hurt. It's just hilarious.
And I think it's directionally correct.
Yes.
You feel like you should probably start killing robots. Like you guys are on the right course.
They're early on the war of the chickens.
I'm trying to stop the Terminator.
Bro, these are all going to be owned by corporations, and it's going to be the only way you're allowed to get around because they're the safest. They're going to take away everybody's driver's license. It's going to get weird as fuck.
Oh, yeah. But it's going to probably be better. The car's going to go 200 miles an hour probably. Traffic will be eliminated.
Dude, I think there are going to be more of these fucking things that we just saw in LA. That's what I think.
I've heard that teenagers are going back to smoking regular cigarettes now, getting away from vapes. We might move back analog a little bit. You know what I mean?
Bring back manual cars.
I wonder if analog makes some sort of where it slows down because people want it to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, but it's too late. They do want it to slow down. Yeah.
I mean, the electric car didn't really take off the way they hoped.
It's too much. It's too much. If you're a young single woman and you have to charge your car and you have to just sit there for a fucking hour.
I also feel that way, so I feel like you're supposed to be a young single woman.
You're a man.
I was going to rent
any
a...
human's vulnerable. But like a woman by herself is particularly vulnerable, right? Like if you're a hot girl and you're sitting in your car, how many fucking creeps that know that you have to be there for an hour? How many creeps can bother you?
That's a great idea, Joe.
There you go.
That's fun to
I'm going to start getting girls to fucking charging stations.
I almost went
Just
to
go
the
to
Tesla one.
Starbucks, get a large order, and just walk down the aisle of Teslas waiting to find a hot one.
Look, yeah, dude.
Have you ever driven a
Tesla
Tesla?
dock slut?
Have you ever driven one?
Nah, dude. From the 70s. I trust that electric shit.
I tried. I was going to rent one once, and they gave me the keys. And I was like, this is going to be fun. And then I remembered you have to charge it. I was like, I gotta drive to fucking Rhode Island right now. I was like, I'm gonna have to stop halfway there and charge the car.
I don't think it's.
for a
I think,
while.
I think you can get there. It's just then you have to charge it.
No, I don't think we wouldn't have made it.
No, it's like the real mileage is different than the mileage it says. So it really should say like percentage of battery, but they want you to like estimate the mileage, but it's all dependent upon how fast you're going. Like if you're accelerating a lot, if you're moving around, if you stop and go traffic, like who knows what the real mileage is? If you're on, like say if you get stuck in a crazy traffic jam for like 4 hours, like some explosion somewhere, like, and you supposedly have 200 miles on your car. Is that good for 4 hours? Are you sitting there too with the radio on, with the air conditioning on? Like, when is
So
it?
are we?
Is it, and
We're
if it's
team,
cold,
we're team Trump then, not Elon. Fuck Elon Musk.
if it's
Fuck your
cold,
stupid car.
if it's cold, they die quick. They
Oh,
die
really?
quicker. Yeah, that happened in Chicago. Remember when they had that fucking big thing where the
Yeah.
highway got closed down and people in Teslas were fucked, man, because they just stopped working.
Yeah.
Also, if you blow a tire, like Tesla has to come fix that.
Really?
Yeah.
Why's that?
I don't know. But like they have to come handle
The
it.
function of Teslas, though, is amazing. Dude, they're amazing. They fucking drive themselves. You press the, he's like, oh, you know,
You trust that?
100%. and I go doot, doot, and it just takes you wherever you want it to
Just
go.
put on a
It
sleep
changes
mask.
lanes. Bro, it's nuts. You could put on like dark sunglasses at night and just like have your hands on the wheel. It's that good.
No.
No,
I'll be
don't
doing
do.
it the entire
I
time.
don't do it. I don't do it, but I have done it. Where I keep my hand near the wheel just to see what it can do. It does everything.
Yeah, no, that's much better. I get like road paralysis, where like if I'm like driving for more than an hour and I'm looking at the lines, not paralysis, what do they call it, like road hypnosis. So I'll get hypnotized by the lines, and I start falling asleep. If I have to drive for more than an hour or two at night,
You know how to fix that? Do you know how to fix that? It's real easy.
Cocaine.
No.
No, that's not good.
That'll work for that. That'll work too. You're right. But you have to keep doing it over and over again. Get some ice and just a washcloth. A washcloth with wet washcloth with ice in it, and just rub your face.
Rub your face.
You wake right up.
Yeah.
Wake right up. And it lasts for like 5 minutes.
Water you keep in your car.
No,
That'd be great.
what they call
Chicks
it?
are gonna love that.
The smelling salts you have in the club.
Oh, those will do it.
Those will do it. I did a terrible
But they might
prank.
fuck you up. You're like, you might change lanes.
You maybe shouldn't tell this. It might be illegal what you've done.
No, it's not legal. It's definitely I would say it's a bad prank to do on a girl. If this was a dude,
This is a crazy,
if
dangerous
this
prank.
was a dude, everyone would have been like, dude, great prank. But because I did it to a girl, it was a little bit fucked up. So we were at the mothership last time we were doing our podcast, and our producer Alex is a girl, and she's big pothead, huge pothead, like real deal. So as podcast producers are,
Also a mother and a wonderful producer.
and a mother, yes, better producer than mother. No, she's great. So I had the smelling salts, and I was like, oh, these are fucking strong. They're really particularly strong smelling salts. So then I go, Alex, I was like, this weed is fucking great. Give it a whiff. Then I gave her the smelling salt container. She put her nose in it, but dude, she sniffed so hard.
Oh,
you know how potheads want to smell weed. She cried.
It was a 30-minute problem. She said the word while. I was like, when remember Nancy Kerrigan got slugged out by the fuck. She's like, why? I sweat blood for you. I flew here to help you produce a
Oh,
show.
yeah, I felt so bad.
You should not do that.
I admit now it was a bad prank. But if it was a dude,
that's big of you.
If that was a dude, is it not just undeniably
Still pretty
hilarious?
brutal.
Yeah, if it's a guy, it's funny.
Yeah.
Funnier.
Yeah, it's funny. It's weird.
It wasn't not
Do it to a
funny.
guy, it's funny. Depend on the guy, you know? Like if you did it to David Tell, it'd be mean.
That'd be fun. You do the Kurt Metzger, he just starts punching walls.
He's just rattling off conspiracy theories.
Pretty girls being embarrassed, though, is funny.
Oh, it's hilarious.
It is the most evening factor ever. I did when I was on tour with the bands years ago, Korn did Jägermeister Music Tour. They always had the Jaeger girls would hang out, and I was on the Jägermeister production bus on this tour. So the girls would all come on there. They would come and hang out and drink for free on the bus. And, tour buses, you're not allowed to shit on a tour bus. And only one of the Jaeger girls asked if she'd use the bathroom. It was just in the time you were there. And she went, gorgeous girl. And she came back out and she was sitting down. And then the driver comes to start getting the bus ready to leave. And just, a toothless fucking road dog just comes in the bus and he goes, somebody took a shit. And everybody knew it was this hot chicken fishnets. And I mean, just the thing, I was like, she was so beautiful that me, probably my heaviest in my life, I was like, I probably could get her now. She's the shit girl. No one's seeking her out, and I'll still do it. You can't clean up that good in a fucking.
So it's
in
such a
tour
function
bus.
that everybody has, but for some reason, I never want to hear about a woman shooting. Ever.
Now, what about the
Why
MTV
don't
girl?
they develop a toilet that you can shit on a bus? Is that beyond our science?
I don't know why it can't be. I'm sure there's something that can be done.
It seems like it should be done. I think they're just being lazy. No shitting on the tour bus. Well, what if you
But
have
if
to
you
take a
see-
shit? That's crazy.
But if they have to empty it out, that's the problem. So I think you can shit on the tour bus, but the person that has to clean the toilet has to now empty out your shit amongst the piss.
Like manually with like a hose and shit. That's what's crazy.
It's some dude's job that he has to deal with.
Oof. There should be somewhere you could pull over, and those rest stops have like a thing that sucks your shit out.
Yeah.
Like out of the tank.
That'd be very profitable for them. What are they going to do? They'd have to store your. No, you figure it out. That's the last thing you want to do is be in shit storage.
Truck stop, yeah.
Truck stop shit
Yeah,
storage.
they're sucking my shit out outside. I'm in here buying jerky.
No.
Dave Matthews Band.
Oh, that's
tour bus
right.
Incident in Chicago.
That's right.
The bus driver let that stuff out over the water, and a boat went underneath it.
and
Oh.
splattered the boat with doo-doo from Dave Matthews Band.
Did you see a thing recently where they show like a cruise ship or something just letting shit out of the front?
I don't think that's real. I
Really?
thought that was real too. I think that's like dredging.
I'll be suckered in a heartbeat by an AI thing.
Oh yeah.
Do you know that super hot Down syndrome girl isn't real?
Damn.
That OnlyFans AI Down syndrome girl?
Oh, of course.
God,
bro, nothing's real anymore. How many videos have you seen? Like, I saw a thing about Trump saying that they were going to genetically engineer raptors and have the fucking troops ride them to protect the border.
That's not real.
But it's like you see them that they brought back that dire wolf, and
Could it be done?
It's like it's so hard to tell.
Dude, weaponizing dinosaurs would be the funniest thing in the world.
Oh, is that fake?
I think it's a quick series of 4 or 5 little fake ones, but they look real, and then they just go like, this isn't real.
I from the Cedar Grove flood disaster. Just kidding. I'm not real. This is Dana Brooks reporting live from Ocean View Beach. Just kidding. I'm not real. This is Charlotte Reed reporting live from Clearwater Beach, where an unidentified. Just kidding. I'm not real. Angela
Is she
Carter.
implying the Kraken is real? The Kraken's real. I'm fake.
How weird. Listen, eating healthy is hard, like really hard. I mean, you got to cook, meal plan, grocery shop on top of all the other shit you have to do. It's tough to truly eat healthy. I mean, most people start their day with coffee, grab some garbage lunch, and if you're lucky, get yourself a decent dinner. And even if you do manage to eat healthy, you're probably still not getting all the nutrients you need. That's just the reality. But hey, there's something that can help. AG1 Next Gen. Closing common nutrient gaps can be as simple as adding AG1 Next Gen to your daily routine. It's clinically backed and designed to help with the comprehensive nutrient coverage you need. These guys did their homework to find the right mix of vitamins, minerals, and all that good stuff to help you feel your best. And that's why I've been partnering with them for so long. Subscribe today to try their newest clinically backed formula, AG1 Next Gen. You'll also get a bunch of other free stuff like a bottle of D3, K2, and 5 of the upgraded travel packs with your first subscription. Just go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. 1 scoop a day, your body will thank you. Again, that's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan.
Yeah, it is crazy. What I mean, the
I'm
amount
starting
of
to think
deep
you and
fake
Theo
stuff.
Vaughn aren't two babies talking to each other.
I watch ads with you all the time. Companies just use your voice in AI. Now, I sent you one at one point where it's just like, I was like, I know this is not Joe glazing this fucking weird company for, a 10-minute read. I was like, they really got him to do this, huh?
So strange.
Yeah. Do you try to put a stop to that, or you just say, fuck it?
you try. But
The guy who made that set took 25 minutes.
I told a racist street joke on Legion of Skanks 10 years ago, and me saying the N-word has been used in so many memes and little.
But it's so funny that
videos.
black people react to it, and it's such a funny street joke that they can't deny it. It's like an undeniably funny thing. So it's always black people trying to not laugh, and they say it, and I'm like, wow, that's pretty good. That's pretty funny.
Pretty great street joke.
Some words are coming back. That one's not one of them.
Yeah.
Bro, these ice raids are fucking nuts, man. Watching this protest on television, it's like
Doing the raids are nuts. The
all of it.
yeah.
I think both
protest
sides are
nuts,
taking it a little
the
too
raids
hard.
are- Well, I don't think if the Trump administration, if they're running and they said, we're going to go to Home Depot and we're going to arrest all the people at Home Depot, we're going to go to construction sites, and we're going to just like tackle people at construction sites. I don't think anybody would sign up for that. They said, we're going to get rid of the criminals and the gang members first, right? And now we're seeing like Home Depots get raided. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And then you've got this big protest that's scheduled for the 14th that's literally funded by the lady who owns Walmart.
To protest.
The protest, it's like No Kings. It's like a No Kings protest. It's happening all across the country.
Yeah,
I
like
think a bunch
criminals
of
and
different locations.
rapists, and obviously, but they go to like a college campus, and there's some kid about to graduate. They're like, "No, you're out." It's fucked up.
Rapists, criminals, slow delivery people, ones that can't dance or play the flamenco guitar. I got a list. I think it's fucking crazy how violent it's gotten. I don't
Man, they're
understand.
throwing bricks over overpasses.
That's what I mean. But again, I think all these things, 90% of the people that are there are just like
Let's rage, motherfucker.
Oh, 100%. No, also, there's people
Saw
that are
that in New
saying they're
York with
being
Black Lives
paid to
Matter.
protest.
Yeah, they're saying they're.
That's always the bricks. Piles of bricks are showing up, like just construction sites around.
But no, that was weird, dude. I was in the city during that time. You were too during the pandemic. No, those bricks were just fucking out.
I lived
there.
on a police block. I was barricaded in with them, and I felt bad for the black cops.
One day there was
the
no
yelled at the
bricks.
black cops, and the black cops were like, "Sorry, man." And I had my hand on his shoulder. Like, we're gonna be all right.
Did you
Shoot
see
that
the video
motherfucker.
of the cops getting the rocks thrown at them? From the
Oh yeah,
overpass?
it's crazy. They have to hide under the overpass.
So they're throwing them at the cops. I mean, you're 100% possibly killing somebody.
Yeah, it's attempted murder.
You could you had a fucking cinder block brick onto someone's head from an overpass. They're probably dead. It's good.
100%.
Good fucking chance.
I mean,
man.
Florida
And they're
Flies taught us anything. That's how Piggy died.
thing is
That's
just
who I
kinda-
related to.
This kind of shit can escalate.
I feel like The Good Son, where they pushed the dummy off the overpass.
Oh yeah,
remember?
Make them think they killed somebody. It's pretty wild what's going on. But I mean, I don't know. Like I said, everybody running out of like Louis Vuitton with a bunch of like shirts and shit.
You seeing that?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's happening too?
Yeah.
Oh, they're
yeah.
looting. Yeah.
Oh, they're looting. I didn't know they were looting too.
Hardcore. And I said it's funny.
Which, if I was a 19-year-old kid, I would be out there looting, unquestionably.
Well, it's as soon as lawlessness happens, people take advantage. So that's always going to be the case, right?
That's I think it is fun. I mean, like these cops are just standing there on like just under nonstop graffiti. It's like murder all cops. They're just like sitting there. It's like, and the people are. Somebody tried to talk reason to them, to the cops. Like, why don't you do the right thing and not shoot me with a rubber bullet? It's like,
Well, you know what the problem is? The problem is there's cops that just shoot people with rubber bullets for no reason. Did
yeah,
you see that lady,
That's
that
what I
Australian
did.
reporter that
Yeah.
got shot? Did you see that video?
it's pretty hilarious.
It's nuts because you see the guy do it. You see the cop just look at her while she's talking. She's clearly not a criminal. She's
Oh,
just
that's
reporting the news, and he fucking shoots her in the leg with a rubber bullet.
It's
The
good
leg's
stuff.
hilarious.
It's
Bro,
really good
well,
stuff.
let's watch this.
That's funnier than making my producer smell smelling salts.
Dude, it's a real dance bitch moment. Dance bitch.
It's crazy. I can't believe that he would do this.
This is the Jake.
Go full screen, please. Watch this. This is nuts.
The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on through the heart of their
She's got the shitty Australian accent there.
Dance bitch.
Bro, they just shot a reporter. Like, look, that guy just points and says, fuck this lady.
It's going to be good promotion, though, for her 2,000 person gangbang she's doing on OnlyFans this summer.
I mean, what is that? Do you want to know why people get angry at cops? It's shit like that.
I would say you shoot
That's
a white
how-
woman every couple of minutes, and everyone starts going like, "Oh, they're shooting everybody."
Is that a thing where you're kicking everybody out of the street and the press thinks they don't have to listen? And
sure.
so you don't want to listen, you're tired of this shit, and you decide to shoot her in the leg, which is fucking insane. It's so insane. You don't yell, lady, get out of the fucking street.
Was
You
there
just
anything-
shoot her?
This happened too. After this minute goes down, this guy ends up shooting them at close range.
What is this about?
40 millimeter.
Matt, what's your badge number?
Whoa. I'm going to pop you right now because you're taking up my focus.
Look, it's not okay. It's not okay. But
Right?
I will say, I grew up in a time where if you talk shit to cops, nobody had camera phones, nobody had anything. A cop would just fuck you up. And there's something hilarious about that cop just shooting that guy in the dick.
There's a thing about them rubber bullets. Like you're shooting somebody, but you're not shooting them.
Right.
You're kind of half shooting them.
Yeah.
Right. But you are like, fuck. What you want to do is shoot them.
Yeah.
Right. And you're not allowed to. It's against the law. And it's not right. So you shoot them with a rubber bullet.
And it's not right.
But you can shoot people when you really shouldn't be shooting them.
I
with
feel
a
like
rubber bullet.
getting shot in the dick with a rubber bullet could have irreparable damages.
100%.
I mean,
people have lost eyeballs,
In
bro.
2020, this guy had to have portions of his shit.
I do have a hard time feeling.
Say what? Say that again?
It says there.
He later had to have surgery to reattach portions of his genitalia. Portions? What are they serving it?
How big is this
Platter?
guy's dick?
What kind of a dick does this guy have?
I wish my dick could be cut up into portions.
Yeah.
How weird is that?
He
It's like,
just knocked out the middle.
is it which one you having for breakfast?
Oh man, if he broke the middle off, I'd be like, "Can you give me a longer middle?
Yeah.
Can you put a longer middle back on?"
I get extension.
I don't care if it's a different color. Just try to match it as best you can.
All this gene editing. How far away are we from big dicks?
Oh, you think it'd be the first thing?
I
These
would
little
think they'd
Asians.
have been working that
Depends
out.
who comes up with the science. If the Asians come up with the science, that's first thing.
Well, they have the science with genetic engineering.
Oh, so you're saying before your baby's inborn, you'd be like, hey, also, I want my son to have a huge fucking dick. That's a weird
You go, how
conversation.
big? And you go, I'm thinking monster cock.
If you just let your kid have a regular dick and all his friends have giant dicks, that'd be a real problem. Your kid would
Yeah.
be so upset. You mean you could have given me a giant dick as well, Dad?
Oh, I want people to like you for you.
I needed money for bowling.
Oh, great. I'll be upstairs jerking off with 3 fingers. If anyone needs me alone with no friends.
I just remember being like 12, being like, when is it going to grow? Like, when's it going to get big? And it just never really did.
You just kept having that conversation with yourself.
Yeah. Up until
Come on, bud.
I was a full-fledged adult.
Come on, bud. Now's the time.
It's a sketch on Segura's new show. There's some
That's
sort
a funny show.
of giant dick
funny, yeah.
naked fucking funny show, man.
Yeah.
The Hitman one was hilarious.
Yeah, there were. I thought the video game where the you play with aliens raping humans.
The alien one, yeah. You said it wasn't about the guy, and instead part 2 was called Evan's Revenge.
Jamie, speaking of UFO, did you see Lou Elizondo? These photos that are supposedly of a real alien.
Well, here we go.
Bro, it's so dumb. The photos look blurry. Of the photos of the dead alien, like you can't even zoom in on that. You can't even fucking focus. Look at these. Yeah, that thing. Look at that. What is that? What's that? What is that? Dude, how about better pictures? This is crazy. These are the only pictures. Is this from the 40s? Like, what's this picture from? What is this?
Oh, people want to believe.
Bro, so bad. Me too. I'm like, maybe the bottom one.
It was funny. Somebody asked me, Sean Donnelly and Dan St. Germain have a podcast now about alien encounters and all that kind of stuff. And and they both really believe it. And they were like, what would it take for you to believe, Jay? Irrefutable evidence?
I have to shake hands with an alien.
the one thing I've never seen, irrefutable evidence.
There's a lot of shenanigans going on for sure.
In the back of one of those.
Alien, it's 1993. Alien hybrid child born to a 15-year-old girl, subject of ET genetic experiment, under chin, neck, and upper torso view. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's under chin. And then what's the other photo?
It's the same. It's just the same. It's just one.
Wasn't there another one? It seemed like there's two photos.
That's just this particular one.
But at the top, yeah, the one on the bottom. What's that one on the bottom? That one on the bottom seems a little like turned to the side, right? Is that the eyeball supposedly?
They're just one of those. What are those babies called that are born like that?
Oh, Harlequin babies?
Yeah.
It could be anything. I mean, it might not even be human. I mean, it might not even be. Who fucking knows?
Do you think? I mean, like someone like Donald Trump can hold in the information.
I don't think
go
they
by
tell.
his daily day. You don't think
they
so?
tell. I don't think you can.
But who can
He's
sit
playing golf?
But who can sit on that information if you know that? Wouldn't it be terrifying to it's almost that to play someone who knows about aliens existing? Think also breaks off and plays golf and decides what they want to have for dinner tonight.
100%.
Really?
Yeah. I think
they're finding out vampires exist. It would change everything.
I think it's a fun way to have information that you don't give to the rest of the world. And if you're the head of a giant defense contracting agency that's been back engineering UFOs for the last 50 years, it'd be probably pretty cool to know some shit that other people don't know and not tell anybody and still go to brunch.
But how are you not so consumed that you go,
Is there
hey, you want to
psychopath?
start want to start a new Netflix series tonight? Like, it just seems like you can. It's the same way I don't believe people have like speaking to the dead powers or psychic powers. I'm like, you'd be, you know what I mean? It's never like, oh, what is that? Tell your loved one that you miss them terribly. They miss you terribly. I'm actually, you guys went to McDonald's. I'll treat myself to something. Like, how does your mind go anywhere else but like, I speak to the dead? That would be consuming.
Yeah, I would never sleep.
It's supernatural.
All day talking to somebody about the war of 1776.
You just nuts. It's just not real.
There's a video
you
on,
can just tune in at any time and talk to like some Civil War soldiers.
You don't have a fake. You don't go pick out a new pair of sneakers while that's going on. I need new
Right.
sneakers. I think.
you see a video where it was like somebody, it might not even, I don't know if it's real, but she was like a girl who has like paranoid schizophrenia, and she created like a video of what it's like to have schizophrenia.
Oh my God.
And it's like these like floating, like almost like
like monsters, sort of.
Yeah, but they're like translucent, and it's like just all these voices whispering. It's like if that's how it really is to have schizophrenia, I mean, I couldn't make it a day.
Yeah, I think it varies like a lot of different neurological conditions, right? I think, there's extreme versions of it, and some people have like mild schizophrenia, which is really weird.
Well, it impressed. I have someone close to me in my life that's had mania, where they go manic, and I've only seen it twice.
It's Hulk Hogan.
It's Hulk Hogan. I've only seen it twice now, but I mean, I'm blown away by how much your brain can like change functionality in a day, in a day's difference. Being like everything's changed, they're saying things that they've never said before, and believing it, and being like, what I mean, it's very strange.
Well, if you think about your body,
Scary.
Yeah, it is scary. But if you think about your body as a whole, things go wrong in your body, and things go wrong in the brain too. It's like you can't blame someone for having liver cancer, right? Sometimes people just get weird diseases, and the mental thing is a weird one. Because there's people that it's just like something isn't clicking. It's just not working right, and they don't know what to do. And they're out there in the world, and they're trying a bunch of different medications on them, and they don't know what to do.
So you can't be mad at Kurt Metzger.
Can't be mad at Kurt. I couldn't imagine. This is what I always try to think about when I'm talking to somebody. I can't imagine what it's like to be that. Like, what is it like? What's it like to be Metzger?
Oh my.
What's it like to be filled with conspiracies? Just and know so much about like secret society,
and nobody believes you.
Yeah, and nobody believes you, and
everyone's kind of like, "Hey man, we're just trying to smoke a joint in the green room."
Bro, he hovers over you like a gargoyle. He's a goon. He's this giant dude. He hovers over you. Oh, you didn't know? You didn't know?
Last time I was out in LA, when he still lived in LA, he came over to the Airbnb I was at. And always Kurt. I haven't seen Kurt always in like months and months between when I get to see him. He's one of my closest friends in comedy. He's my daughter's godfather. Very close to him. And then
Which is a crazy choice.
Yeah,
that's on Jay.
It was a strange choice, but he's a good godfather.
He's a great guy.
He's great. And him and my daughter have a great relationship. It's fantastic. But he is a whacker for sure. And he came in to the house, and I was like, "My man, it's good to see you." And he goes, "The P. Diddy thing is real, and that's why Usher, that audio of him fucking that guy was real, and he got Usher first, and that's why Usher. Remember when Usher was gone for a year because he had to get his asshole sewn back together?" Like, what?
He just rattles them
I
off
was like,
too, and then he'll go to Libya. All of a sudden, you're talking about Libya. Gaddafi. Remember the thing with Gaddafi? Like,
Dude, he takes one of the people that texts like, where he texts. It's not just like he won't send you like one long text about like just everything he has to say. He has every sentence is a new text. So you're just getting like it just seems manic. Just
mania. Hold on. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. Sometimes you feel like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders, and for guys especially, it can feel like you have to carry that burden on your own. There's a lot of stigma around men being the provider, to keep it all together by themselves, but that's not good for you, your family, or anyone. Did you know that 6 million men suffer from depression every year in the U.S., and it often goes undiagnosed because of these stigmas? Real strength isn't bottling things up inside, though. It's admitting to your faults and doing something to better yourself. So go talk to someone, a friend, your partner, family, a therapist. Therapy is an excellent tool everyone should utilize. It's a great way to learn more positive coping skills, like how to manage stress, and help you live a more balanced and fulfilling life. BetterHelp is a great place to start that conversation, judging by the millions of reviews and the 4.9 rating in the App Store. It's helped many people across the globe. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/JRE. That's betterhelp.com/JRE.
That's fine. That's undiagnosed.
And then after like an hour, you get back to like, cool.
Dude, Bobby Kelly, when he came over, so we had a pool at the Airbnb we were at, and at one point I realized, I go, oh no, he's had Bobby Kelly in the corner for a while. And then Bobby Kelly, Kirk goes inside, and Bobby swims over, and he goes, so I guess the Jew lasers are real. He goes, I guess Kurt told me those Jew lasers actually are pretty real. What's going on with them?
He just corners you. He just corners you.
But I love it. I can listen to him all day long.
Bro, he's the best podcast.
Yeah.
He's the best podcast guest. You just have to rein him in.
Tell it to Owen Benjamin.
Like, go this. That was a fun one. Take it in this direction. Go in this direction. Because it just never stops coming out of his mouth.
Yeah.
He's a joke writing machine.
No, he's a genius.
I say his day-to-day personality is genuinely, I always describe Kurt. He's the first person I see that price of genius. where it's like he's so
Right,
great
right.
at being funny, and his mind works such a thing. But
He's out of his mind.
His brain, when you're not talking to him, maybe even when you're talking to him, is just like, what is it, like a division sign? Just formulas.
Like that meme. Yeah, 100%. That's how I feel like when I'm talking to Elon. Same thing.
Yeah.
Like you can tell there's like numbers running in his background and shit going on.
He's trying to figure something out while you're talking.
Yeah, I mean, he's clearly on the spectrum. You know, I mean, that's how you make rockets and electric cars, and also on Twitter at the same time, be addicted to Twitter. Like, where's your time coming from? And you're playing Diablo? Really?
I couldn't imagine being that rich and ever opening Twitter. Like if I was that, like I was just like I'm just definitely above tweeting.
I think really rich guys, one thing that happens if you're really rich and people are stopping you from communicating and you get pissed off and you think, well, fuck it, I can just buy Twitter. Like nobody would do that normally.
Right.
Like, you need a wild person like Elon to do that. That's a wild move. So
Yeah.
I'll just buy Twitter and then pay them way more than it's worth. And then everybody says you're a terrible businessman because your company lost $20 billion in value in the first year. But it's like, no, it wasn't worth $44 billion. He paid $44 billion for it because he wanted it. It wasn't worth that. Like, how was it worth that? And then we found out a ton of shit, man, that we wouldn't have found out about, like censorship and like what's directing it. Like, it's what's keeping us at each other's throats.
You're saying almost just in the basic level of like someone his age, like doing the same action that like a girl flopping on her bed on her tummy and kicking her knees up is like doing, like whatever. Trump's stupid. And he's on the list.
Yeah, you made it. You don't need to prove anything else. You made it.
Yeah.
What else you got to
Let
prove?
him find out in the newspapers. Doesn't matter.
It's not a good look.
I mean, if I double my net worth, I'm gonna disappear from public life altogether. Much less Elon money. That's insane.
I think you're aware when you have a lot of money of how many different entities are manipulating society. I think that becomes an issue. And if you can do something about it and you feel compelled to do something about it, you're literally one of the only people that can.
Do you think that he did do something about it?
He definitely did when he bought Twitter. And
Twitter changed.
He definitely did with Doge, just exposing some of the wild shit. Like billions of dollars that's gone to who knows where with no receipts.
But did they even do anything about it really, or he just exposed it? People talked about it for a
You can't
week.
do anything about the money that's gone. I mean, unless they can somehow or another figure out where it was spent and whether it was valid and hold someone accountable. They're not going to do that because they want to make sure that doesn't happen to them. And they're just going to keep spending insane amounts of money.
I feel like they're still spending. They were like, hey, this is happening, but it's still going to continue to happen for the rest of your lives.
Well, here's the thing. If it's been funding the Democrat machine for this whole time, which is what guys like Mike Benz allege, it's a little over my head to really explain, but essentially he was saying that there's so many NGOs. You want to know how many NGOs there are? There is one NGO in India for every 600 people.
I don't know what an NGO is, and neither does Jay.
Idiot, dude.
Just so you know.
Non-government organization.
Yeah,
Okay.
no. Tell it to him.
Yeah, sorry. Non-governmental organization.
thank you.
It's just a nonprofit. So it's a nonprofit that's funded by the government. It's real weird stuff, man, when you find out about it.
Just a future reference, if you can make all your acronyms, just say the whole word out so Lewis gets
Sorry.
it. Stupid idiot.
I should assume that no one knows about that.
No,
You do, but I should assume, because I didn't know about it until I started talking to Mike Benz about it. I was like, wait, what? Where the money's going? What it's doing? It's like, he said it's all for stuff that's too dirty for the CIA. I was like, Jesus Christ. And he lays it out in like hours-long presentation, explains how it's all, what's the root of it all. And it's really spooky stuff because you realize like how corrupt our society actually truly is.
Do you enjoy having the burden of information?
Yeah, I fucking hate it.
Why? Like, where does your
Bigfoot podcast?
Where does your like political give a shit stop? Really?
Well, I just don't want the world to fall apart. That's
Sure.
all it is. I'm not politically aligned with either the left or the right. I believe in a lot of shit that the left believes in.
Sure.
And I believe in a lot of shit that the right believes in. I just don't believe in any of the shit that the extremists on either side believe in.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
This is.
Yeah. When you're fucking tackling people at construction sites, it's like, come on. Like, what are we doing? Like, you want everybody out? I feel like once you get in, let's take a test. Let's see, like Are you the type of guy that shows up at work? Are you the type of guy that respects America? Do you like being here?
Is it too easy to get in though?
Do you want to have?
You had a great analogy about the movie theater. That movie theater analogy is killer.
It's a great analogy.
I said I've snuck into a movie before, sit in an empty seat that no one's taken. It's not even taking up any kind of space. If they come in and go, "Hey, where's your ticket?" I go, "I don't have one." They go, "You have to go. You got to go, man. You can't be like, dude, I've already watched an hour of it. So what?"
And I feel like you should let them finish the movie.
That's a good.
I'm just saying, like, I'm not even saying you shouldn't let. I'm saying it's discretion to let them finish the movie or not. I'm just making the point to be like,
They shoot you with a
but
rubber
I'm like,
bullet.
what? This movie theater was built on my people's lands. It's just, to me, it's just like a weird like reaction to getting caught, being like, well, but I've already been here. It's like I've gotten away with it for so long.
Yeah, it's
if
kind
you
of
steal
funny.
someone's stuff and they find it 20 years later, you go, well, it's been mine for 20 years.
But also, I totally agree with you, and it's a funny joke. But also, if you're living in Mexico and you're a young person and you figure out a way to sneak across the border, you get gainfully employed in the United States, you start doing well, you're involved in a business, you start raising a family, but there's no real path to citizenship because you snuck in. But you've actually become integrated in society and you're part of the American dream.
Sure.
It's just there's no path if you're dirt poor. That's the problem. See, if you're living in Denmark and you're white and you got a college degree and you're really good at genetics, you want to come over here and work for a lab, probably not that hard. You got to jump through hoops though. You got to meet with the guy every 6 months or whatever it is. You got to fill out the paperwork. But if you're walking here from Mexico, there's no clear path to citizenship.
Yeah,
You
sure.
got
You gotta
marry a fat white woman. Find a desperado. Yeah. I mean, there's no clear path, and especially if you're integrated into like there was a guy that I had that was my landscaper for a long time in L.A.
He was Danish.
He came
Dutch.
He came from Mexico. He walked across from Mexico. It's like, and he lived in these communities. Like he took me to they had chicken fights in their communities, and this dude had just roosters stacked up everywhere. Like there was like 100 roosters in this guy's backyard. Not my landscaper, but his friend. He took me to his friend's place. They would barbecue a goat and cook. There wasn't an English-speaking sign for blocks, and I was like,
You
this
should have
is-
fucking paid him more.
So like my point is, I didn't know. That was not my point. My point is like
Spends
there's
it all in
like
chicken fights.
completely integrated societies that are a part of LA that are fully Mexican. But it functions. It works. Like going in and raiding those people and putting them in jail because they've integrated into society in an illegal way. It seems
And then it's
stupid.
all the people that are going, it's like, it's my tax dollars. Like, guys, the amount of bullshit that our tax dollars goes to, that should be a priority over getting a fucking Mexican dad out of the country. It's like, Joe, it sounds like you just want to keep barbecue goat in this country.
But here's the problem. The problem is if they're illegal, right? Which is what everybody wants to keep it that way. 'Cause what if you let them vote? If they're illegal, then you don't have to pay them as much. And this is where it's dark. This is the dark secret of why people want cheap labor in this country, because there's a lot of people that don't pay people what they're supposed to be getting paid. It's non-union, they're illegal, everyone knows, and they want cheap labor, cheap, dependable, reliable labor. So they let people in for that. Tim Dillon was talking to me about this a long time ago. Because he used to be a real estate guy. Like he understands like the dynamics of it all. It's like that is a big part of what they want when they're bringing people in. But the reality is, you should just pay people more money. Like, you should make less money. You should pay them more money. You should pay them enough money so they can live. Like you just to try to have a giant business that pays people the least amount possible. It's kind of crazy.
That's most businesses.
I know, but that's kind of crazy. It's kind of a crazy thing to do.
It's very interesting. My ex-wife's, both her parents are immigrants, and you'd be surprised how not like sad they feel for people being kicked out. Like I think they have a very like we had to figure out how to do it legally.
That's what a lot of people. But that's also how people felt like when people were unvaccinated. Yeah, I had to take the shot. Like, why don't you take the shot? I had to take the shot.
Shit, I didn't have to. I sought it out so hard.
Did you?
Jay was
you were so paranoid. You were scared.
Certain I was dying.
A lot of people got scared.
I took
scared the fuck out of us.
I took it and then I faked the second one, the booster, because I realized that there's no way to it's a piece of paper, it's a card with like some random name on it. It's like it was like I was like, there's no way they're actually tracking this. My daughter made one on her phone to go into a cheesecake factory. Pretty impressive.
they're going to absolve you of that crime. It'll be in the future. It's like when they all the people that dodged the draft.
Yeah.
They exonerated.
Oh wait, did I just admit to a crime in this podcast? I
It
didn't
was
do
a crime. They were saying they were going to prosecute people. I remember saying that there were people that were saying if you try to use a fake vaccination card, we're going to prosecute you.
Yeah, but that's like saying they're going to put you in jail for not going to jury duty. That doesn't actually happen.
Yeah, but that's way crazier than that because that's like this whole thing is nuts. Like you're telling people they have to do this to get on an airplane. It doesn't even
Have
work.
you ever had to tie lettuce wraps at Cheesecake Factory? I'll risk it.
Do they come to you for? Have you ever done jury duty?
I haven't. No.
Like that's if Joe Rogan showed up to do jury duty, it'd be wild.
Are you familiar with this case? I'm familiar with everything. I'm a little familiar with everything.
Mildly.
Yeah. I think I interviewed the defendant and the plaintiff.
I've never done jury duty either. I haven't gotten a notification in years and years and years. But I just ignore them back
I just
in the
done
day.
one recently. Pretty hard.
You
I
done?
just flat out moved.
Tim Dillon was just talking about it on the Spicy Wings show, Hot Ones. Tim it was talking about how he did for a murder trial.
Really?
Yeah, the guy was a fucking murderer.
See, has he did it recently?
Yeah, he was talking about it recently. The guy, it was a long time ago, but he was did jury duty and he was like joking around with the defendant.
See, if I was guaranteed that, I'd go show up. It's just what you're going to get is like a tax something or a business argument or some kind of shit. And that's boring as hell.
Now you have to pretend to be racist to get out of it.
Yeah.
You gotta get schizophrenia.
I hate, what's the last name of the one guy? Watkins? I hate black people. It's Jeremiah Watkins.
I'm a little too opinionated.
To be, yeah.
I mean, that's what I'd say. I'm a little too opinionated.
The only time I ever showed up, the only time ever I showed up, I was wearing jean shorts, and they said you can't wear shorts to. And I go, what do? They go back. You'll go back into the pool and just go home. And they sent me home.
They sent him into a pool because he was wearing shorts.
Yeah, nice shorts, idiot. Get in the pool.
You can't offend people with your wardrobe at this place of the law.
I guess so.
When did they stop wearing the wigs and the fucking crazy like? You know,
Did they do it here?
Did they still wear those?
I think so.
They don't wear the wigs anymore, right?
We first came from.
Pilgrim Court. Okay.
How fucking stupid is it that everybody had wigs on?
They still have it in England to this day.
Yeah,
the judges still wear it. It's crazy.
And Jewish women, religious Jewish women.
You know where
And any black woman.
Came from syphilis.
We all know Americans are still recovering from years of surging prices. Now, some in Congress want to make cuts to Medicaid, a program that provides critical health care to 72 million struggling Americans, including veterans, people with disabilities, kids, and your friends and neighbors. 40% of American births are covered by Medicaid, and Medicaid covers healthcare costs for a third of children with cancer. Working families rely on this program. It has 77% support. Nearly 9 in 10 Americans oppose Medicaid cuts. Did you know that 12 million Medicaid families live in rural communities? Many of these people voted for President Trump, but they didn't vote for this. If Congress cuts Medicaid, a lot of rural hospitals could close, and a lot of rural families will be hurt. No matter how you look at it, cutting Medicaid just doesn't make sense. Tell Congress not to cut Medicaid. Our health and our communities depend on it. Paid for by the Coalition to Strengthen America's Healthcare.
The wigs?
Yeah.
Wow, so.
All the people. So the story's a little complicated. This may or may not have been exactly how it happened, but it seems like when explorers came to North America, they contracted syphilis from the natives and then brought it back to Europe. And then a lot of people were getting syphilis. These people were freaks. They're all fucking each other. And they were losing their hair, getting big holes in their face and shit. Like syphilis is crazy. It like rots your head away. And so they started wearing wigs because they had like big scabby holes in their head. Like literally, it's horrific shit. And the more wealthy you were, the bigger the wig. So that was like big wigs. That's what the term big wigs come from. It comes from these freaks that all had syphilis that were all banging each other.
And if you have money,
in
you're
France.
fucking just getting pussy left and right.
Yeah.
So
there was these two guys that were royals, and they started it all. They started wearing the wigs when they got syphilis.
Wow, that's crazy.
Nuts. So
like
then
it all
like
dials
that,
back. It's not the white man's fault. These dirty ass Indians.
It has
These
to
dirty
be.
Indian sluts.
It has to be why they wear wigs in court. It has to be, right? Like it has to be like a proper thing, like wearing a tie or something. Like a gentleman wears a wig.
I should start wearing a wig. How fun would that be?
A powdered wig.
I thought about
Great.
getting a
shoes?
toupee recently, just to be funny, and just show up with like a really high quality toupee.
Jamar does that.
Yeah, I know he has
Like
the
mohawk,
the mohawk.
collusion to his head.
You should get a hair system, not a toupee.
No, dude, I'm not going to another country to get my fucking ass hairs implanted.
No, not an implant. It's a system. It's like a different, it's like more permanent toupee. It really looks.
Dude, I saw a video today where this doctor was talking, and a doctor that I know was talking, Garth Fisher's his name. He was talking about his clients that went down to Turkey to get a gastric bypass operation. And then a couple months later, like, my stomach's bothering me. And the doctor's like, oh, let's check out what's going on with your stomach. How long have you only had one kidney? And she's like, I have 2 kidneys. He goes, no, you have 1 kidney. And then contacts the other 2 girls that were on the trip. They're all coming to get examined. They're all missing a kidney as well. So they went down to Turkey to get a bypass, a gastric bypass, and they stole their fucking kidneys.
Brilliant.
Yo.
Not bad.
Bro, man.
Brilliant moves.
Out there stealing body parts.
You know, they have 1 kidney.
That's crazy.
I mean, it's better. At least did they also get the gastric bypass though?
They did. But I think they paid for it.
Wow. What if it costs a kidney to get gastric bypass? There's fat people that would do that.
Right. What if they didn't read the fine print?
Yeah. And it just costs you this. Here's why it's so cheap.
Free.
We need a kidney.
It's free if you have A, B.
How much is a
blood.
kidney on the black market worth?
That's a good question, Jamie. Don't Google that.
No, dude, off the dome.
Yeah, you got to.
Where does your
Let's guess.
Where does your
Think
circle?
kidneys
How
are-
big is your circle of give a kidney if they need?
Oh, it's very small.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna figure it out. I'm not giving up kidneys.
Where? Just like
What happens
Ari
if you only
Shaffir
have 1
to your
kidney?
kidney?
Not good.
What I mean, like
Not as good.
it's
2. That's why you're 2.
But I mean, what?
Hello, science, catch up.
You can live
Stop
with one.
fucking stealing people's kidneys.
You can live with 1 kidney, but how much does it affect you? Like day to? Do you exercise still? Can you?
I don't know.
What would it do to you?
Very good question.
I think you can live life relatively normal.
Yeah.
People do it for loved ones.
It's interesting that people get kicked in the kidneys all the time, but you don't really hear about too many like severe kidney injuries. You know, like you hear about liver injuries,
Yeah.
like you hear about internal bleeding from guys from body shots. Don't hear too much about kidney.
Dude, getting punched in the fucking liver, it's the most painful thing
It's weird,
on the
right?
planet, dude.
It's a weird feeling.
It's crazy. It just shuts your body down. You roll around on the floor and start crying.
I
It's wild.
think Mickey Gall told me was
Mickey Gall kicked me in my kidney.
Oh, he said it gave us
kidney?
Yeah, so I sparred with Mickey Gall once and I sparred with Michael Bisping once, and both of them put me down with liver shots. No, I'm sorry, liver shots, not kidney. Liver shots. Like, but they called it. This is how good fighters are. Like, this was like, hey, watch this, bang, and it just put me down. I mean, literally the whole gym of people cackling, laughing at me as I roll around on the floor as a man. It's fucking pathetic.
Have you seen Ilya Topuria do that to people? He does it to fans. He hits them with a liver
Oh,
shot.
no.
They ask him.
No.
So he's liver shotting bare knuckle. Ilya Topuria, bare knuckle liver shotting people.
I'd rather be punched in the face 10 out of 10 times.
But Mickey said when he lost to Diego Sanchez, it was because his kidney started shutting off.
That's why he did it.
I bet that is a weight
From
loss
weight-
thing.
he said
though.
that's what he said. It's
Yeah.
weight loss.
Yeah, that's a brutal thing that they do, man. Like Kayla Harrison just won the bantamweight title. Bro,
Oh, that picture for her weigh-in.
she's so big. She's so jacked. And that her getting down to 135, I don't know how much weight she's losing. I don't really want to ask, but I do. You know, you're not supposed to ask ladies what they weigh.
Right.
But she was competing
Even
in
in professional
Olympics.
fighting.
Yeah, and when she was over at the PFL, she was fighting at 155.
Real,
Yeah.
well, her picture of her at the actual weigh-in
Mm-hmm.
was like scary.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up.
It was like
honestly.
a thumbnail from like Crack Whore Confessions. Really saying like,
See, this is the problem. The UFC had a 145-pound division, and Amanda Nunes was the champion of it. Like, for the health of both fighters, like, that would be a good way. I mean, it really depends on if Kayla Harrison can continue to make 135 and defend the title, because I don't know who's going to beat her. She's too fucking strong.
huge.
She's so strong.
That happens a lot with like the chicks. There's like a real dominant chick for a while.
Mhm.
Right.
But Amanda was KO power. Amanda was one of the rare women that she could just touch you and just blast you out of orbit. You know, it's usually with women, it's like combination punches. Like Amanda had extraordinary power. Like when she knocked out Cyborg, that was wild, dude. That was she just folded Cyborg. I'm like, that lady can crack.
what was it Silva? This last weekend there was a knockout. The guy was asleep standing, and it was the most softest looking turnover.
yes.
Turnover like chin
The
punch.
Korean dude.
Yeah,
the
young.
boxer.
It was like 23 years old. It was like
Joe Sang Yu.
he moved and just like it was the smallest little like
Oh,
you didn't pull it from the shoulder or nothing.
One of the best
The
left hooks of all
guy
time.
was asleep before he hit the ground.
One of
Crazy.
the best left hooks of all time. It was literally like this. Bam! Like you just turned it over.
And he's a kid, right?
Yeah, he's young. But no, he's not that young. No. Here it is. Boom! Look at that. I think he's 28.
It's a lot of his momentum coming in too. It was like the perfect place timing
for sure. But he's also a really good boxer.
You
So
get knocked out and then some dudes doing backflips in the ring.
That's the worst feeling in the world. I don't know how I would. I'm not a good enough sport for if I was knocked out and they come over and start doing that thing where they're touching my face a lot and be like, "Thank you for the opportunity." Get the fuck away from me, dickhead.
A lot of people do.
You fucking jerk off. I don't want to talk to you. He goes, "Hey, will you pray with me?" No.
Will you pray with me?
To who? A God that hates my guts.
That's so funny.
I'm praying to God this whole training camp.
I just got shit. God just gave me a concussion.
Thanks, God.
That's hilarious.
That's God. I was training wrong.
This lady's got a problem because if she, other than the Amanda Nunes fight, who? Well, who's going to pay to watch her just steamroll somebody? If she can continue to make 135, if she becomes a marathon runner or something, and drops even more muscle mass and can make 135, who the fuck is going to be able to deal with
It
that?
was like Mike Tyson back in the day.
Yeah.
It became the thing where they sort of like offering you money back on the pay-per-views if you didn't last at least 2 rounds. Yeah, that was the whole thing. It was like because he was knocking people out so fast. It was like, I'm not paying for this. This is fucking
everybody
crazy.
would look at a pay-per-view based on how long you thought the fight would last. Like $60, man.
Yeah,
it wasn't that much back then. But I remember people being bummed out. It was like a 30-second knockout.
But it was also fun to like. It was almost like Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
His thing was he was so vicious and badass.
Yeah,
that was kind of fun to watch somebody that dominant.
But also the crazy.
I think that the UFC people, they want the back and forth. They want 5 crazy fights. They want to you feel like you're getting your money's worth.
I remember after Tyson Holyfield, the ear thing.
Mm-hmm.
I ordered that pay-per-view and I was driving around that night afterwards, listening to the radio, and people were like tons of complaining on sports radio. I'm like, just watched a guy bite another man's ear off. Like, what?
If they would have sold it that way,
$60 just for that.
Yeah, before the fight, if they were like, watch a man eat another man's ear, I'll pay anything you want.
Didn't he bite him twice?
Yeah,
Yes.
he didn't get it off the
Money
first
back
time.
before that fight.
The fact that Mike Tyson has
$50 back then.
he has edibles that are ear shaped
That's
is one of the
hilarious.
funniest fucking things
And
on
the
earth.
fact that they're friends now.
Yeah.
Mike just love
Evander Holyfield has no idea what's going on.
He doesn't?
He'd be friends with anybody. He is gone, Ski. Evander Holyfield?
Is he?
Oh,
He was on my
his yell's
podcast a few
whisper.
years back. He was
Really?
Yeah.
Something goes on
Back
there.
in LA. No, man, he was super coherent back in LA. I mean, that was a few years ago, 7 years ago, maybe. How long ago was Evander on the show?
Did he fight Vitor? Is that who fought Vitor?
Yeah, that was
bad.
unfortunate.
That was a
And
bad
I don't
fight.
think he had a real camp for that fight either. I think that was a last-minute replacement because Vitor was supposed to fight somebody else, right?
Yeah. Very few athletes will ever, I think, at this point. I know there's bigger contracts now than ever.
2019, so 6 years ago.
But
Yeah.
very few athletes will ever understand the idea of that, like what those guys' lives were like. Even like Riddick Bowe.
Oh, yeah.
Like Riddick Bowe was champion for like 2 fights. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he was awesome.
He was awesome, but he didn't have a long run or anything. And then you see his thing. It's like 14 acres with white tigers everywhere, and all his clothes are silk. Like they're immediately, they were just getting handed like $50 million a night in one night. I know he trained for that night, but that's a crazy amount of no athletes get that.
Yeah, well,
anymore, nothing like that.
There's a few. Canelo does.
Does he?
Yeah, Canelo has a giant deal with the
But I mean,
Saudis.
maybe even boxing still has that with the pay-per-view, taken. I just mean,
Yeah, some of these boxers are making pretty fucking nuts.
yeah, but that sport's the only sport that's UFC never paid like that, has it?
I don't know what the most amount anyone's been paid in the UFC for a fight. If I had to guess, it's got to be Conor.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, I know Conor has made more than $100 million in the UFC, I believe. See if that's a fact.
Is that going all
Because
in with his
I
endorsements
shouldn't
and
say that because I don't really know. I just read some article that tried to break down how much he made for each pay-per-view and how much he made at the beginning of his career, like when he first burst onto the scene.
Yeah. It's
2 numbers in the first results. That says 39.3, and then down here says
108. Yeah.
I might include
That's
yeah, so there's the pay-per-view bonuses versus fight pay. So
what I was gonna say is I thought he made $100 million from the Floyd fight, so it can't be that. So 30 million. Oh, it says 30 million from the boxing match in Floyd. I thought it was 100 million.
And his biggest payout was against Khabib for 28.5 almost.
Yeah, he's so 28 million. He's probably made the most.
But his like
If I had to
he wasn't
guess-
getting that was a all pay-per-view bonus. That was a huge pay-per-view.
Mhm. Right, but he did get paid. I mean, that's the only way they get paid anyway.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, the pay-per-view bonus thing is great because it forces them to promote, but I don't mind a silent killer. I don't mind an Alex Pereira. I don't want to see him promoted. He don't have to promote. That dude promotes when he puts people into orbit. You know,
Yeah.
just let him train. Let him shoot a fucking bow and arrow at a soccer ball. let him train. Like, don't fucking pawn that guy out and have him do media everywhere. Like, leave his energy alone. Like, you guys can do enough with promotion from his highlight reel. With a guy like Connor, though, that fucking guy, like, if he can get on the radio, if he can get on a talk show, if he can start talking shit, the number. Dana sees dollar bills like fucking Scrooge McDuck. Ka-ching, ka-ching. He's like starting throwing gold coins in the air. Connor was the best at it.
What about a couple weeks ago, Aaron Blanchfield versus what was the girl she was fighting? They
Macy
canceled it.
Barber. Yeah.
They canceled it as it was starting. They already did the package for the main event, and then they found out that Macy Barber had like passed out. She had a seizure backstage.
So I don't want to speak out of turn. So it's some sort of medical condition, and she was in trouble, and so they sent her
That's
to the
wild.
hospital to get checked out.
I mean, they literally said, "All right, now it's time for the main event," and then they were like, "Well, never mind, we're not doing it."
Yeah, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think she might have had some health concerns. She's had a bunch of health concerns over the last couple of years, I think. So, and then she missed weight, which is never a good sign. You know, they miss weight, usually something's off.
Yeah.
A lot of times they're injured or sick or something. But whatever it was, it sucks.
That sucks for Aaron Blanchfield. Dude, she's actually from my hometown, New Jersey.
Oh, she's a beast.
Yeah, she's a monster.
Very good.
Yeah,
Very
yeah.
young, too.
Or you're gonna say something shitty about her? We'll be like, I know her actually. She's a dumb bitch. Oh, I grew up with her. What an ass.
I was with Dave Porterfield. You know, he's a big fan of Meatball Molly McCann, who's
Yeah.
great too. But he's like, I'm betting on Molly, and I go, and he's like, you think? I go, dude, like, Erin Blanchfield is the truth. Like, she's a fucking problem.
Yeah.
She's a problem. She gets a hold of Molly, and she just ragdolled her.
If you were gonna Pete Rose your own sport, how do you think you would hit good?
Oh, I used to bet on it,
Yeah.
but I can't affect the outcome.
Sure.
So I used to in the early days of the UFC when they first started having lines in sports books. I'd bet because I would see you'd see shit like Anderson Silva. And it's like if this isn't an 800 to
Yeah.
1,
Anderson Silva versus Travis Lutter. Like, okay.
that was different. Okay, Travis Lutter lost that fight in my opinion because he cut too much weight.
You think he
Travis
won the
Lutter,
fight?
he had him mounted early in the fight. Let me tell you something. Travis Lutter's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was fucking elite.
Yeah.
All the guys that I know that trained with him, like, oh, dude, he's like Ricardo Laborio level. They're like, he's special. He did the Ultimate Fighter, and everybody was terrified. And they're like, that motherfucker gets you on the ground, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
He's just a machine in jiu-jitsu. So I saw him cut weight, and he looked so bad, his lips were cracked.
Wow.
His face was sucked in, and he was shuffling to the scale, and he still didn't make weight. He never made weight.
Oh, is that what
he
happened? It
wouldn't have
wasn't a
won the
title fight. That's right.
He
Yeah.
would have won the title if he won.
That was crazy. They used to give the winner of the Ultimate Fighter a title shot, like back in the day. That was like a crazy, like, just sort of like prize. Like it's just changed. It's turned into such more of a legitimate sport now that you can't just give like the winner of a reality show a title fight.
America's Got Talent used to give $1 million prize, and then one day they just changed, like, hey, you just be part of an America's Got Talent show in Vegas.
Did they always give you a title fight? Is that?
I think the first few seasons, yeah.
I think Travis had a few fights in the UFC before that, dude. That was long after the Ultimate Fighter.
I don't know.
I'm 90% sure because I know he knocked out Marvin Eastman. I remember that fight, and you know he fought quite a few dudes. But the main theme was when Travis got a hold of you, you were fucked. And he got a hold of Anderson, and Anderson looked fucked. It was early in the fight, but then Anderson got him in a triangle. He just tired out, and Anderson was blasting him.
Anderson, when he first came in, it was crazy.
If you saw that guy the day before, you'd go, "Oh my God, how is this guy even alive? He should be taken to a hospital."
Yeah.
He looked so bad. I've seen a lot of people weigh in looking really bad, but Travis was the worst. So look at this. He's mounted on top of Anderson early in the fight.
Wow. Nice. Get the hit. He had him his mouth for like 2.5 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, but he just gassed out, man. I mean, he just had nothing left. He lost too much weight, man. And so then Anderson got him in a triangle and started fucking him up with elbows. So there came a point in time where you could see him visibly fading. You know?
Yeah.
I think if you look at that mount, bro, look how slick that is. I mean, this dude is so slick. Travis was so dangerous, man. He could have possibly submitted him, but he was just too big for the weight class. He shouldn't have been making that weight. So that's my point. It's like, yeah, he was a live dog in this fight, is my point.
Yeah, he was tired there. That wasn't even really an escape that Anderson did.
He lost way too much weight. Dude, he was dead the day before. I mean, dead. When I saw him, dead. He looked like he might die.
Have you ever gotten to talk to a fighter about the psychology of like, once you lose, like when you're just like this dominant force, and once you lose, like your whole thing changed. Like Roy Jones doing it was overnight.
Yeah,
overnight. They said that one guy called him out, said he was ducking him.
Tarver.
Tarver said he was ducking him. Then Antonio Tarver beat him. Then Glenn Johnson just beat him, knocked him through the ropes. It was just like it became like, oh, you just beat him.
But Glenn Johnson knocked him out where it was one of those scary ones where your arms are stiff.
Yeah.
And it didn't seem like he hit him that hard either. That was.
It seemed like it couldn't be real that it was happening. It was like two fights before that was the fight. I believe, where he's hitting the guy. He tells the ref, he's like, "Stop the fight," and then the ref didn't, and he hit him a few more times.
Yeah,
like that was like 2 fights before. It was just all over.
Yeah, but you know what happened? Roy went up to heavyweight, and he fought John Ruiz. And then he dropped back down to light heavyweight, and that's a real problem. There's like he got knocked out, so it's like he's stiff, dude. Like when you get knocked down and you're just like stiff here. Oh.
Anderson Silva,
that's so awful.
Wasn't it pretty much Anderson after the leg went in the fight?
Yeah.
Like it was just like he never really he won fights since, but he never really captured back. Like we're just going to watch him. Like, we went first UFC we ever went to was 101 in Philly.
Anderson Silva versus Forrest Griffin.
And
a racist ass Philly.
That was so.
Anderson's coming out.
That night for us in general was just a hilarious thing. We went with it was me, Dave, and Lewis, all three of us.
It was the first White Boy weekend.
First White Boy weekend. We went to like a Ozfest or Mayhem Fest. And then UFC. Lewis and Dave brought their friend who I was not getting along with, and a girl who
Shout out Crypto West.
Crypto West. We used to Lewis used to date a girl who became friends with the group sort of, and she came with us also.
We'll say she's a chunkier girl. This is back in the day when I was younger. It's like if you become friends with a girl, like you can't separate
Lewis,
friendship.
no one's gonna see her. You don't have to over-explain you fucked the girl that wasn't.
No, she's really hot. I mean,
It's okay.
Look, I'm saying now I would have dated her, but yeah, she was a little bit of a chunkier girl, and whatever it was, we were just talking shit, like watching the fights. Everyone's just being animals. We ended up getting to a thing with these guys in front of us. Like it was maybe four of us, and I want to say maybe three of them. We might have outnumbered them.
No, I don't think so. At first, it was just there was like one or two guys just there. The other guys were gone.
Yeah, whatever.
It's like a coyote trap. You show you one coyote, and the rest of them surround you.
And we started talking shit with these guys. It just turned into like a.
We shouldn't make this. We're not looking. None of us are looking for trouble, guys. The guys were. I think we were talking and saying shit, like being funny, and I think they kind of were giving us like a. Why don't you guys shut the fuck up kind of thing? You know what I mean?
We're being dickhead comedians, and they're like really serious about watching an MMA fight right now.
First one ever in Philadelphia.
They turned around, they start talking shit. So then I would start talking shit to them. We kind of chump the two guys, and then their group of friends show up, and they get wind that they just got chumped by these fucking loser comedians.
They left the nerds behind, and they went and got merch.
Yeah. So then these guys
you make
came.
the nerds get merch. And we see what we're working with.
It became a whole argument. These guys started talking shit to us. And by the way, we were above them. We should have just
higher ground.
We should have just dominated these guys. But whatever had happened, we just didn't want to fight and get kicked out. We're not like tough guys like that. So they start talking shit. And then this is like, it's such fight. It's almost like when somebody spits on you. One of the guys goes like, yo, fuck you and fuck your fat bitch too, about the girl that I was seeing. And we all just acted like we didn't hear it.
I like we didn't hear it. We just communally agreed without even looking at each other. We were like, oh, these guys, huh? She said after the rest of the night, I can't believe these guys were ready to fight for everything except me. When that was the final vote, he goes, oh, well, you should stick up for yourself, lady. And then we just like, sat there.
She's a big girl. She could have helped.
Then we went outside and pretended like we were waiting to find them as a sea of 18,000 people.
God, we suck.
Boy, God, we did look like jerk-offs there. But then that was so funny because it was Philly, which is historically hilariously racist city. And
which fight was that?
It was Forrest Griffin, Anderson Silva.
Oh, that one was crazy.
Forrest Griffin, I mean, the applause when he came out, the ovation he got, they couldn't wait.
Loved him.
And they literally booed Anderson Silva. And then Anderson Silva handled that hilariously and quick.
Yeah.
And then when Forrest Griffin left immediately, he didn't stay. He ran right out of the ring, which was a thing. And then they announced the thing. Goes, your winner, and still Anderson Silva, and the place booed. It was such a sweet moment because Anderson Silva seems like his personality is good. He was like, and Anderson Silva goes like, he almost had like a really like, and he's like holding the belt, and they're like, yeah, all right, you son of a bitch, that was amazing. And they cheered for him. Strange, but we saw like an 18-year-old or 19-year-old John Jones just walking around the arena that night, and I didn't know. I got into UFC way early. Me and my step-up used to get like, ninja versus sumo wrestler, UFC. And then when it got like rules and everyone was kind of like, trying to start doing like actual MMA, I lost track of it. And Lewis and Dave were super into it. So we got
That's
walk around.
funny when the rules came, you checked out.
Me and Dave, we became friends. We were roommates in Brooklyn. We would go to the Blockbuster, rent the old UFCs. It was like Ultimate Knockouts, Ultimate Submissions. They had like a series of videos. And was it Mark Lehman? He would teach you how to do moves.
Sure, yeah.
Like in the there was like a segment where it's like, "Hey kids at home, here's how you do a fucking arm bar." So me and Dave, literally living in the shittiest, dirtiest apartment with like garbage everywhere and beer bottles everywhere, we would have grappling matches with our buddy Wes. My cauliflower ear didn't come from jiu-jitsu. This is from Dave Smith. He would literally open hand smack. We had open hand smacking rules. He would open hand smack me in the ear.
Political pun, maybe the best political pundit alive.
Yeah,
Where is that?
I'm gonna assassinate him.
Dave was a pothead wigger who was grappling amongst garbage with me.
That's so
That's how he
Guess I
started
was
his
on my
career.
couch for a couple years.
Did you guys ever imagine he was going to be that good at like political commentary?
You know what? I shouldn't say no. I didn't know he was going to go to be that kind of big in it. The fact that he is great at it doesn't surprise me at all. But it's
recall's nuts.
It's interesting how because I said this was just a guy at a time. I said we smoked pot. We essentially raised my daughter like a gay couple during the day. My ex-wife would come home, and then we head into the city and meet up with Lewis.
How many times did your ex-wife accuse you of doing gay shit with Dave?
So you know what's funny? Before, one of the reasons I was able to give while I was leaving when I left was I went in her thing to see if she was. I was like, I should see if she's cheating also. And I went to her computer, and it was nothing about her cheating at all. It was several times looking up what to do when you find out your husband is gay.
What?
That's such a
Imagine
cheap.
being a woman married to a guy and thinking he's secretly sneaking away inside of a car.
That's a video that just
Me
went
and Dave
viral
said-
recently. The girl like caught her boyfriend or husband.
It looked staged. I saw that.
You saw? You think it was staged? I don't think so, dude. I don't think she's that good of an actress. They might be. I mean,
a lot of them were staged.
she was losing her
I've been
mind. She's like,
enjoying
"You're fucking that guy. You're fucking him, Chris. Really?"
Cheaters getting caught by their significant others, though. As much as I felt that pain, I love those videos. That's a rabbit
Remember
hole
that show?
too.
Remember the show
Cheaters.
Cheaters? The guy got
All
stabbed
fake.
on a boat.
All fake.
All fake. All fake. I believe it.
I've talked to so many people who've worked at Cheaters before and stuff, and I wanted to be the host. They brought Peter Guns from Lord Tariq and Peter Guns, Uptown Baby. Remember that song?
Yeah.
He became the newest host. Before him, it was Gary or Clark Gable. The third, it was like Clark Gable's grandson. Seriously, it was like Clark Gable the third or something. He died from a drug overdose. The original guy who hosted was a guy named Tommy Habib. He was pretty great at it. Then the little guy got stabbed. Fake, completely fake.
Do you remember Morton Downey Jr.?
Of course.
He was the best.
Mouth.
He was the best.
Yeah, he would just smoke on the show and just yell at people. He's like, all right, so you're a Nazi. Here's the Jewish Defamation League. Let's bring him out to fight.
This is what's crazy. There was a guy who used to work as a doorman at one of the comedy clubs, like a wannabe comedian, and he would also get jobs on these reality shows. And the way it would work, they'd call him up. Hey, we're looking for someone whose brother had an affair with his wife, and he just found out. He goes, what a coincidence. My brother just had, like, that would be the thing. They go, great, come on in. And we're looking for a guy who came back from Vietnam, very disillusioned, whatever the fuck it is. They would just say that to him, and he go, great. And they knew it was bullshit, and he would just show up and act it. They would just give him a so you came back from Vietnam, and what did you discover there? And he would just start talking.
When it's real, it goes bad. They had the one thing where the guy, Jenny Jones, that ruined her fucking career.
Yeah,
The guy
was in love with
they were
the guy.
they were like, hey, I'll do the show, but it's not going to be a guy, right? Who's like into me, and they were like, no. And then now he's friends with two people, a big fat girl and a gay guy. And the big fat girl was sitting out there. And he was like, oh, shit. Oh, okay. And they go, no, it's not her. And they bring out the guy. And he goes, oh, you lied to me. And his face is real, like, embarrassed. And he killed the gay guy later. And that ruined Jenny Jones' career completely.
Yeah, Jenny Jones was a comic. And she used to do, like, all girls night. So at the club, like, you couldn't even be in the club. So they would do, like, a show where it would be all girl wait staff, all girl everything, all girl
It's the
audience.
least funny show ever.
Well, if I
Funny,
talk about
the
girl
service is
things.
slow, the math is wrong.
And then she
But
would
no security. There's no security. Latina gang fights in every bathroom.
I think it was just a regular club. It's just they just only got female staff to run everything.
That's great. You sometimes see there was like an all-female comedy festival. You're
Imagine
like,
if you tried to do an all-male comedy festival.
it'd be hilarious. We have it, Skankfest.
Be a good festival. Have you seen that?
A few girls show up.
Did you ever see? There's like, I forget. There's some shift in some town where their brag is like, and this shift is all 100% female police officers. Like, well, now we got time and place, dude. Let's look at take over this fucking city. Dude.
Don't do that with on a flight. I wasn't on it, but I've seen it where it's like just so you know, today, all of the flight attendants and our captain and co-captain are female. You're like, what? Let me off this fucking flight right now.
Wasn't that the case in Toronto where the plane flipped upside down? I think that was
That's
that.
the movie Flight with Denzel Washington.
No.
They woke you up and they were like,
No.
hey, do you know how to
The
read a
lady,
map?
she came in hot. She came in hot on the landing and flipped the plane.
Oh yeah, where it
Did you
landed
see
upside
that?
down. I did. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that was one of them deals.
If I get a female Uber driver, I rebook my Uber.
Oh my god.
They drive so slow and by like the laws.
Oh my
Why
God,
not just
Asian
get a
woman.
Waymo?
I did. I've been in Waymo twice.
Because dude, an Asian woman driver is the worst. There's a lot of that in New York City sometimes.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And they are slow and do not change lanes. And it is brutal to sit there in the back and not yell.
I know, and then they're going exactly the speed limits. You can't complain.
Yeah.
But please break the law. This
Did you
is
see
crazy.
that guy who was one of the producers of Top Gear in the UK? He got his license revoked because he went 24 miles an hour in a 20-mile-an-hour zone. They took his license away for
That's
6
crazy.
months.
Dude, weird.
It's embarrassing. That is England.
That town needs a Mexican uprising, it sounds like.
Sounds like they did an English uprising.
That
That
is
is
20.
fucking
But it is
bananas.
20. I was just driving from Manchester to London. When you get into London, the speed limit is 20 miles an hour.
That is so crazy.
It's insane.
How many
Like,
kilometers per
slow.
hour is that?
I don't know, but because my driver had it was in miles per hour, like his speedometer, and it was 20 miles an hour he was going, and it just feels like you're in slow motion. It's insane.
Well, do they always use miles per hour? I think they use kilometers, right?
No, I think they
Canada
did. Yeah.
uses kilometers.
I thought they
right?
used kilometers, but
So-
this car specifically had miles per hour on the speedometer.
Aren't we like
But you were on the wrong side of the road?
Yeah.
Is that weird? You're a bad driver on the right side of the road.
Well, I wasn't driving. I did drive
Oh.
in Jamaica, because that was an English-owned country.
Territory.
So they're on the opposite side as well. And I rented mopeds when I was in Jamaica, and you get used to it very quickly. Like you think it's going to really turn you around, but like whatever it is, your mind just flips it. And it's
No,
like,
as soon as I drive into Canada right away, when in Canada signs, I'm like, oh no. Oh no.
here we go. We gotta go east.
Yeah. Oost.
Nord.
How many different countries use inches and miles an hour? Does everybody use kilometers now? Doesn't everybody use the metric
I still
system?
think they're wrong.
They tried it on us when I was in high school.
Really?
Yeah, they tried to introduce the metric system as if this is going to be the thing we all accept, and everybody's like, nah,
Yeah.
nah.
Antiquated.
Not in this country.
I don't follow the Dewey Decimal System either. Nope. Suck my dick, old people.
Oh, fuck your kilograms.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing that one country just says, nah, we can't learn it.
Fuck that.
I mean, how many countries have it? How many countries have inches? I think it's maybe England.
It says the UK, USA, Canada keep miles per hour.
Oh, so is that what is England has miles per hour?
Oh no, they have it like it's double, but it's their main thing is definitely kilometers for sure.
So
Everything else is
everything else is kilometers. So it's like there's like 6 countries that have kilometers or miles per hour.
Or inches.
This is weird that we didn't. I still don't know.
I feel
When I
like,
go to
dick is inches in every
You think so?
Place.
My
I do.
dick is
probably.
36 decimeters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nobody's talking about that.
26,000 kilometers. Do you guys know what good? Do you guys have a
Vast majority
you guys
countries use kilometers per hour. 9% of the world uses miles per hour. U.S. being the notable example. Interesting.
So it's all the UK. I wasn't wrong.
When I was in England for the fights, they measure people in stone. So they say 10 stone.
I have no idea what that means.
I think it's 230 pounds. I think is it 13 pounds each stone? It's a weird old timey fucking measure, but you have to say it.
Was it actually based off of
fighting?
stones?
I think so.
Probably,
14
right?
pounds.
I think it-
14 pounds. So that would be 240 pounds, 10 stone.
I think it was actually like a fucking scale, justice scale with like a person on one side and stones on the other. I think it's what it comes from.
I do like England though. It's shitty food, but it's still just a cool. Like
You
London's
do
a
like
cool
being the
town.
only circumcised person in a room, you piece of shit.
So no, 10 stones, 140 pounds, right? You said it's 14 pounds per? Oh, okay. 20 stones being 240 pounds. So then you'd have to say that like
Go,
like
Mimi.
5 stone,
No, you're
9
not gonna
ounces,
sit right
then
there right
say the
now.
fucking pounds.
You little chicken.
Weird. Like, why?
Go.
Talking about weird things to keep holding on to.
No,
Stone.
little squid.
That's a strange one.
I'm
Do you
using
go and
it
see
right
the
now.
places, any of those weird destinations for UFC?
I definitely have. Yeah. Yeah, London's
Can
cool.
you stop,
It's
you little
interesting.
fur
You
potato?
go into a bar that's a 500.
Go to the back of the chair.
Yeah. Like, there's some old shit.
You're annoying.
Oh yeah.
You know.
You see how New York was like designed after it. So
Mhm.
Yeah. London's a cool town. I like honestly, if I like cities that remind me of New York. So like I love Rome. Rome's like the OG New York.
Right.
It's fucking really cool.
How so? I don't think you're wrong. I've never did. How's it like New York?
It's just it feels like because back in the day it was like the
see
most.
the Pope, you cocksucker.
Like the hub. It's like very fast moving.
Yeah, they were more advanced than everyone. They were just like architecturally, technologically, they were way ahead of their time with everything.
That St. Peter's Basilica is bananas.
So
I think
cool.
about that all the time. I think about it all the time. Like the amount of work involved in making something that spectacular.
The Sistine Chapel was fucking nuts. Dude.
Insane.
Michelangelo went blind painting it.
Yeah.
Like he was on scaffolding and like paint was just dripping into his eye and sort of
Right.
going mad and fucking.
Oh god.
It's so cool. The details. And he wasn't even a painter, which is the craziest thing. He wasn't. That wasn't by trade what he did. He was just a genius and could like emulate like that crazy ass art.
He could do anything. The sculptures were insane.
Yeah.
The fucking art in the Vatican too is nuts. And
Yeah.
you're walking through the place like, how much money is all this worth? Like this is.
It's the biggest art museum in the world, and I'm going again. I brought my son a few years ago on a father-son trip, and he was 8 years old. We did a 4 tour. We could have done an 8-hour tour. It was so cool. It was just never ending. Just every room was more awesome than the next. They had the big map room. Did you see that? They had like a map that was like 150 feet wide, fucking however many feet tall, and it was 99% accurate. Whatever year it was that they made it, it was like I don't know, like hundreds and hundreds of years ago. 99% accurate, drawn by hand.
Crazy.
I can't even begin to tell you how. Like I have no idea how that could possibly be done.
Lewis swore to me today he was going to crowbar an art talk.
I did.
He said in the car, he goes, I bet I can get you to talk art.
How about their books?
I said, he's going to think it's gay. And he was like, yeah, he doesn't.
It's funny that art would be gay. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you the books that they have too, they have a crazy library.
Yeah.
Like they probably have some books from the Library of Alexandria that got tucked away in there.
Well, apparently, the deeper you go, like the more like exotic the shit is. There's like levels that you can only have access to if you're like a king or a fucking.
That's why I believe people are capable of hiding UFO information. That's why I believe people are capable. Because they're people capable of hiding all kinds of shit.
But what's you hide in England shit? No one gives a fuck.
Hey, Jay
They're
hides
actually,
herpes.
what are they hiding in their salt? Things for their food tastes good.
The king's list.
Yeah.
This is when we had dragons.
But yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, the history of dragons been stifled. by
Jay doesn't.
London.
Jay doesn't travel. He won't go to other countries. I'm trying to get him to do shows like in the UK. Just.
I mean, they have the internet.
Yeah. Well, you got to figure New York to LA is a 6-hour flight. New York to Amsterdam is a 7-hour flight.
Because I've done
It's really
everything.
close.
Everything I did overseas, I did probably, or most things I should say, probably a little young in comedy, and intimidated myself on the situations.
Well, it's up because you're
that I've
poor, so
gone
you
back
can't go to like a
and-
nice restaurant or like you.
Well,
you
not
went,
even that. When I was in South Africa, I was wealthy, dude. It's their money is garbage. But no, but I'm telling you, I've enjoyed some of the places when I've gone to them. It's just like I am such a regular idiot that Just like, I'm not going to understand the food. And what am I going to plug my stuff into? Doesn't it explode if it's wrong?
Dude, Amsterdam is so when you
The
go through
TV
like
blows.
when you walk through the red light district, like the places where you can buy like snacks, like they know how many. Dude, it's so funny. They have like hot dogs on like pizza buns. It's so for like dumb Americans to be like, no, a hot dog on a pizza bun. You fucking just eat this terrible
Chocolate
shit.
taco.
Chocolate tacos are great.
Choco taco.
Chocolate tacos were fucking badass.
I get it, Jay. Why travel? Fuck it.
I followed the Kid Rock credo. I just try to get famous here. Let's just hang out here. This is the best place to be famous if you can get famous.
Yeah, who does it better than Kid Rock? He's got
Nobody.
his
The guy's really
style.
figured it out.
Also, by gunning down that Miller Lite,
Bud Light.
Bud Light rather, that Bud Light thing, they gunned down those cans. Like that was like one of the craziest moments in the economy. Like the Bud Light stock dropped like a rock. Like that moment when Kid Rock guns down the Bud Light.
Kid Rock, maybe though, if we were going to appoint him something, he should be like the minister of beer. Like he should be the person deciding what beer we should have. I'll accept that because his friendship with the president is hilarious and wacky. There's been no other thing like that ever. You know what I mean? You never found out like, oh, Bill Clinton and Iverson kick it once in a while.
Right,
Like that
right.
never happened.
Well, there was what the fuck's
Oh,
his
Bobby
name?
Brown and fucking Joe Biden fucking golf and crush ass together.
What the fuck's his name? That's friends with Kim Jong Un.
Rodman.
Rodman.
Yeah, that's Rodman.
Rodman goes over there and hangs with Kim Jong Un.
It's the best documentary. Did you ever see that documentary? Oh, treat yourself as soon as humanly possible to Dennis Rodman's Big Bang in Pyongyang.
Oh boy.
It starts off as him going over there believing he's doing something diplomatic. And then they go, all right, so you're going to go home and gather up some players and come here. And the documentary filmmaker goes, on the flight back, when they were coming back now to North Korea, he goes, oh, I noticed from the last time that Dennis has started drinking again. And he was supposed to be like, stop drinking completely. And then the documentary takes off because it's just Dennis Rodman fucking up in North Korea for 2 hours. And so he first comes in drunkenly, starts bowing everybody. It's not a bowing culture. So that's pretty hilarious. He treats the North Koreans like they're dolls. He'll like grab them and make them come sing karaoke and just points at them like while they sing. He just dominates the room and everyone's afraid of him and everyone hates him.
Oh no.
It's one of the best documentaries. Is there a trailer for a trailer?
What a crazy thing to go hang out with a dictator. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, also
you
Kim
play
Jong
basketball? Come
Kim
on.
Jong Un also does not want much to do with Dennis Rodman.
What?
Like after his meltdown, he stiffs him. He like has Dennis Rodman meet him at his like chalet, and then he's not there, and then it's just Dennis Rodman crying. Is this the trailer?
We're here today for Dennis Rodman to make a historic announcement following his recent visit to North Korea. The Ministry of Sports in Deep York, Korea invites Mr.
I just realized how much influence stylistically you take from Dennis Rodman, Jay.
Almost the same guy. A lot of people say.
Mr. Rodman was on a private trip, and our views about North Korea have not changed.
You know, you got the Jay-Z's, the Beyonce, stuff like that. None of these people in the world are doing what I'm doing.
I'm concerned, as many Americans are, about giving a birthday present to a man who is seen.
Wait, pause it for 1 second. Do you remember that interview on ESPN?
No.
So they had him and the players that agreed to play go on there, and he loses his mind. Dennis Rodman. But in the documentary, they show you the whole build-up to that, which is the guy's meeting without Dennis Rodman. Like, Dennis is a little off his rocker right now, and America's turning on us. We're going to do this interview with CNN while Dennis is asleep, hungover, and we'll just do it just us, and we'll be able to explain this better, that we're just trying to be diplomatic and do something here. And then Dennis Rodman wakes up and finds out they're doing that. And he just barges on, and he just cuts a wrestling promo on this, and it's just slobber filled. It makes no sense.
Just had his own executed.
Look at these guys. Look at them.
Wow, so great.
Do you have to let the Koreans win when you go over there?
Oh, it didn't matter. The Koreans did. The game was such nonsense. Like at first, it was the Americans versus them. Koreans kept up with them, because they're good and they're giving a shit and trying, Dennis Rodman stops playing. He just changed out of his thing, puts on street clothes, and goes and hangs out with Kim Jong-il right away. And then he goes, at halftime, he just goes, some people switch jerseys. And then he goes, so we could play together. And he just has them play. He also has the audience try to sing along Happy Birthday to Kim Jong-un when he starts the game, and the audience doesn't know what he's singing. So they just start clapping too fast while he's singing. It's 2 fantastic hours of television. I recommend it highly. Wow. I love that kind of just brazen, not seeing it, what's happening around you. Like everyone's hating him, and he's just like, I'm killing it. I can't believe what he's doing.
That's great. So he doesn't go over there anymore?
No, well, I don't think so. I'm sure he still drinks, though. You stopped drinking. How was Protect Our Parks with no drinking?
It was fun.
And you're the only one not drinking there.
Yeah.
But then at some point, aren't you wrangling 3 people who are blackout drunk?
But it's okay. I've been blackout drunk. I know what it feels like. It's not bad. It's just for health purposes. I was like, I work out so much and I take care of my body. Like, why am I poisoning it all the time? And I said, let me just take a break. I just took a break, and I was like, God, why do I need it? It's like, what am I doing? Like, everybody's like, you want a drink? Yeah, let's have a drink. But sometimes you're just like, what? It's just like a force of habit. You know, have a drink every time I do a set, have a whiskey, have a shot before I go on stage. And
you feel like you're doing something. You feel bored when everyone else is drinking, but it's really no, like, I have way more energy. When I'm not drinking, I can stay up and, like, be present. Like, I want to be in bed by 11 o'clock if I'm drinking or smoking weed.
Dude, I've had 3 months off, and I haven't had one bad day. So I haven't had one day physically where I feel like shit. That has to be it.
Well, the other side is your metabolism. When I stopped drinking, I got really, like, just in incredible shape. And as you're getting older, like, just like whatever it does to, like, my metabolism, and everybody's different. But it was like a huge difference in terms of how I felt in the gym, how much I could run, how much I could lift.
It's fun. It's fun poison.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Well, my doctor
get a little lit.
My doctor said those exact words. He was like, you're poisoning yourself. He was like, it's up to you. If you want to poison, it's fine. Or a lot, that's okay too. But
that sounds fun.
Yeah, they were trying to say for a while that like one drink a night.
Feel good.
Remember they were trying to say for a while that one drink a night is probably good for you.
Oh, like a glass of red wine.
Yeah.
It's good for your heart.
You know what the problem with that is? Aura rings. If you have an Aura ring, you wear one of those things, and you have it one drink, you'll notice a difference in your sleep. It's significant. It's real. It's measurable.
Oh, I
If you have a
tried
couple
to track.
drinks-
I tried to track anything that's going to be bad news.
Yeah.
They're like, you should get a sleep study. He goes, why did know for a fact that I die 27 times a night?
Yeah, isn't there like things you could do where you see a doctor and they're gonna like be able to essentially predict within a couple of years of when you're actually gonna die?
That's the Joe Rogan doctors.
Yeah.
I want to know, Joe, who you send Bert to where they come and they put him in that machine like Luke Skywalker on Hoth, and they come out and they're like, if you never eat beans again, you live to 105.
Bert is gonna need more than that. Every time I see him, he looks more like a grape. Like, settle down, boy. He's capable of doing it on his own, though. Bert has incredible willpower. Like, Bert wants to lose a lot of weight. He just drinks so much.
It's part of his thing, So I feel like he feels like I shouldn't put words in his mouth, but he was like, "Am I Bert Kreischer if I'm not getting fucked up and having fun with the fans like that?"
Like if he does a show and he doesn't take his shirt off, people will boo.
Yeah, but he
We
wants to take his
paid to see tits.
I think he wants to take his shirt off, and they want it to come off.
100%.
Yeah.
I do too.
I
I
told
love
Bert-
it. I run to the balcony when he's about to take his shirt off.
Last time
Because there's a big cheer, the pop when he
Yeah.
takes his shirt off, everybody goes crazy. It's fun.
When I did Bert's podcast last time, I was like, stop letting everybody get in your head about like all these complaints are about Bert being the same person that we all are, and also who he is. But it's like now it's all of a sudden like he worries about that shit. I'm like, Bert, people want you to take your shirt off, and they want to hear your stories about your family. You're letting people go like, well, you don't do it like this person. It's like, well, you don't tell jokes like Mark Norman. That's not what your thing is. So it's not a thing to worry about.
He reads the comments. That's the problem. You read the comments, it'll fuck with your head. No matter how mentally strong you are, if you're reading a bunch of opinions about you, it'll fuck with your head.
Yeah, and it's just like the same people who go onto Yelp and write reviews. It's just people that want to complain. So when you go onto social media, it's just like it feels like I have a pretty decent fan base. Like Legion of Saints, we have a really like healthy fan base. And then there's like 30 dudes.
Not healthy.
Not physically healthy. There's like 30 dudes who hate me and want my son to die. And if you go onto Twitter, I'll just see that. And it does like fuck with you.
It's not good.
Yeah.
It's all 30 of his followers.
But there's a lot of crazy people out there, and there's also a lot of kids that just want to get a rise out of you.
Right.
There's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of people that want to fuck with your head, but it's almost all unhappy people, unfortunately.
I just learned out very quickly though, like the ones that I have responded to, even when I respond, like my thing was always to respond kind of funny. I'm not getting into fights.
Yeah.
Or someone write like 2 paragraphs about how terrible I am, and I'd be like, come on, Jimbo, you don't mean it. And then how much they write, I mean, without fail, almost 100% of the time, they're like, dude, just being a piece of shit, man. I had a crappy day. Love you, dude. Listen every day to whatever.
Even in real life, sometimes there's one guy who tweets at me almost every day where he says, Louis J. Gomez has lip fillers, and he's trying to get this to be a thing to catch on. And then like everybody's trolling me. I'm like, this fucking guy. And like for maybe 2 years, Louis J. Gomez has lip fillers. He'll respond to everything. Other people tweet at me. It's like, just so you know, you're talking to somebody who has lip fillers. And I don't have lip fillers. I just have beautiful Puerto Rican lips. This guy showed up at a show. Dude, he showed up at a show in.
Lip fillers are wild for a dude. That's wild.
He showed up at a show in Raleigh, North Carolina, with a T-shirt that said Louis J. Gomez has lip fillers. And then I was like, I should bite your fucking
So
nose off.
11:38
He's just like, oh,
a.m. I'm ending this live stream, and a new one should initiate in 90 seconds or less.
Part of the fun of being a fan.
Yeah.
You know,
No, so I
get a rise out of you. It worked.
I know. So I just